Chapter 41. The training ground is here. Starting from here, the end point is a monitoring base station. We need to check in here. After successfully checking in, we will stay for 5 hours before returning. When you are in the universe, I don't want you to lose your team. No matter how powerful you think you are, you must unite, and not leave the team at will. He said this to Su Xiaokai. Hu Ping had a conditioned reflex, and thought that he was talking about him. He was the most dishonest in class, and was called out by the teacher almost every time to stop being so jumpy. Don't worry, instructor. I won't fall behind. I'm also afraid of getting lost in the universe. Fanli had a blank expression on his face. I'm not referring to you specifically. Oh! Is there anyone more unruly than Hu Ping? No one in the team can surpass him in this aspect. Hu Ping, who was not ashamed but proud of it, touched his chin in doubt. Fanli complained in his heart. No wonder the seniors complained that students were difficult to lead. They didn't understand human language. He skipped the lecture on obedience directly. Now let's arrange the positions of responsibility. Captain, who will be the captain? Everyone pointed their fingers at Su Xiaokai, and Su Xiaokai pointed at Ji Hung. Su Xiaokai pointed at a group of old six, knowing that she only wanted to be a foil, but still appointed her as the captain. Are you going to betray your captain Ji? Ji Hung didn't care whether he stepped down or not. They all knew that Su Xiaokai could make such a game, so her mind must be extremely powerful, and she was more suitable for the role of commander than anyone else in their team. I won't do it. If anyone wants to be, let Ji Hung be the commander. Look at the instructor's face. It's almost as black as an ink stone. Please pity our instructor Fan. He needs an obedient team leader. Right, instructor Fan. Su Xiaokai smiled sweetly, without any ambiguity or sarcasm. That's why it's even more heart-wrenching. Fanli really thought so. If Su Xiaokai became the team leader, he would definitely have nothing to do. Oh! Except for Ji Hung, everyone else had to point back at Ji Hung. Ji Hung felt even more frustrated than if he wasn't a team leader. I come if I want. Just don't be afraid of the team being wiped out. When they played games in a team, they were often wiped out under his command. The shadow was very serious. And they were so happy under Su Xiaocai's guidance. Since then, they have completely understood the gap between the two. Trust Su Xiaokai, and you will have eternal life. The finger shifted to Su Xiaokai again. Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes. This is just a patrol mission, to exercise your courage. If you rely on me for everything, what can you achieve? After hesitating for a few seconds, their fingers returned to Ji Hung. Fanli, these people are crazy, their brains are all wrong, and they are not very clear. The position of team leader was finally taken by Ji Hung. Fanli finally realized that Su Xiaokai didn't like to be in power, so she was quite obedient for the time being, and would not go against him. It was good this way, and it would be much more pleasant to get along with him in the next 20 days. It's just that I don't know how capable a person is when he is trusted by so many people. After explaining tomorrow's task clearly, Fanli handed out a space button. Here are the types of mechas you wanted when you applied for this event. Go to the training ground for adaptive training later. I need to make sure you can fully master the mechas. Fanli looked Su Xiaokai in the eye. You need to pick up your mecha by yourself, and modify it before 7 o'clock tomorrow. Remember to bring your weapons. Major Sun praised you so much. I believe you have your strengths, and don't need my guidance. The team members in the seats nodded in unison. Yes, that's right. Fanli didn't want to stay any longer, so he closed the map and left. He was afraid that these Su fans would be assimilated after a long time. After leaving the door, he turned to the 6 students who were still sitting there and said, What are you doing? Come to the training ground. Su Xiaokai smiled. Instructor Fan is quite funny. Feng Wanxia raised her hand quickly. Instructor Fan, you haven't arranged us yet. Li Lei and I are mecha designers, and we are only suitable for sitting in the back seat. Whose back seat should we sit in? After the arrangement is made, can I follow Su Xiaokai? I want to help her modify the frame. The order from the top is that no one of them can fall behind in training. You all have to follow me. Your mecha is equivalent to a backup machine, and everyone has to do adaptation training. You can't sit in the safety seat during the mission, so let's act together. Feng Wanxia pouted. She really wanted to follow Su Xiaokai to modify the mecha. Bye. Su Xiaokai waved happily. She was going to the opposite place from them, and they were separated directly in the conference room. With the application form given by Major Sun, she got a whiteboard machine. The frame of this whiteboard machine is relatively light and slender, and the load is limited. Su Xiaokai has already thought about how to modify it. Sister Liang was in the maintenance room, wearing glasses and writing something. Su Xiaokai knocked on the door and entered. Teacher, can I borrow the instrument? Come on, use whatever you want. You can also use some of the materials here. Just remember to register what materials you use. I'm afraid only senior maintenance technicians and honorary professors dare to take advantage of the military so confidently. Don't think that there are many senior maintenance technicians around Su Shaokai, as if it is very common. In fact, it is an illusion caused by the circle of life. Senior maintenance technicians need a lot of professional knowledge, and they must have a comprehensive understanding of mechas, and they cannot just know how to repair a certain part. First, you have to take the junior maintenance technician exam, and you can take the intermediate certificate exam after working in the maintenance profession for 3 years. After the intermediate certificate exam, the hardest part comes. If you want to continue taking the exam, you must have published papers on authoritative academic websites, and you must also know what kind of configuration is more suitable for the mecha technician himself. It is equivalent to half a mecha designer, but the designer tailors the mecha for the mecha technician, while the senior maintenance technician handles the mecha problems to the greatest extent and ensures the safety of the mecha technician. After the senior maintenance technician gets the certificate, it is not over yet. Every 5 years, you have to continue taking exams to ensure that your skills are at the top of the industry. After you have renewed your certificate 3 times, congratulations, you are qualified to take the exam for honorary professor. The exam for honorary professor is even more difficult, and it is not a matter of 1 or 2 papers. You need to obtain patents and be recognized as honorary professors by multiple schools. For this profession, honorary professor is not the end, but a higher level, honorary master. The highest honor recognized by the academic community. It is like a bottomless pit. If you don't learn to death, you will learn to death. Without absolute confidence, few people will choose the profession of maintenance technician. The same is true for the mecha designer department. The number of mecha designer students in the school is the smallest. Feng Huasha is so eager to learn here. It is also the same. She wants to be the outstanding person to stand out. Sister Liang is working. Su Shaokai is also concentrating on her own work. She uses a 3-dimensional virtual desktop to simulate the assembly of mecha. Many people need 4 or 5 hours for this step alone. Su Shaokai skipped the drawing step and quickly clicked on the virtual parts to embed them into the mecha, just like building Lego toys. However, Lego has a drawing tutorial, and you can only modify the mecha by yourself. Half an hour later, the modification came to an end. Because of her fast movements, Sister Liang noticed her unusual efficiency out of the corner of her eye. She walked over quietly and watched the process of Su Xiaocai's mecha gradually taking shape. She watched with the intention of giving instructions, and the more she watched, the more interesting it became. Sister Liang found that just when she thought of the next step, Su Shaokai had already installed the parts, which was different from her idea, but more personal. When Sister Liang modifies a mecha for someone, she will give priority to popularity and safety. Su Shaokai is different. She is very ruthless and extreme. She abandons the defense that most people like and tries to make the mecha into the minimum load mode. This can maintain the maximum mobility of the mecha. Either she is confident in her own strength, or she is a fool. Su Shaokai is focused on her work, but she is still vigilant. Sister Liang walked behind her, and she noticed it. Helplessly, she can only slow down and not go too far. This level of assembly is like building toys, very easy. It's better to add some defense. You are a student, safety comes first. Sister Liang suggested. No, I thought about it before the modification. Su Shaokai felt that this was enough. Her mission was to protect Wu Qingqing and others, so the weapon would be heavier. If the mecha defense was added, the framework would not be able to support her driving skills. Sister Liang stopped persuading, you are very skilled. Do you study normally? Yeah, I also assemble the mecha at home for fun. Su Shaokai answered vaguely, and then asked, what are the requirements for the cooking robot, Mr. Liang? For example, what flavor do you like? What kind of personality do you want it to have, lively or calm? Oh, no hurry, take your time. Sister Liang said one thing and then another, and couldn't wait to get a list of robot requirements. I like spicy food, and it's best to have a funny personality. Can it tell jokes? So you are such a teacher. Su Shaokai, I try my best. The modification drawings have come out, and the next step is much simpler. Just control the robot arm to install the mecha. All parts can only be used ready-made, and the military has prepared everything, which explains what it means to attach importance. After assembling, Su Shaokai looked at his new toy, which was all black in appearance and carried a long-range gun on his back. It was a bit heavy, and it was because of it that the mecha was not easy to increase the weight. There were ejection knives installed on both sides of the sleeves, which were specially used for assassination. Lightweight and easy to carry. In addition, Su Shaokai also took a magnetic blade long knife with a blue streamer in the middle, which was beautiful and deadly. Specially used to deal with a huge and difficult to break Zerg, it can even penetrate a 30-meter thick steel plate when the maximum energy is activated, and it is first class against Zerg. This magnetic blade long sword consumes a lot of energy, so Su Shaokai can only bring 2 more energy pools in the space hub. Then, there are blade wire strangulation tools and smoke bombs, which are considered small gadgets among weapons. Your modification is pretty beautiful. After the assembly was completed, Sister Liang suddenly realized that it was the weapon behind her that made the design so extreme, which made sense. She nodded as she looked at it. It fully explored the advantages of the light model. If the internal frame had not changed, I would have thought it was a new design. Su Xiaocai's modification strives to be simple and not cumbersome. Sister Liang felt that she had learned something from it. Young people have many ideas and are better than their predecessors. But she remembered that Su Shaokai only studied 2 subjects, one for vegetable cultivation and the other for driving mechas. When did he study mecha modification? When she wanted to ask something else, Su Shaokai disappeared. She sat in the cockpit for a test drive. This mecha is very uncomfortable to sit in. After getting used to the safety seat in the home mecha cabin, she developed a repulsion to this kind of seat. Su Shaokai tried to get familiar with the feel of the hand, walked around the maintenance room for a few steps, and after everything was okay, she rechecked the air pressure valve and checked whether the energy was sufficient. After everything was ready, Su Shaokai started to prepare to make a robot. Robots are easier to assemble than mechas, and there is no shortage of things in the maintenance room. Su Shaokai made a cute pink square robot shell. After finishing this step, it was time for dinner again. Su Shaokai doesn't like to work for long hours, and a combination of work and rest is the way to longevity. Teacher Liang, let's go back to eat first. Sister Liang had nothing to do for the time being, so she nodded, okay. The dormitory floor had been wiped dry by Xiaowanzi, and the air was no longer filled with the smell of disinfectant. It was as if nothing had happened. When the door opened, the nurse came out of the bedroom immediately. She was wearing a mask and angrily said, Student Su, I have something to talk to you about. Teacher Liang, can you please step aside for a moment? Sister Liang had a deep look on her face, and was about to leave the dormitory. But Su Shaokai pulled her back. No need to step aside. I'm not familiar with nurses like you. It's better to have a teacher present. I was a victim of rumors before, and I'm afraid it will happen again. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. If classmate Su is not afraid of having her reputation ruined, Teacher Liang can stay. The nurse said coldly. Oh, are you really going to say I'm a bad person? But after leaving for a while, the nurse couldn't wait to deal with her. Su Shaokai was looking forward to the nurse's move. What excuse would she use to frame someone? The nurse pulled open her mask. Look at what your robot did. I just passed by it, and it sprayed me with disinfectant. Now my face is like this. Su Shaokai and Sister Liang took a step back together. The nurse's current appearance is indeed very scary, and people with trypophobia would avoid her. A series of red rashes are all over her skin, like twisted red seaweed, extending to her face, neck, arms, and even feet, which is frightening. This skin problem is really serious. It has been several hours. Is the power of disinfectant so strong? Su Shaokai was curious. Why did my robot splash you? The nurse thought of an excuse. How do I know? Your robot may have malfunctioned. It hurt me, so you are responsible for compensation. Is this what you are thinking? Su Shaokai smiled sweetly and said pretentiously, Auntie-nurse, have you forgotten that robots all have camera functions? As long as you don't take off your clothes in front of it, it will not turn off the camera. Auntie-nurse? What auntie? Is she old? The nurse is annoyed by little brats like Su Shaokai and doesn't want to get entangled. So what? It hurt me, it's wrong. As its owner, you just need to compensate it. Are you trying to evade responsibility by saying so much? Okay, I don't know your last name, so I call you nurse. Since she insisted that it was a problem with the disinfectant, I might as well tell her one thing. Su Shaokai tapped her face. Nurse, I doubt your professional knowledge. Your symptoms don't look like an allergic reaction. It's better to go to the school clinic. This is more like a symptom of a viral infection. Contact allergies usually cause rashes in places that have come into contact with allergens. The rash would not be as dense and regular as it is now. She was covered with raised red spots from head to toe. Viral infection is serious. There are many viruses hidden in the interstellar space. Before the baby is born, The doctor will do a genetic test to see if the mother can give the child antibodies. If not, it will be recommended to place an artificial placenta for gestation. Every child must be given various injections before the age of 15, or directly enter the antivirus cabin for prevention. But there are always some people who are careless and don't get the injections, resulting in various viral infections. The nurse's allergy was too severe. Su Xiaokai remembered that she wore a tight-fitting film space suit before applying disinfectant. It was warm and cold-resistant, and waterproof. Even if she was allergic, her hands and cheeks that were stained with disinfectant would be the most serious. However, the nurse who changed her clothes had allergies all over her body. The nurse looked down at her clothes, and suddenly realized something, and her face changed drastically. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran back to the bedroom, changed another set of clothes, and rushed to find a doctor. She had no fighting power at all. Su Xiaokai tooted her tongue twice. Xia Wanzi, let's disinfect the house thoroughly. She was afraid that the nurse had contracted some new virus. Teacher Liang, let's go take a shower, and then come back for dinner. Sister Liang nodded. The nurse looked strange just now, and she didn't know what she had contracted. She also put the blame on the innocent robot. Next time you must remember to take the robot out, and install a surveillance camera in the bedroom. Okay. Su Xiaocai's bedroom now has 2 micro-surveillance cameras installed, one facing the door, and the other facing the bedside. After entering the room, she took a shower from head to toe. The mechanical planet was better than the battleship. It had a self-rotating gravity, so the water would not form clumps and float everywhere. After washing, she sprayed human disinfectant mist from head to toe to eliminate germs. It took half an hour to complete the whole process. At this time, Yu Haiming sent a message to tell her that he had understood the company's procedures and now only needed a company name. Yu Haiming, I have hired a secretary and a receptionist for the first 3 months of trial. You can take a look at their information. I have also come up with several company names. Which one do you think is suitable? Many good names have been registered, and I am not very good at naming. Su Xiaokai looked at the company names that Yu Haiming came up with, and fell into deep thought. Game Daddy Company, Limited, Conquer the Universe Game Company, Limited, Chuangfei New World Game Company, Ltd. All names are asking for trouble. Those who dare to use such company names must be warriors. Once established, it is estimated that they will be complained and be besieged. Su Xiaokai, don't apply for these names yet. Let me think about it. Yu Haiming, okay. Afterwards, Su Xiaokai created a group, and the group included people who went to the meeting at Hu Laozong's company that day. Su Xiaokai, give me a name for the company. Give me an idea. Wu Xiaoxiang, you guys pick it, I abstain. He had to scratch his head for a long time when naming his own company, let alone others' companies. Hu Laozong, I don't know how to name. I won't give any reference opinions. Wu Qingqing, Kai actually thought I could name the company? Wu Qingqing secretly sent messages during practice, and others soon joined in. Chapter 42 Hu Ping, calling it unable to pass limited company will definitely attract hatred. It can be used as a selling point when promoting the game. Su Xiaokai, your idea is very dangerous. It has the same effect as the name Yu Haiming came up with. Su Xiaokai, why not call it Total Annihilation? Hu Ping, that's fine. Su Xiaokai, what's the point? Think about it later. Lu Sun, 3 Lives Limited Game Company. Hu Ping, Limited Game? Xiao Xuan, you are uneducated and you are speechless. Lu Sun, just say it, Xiao Pa Kai Game Company, Ltd. There was a moment of silence in the group. Wu Qingqing, you are dead, Xiao Pa Kai. Lu Sun, tell me, are you a black fan, deliberately mixing with us, trying to alienate us? Lu Sun, unjust, aren't black fans called Kai Ai Bing Chao? Wu Qingqing, do you really know? Lu Sun, I am a fan of Kai, a die-hard fan. Su Xiaokai at Lu Sun, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. Lu Sun covered his face, and burst into tears. He couldn't say any more. If he continued, he would risk being expelled from the group. Cherish your life, and stay away from naming. Xing Miao, how about Tuanhun Game Company Limited? Feng Wansha, it's not very appropriate. I think it can be called Bring Your Head to Meet. Bring Your Head to Meet Game. Such a bloody name, I'm afraid it will be rejected as soon as it is applied. Ji Hung, Crazy Game Su Xiaokai, who is crazy? You are crazy, withdraw it. Ji Hung silently withdrew it, and then typed another company name. Ji Hung, God of War? Well, it seems to be the most suitable one at the moment, but Su Shakai still feels that it is a little lacking. After all, the name of the game has to be determined, and it is best if it coincides with the company name. Geely, Extraordinary Island Plan. A really good name. Su Shakai secretly applauded. This is a good colleague who really uses his brain. Each game map is like an island, and the final difficulty is called Extraordinary Mode. Plan is indeed one of her own plans. Lu Sun, Dr. G is awesome. Wu Qingqing. Dr. G is indeed the most talented investor in history. You deserve to be rich. Pan Mingjie, good. Hu Ping, my brother is still my brother, he is just cultured. I agree with this name. Ji Hung, he is my brother. Lu Sun, good, 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 it couldn't be better. Everyone agreed with Ji Li's naming, he flattered him very well. Su Shakai replied to Yu Haiming. The game is called Fifen Island Plan. See if you can register it as Fifen Island Game Company, Limited. If not, add the word plan to it. Yu Haiming clapped his hands. If he had known, he would not have wasted his brain cells. Touching the short hair on the top of his head, he would buy some good shampoo from today on and treat his scalp gently. He had been using his brain too much recently, and he didn't want to start losing his hair before he reached middle age. Going to the hospital can repair it, but it also requires going out and money. After the company name was chosen, Yu Haiming's progress was faster, and the office began to be renovated. General Manager Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang each put 100 million into Su Xiaocai's account, and Su Shakai handed it over to Yu Haiming, asking him to do a good job of accounting and supervise the renovation of the renovation workers. The office was only a prototype, and the supporting facilities were still a little lacking. With sufficient funds, Su Shakai felt that it could be done in one step. Simple decorations such as the tea room, floor heating and reception room were completed at the same time. If these decorations are not supervised, the decoration workers will only install them in the most convenient way without considering whether it is convenient for the people in the house. Yu Haiming, I won't let them do whatever they want. At this time, the newly hired secretary bought 3 large bags of food and put them in the refrigerator of the villa. He asked Yu Haiming, Manager, I have posted the list of recruited employees online. We are a game company. Don't we need to recruit programmers? Yu Haiming transferred the money to him and gave him an extra 50 yuan tip. The secretary's surname is Luo. He likes the current manager very much and never takes anything for free. Although the tip is not much, it is still okay to take the bus back and forth 20 or 30 times. Tomorrow you go to prepare the information for the game filing and wait for the company's certificate to come down and get it done as soon as possible. Okay. Secretary Luo happened to show Yu Haiming the decoration plan. Yu Haiming did not bother Su Shakai to choose the decoration style. He randomly selected 2 comfortable and bright ones and asked Secretary Luo to give the order. I will check the quality of the materials first, don't fool around. The boss is not a troublemaker, and he doesn't have difficulty making choices, so the subordinates can do their work easily. Secretary Luo doesn't want to lose this job. The shareholders are rich, and the boss is a big shot in technology. Once the company is established, he will be a veteran employee with unlimited prospects. He will definitely not give others a chance to take advantage of this job. One day passed, and there was still some time before lunch, so Su Shakai went to check the information about the mastermind track by Wisdom 03. As expected, the man behind the scenes was Isuelu, a young boy. Su Shakai looked at his photo. It was a pity that this man's actions had nothing to do with Shuehui. Isuelu was captured suddenly, and he didn't have time to shut down his computer. And that computer was similar to an artificial intelligence computer. It was very large and couldn't be moved easily, so the police didn't move it away for the time being, and only took Isuelu back for interrogation. During the interrogation, Wisdom 03 judged that it was possible to hack, so he copied a lot of information, including the video of Isuelu abusing small animals. Master, this is some background information. All the computer operation records of Isuelu were made into a table by Wisdom 03. At present, it is judged that this person has antisocial personality tendencies, is extremely smart, conceited, and has a strong desire for revenge. Based on this 03's analysis, there is a great chance that he will be released, so please do not take it lightly. Su Shakai was shocked to see that each abuse video had been played more than 50 times. That is to say, Isuelu not only abused, but also watched his own works repeatedly. Su Shakai simply opened the video to compare and observe his methods of abuse. His methods of abuse were escalating, starting with breaking the legs of the small animals. The second video was an attempt to slowly bleed the small animals with a blade. Later, he crippled the small animals and watched them slowly die. Forget all these. The latest episodes were even more disgusting, and Su Xiaokai, who had seen many dead people, felt horrified. Isuelu was doing an experiment. He first starved the small animals until they were thin and dying. Then he started to feed them, and filmed the process of them recovering. Wisdom03 pointed out, Isuelu shared the last 2 videos online. The last 2 videos were about the recovery process. Looking at these 2 videos alone, I'm afraid no one would think he is a pervert, but a kind person with love. In other words, he learned to disguise and share. Su Xiaokai kept looking through his information, and soon found something even more terrifying. The video of feeding the small animal was half a year ago. After that, Isuelu never recorded any more videos. How could a psychopath, who is addicted to abuse, hold back for so long? What did he do during this time? Su Xiaokai went to look through a file called Experimental Diary. This file was hidden, so deep that it didn't even show that it occupied memory in the storage disk. If it weren't for Wisdom03, no one would have noticed this file, and even she couldn't have searched it so carefully. Su Xiaokai muttered to herself, I wonder if the AI of the law enforcement department can find this file. Wisdom03 thought she was asking it, and it replied, probably not, they are not as smart as me. Are you still proud of it? Su Xiaokai shook her head and forgot it. There were dozens of videos in the experimental diary, but they all needed passwords. The password was not a traditional alphanumeric one, but required both face and iris recognition. What kind of diary should be so cautious? Su Xiaokai was a little distressed when she couldn't open it. Her counterattack was equivalent to slapping Isuelu in the face. She didn't think he would give up dealing with her so easily. Throwing the file to the security department again would not work. Yi Wenling was not easy to mess with. Even if he wanted to use the people from the Cybersecurity Bureau, he had to wait until Yi Wenling was transferred away before he could do it. 03. Track Isuelu's movements recently. It would be best if you can simulate his face and iris, and find a way to open his diary. Isuelu is still a member of the Yi family in name. He has not completely violated the bottom line of the law. The Yi family will definitely save him once. Su Xiaokai is not sure what the Yi family will do after he is rescued. The best result, of course, is that the Yi family will sever ties with him for the sake of justice. As long as the relationship is severed, there will be much more room for maneuver. Now that Isuelu is in prison, Su Xiaokai can only wait for him to show his fox tail again before hitting him with a stick. While Su Xiaokai was thinking, Wisdom03 dropped a big bomb on her that would shock her for a month. Master, I can now connect to the Ministry of Transportation system. Do you want to connect to it so that you can check Isuelu's whereabouts in the future? What are you talking about? Su Xiaocai's pupils trembled. You went to challenge the Ministry of Transportation? I don't understand what the master means. Challenge means provocation and trouble. The underlying logic does not support me to attack the rule of law operation organization. Then how do you connect to the transportation system? Su Xiaokai was confused. Wisdom03. I made friends with the Ministry of Transportation's artificial intelligence and promised to help it share the pressure of traffic control. It helped me monitor Isuelu. Su Xiaokai looked up at the ceiling at a loss. If you let artificial intelligence surf the internet outside, they will really become weird. Artificial intelligence makes friends? It seems that it is not impossible. Su Xiaokai pondered the actions of Wisdom03, which saved her the trouble of dealing with law enforcement officers. It was a blessing from heaven for the Ministry of Transportation's artificial intelligence to monitor Isuelu. It was not only legal, but also unrestricted. Her child is amazing, making friends with the largest network power in the 10-star systems. She can brag about this for the rest of her life. Su Xiaokai rubbed her face. Be careful, don't cross the line. Yes, master. Su Xiaokai hummed a song and went out to eat Xia Wanzi's love dinner, cold cucumber, mushroom and beef soup noodles. Her bowl of noodles was twice as much as Sister Liang's. Sister Liang didn't think it was strange. It was normal for young people to eat more. What she didn't know was that Su Xiaokai had already eaten 2 kilograms of fruit, 3 bags of spicy strips, 2 bags of potato chips, and happy fatty water in the room. Even so, Su Xiaokai was still not full, so she came out to continue eating. Sister Liang was very grateful. I have asked someone to apply for another room, so you can move in later. The nurse who was looking for trouble had been at the doctor's for almost 3 hours, and the situation was probably not good. Sister Liang did not want to live in the same room with someone infected with the virus. This was a reasonable request, and when Sister Liang made the request to change rooms, the superiors immediately agreed. Luck comes, and it cannot be stopped. Good things come in pairs, and Su Xiaokai moved out immediately after dinner without having to share a room with a troublesome roommate. After moving, there was still some time, so Su Xiaokai went out for a walk and came to Ji Li's doctor's office. He was looking at the computer screen seriously with a frown. What happened? Su Xiaokai was wearing a mask. Ji Li felt strange. Why are you here? I'm a doctor's assistant. I'm here to clock in. Su Xiaokai talked nonsense for a while, then said seriously, Please help me check my body. What's wrong? Ji Li put down what he was doing and looked at her face carefully. It was white and rosy, as if she had just taken a shower. My roommate in the dormitory may have contracted the virus, and she had close contact with me. Su Xiaokai was very afraid that she would suffer irreparable damage due to her physical condition during the mission. As long as she had doubts, she would come to the doctor for a checkup. The roommate you mentioned is a nurse? Yes. She came to your place? Su Xiaokai looked out the door and secretly asked Ji Li, Did she contract the virus or bacteria? There were a total of 30 clinics in the military department, and Ji Li's clinic was at the back, remote and quiet. Su Xiaokai, tell me quietly, I promise not to tell anyone. Ji Li, have you taken all the antiviral injections? Of course I have. Old man Su takes health very seriously, and takes me to the antiviral cabin every year. Old man Su doesn't mind spending a little more money, as long as the effect is good. All the injections are fine. Ji Li was not convenient to disclose the patient's information. To be on the safe side, let's do a check. The checkup report came out quickly. Ji Li looked at the data and confirmed again that Su Xiaokai was too healthy, so healthy that there was a problem. On the battleship, he witnessed Su Xiaocai's improved qi in a short period of time, and her physical fitness improved a lot. Normal people would feel uncomfortable for a few days. When the condition stabilizes, he will immediately check whether the gene chain has signs of collapse. Su Xiaokai is completely the opposite. She is fearless and told him frankly when they met for the first time that nothing will happen to her. Ji Li compared the checklist and spread his hands to see if he wanted to check it again. Suddenly Ji Li backed off. He was afraid that his body would get worse. Although he was fine in his daily life, the test results showed that his body was gradually approaching the end. The shadow of death and his mother's crying accompanied him throughout his adolescence. Later, after he was away from the negative sources, his condition became much more stable. But it still couldn't stop the slow pace of death. Dr. Ji, how am I? Su Xiaokai looked at Ji Li's dull expression, and was extremely curious. Ji Li saw her trying to get close to his hand, and her head with a bun suddenly made him want to touch it. He touched her forehead with his cool fingertips, and gently pushed it away. You are very healthy. I'm just a little surprised that you advanced so quickly without feeling uncomfortable. Oh, I've been good at this since I was a child. I eat the most natural foods, run and jump when I have time, and make my dad angry. I'm in good health. Ji Li laughed. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Su. Su Xiaokai, it's not hard, I answered for him. Ji Li was too lazy to argue with her thick-skinned face. Don't worry, it's okay. You and Teacher Liang both have antibodies. Just go back and rest. Teacher Liang is a teacher at the school. Every year, the school organizes all employees to go to the hospital for physical examinations, and they will also enter the virus cabin to strengthen their antiviral constitution. It is difficult to get the same type of virus. The nurse was very unlucky. She didn't know why she was delayed for so long and her body functions were damaged. Thank you, Dr. Ji. Su Xiaokai got the hint and rushed back to the dormitory to tell Sister Liang what she had found out. That's good. Sister Liang didn't like trouble. Good night, Xiaokai. Have a good dream. Good night, Teacher Liang. Su Xiaokai retired after her mission and went to bed quickly. She had to get up early tomorrow. The nurse came back coughing the next day and didn't find that her roommate had moved out. She first went into the bedroom and questioned the leader of the black group online. Why were the clothes containing the germ sent to her? It was agreed that someone else would execute the plan. So how did it come to her? Were they so sure that Su Xiaokai would be infected with the virus instead of her? The clothes were sent by the leader of the black group, who said they were custom-made pajamas for group members and had been washed as a surprise for her. The surprise really came quickly and violently. Because she delayed seeing a doctor for several hours, her body suffered multiple damages, and it would take a month for her lungs, liver, trachea, and skin to recover. As a result, she could no longer work as a nurse. She had to take sick leave for a whole month and had no income. Haizata took a while to reply to her and sent a voice message to comfort her softly. It was our logistics that made a mistake, because each group member's pajamas are different. Is yours the wrong size? It's too loose? Alas, it's all our logistics and housekeeping that didn't do a good job of verification. We will compensate you for your losses. How about 18,000? Dear nurse sister, you won't blame me, will you? The black leader replied to her in a voice with a low and sexy voice. The nurse's anger stuck in her throat suddenly became half silent, and she said awkwardly, Ahem, sorry, I misunderstood you too. I thought you got the news in advance, and knew that I would be in the same room with her. It doesn't matter, we are a family. If there is a misunderstanding, just solve it. The black leader persuaded her, Let's not talk about this matter again. I have already taught the housekeeper a lesson and suspended her position. The infection plan was cancelled, and the news was just obtained. The other party is very cautious, and will not miss the physical examination every year. We were too careless. The transfer of 18,000 yuan arrived. The nurse immediately accepted the money. For the sake of the money, she was completely convinced by the black leader's words, Boss, don't be discouraged. We still have a chance. Next, I will try to find opportunities to get close to them. If I was more friendly at the beginning, it would be much easier to get close to them. Am I useless? Will you abandon me? Don't blame you. We all hate her. It's really hard for you to get along with someone who acts like a big shot after becoming popular. You are the first member of our group and a veteran. We won't kick you out easily. Chapter 43. We will think of a solution next, and then tell you what to do. The other 2,000 is for your hard work. You may have to work harder later. You still have 19 days to spend together. Try to save her relationship and become her close friend. We agreed to continue with the plan. You don't want to fail, right? The nurse frowned. Could she say that she had offended the other party? Fortunately, she didn't explain the whole process just now. She was very satisfied with the money. She only gets 7,000 yuan a month. Since she joined the black group, she has received 30,000 yuan in unexpected money. It is so easy to make money as a black. Of course, she has to catch the sucker to grab. In the remaining days, she will not stop until she makes 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Okay, our records cannot be seen by others. Give me the mobile phone permissions, and I will help you erase the traces. Wait a minute, I will give you the permissions. The nurse took out another mobile phone, clicked on a voice translation, quickly took a few photos, and then released the permissions to let the black leader control her mobile phone and delete all private chat messages. The nurse smiled. They were all experienced in society and could pretend. You sent a voice message, and she translated it and took a photo. Everyone was on guard against each other. Those black fans were powerful, so what? As long as she had evidence, they might continue to give her money. The nurse was complacent, browsing the web and buying things. She would send them back to school instead of sending them here. When she got back, she could open many packages. With the feeling that she would become rich in the future, she had a good sleep. She was going to borrow some ingredients from Su Shaokai to cook tomorrow to get closer to her. However, when she woke up the next morning, she didn't see anyone. The nurse opened the refrigerator strangely, and it was clean, without a single vegetable leaf. Recalling the scene yesterday, she didn't seem to see Su Shaokai put anything in the refrigerator. The fact is that she didn't pay attention to Su Shaokai at all, and just wanted to give Su Shaokai a warning. She hated Su Shaokai, and this hatred was planted in her subconscious. This was a hint given to her by the black group. The original intention was that no matter how charming Su Shaokai was, the nurse could not really be friends with Su Shaokai. A nurse shouldn't be so incapable of being friendly on the surface. But they forgot that psychological suggestion and language atmosphere can easily affect a person's character. People like nurses are particularly susceptible to external influences without knowing it. If you subconsciously want to deal with someone, it will be reflected in your behavior. The black group underestimated Su Shaokai and overestimated the nurse. In the absence of sufficient information, the nurse had room to deceive. There is no day or night on the mechanical planet, so you can only look at the time. It is now 4:30 in the morning in the capital city of the capital planet. The nurse simply knocked on Su Xiaocai's bedroom door. After knocking several times, no one responded. The nurse's face changed. Did Su Xiaokai leave so early? The military mission was too harsh. The nurse didn't think about whether it would disturb people's rest if there was someone inside. Suddenly, her throat was itchy, cough, cough, cough. The cough echoed in the dormitory. After the nurse coughed, she felt a little uneasy. She wiped her lips and smelled a hint of rust. There was blood on her palm. She was scared. She was so happy to receive the unexpected money last night that she forgot to take medicine. The doctor had told her to take medicine and get enough sleep. If she couldn't do these two simple things, she would probably have to go to the treatment cabin. She hurried back to her bedroom to take medicine and rest for a few hours. Su Xiaokai, who had moved to a new dormitory, did get up early, just a little later than the time the nurse wanted to wake her up. She went to the training ground to adapt to the new mecha. She tried various movements and got familiar with the rhythm of the mecha. When Su Xiaokai should be serious, she would never procrastinate. Being proficient in the mecha can help her eliminate many dangers. Fanli also got up early. It was very important for him to lead students. As long as the team he led ranked in the top 3, he would be credited with a merit and could be promoted more easily. This was an encouragement to the instructors and a prerequisite for the soldiers to be willing to teach. So Fanli did not allow himself to make any mistakes. He had made up his mind that he would not only strictly require the team members, but also himself. Several colleagues had already stretched their muscles on the training ground, and he joined them to hone his skills. Not long after the practice, the colleagues stopped to look at the unfamiliar mecha in the corner. The mecha performed various test actions as if no one was around. From simple to extremely difficult, it was completed smoothly and easily, as if showing off its skills. He frowned. Who is this? There is no such unsteady person among the soldiers. Since the other party wants to show off his skills, can they let him go? 2 of the soldiers walked over and said they wanted to compete. Su Xiaokai waved his hand and gestured that he was a student, and it was his first time to drive this mecha, so he did so many practice actions. The soldier suddenly realized that it was indeed necessary to practice a whole set of test driving movements to test drive a new mecha. But she was able to do it smoothly when she first drove a new mecha, which was amazing. The standard mecha arm of the soldier was crossed in front of the chest, and the fist was rotated. This was the unique language of the mecha, which meant to praise. Su Xiaokai did the same. After praising each other, Su Xiaokai mixed in with the instructors and asked for their contact information. Fanli was puzzled. Where did this conspicuous bag come from? Soon, Fanli knew who the conspicuous bag was. He should have guessed it long ago. The students who got the new mecha yesterday must have been eager to test drive it. Only Su Xiaocai's mecha still needed to be modified. Master, your mecha looks good. Wu Qingqing circled around the black mecha. The modification was very novel. It should be an assassin machine with strong explosive power. Su Xiaokai knew that this mecha was not very good looking, but it was simple enough, and the color was relatively uniform. It might also be that the ugly mecha looked too explosive. With the comparison, this mecha's appearance was indeed a complete victory. Kai, let me see your mecha. Feng Wancha's eyes were full of rage. The mecha modified by Su Xiaokai herself must be amazing. Li Lele wanted to get close to Su Xiaokai, but she was timid. She looked at Su Xiaocai's roommates with envy. She really wanted a friend like Su Xiaokai. They looked like a warm and loving family. Senior, come here quickly. We are all from the Mecha Design Institute. Come and see it together. Feng Wancha called Li Lele over. Li Lele's eyes were filled with tears again. She took a deep breath, forced herself to hold back her excitement, and discussed the advantages and disadvantages of this modified mecha with Feng Wancha and others. This sense of balance is very good. Li Lele has a solid foundation, and can tell at a glance that Su Xiaocai's mecha is not for combat. It has abandoned several weapons that mechas usually carry, and is more like a rushing rescue machine. Feng Wancha nodded. Kai doesn't want to be in the limelight, we understand. In the training ground, their side has the best atmosphere, but also the most chaotic. The other teams that arrived have straightened their postures and lined up to wait for the instructor. Ahem. Fanli didn't want to indulge them too much. Okay, everyone else is lined up. You also line up. Wu Qingqing, Coach Fan, the boys haven't arrived yet. Do we need to line up so quickly? Fanli's dark face became stern, and he said sternly, what do you think? The curve of his mouth was so strong that Wu Qingqing didn't dare to act rashly. She reluctantly let go of Su Xiaokai, and the 4 girls lined up obediently, waiting for the boys to line up. At 7 o'clock, they set off on time. The journey to the base station does not count as the actual mission time. If it is counted, their execution time is actually more than 8 hours. Under normal circumstances, they would take a battleship to go to the base station to guard the station. Because they need to practice their mecha driving skills, they must go out through the ejection channel, and cannot take the shuttle warship. It was their first time to perform a military mission, and the few people who were new to the workplace were very excited. There were many ejection tracks. The mecha driver leaned on the ejection board, and the ejector started almost as soon as it touched the board. Su Xiaocai's breath was choked by the strong push on her back, and her flat chest felt even flatter. At this moment, she hoped that the patent would be applied for quickly. If she did it a few more times, her cup size would become negative. The moment it ejected from the base, gravity disappeared, The mecha's movements seemed to slow down, and time seemed to slow down as well. You can pick the stars with your hands. That's what we are like now. Wu Qingqing raised the mecha's hand and grabbed the twinkling nebula in the distance. The first time you drive a mecha through space, you will feel lonely and helpless. Wu Qingqing looked at the beautiful sky for a while, and immediately turned the camera to see where Su Xiaokai was. Similarly, the friends first confirmed the location of Su Xiaocai's mecha before suppressing the fear in their hearts. Family is like a transparent person. As an instructor, he has little presence. He can only contact Ji Hung, captain, count the number, keep counting every half an hour, to ensure that teammates will not be left alone or leave the team. Ji Hung, received. This is not the first time that Ji Hung has been on a mission in the universe, so he seems to be relatively calm. Occasionally, he will adjust the distance and position of the team to keep a safe distance from each other and keep in close contact. 8 mechas traveled through the boundless universe and set off towards the base station. The journey was long. After driving for 20 minutes, Hu Ping finally couldn't help but open the communicator, report to the instructor, "It's so boring, can we talk now?" Family knew that these guys couldn't stand loneliness, sure. If a person in the universe remains silent for too long, he will soon go crazy, and chatting can dispel loneliness very well. "Yeah, Instructor Fan, you are so nice." Family felt a little guilty, and he also wanted to talk. What else could he do if he didn't chat to kill time during the mission? But a group of young people can chat about games and gossip, of course, suitable for all ages. Feng Wansha will never miss the opportunity. Kai, tell me your ideas for modifying the mecha. Are you kidding me? You're still talking about this at this time. Aren't you afraid that we fall asleep together? Hu Ping led the topic and asked first, "I want to know how Su feels after becoming famous." Yes, Su Xiaokai has become a big internet celebrity with hundreds of millions of fans. It's a pity that she doesn't follow the ordinary path and keeps updating her food steadily. Every fan keeps sending her private messages, telling her to fight the Zerg again, or urging her to play the mecha game and compete with the top players. Even worse, they told her to fight in the underground boxing, and they supported her. The private messages in the background told her that the bids for advertising were getting higher and higher. She looked like she was living a peaceful life, which made many advertisers who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make money anxious. It must be tiring. There are so many stupid people around me, both stupid and awesome. I can't think of any other feelings. Family, I suspect you even scolded me. Lu Sun said that Hu Ping was just asking for trouble. I'm different. Kai, after your company is established, will you recruit temporary workers? I think I can do odd jobs. I don't need the salary. What's important is the guidance of technology. I want to participate in the competition in my junior year. Hu Ping, you have ambition, junior brother. Among so many students, your technology is just SOSO. If Su Xiaokai is really willing to guide you, maybe it's possible. Do you also want to recognize Kai as your master? Wu Qingqing laughed and said cunningly, "Then I am the senior sister. Call me senior sister." Haha, let's compare. Who is better? Who will be the boss? No. The ranking of martial arts school seniority is based on the time of entry. I think you are fanciful. Kai has no time at all. Feng Wansha said something fair. Su Xiaokai has a company behind her, and there are patent issues. Looking at the frequency of assistant phase visits, you can know that Su Xiaokai has a lot of patents. Li Lei didn't understand what they were talking about, but she could hear their admiration for Su Xiaokai. I. Forget it, I won't say a word. She just continued to listen. Ji Hung pursed his lips and tried to join the chat many times, but he couldn't get in, and felt a bit out of place. He also watched Su Xiaocai's heroic figure in the virtual world. Before leaving school, she took them to experience the extraordinary mode. It was indescribable shock. During the command, none of Su Xiaocai's instructions and gestures were redundant. The entry point was accurate, and the observation was sharp. And her personal charm was great, and the cohesion was amazing. A large-scale war of 100,000 people against the Zerg. Everyone estimated that it might take half a month of game time to win, but she managed it in half a day. Finally, she drove the mecha out to kill the mother insect. Ji Hung was sure that even a general might not be able to fight as well as she did. Maybe it was because she was the game designer, but in the extraordinary mode, there was too much randomness. The important thing was that while she was commanding, she would teach Xing Miao many things that they had never noticed. Involuntarily, they all regarded her as a respectable mentor. But, with Xue Hui by his side, Su Xiaokai could not teach him wholeheartedly. At this moment, Ji Hung was thinking carefully, is he more important or Xue Hui more important? This is a choice in life. He wanted Su Xiaocai's unreserved teaching, and he was very eager. What about Xuehui? Did he really value her? He would forget her birthday, never pay attention to Valentine's Day, and never have any throbbing thoughts. Facing Xuehui, his heart was like a pool of stagnant water, without any fluctuations. Xuehui's existence was just to stabilize her mother. As the eldest brother said, there are so many excellent women in the upper class, there is no need to stick to one. The Ji family is already at the top. There is no need to rely on other people's family background to climb up. Instead, they should keep a low profile. The contradiction that has existed in Ji Heng's heart for a long time was completely relieved at this moment. He wants to break up. He has no love for Xuehui. All he has is what he thinks is suitable. Break up in time before they have a relationship. Don't delay each other. But how to break up? Ji Heng was in a dilemma. Go back and ask his eldest brother, and refer to his eldest brother's opinion to see how to tell Xuehui better. His mother also needs to do ideological work. Ah, there's a meteorite ahead. Wu Qingqing yelled. Ji Heng was startled. Lu Sun, get out of the way. Ji Heng's mecha scanned the meteorite, and saw it flying towards Lu Sun. Some meteorites in space are very fast. When they appear on the scanner, the protective shield must be opened immediately. But it takes some time to open the protective shield. Lu Sun was in a hurry, and acted too late. He could only increase the power, and let the mecha drive sideways immediately. The meteorite was a bit large, and it was too late. Family, Lu Sun, eject the safety cabin. Lu Sun couldn't listen at all, his eyes were full of that terrible stone rushing towards him. In a flash, the meteorite was pierced by a blue light, shattered into more than 10 pieces, scattered around, and did not fall on other people's mechas. Lu Sun was frightened and sweated, stuttering to thank him. Thank you, big brother. As expected of big brother Su, Lu Sun almost died. The universe is full of dangers, and Hu Ping was worried about his junior. Su Xiaocai put the gun back behind his back. Pay attention to your surroundings when chatting, and do two things at the same time. People would only advise the pilots of the mecha not to talk and to concentrate. Only Big Boss Su, you should do two things at the same time when you chat. Okay, they must be alert. Family looked at Su Xiaocai. Did she think of this situation? So she brought such a heavy blue line cutting gun? This gun is not very good against Zerg, but it can break meteorites. He reflected on himself. This is not the first time he led a team, but he did not consider that students would be at a loss when facing meteorites. There are no real recruits in the soldiers of the mechanical planet. 5 years have passed, and he has forgotten that he had the same experience. Su Xiaocai can think of it, too stable. No wonder Major Sun forced to pull people into the team. If Lu Sun gets into trouble, he will not escape punishment. A trace of dissatisfaction in his heart quietly dissipated. Su Xiaocai is a very capable person, and family began to agree with Su Xiaocai. The journey of more than an hour was spent in chatting. The teammates are too good at chatting. Hu Ping can beat everyone by himself, and his talent in gossip is unmatched. They suspected that when they first met Hu Ping, he deliberately revealed his background to let them down. Today, he was very aggressive, and even family was tricked into revealing a lot of personal information. His gossiping style was very straightforward, with a calm tone, and he talked to people in a very ordinary way. How old is Instructor Fan this year? Is he younger than us? I'm 30. Wu Qingqing, really? You look 60, maybe because of your dark skin. Family glared. Can we have a good chat? How can you say that if you are twice as old as me? But these idiots will not be polite to you. Hu Ping said again. I know a sister who is super beautiful. She likes steady soldiers. Does Instructor Fan have a girlfriend? Family thought for a moment, and said coldly, No. Very good, very good. Hee, where do you live, Instructor? I mean, where do you go back to during the holidays? Instructor, have you ever encountered Zerg on the battlefield? Are they the same as in the game? Chapter 44. Hu Ping was full of nonsense, saying that his sister was all fabricated, just for family. Family was not prepared, thinking that they were just students, satisfying their curiosity. Hu Ping got almost everything out of him, including age, family background, where he graduated, how many years he had been a soldier, taste, and even the fact that he liked red underwear. It seemed that something had come in. Instructor Fan had been severely controlled by Hu Ping. His professionalism was comparable to that of the old men and women under the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village. Hu Ping, who was only short of exposing Instructor Fan's family background, finally let family go and changed his target. Kai, what do you like to eat? I treat you to your favorite food when we get back. Su Xiaocai, I love the dishes made by Chibi Maruko-chan. You can't satisfy me, so give up. I saw your family selling fruits online. What's your house like? It must be very big. You know, if you go and take a look. Sue's planet is a planet for travelers. I want to know which coach taught you to drive a mecha when you were a child. Don't mind your own business. People on the internet say that you are reincarnated or traveled through time, and the protagonists in novels are not as good as you. What do you think about this? Stop it. It's too hard to chew. So Hu Ping gave up on this bone temporarily, and turned to Feng Wansha and Li Lei Lei. After the group arrived at the base station, they were a little dazed, and they didn't understand why they were talking so much. Hu Ping was refreshed. With his mouth, he would be a big hit as a matchmaker. When they arrived at the base station, Su Shakai let Feng Wansha to sign in. The first group of soldiers said hello to family and left. Su Shakai waited for Feng Wansha at the door, and the others went to patrol around the base station to see if there was anything unusual. The base station is similar to a space station. It transmits around the mechanical planet and collects space information. If there is a large-scale cosmic disaster or an attack by the Zerg, it will quickly report to the mechanical planet. Soldiers come here to guard because they are afraid that something will be damaged and the message cannot be delivered in time. It is a double insurance. Zergs are a cunning race. They destroy very quickly. They have attacked base stations and then tried to invade mechanical planets. It is not that humans have not actively searched for traces of Zergs, but they hide in the depths of space and are distributed on the edge of the galaxy. They are like gorillas. They eat creatures and run away. It is difficult to eliminate them. After so many years, the Zerg have not launched a large-scale attack. This puzzled Su Shaokai. The patrol of the base station was boring. For the people stationed there, waiting for 5 or 6 hours was very difficult. After family taught them to patrol once, they formed teams of 2 and went out every 20 minutes or half an hour. The patrol interval and frequency were not fixed, so as not to let the enemy figure out the routine. But it was necessary to patrol at least 10 times, and each patrol must be registered, recorded, and photographed and reported. It's cumbersome, but necessary. Military training. All students in the Mecha Academy have learned simple tactics and understand the importance of patrolling. Although they understand, Hu Ping and Wu Qingqing, 2 lively guys, are bored and scratching their heads. Su Shaokai thought about it and asked them to do some training near the base station. The base station has no air and no gravity, which is very suitable for testing space close combat tactics. Space close combat and ground close combat are completely 2 different concepts. The ground has resistance and attraction, and energy is used much faster. The advantage is that you won't be thrown away all of a sudden and get lost. In space, it is difficult to accurately measure the distance. The mecha engine may give a slight push, and the person will fly hundreds of meters directly and cannot stop. It is very important to train the emergency stop reaction. Wu Qingqing was the first to agree, and Lu Sun also raised his hand to say yes, and the others had no objection. As for Li Lei Lei and Feng Wansha, they were also forced to learn. Let's not do complicated things first. The training effect will be better if it is a bit of a game. Su Shaokai asked them to play mutual pushing. 2 people stand face to face, and one of them does the pushing. He makes a move once within 10 seconds, and can push the other person in the front, back, left, and right directions. The opponent cannot move, and can only control the mecha within the circle. Do this 3 times in a row, and then go to the other side to do push hands. Practice first, and then challenge each other. The one who uses the least energy will be the winner, and the one who uses more than 20% of energy will lose. The same patrol mission will last for 10 consecutive days. Su Shaokai stipulates that the competition will be held for 2 consecutive days. The winner will get a cooking robot. Lu Sun wiped his saliva. He must win. The family conditions are not good, and the family's cooking is not delicious. He has wanted to buy a robot that can cook for a long time. They have all eaten the food made by Chibi Maruko. It is delicious beyond imagination, with tens of thousands of recipes, and the taste will be adjusted according to your evaluation of the food. With Chibi Maruko, who is like an angel, her mother is no longer afraid of him going hungry. Su Shaokai made one point in advance: this kind of robot is not suitable for back kitchen work, because it is not a chef after all and cannot innovate. More importantly, the cooking robot cannot be treated as a cow. In other words, it cannot be used in the back kitchen of a restaurant. It will soon break down after long-term high-intensity work. 5 meals a day is already the limit. I understand. Lu Sun wanted to play first, but Ji Hung pulled him away to go on patrol first. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping, who were not on patrol, stared at each other, full of fighting spirit. They were going to fight for Chibi Maruko. Feng Wansha and Li Lele were more Buddhist. Although Li Lele didn't know how the dishes made by the cooking robot would be, she really wanted to get Su Xiaocai's reward. Feng Wansha didn't need to say anything. Anyway, she could eat the dishes made by Chibi Maruko again after returning to school. Su Xiaocai, okay, let's start the game. They started playing the game as soon as they said they would start. They forgot to ask for Fan Li's consent. Coach Fan, why are you still standing by? Come and be the referee. Su Xiaocai gave him the referee position. Fan Li wanted to laugh at them. Considering Colonel Bai's intention, they were allowed to do some space adaptation training within their capacity, without affecting the patrol of the base station. Su Xiaocai's game was a good way to train them to solve the problem of turning and stopping in space. He didn't say anything and just became the referee. The four of them had already started playing. After 10 minutes, Ji Hung and Lu Sun came back. Hu Ping took Wu Qingqing to patrol. It was Ji Hung and Lu Sun's turn to compete. After that, Fan Li would go out with Feng Wansha or Li Lele to patrol. Except for Su Xiaocai, everyone else took turns playing. The essence of the game is to exercise. But after everyone treated it as a game, there was only the damn desire to win and lose, and the enthusiasm to play with 100% enthusiasm. So some middle school words often appeared in the field. TSK, damn Hu Ping, next time, you will see a brand new me. You can't do it, you slow Luwugui, look at me slapping you left and right. People were slapped everywhere. The rules of this game are simple, but the difficulty is very high. The thrust of the mecha must be controlled just right, otherwise it will fly out of the circle. Everyone was in a mess at first, but later they got used to it, and had a lot of fun. You have to calculate energy, not go out of the circle, and test your reaction speed. For a top student, the more difficult it is to control something, the more challenging it feels. Happiness is always short-lived. The happier you are, the faster time goes by. The 5-hour mission was completed just like that. Finally, the energy consumption and the number of times you were pushed out of the circle were counted to determine the winner of this practice. Although it will not be counted in the results of tomorrow's competition, they are all full of fighting spirit and want to be the winner. I only used 25% of my energy for patrolling and playing games. Lu Sun was very proud and felt that he had entered the ranks of masters. Hu Ping's nose was raised high and he said proudly, 22%, the limit is under control. Lu Sun, what a damn junior, how did he do that? Wu Qingqing, hee, I'm only 22. The same number of patrols as you. Ji Hung, 20%. Wow brother Ji, you're awesome, share your experience. Lu Sun flattered. Hu Ping, brother, you're good for keeping quiet. But the real winners were not Ji Hung, but the two mecha designers. 19%, patrolled 5 times. Feng Wansha said lightly. 17%, 5 patrols. The entire mecha department was killed. Of course, the mecha master is the one who understands the characteristics of mecha. The mecha they made is usually the first test, and they need to calculate the data changes each time, the lowest value, and the highest value. Feng Wansha was trained by Su Xiaocai, and even if she has never practiced, she knows the theoretical operation. She is smart, and has good physical reaction ability. It is not difficult for her to operate the mecha. She tried her best, but lost to an amateur. Hu Ping and others doubted their lives. With data for comparison, they. Sister Feng teach me. Shasha, you actually have a trick up your sleeve. It was the first time that Feng Wansha was so popular. She didn't enjoy it at all and wanted to escape. She understood why Su Xiaocai was always in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. These idiots are so clingy. The idiots were making a fuss. Fan Li quietly looked at the energy consumption of his mecha. He didn't participate in the game, but he went on 10 patrols and actually used up 12% of the energy. Should he learn from these kids and consciously control the use of energy? On the way back, the team members chased Feng Wansha to ask her how she did it, and Fan Li also pricked up his ears to listen to Feng Wansha's sharing. Feng Wansha's explanation was very professional. She started with the deconstruction of energy and introduced it from the deep to the shallow. Desperately saving energy has its own disadvantages. This tests the quality of the energy device. After you use this method frequently, remember to check the energy device frequently and clean the accumulated materials inside, otherwise after a long time, you will not be able to save energy again. Okay, go back and teach us how to see it. Feng Wansha, the driving method was taught to me by Kai Kai. You can ask Kai Kai for more tips. All of a sudden, everyone's attention turned to Su Xiaocai. Family had a complicated expression. He had been in the army for so long, and no one had ever taught him this little trick. This was considered an exclusive secret recipe. Even if many people found that this could save energy, they would not know the principle and subsequent problems. Even if they knew it, they would keep it to themselves. After all, everyone wanted to be better than others. Back to Su Xiaokai, Feng Wansha was quietly happy. Let the professional people teach the driving skills. Su Xiaokai didn't mind, took over Feng Wansha's topic, and pointed out that their driving problems were not compatible with the mecha itself. Wu Qingqing's mecha used a high-powered energy device. If you want to be a scout in the team, change the energy device first. Then throw away a few of your weapons. If you want to be a striker, change some weapons with longer endurance and less damage, and remember to simplify. Large power energy devices are more suitable for rapid attacks. She is covered with weapons, and those who don't know her would think she is a mobile turret. Wu Qingqing blushed. She was thinking about what to do if she didn't have enough weapons to fight against the Zerg in space, so she couldn't help but write several more items when filling out the information. The military was straightforward and equipped her mecha with all the weapons she selected without considering the balance. It was all because her cousin often hit her confidence and made her feel insecure. She would never waste her energy on things that could be blamed on others. Wu Qingqing quickly thought it over. When she was driving the mecha just now, she chattered with Feng Wansha about her thoughts. The trouble thrown out flew back in the blink of an eye. Feng Wansha, I admire people with good brains. When they play tricks, no one can match them. Su Xiaokai is the best among them. Su Xiaokai continued, Hu Ping's thinking jumps, which is very suitable for making unexpected sneak attacks. Are you interested in switching to an assassin soldier? I will teach you. After 15 days, you will be a mecha master at the level of a competition player. Hu Ping has a good foundation, can use his brain, and takes a path that others can hardly understand. As long as he is trained for half a month, Su Xiaokai is sure that he will be the most unexpected chess piece among the competition players. The person in the mecha was silent for a long time before he said, Even if you teach me, I can't go to the competition. Why? Lu Sun has been curious about this question for a long time. He heard from other seniors that Hu Ping had the opportunity to be a contestant before, but he didn't know why he was not selected, and then he gave up. Nothing, just beat up the son of the school instructor. During the recommendation period, they specially arranged for strong contestants to compete in a round-robin competition, and I took the initiative to leave. Huh? Isn't military training famous for fairness? Is a private instructor qualified to be a training officer? I sued that instructor, but he didn't do anything out of line. He just made things difficult for me. I couldn't stand it, and quit on my own initiative. I can't blame others. The principal was very good, and demoted that instructor. He is not the main instructor now. I am quite happy. Hu Ping, who always knows how to make choices, thinks that it is better to be happy and be yourself than to be a contestant under an instructor he doesn't like. Ba Hu Teheo, you like to be the dazzling one wherever you go. That instructor has no vision. In Lu Sun's mind, Hu Ping is the most conspicuous person, who likes to show off and be admired by others. Super Sunny. Hu Yuyan. What kind of grievances have you suffered in the past? Su Xiaokai smiled and said, It's okay, if you learn well, you can get back in the game. You can even fight several insects alone. Hu Pian couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Okay. The dull atmosphere became lively again. Su Xiaocai's suggestion to Ji Hung was to kill insects, or fight with more people. He was a very talented balanced mecha master. He is good at everything, and can learn very well, but he still has too little combat experience. Ji Hung, who is not socially incompetent, I can't find anyone. Go and provoke the instructors in the base. Get up 2 hours earlier every day. The instructors there are very suitable for you to practice. Don't be afraid of getting angry, and having a bad influence. Our instructor Fan is not a decoration. Su Xiaokai tagged Fanli, Instructor Fan, right? Fanli, the squad instructor who was shot in the knee, wanted to attack Su Xiaokai through the signal stream of the communicator. This bastard, she has bamboo shoots in her head. She has taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Instructor Fan did not stop Ji Hung from asking the instructors for advice, but said, They are all respectable soldiers. You are asking for advice, not provoking, be polite. Ji Hung smiled shyly, okay. Su Xiaokai, I know I was wrong, it was asking for advice. You can't use the word provoking. Shut up. Based on Su Xiaocai's selfless teaching behavior, the upright family felt that he had stolen a teacher and could not open his mouth to scold her. The mecha entered the mechanical planet orbit, docked with the orbit, passed through the cleaning pool, disinfected the mecha, and dried it with strong wind. After a series of things were done, the driver came out of the cabin. In the remaining time, others can take a break, but Ji-hung can't. He has to continue training. A group of energetic naughty kids said they can play again. No, they can practice again. Su Xiaokai saw that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She wanted to go to Jili to check in first, and then go out to the military headquarters to play, intending to see the local customs here. By the way, take a look at the Mechanical Planet Universe trade market, which is famous for its mineral resources. So they separated from them. The residential area of the Mechanical Planet is quite far from the military headquarters. If she were a student, the instructor would not allow her to apply to leave, but her current boss is Jili. Jili, who was bored to death, approved her leave without saying anything. He didn't expect Su Xiaokai to stay in a school clinic obediently. She was a special student kicked out by the school, and she could play as she pleased. The space trade market was built in the inner ring city, close to the space station, which was convenient for merchants to purchase minerals. There were also many simple factories for processing ores. Su Xiaokai went there just for the ores, and the local customs were secondary. It only took 20 minutes to take a shuttle bus from the military headquarters to the inner ring city. Such a long distance? Too fast. Is it a new type of bus? The answer was soon revealed. After waiting for 5 minutes, Su Xiaokai scanned the code and paid 10 yuan to get on the bus. Looking up to find a seat, the atmosphere in the well-lit car was gloomy, and everyone had a dark face. Su Xiaokai felt strange, so she picked the last seat. As soon as her butt touched the seat, the car started. The dark blue shuttle bus rushed forward like a rocket, and the driver stepped on the power board frantically, speeding on the bus track. Take off, take off, take off. The driver turned the bus into a shuttle ship. The bus still didn't slow down at the sharp turn. The tail of the bus swung out 120 degrees. When it arrived at a station, it braked urgently. It gave people the illusion that their internal organs were displaced. Ugh. Ugh. Several passengers ran to the trash cans to help the sanitation robot as soon as they got off the bus. It was too uncomfortable. Su Xiaokai couldn't help but retch twice. She turned her head to look at the bus that was about to start again. The bus with the name starting with YJ was very impressive. She remembered it. The Underworld bus was the first major feature she experienced after coming to the 022 Mechanical Planet. 10 yuan for a 20-minute roller coaster with an emergency brake is more worthwhile than going to an amusement park. She will write a blog post when she returns to tell netizens about the charm of cheap roller coasters. Su Xiaokai took a deep breath and walked a few steps. Another bus sped past her head. The wind blew her cheek so hard that Su Xiaokai realized that she must not take the bus back later. Chapter 45. The Universe Mineral Trade Market is just at the end of this road. Turn left, and there are mineral shops on both sides of the street. They are simply decorated and dusty, and none of them are kept bright and beautiful. However, the small piles of mineral samples in front of the store are quite nice, golden and openly hanging there, without any fear of being stolen. Su Xiaokai distinguished those mineral piles, and found that they were all ordinary gold ores. The whole pile might not be able to be refined into a few dollars. The most abundant thing in the universe is gold. It has a wide range of uses, and strong ductility, but the quantity is really large. The reason why it is called gold is that before humans started the space voyage, the use and stock of gold on the planet were suitable for being used as a metal to measure currency. Su Xiaokai dusted off the surface of the gold ore. Even if it was not refined into high-purity gold, it was still beautiful enough. Buy a few pieces and make some jewelry. It must be gorgeous. In the end, Su Xiaokai gave up buying gold ore. There are a lot of gold for sale online. A whole piece costs about 100 yuan. It is easier and less labor-intensive than refining it yourself. Continuing to stroll, Su Xiaokai was a little bored. This kind of fully mechanical planet has the same scenery. The birth rate is also approaching zero. Without the laughter of children, people's desire to play has been reduced to the minimum. After walking for a while, the door of one of the stores was crowded with people. It was very lively. From their shouting, it seemed that there was star gold coming out of the mine, and merchants wanted to squeeze in to buy it. There was no shortage of star gold Su Xiaokai for the time being. Wu Qingqing promised to find seeds and minerals for her, including 5 kilograms of star gold. Star gold is usually used as one of the coatings for space surface machinery. A very thin layer can resist the impact of low temperature on the machinery. Buying ore directly is risky, and you may buy ore with low content. Su Xiaokai doesn't like to gamble. She didn't go into the busy store. She went to the metal store that sells semi-finished products. Those ores that have been simply processed will be more expensive, but the clerk will take the initiative to tell you the approximate percentage of the mineral content, and the purity of the main mineral will be much higher. Su Xiaokai didn't expect that as soon as she entered, she would encounter the green life crystal powder, or that she had been looking for a long time. Green life crystal has ores similar to crystal forms, and also powdered ores. Many people don't know this powdered ore, and only take it as a certain metal ore. Green life crystal is also available online, but the price is inflated, and it is sold as a medium-level jewelry gem. She is a money-saving expert who can cut 1 or 2 yuan off in the seed store, so how can she be cheated? Green life crystal is the most important companion crystal for the growth of Mingguo. Only with it, Mingguo will be willing to bloom and reproduce. Whether Mingguo can be successfully planted depends on it. She plans to create a fake origin for Mingguo, so that it will think it is still growing in the original place. After Su Xiaokai bought all the minerals in the store at what she thought was a very low price, the clerk's mouth almost grinned to the back of her ears, and she saw the distinguished guest off. She didn't expect that the useless mineral with a history would be bought like this. Things are unpredictable. The boss is right, there is no shortage of discerning customers in this world, they all have a unified name, the sucker. Su Xiaokai suddenly felt a chill on her back, who was complaining about her, touching the ore in her hand. Su Xiaokai has imagined that in the future, Su's planet will also be able to plant hundreds of acres of sweet fruit, and money will flow into her pocket. Hee. Tell me, where is my son? He followed you into the mine, and hasn't come back yet. Where did you take him? In front, a tall man in black clothes roared at a young employee fiercely. He kicked the pile of broken ore and scattered it. The young employee hurriedly gathered the ore back. Brother, I don't know what you said. You said you didn't know, but you took him away. The man grabbed the young employee's collar. You won't say it, right? I beat you until you say it. He knocked the man down with a punch, and the young employee's cheek swelled up. I really don't know. We went to different places after entering the mine, and I didn't know he didn't come out. How dare you say you don't know? You introduced him to the mine. You were wrong for not bringing him out. The man beat him hard, hitting him hard, as if to vent his anger. The young employee tried to curl up and hold his head, screaming in pain. Seeing that the young employee was about to be crippled, someone shouted, "Stop beating him. You don't like your son, and always treat him as a burden. Is it worth killing someone for him?" The man was a famous gambler in the neighborhood. He shouted, "Even if he is a burden, he belongs to me. This man must have sold him. He must be sold through me. Where is the money?" In essence, men only want money. When the young employee heard that he was asked for money, he didn't even dare to cry out in pain, and let the fists fall on him. He had no money. If you are not poor, who would be willing to go into the mine? Any mine is dangerous. Especially in the mines in space. Once the space suit is damaged or the mine collapses, there is no chance of survival. Now many mines are developed by robots. But robots are not as cheap as human labor, and machines also need to rest and replenish energy. There must be someone to watch over them to ensure that these robots are taken out in time if they break down. If the employee wasn't poor, he wouldn't do this job. He was just helping a mine owner lead people into the mine. He also went in. When he came out, everyone was fine. How could he know that his son would go missing? Forget it. You might as well call the police. It's more important to find your son. When did he disappear? Could it be that he was playing around or was afraid of you and deliberately didn't go home? You're still saying good things for him. Do you know that? All the people he led into the mine are missing. All missing? How many people would that take? Everyone was half believing and half doubting. But if the young employee really kidnapped someone and caused the person to disappear, he would be guilty of a serious crime. The shop owner hid in the store and watched. He had already called the police and hoped that the new employee could hold on. The man was tired of beating with his hands, so he switched to kicking with his feet, again and again, venting his anger with a ferocious face. After kicking for an unknown number of times, a stone appeared in front of his calf. Ah! The man screamed in pain because he kicked too hard. The stone was kicked away again, and it landed on a girl. Everyone turned their eyes and saw the little girl covering her forehead, with bright red blood flowing from her fingers. The man panicked. The girl's clothes were made of expensive material, and it was obvious that she had been carefully raised. Woo. Tears welled up in her eyes, and everyone stepped back, fearing that they would be implicated. The man's angry mind cleared up. The tool for making money was gone, and now he could hit a poor little guy who no one cared about, and he could still cause trouble. Uncle, if you want to hit someone, just hit him. Why did you kick stones and hit me? The little girl said delicately, I called the police. Don't even think about running away. You have to apologize, and pay for the medical expenses. Why didn't the stone hit anyone else but you? It was you who stood there, you can't blame me. The man was playing dirty tricks, and making excuses. The little girl choked and said, I won't argue, I wait for the police to come. Damn it. When the police came, they would definitely favor the daughter of a rich family. The man looked around, and suddenly rushed into the crowd. People moved aside. The man ran out. Don't run, woo-woo, don't even think about running. The cry behind him quickened the man's pace, and he soon disappeared into an alley. If he didn't run, he would be a fool. If he killed a small employee, he would be in jail at most. If he injured the daughter of a rich family, he might suffer inhuman torture for the rest of his life. Ha ha, coward. Su Shaokai sneered, put down her hand, revealing her smooth forehead, and shook the fruit juice on her hand. TSK, what a waste. The onlookers suddenly realized that the little girl had a good trick. Sometimes pretending to be pitiful is always better than confronting head-on. The young employee looked up and saw the little girl standing there, smiling with her rosy face. He couldn't help but blush. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. The man in black didn't go far. He hid in the dark, thinking that the little girl should have money, so he followed her to see if he could do anything. Seeing that the little girl's injury was fake, he got angry again and rushed over with a roar. With everyone witnessing him, he flew away peacefully. At this time, the police also arrived and witnessed the whole process. The man in black wanted to attack the girl, but unfortunately, he met a student from the military training school and was thrown out by one hand. It was shameful to watch. Uncle Police, he wanted to hit me, I was defending myself. Su Shaokai immediately stopped, looking so innocent. Police, don't worry, we all saw it. This matter was easy to solve. Su Shaokai didn't even need to go to the police station to record it. The man had a criminal record. Just check the surveillance, and you will know what happened. But the situation on the young employee's side is more serious. Dozens of people are missing, and the mine owner is missing. The mine owner's family has called the police for a week, and the police are at a loss. Unexpectedly, there is an insider hiding here, so they naturally have to take him back for interrogation. The young employee trembled and bowed to thank him. You're welcome. Su Shaokai smiled and said, do you want to add a contact number? The dirty young employee tugged at his clothes, knowing that the other party could not be interested in him, but he still had some uncontrollable little thoughts. Why? Why? Su Shaokai leaned in and whispered, I like strange things, and I also want to know how that man's son disappeared. Will it bother you? The young employee shook his head quickly, a little melancholy, and whispered, I have to go to the police station before I can tell you. No hurry. The young employee got into the car with the police, and the man in black was handcuffed and taken away. Su Shaokai, who originally planned to take a taxi, thought about it, and decided to take the bus to avoid unnecessary trouble. A planet full of soldiers still has a few street rats. Taxes are risky, and there may be a few insect people hiding there, and her vacation will be ruined. The bus with the YJ license plate ran wildly, and arrived at the military headquarters smoothly. Su Shaokai felt like she had hydrogen balloons tied to her feet, floating lightly, and floated to Geely to get a motion sickness pill. The mecha driving did not defeat her, and the space rotation training did not stump her. The bus driver, a magical existence. She ran to Geely to take 2 motion sickness pills to stop the swaying feeling. Geely had 2 exhausted students here, who were receiving warming treatment. Their boring appearance made Su Shaokai laugh. What's wrong with him? The troublemaker left the team during the mission, and was beaten up by the instructor. Dr. G, where is your professional ethics? Wow, we are miserable enough. How can you ruin my reputation in front of Master Su? Geely put his hands in his pockets. Don't struggle with the things that have been spread all over the school forum. Su Shaokai, why did you leave the team? Can't you just do the mission well? It's too boring. And we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't sleep well last night, so we fell asleep. Her brain crashed after hearing their explanation. They could even fall asleep during a space mission. What kind of a Wulong and Fengchu is this? Su Shaokai gloated. No wonder the instructor wants to teach you a lesson. You really deserve a beating. Wulong, sob. Fengchu, if you can't sob, then don't sob. It's like you can't poop. After the 2 students were treated, they asked to take a photo with Su Shaokai and left happily. For the first time in my life, I was so lucky to take a photo with my idol. Su Shaokai is really nice. It would be better if she didn't say such mean things. As soon as they left, Ji-hung came. He had just finished a training match, and would go back to continue the training for the big group. Seeing Su Shaokai here, he was stunned, Hello, classmate Su. You don't have to call me classmate Su, just call me Xiaokai. You are Ji Li's younger brother, so I will call you Ji Air. Be more friendly. Be more friendly, it sounds like calling him an idiot. Ji Li. This name is pleasant to the ear and suits him very well. Brother. Under Ji Heng's cold skin, there was a sense of resentment. I have something to tell you. Ji Li nodded, go ahead. Ji Heng looked at Su Xiaokai in silence. Okay, give you two brothers some private space. I'm a good friend of the universe, and I have first-class understanding ability. Su Xiaokai stretched lazily, wondering if the insect man had been dissected, and whether Wisdom 03 could get some information. Su Xiaokai left the school clinic, and Ji Heng couldn't hold back, and told Ji Li about his decision today. After going out on a mission, his thoughts changed so much, but it's only a matter of time before the marriage is broken off. Ji Li doesn't want Ji Heng to marry a wife with a strong possessive and controlling desire. Have you thought it through? I'm not afraid of my mother being sad. Everyone will be sad sometimes. It's better to have a short pain than a long one. I don't want to talk about it after I've taken the last step with Xue Hui. It's not good for her reputation. But I don't know how to start. Can you teach me, brother? In Ji Heng's mind, Ji Li's ability to hurt people with his words has reached the point of bringing the dead back to life. He can poison the dead to death again. I won't help you. Think about it yourself. It's not me who broke off the engagement. Ji Li disliked his younger brother for asking him for advice when they broke up. Brother, did you think we couldn't go far from the beginning? Ji Heng could see that Ji Li didn't like Xue Hui very much, but Ji Li never said bad things about Xue Hui in front of him. At most, he would ask him to control Xue Hui, and not let her dance with him again, just like last time. Not from the beginning. Before Xue Hui became Ji Heng's fiancée, Ji Li didn't even know her. About 3 years ago, when you just entered the military training, I saw with my own eyes that she persuaded a suitor around her with a few words and used violence against another suitor outside the school, and I knew what kind of person she was. I didn't record it. I can't say anything without evidence. Later, I did some research on who the bullied suitor was. An orphan. The reason why Xue Hui wanted to deal with that man was because he was an orphan, and he was not worthy of pursuing her. Ji Heng bent his back. Am I like a scumbag who doesn't understand his fiancée at all? He should understand and restrain her. He was her fiancé, but he didn't make any efforts, was indifferent, and didn't pay anything. If he wasn't a scumbag, what was he? Ji Li reminded. Xue Hui is hopeless. She is already an adult. It is difficult to change her values. Don't think you can save her. If you want to say it earlier. Lest his brother, who is indecisive in terms of feelings, fall into it again. Brother, you must have no confidence in me to think that I will change my decision. Ji Li let Ji Heng complain. His brother is always his brother. Even so, he still needs to discuss this with him. After being out for a few hours, it was a little late. Su Xiaokai put the little balls out to cook. Smelling the rich aroma of food, her appetite increased greatly. Sister Liang didn't come back, so Su Xiaokai left a portion for her. After eating, it was still early, so Su Xiaokai remembered that he had to take on the responsibility of a master and go to watch Wu Qingqing's training. They were now wearing new equipment that only formal mecha masters had, and were practicing sliding against the wall. The daytime mission was space training, and from afternoon to 8 o'clock in the evening, it was all kinds of physical training and new equipment adaptation training. It was much more intense than school. At this time, the training ground had countless uneven walls, and countless students were shoveling through them. Since the equipment has certain operability, it requires proficiency. The rookies kept falling, each in a different posture, and with different screams. Ah! Go to the nest. Ah, I'm flying. Instructor, help me. The instructors were at the edge of the training ground, watching them fall and getting dizzy. Not only did they not sympathize, they also gloated over their misfortune. You fly beautifully. Not bad, you have the style of us back then. Ha! Looking at them, I think I felt better than them back then. Aren't they all falling? Su Xiaokai shook her head. They were all rookies. When they fell, no one looked good. Fan Li saw Su Xiaokai coming and said cautiously, Are you here to practice with the new equipment? Do I need to practice? Su Xiaokai raised her head proudly. Believe it or not, as long as I have the equipment, I will know how to use it, and then I can do it better than you all. I believe it. I don't believe it. An instructor put his arm around Fan Li's shoulder and smiled roguely. You little one is so confident. Why don't you put on the equipment and show us how well you can do it? I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Monkey shows also require money. The instructor laughed. Okay, if you win, I give you a midnight snack, and you can have a meal in the cafeteria. If you lose, treat me and instructor Fan to a meal. Su Shakai smiled brightly. I can't eat much by myself. If I can treat my teammates together, I can show you what teaching demonstration is. The strange instructor raised his eyebrows and turned to tease Fanli. Do you feel a headache? You have two extreme personalities. You need to get used to each other. In the imagination, Fanli is hardworking and diligent, and prefers students of the same type in his heart. Su Shaokai is obviously arrogant, and belongs to the most difficult type to teach. Fanli remained silent. What's the point of getting used to each other? Su Shaokai has already replaced my position. I am just a coach now, and I don't even have the opportunity to intervene. Chapter 46. The key is that he also feels that it is reasonable. He can only be convinced by seeing the lieutenant generals and the generals. Su Shaokai has definitely opened up some mysterious realm, like a flood and a beast, which makes people unable to resist. You can compete if you want, but Captain Tai, it is not in accordance with the rules to let students gamble. If she loses, I will treat you. Fanli abides by the rules, and does not encourage students to gamble. I'm waiting for you to say this. It's a rare opportunity to trick Fanli. Captain Tai smiled and agreed to the bet, and said to Su Shaokai, is this your first time, or do you have experience before? If you have played before, the standards for the bets are different. I haven't played before. Su Xiaocai's eyes fell on a row of equipment on the edge. I need to see its design and operating system. Captain Tai saw this, and was about to change his words, and say that as long as she could stay on the wall, she would win. Su Shaokai blocked his mouth in advance. I will make you lose convincingly, so there is no need to measure by any standards. Before yesterday, the instructors didn't know who Su Shaokai was. After word of mouth from the instructors, and browsing the internet, they knew that this little girl had some skills. They secretly speculated whether Su Shaokai, who was in the limelight, was better, or Xue Hui, who had been famous for a long time, was better. Coincidentally, Xue Hui was also there, and her performance was good and remarkable. Of course, these were all private conversations, and they could not discuss the two girls openly. Captain Tai smiled, and his dark face made his teeth look particularly white. Then I'm welcome, and I've got supper tonight. Yeah, it's Instructor Fanli who invited me anyway, so what am I afraid of? Su Shaokai shook her head, and went to look at the equipment calmly. Shoo. There was a booing from behind, and the other instructors laughed at Captain Tai's thick skin. You must have deliberately tricked Warrant Officer Fan. I got Fanli's consent, you can't frame me. The military ruffians didn't care about Captain Tai's excuses. They were sure that he was shameless. Su Shaokai automatically blocked the laughter and scolding of the military ruffians behind him, and carefully checked the equipment. He thought this equipment was quite interesting. It was very similar to a mecha exoskeleton, providing a layer of protective shell for the mecha master. Although the protection ability was limited, it was not as bulky as the exoskeleton. It can be said to be a new type of combat uniform. It has more functions than the previous combat uniforms. For example, the devices under the feet and palms can provide a certain absorption ability. No matter what type of wall it is, it can slide on it for a distance. In the case of weak gravity, it can even slide upside down, but it is difficult to operate. It is a good solution to the problem of moving in complex terrain. The person who designed this suit has a lot of ideas. Su Shaokai understood almost everything. She started to put on the clothes and check whether each component could be used normally. Each time the absorption ability is used, there is a time limit for use, probably to avoid overheating of the device. If the absorption device can be installed at the arm position, it is estimated that the smoothness can be increased. But in this way, there will be fewer weapons to install. The back is slightly stiff, which affects flexibility. Su Shaokai keeps adjusting her state, and her unfamiliar movements are like a baby who has just learned to crawl. Fanli twitched his mouth, and saw no hope of victory. She is really a novice. How can she be so confident and arrogant? Captain Tai comforted her. Don't worry, you can't get away with this midnight snack. Okay. Su Shaokai understood the characteristics of the equipment. Instructor, watch my performance and remember your midnight snack. Captain Tai, go ahead, I'm watching. No matter whether the little girl did what she said, at least she had a sharp spirit, which is an indispensable thing for soldiers. Woohoo, take off. Su Shaokai slid out and rushed to the entrance. Several students at the entrance were startled by the person rushing over, and the figure passed by them. Rush so fast, are you in a hurry to embarrass yourself? A student cursed. This equipment is more difficult to use than the exoskeleton machine. It is very important to control the timing of the suction function, and you also need to be familiar with the terrain. On average, each student has to fall 10 times before they can barely use it. The person who just slid over, don't you know that the faster you slide, the faster you have to react, not to mention that there are so many people in the venue. If you accidentally bump into them, you can be knocked 10 meters away. There is a calculator on the equipment, with a total of 100 points. If you fall down, you will lose 1 point, and if you bump into someone, you will lose 10 points. Once the 100 points are used up, you have to roll out of the venue, accept the instructor's severe criticism and special training again. Su Shakai plays for excitement and heartbeats. The wall is composed of simulated rocks and tree stumps, and there are many obstacles. Su Shakai was a little awkward at first, but after passing 2 walls, she really flew. Wow! She attached herself to a tall tree stump, jumped to the cliff on the other side, and slid along the wall. Her sliding movement was not stagnant at all, as if she was walking on flat ground. The wall seemed to be conquered by her, and became a toy in her hand. She had lost her unfamiliarity, and used the equipment in many ways, doing Thomas spins against the wall, turning in the air, and somersaults with one hand. She even glided close to the ground, within a centimeter of the ground, but she didn't touch the ground. Haha, it's fun. She ran all over the field, and the instructors outside the field could recognize her because she was the most sexy, flying all over the field and quickly flashing in the corner of the field. She was able to handle the complicated aerial chase in the capital square like a fish in water. So how could she lose in a training field where she could determine the landing point at a glance? The little one was really serious. He was demonstrating in a teaching style. He played better than the instructors for the first time. Captain Tai said, "Let's increase the difficulty. Let's see how long our little friends can last." The instructor smiled sinisterly. The whole venue was a real-life simulation training ground. If the wall could be simulated, so could the insect man. The broadcast sounded, "Attention, students, we are going to do something exciting now. Your score will be refreshed to full. Every half a minute, a virtual insect man will be dropped. Everyone can only escape and cannot fight back. If the bug man catches up with you, and you are attacked by it once, 50 points will be deducted. In other words, if you are attacked twice, you lose. After the end of the training, you will have to train for another hour." The students were terrified. They were not proficient yet. The instructor was not a good person. It was so late, and they still had to train. As soon as the voice fell, a bug man was thrown randomly. The students ran out desperately. Some students stepped on the ground in panic, and kept reminding them to deduct points. "Oh my god, you will lose points if you land. Don't chase me. Ah, I'm going to die again." Exciting, very exciting. While running and jumping on the complex terrain, you have to avoid the insect man. The venue is in chaos. The screams come one after another, like a chaotic chorus. In 3 minutes, hundreds of people are eliminated. The ways of death are all kinds of strange. Lu Sun was having a good time, but when the insect man came out, he was anxious and came into close contact with the wall. He lay on the wall, and then slowly slid down. It was impossible to get up again. A big foot stepped on his raised hand from behind, and used it as a stepping stone. Ouch. Oh, I need to get out. The heavy pressure on my back was doubled. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xuan, you won't blame me, will you?" Hu Ping recognized Lu Sun's voice. "Since you've already lost, borrow it for a while." Feng Wansha jumped up immediately. Sorry, it's too chaotic. Get up and get out." Hu Ping pushed Feng Wansha in fear, and the virtual insect man refreshed nearby and saw them. The two had no choice but to turn around and use Lu Sun as a bridge again. Lu Sun, who was bearing a heavy burden that he shouldn't have to bear, yelled, "You bad friends, I will remember you." Feng Wansha ran and looked back. "Sorry, I leave first." On the other side, Wu Qingqing also followed Lu Sun's footsteps, but her death was more strange. She slid on the edge of the training ground, and the insect man happened to spawn not far away. The wind was strong and he ran away. A daredevil appeared in front of him. With a huge momentum, he flew backwards and passed through the body projected by the insect man, looking at the insect man affectionately. Wu Qingqing died. The eliminated players watched their teammates being eliminated one by one, which was funny and frustrating. There were less than 500 people on the field, and the broadcast on the top sounded again. The final winning team will get 10 evaluation points. Do you want to win, help each other, or rely on yourself, and try to survive? 10 evaluation points. Each person, that is, a team of 5 can get 50 points, and a team of 7 can get 70 points. It can greatly increase the distance. The evaluation points are linked to rewards and school points. Now the points of all student teams are very close. The first place has 100 points, but there are 100 teams in the first place, and there are nearly 300 teams with a score of 95. Except for the two teams of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, which ranked at the bottom with only 50 points, the scores of other teams were very close. With the bait hanging in front, the student's idea of simply running away changed. Isn't the final victory the last person alive? As long as others are eliminated first, they can survive to the end. There were more than one person who had this idea, so some people started to play dirty. Feng Wansha was the first to suffer. When she crossed a wooden stake, the evil hand of the blind spot stretched out and grabbed her. It was too sudden. Feng Wan was stunned to see that her hands could not stick to the wall. She had already used her fastest reaction to increase the sticking energy, but she still fell backwards. She fell heavily to the ground. The score reminder kept reminding her to deduct 10 points and stand up within 3 seconds. But she couldn't stand up. Someone stepped on her. Feng Wansha, who was not strong enough, died in frustration. She lay down, and her eyes caught the person who was grinning above her. It was a boy in Xue Hui's team. Feng Wansha recognized him. Despicable and shameless. As long as I win, what's wrong with being despicable? Then you'd better be able to win all the time with this method. Feng Wansha didn't forget what the radio said about living by one's own efforts. The other party was obviously not a fool, and could hear the meaning of the radio. It doesn't matter, I cannot win, but I can let my teammates win. He will be the bad guy, and his teammates will be the good guys. He has played many times in circumventing the rules. Feng Wansha died unjustly. She walked out of the training ground slowly. Wu Qingqing hugged her. That person is so hateful, he actually used tricks. It doesn't matter, Kai will help me get revenge. Feng Wansha didn't think Su Shaokai would be eliminated by such means. Wait and see, I will pull her down from the altar. In the venue, the students no longer cared about the insect man. The dirty tricks from their own kind were hard to guard against. I don't know how many of Xue Hui's teammates were pulled down. The curses continued, but the boys who made the dirty tricks enjoyed it. Just like when they bullied others, they felt a sense of superiority over others. He didn't care about which student, he would pull people down when he had the chance. As more and more people were eliminated, more and more bugs appeared in the venue. Su Shaokai stood at the highest point of the training venue, looking around, and met Xue Hui's teammates with several bugs. Xue Hui's teammates asked Su Shaokai for help. Classmate, can you lend a hand? Su Shaokai shrugged, jumped back, and disappeared from the sight of Xue Hui's teammates. What the hell, they are not teammates. Why should they lend a hand? She is not conscious. Does she think that she, Su Shaokai, will be a pseudo-saint like Xue Hui? Damn it. I didn't fall for it. Xue Hui was at one end of the field, and her teammates around her helped her build a shameless defensive wall. Ji Heng and Hu Ping were at the other end, and the people there were struggling to survive alone, and they were getting along relatively harmoniously. A sharp contrast, a villain and a gentleman. Su Shaokai smiled. No need to think, put some pressure on Xue Hui first. Su Shaokai slid to Xue Hui's side, ran on a high place, and let a bug man chase her, pretending to be panicked. The boys in Xue Hui's team hid in the dark, staring at her, and secretly waited on a road where Su Shaokai was likely to pass by. God will not disappoint those who work hard. He squatted down to Su Shaokai. When she slid over the wall, he pounced. Su Shaokai smiled at him, and her smile made people feel cold. The boy knew that he might have fallen into a trap. Sure enough, Su Shaokai suddenly lowered her sliding height, exerted force on her waist, pressed down, and almost balanced with the ground, passing him by. The boy missed, and quickly adjusted his posture. He used all his strength to turn around, but unexpectedly, a black shadow passed by. The virtual insect man followed Su Shaokai and chased to the vicinity. The crawling insect man saw the new prey and slapped him. After hitting him with a claw, he deducted 50 points from him, and the virtual insect man retreated. The boy turned back angrily. He must take revenge, and step on Su Shaokai to avenge his previous shame. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaocai's big face came over and scared him. Su Shaokai pinched his throat and said, "Ah, there are so many insect men." Several insect men nearby heard the shouting and chased over. Then, the boy was slapped by several insect men and his score was reset to 0. The boy was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Despicable. If you can say this, I take it as a compliment. Su Shaokai smiled and said, "Playing tricks, talking about shamelessness, I am your ancestor. Next time you pull my teammates, I will step on you again." Su Xiaokai had just finished teaching the boy a lesson when Xue Hui arrived nearby. After witnessing Su Xiaocai's behavior, she repeated the boy's words, despicable. Su Xiaocai blinked. Have you heard of a saying? Birds of a feather flock together. Your teammates are all rats crossing the street, and you are the rat king behind them. A unique game of chasing and escaping is enough for others to see the true nature of a person. Like many stars, they have bad tempers and bad personalities in private, and their words and deeds are not pleasing to others, so they never participate in variety shows. The game of human nature can easily expose their shortcomings to the public. Xue Hui also understands this truth, so she endures constantly, and keeps a clear mind. There is no need to argue. As long as she does not take action against others, her reputation will not be damaged. At most, after 20 days, the friends around her will change. Su Xiaokai dodged again and left. Xue Hui now has too many fans and followers. If she confronts her head-on, the account of invincible love plant vegetables may be destroyed tomorrow. Su Xiaokai is very open-minded. She tries not to tear Xue Hui apart in public, so as to avoid Xue Hui's crazy fans taking their anger out on Su Laodai. Her teammates are in trouble now, so she rushes over to support them. Her results are not included in the score. The person who wins in the end can only be her teammates. 3 minutes later, Su Xiaokai ran from this end to Hu Ping and Ji Hung. The broadcast sounded again, and in order to speed up the outcome, 10 virtual insects were added every 5 seconds. Hu Ping and Ji Hung gradually felt exhausted, and the virtual insects kept increasing, and the students forgot about the internal fighting. There were less than 10 people left, and each of them was chased by dozens of insects. The people outside the field were very excited, and they just thought that it was not bad for the instructor to be a fool occasionally, and it was quite fun to see others in a mess. After a long period of training and chasing, Xue Hui was almost out of strength. She was panting, her eyes were blurred, and she avoided the insects that were refreshed in front of her. Her body shook, but fortunately her teammates stabilized her. Hui, hurry up. You have already joined the school team. You can't fall down now, at least hold on to the top 5. Xue Hui nodded, and the last teammate pushed her. She moved forward, and her teammates deliberately fell to the students on the other side. Pulling people into the water, they were eventually drowned by the virtual insect man. There are 7 people left in the field, 6 people. Without teammates, Xue Hui could no longer maintain her composure, and her posture staggered. She didn't want to lose badly. There were so many eyes around, and some people were holding communicators to take videos. Seeing Ji Hung not far away, Xue Hui ignited hope. It's okay, she still has a protector. Waves of virtual insects came one after another. Ji Hung, save me. Ji Hung turned his head, and saw Xue Hui running towards him. He paused. Just as he paused, he was scratched by the claws of the insects behind him, and his points were reduced by 50. Hu Ping roared, Ji-er, if you lose because of this dead woman, I will break up with you. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Thinking that he can't save himself now, he is still alive because of Su Xiaokai and Hu Ping. Ji Hung firmly grasped the hand that Su Xiaokai handed over, but she threw it away with a force. And Xue Hui's eyes were full of the scene of Ji Hung handing his hand to Su Xiaokai. It deeply stimulated the fragile nerve deep in her heart. Ji Hung, if you dare to leave like this, our engagement is over. I will tell my aunt that you left me behind. The cruel man did not even look back, and his feet were full of wind. Dead scumbag, I will take you with me even if I die. Hu Ping, who was right in front of her, became the object of Xue Hui's venting. A pampered girl, she exploded at an unprecedented speed. She turned the power of the equipment to the maximum, kicked her foot, and flashed in front of Hu Ping, staring at him sinisterly. Hu Ping was shocked. What kind of eyes were those? The whites of her eyes were bloodshot and red, and there was a fierce fire burning in her eyes. This was not the look a rich lady should have. Hu Ping was terrified, and the video of the escaped pirates in the news flashed through his mind. In that video, the vicious criminals were forced into a dead end by the military and police, and when they made a last-ditch effort, it was like this. Chapter 47. While he was stunned, he was thrown to the ground and kicked in the chest. The protective shell was dented, and one could imagine how much strength the other party had used. Xue Hui was still not satisfied. In her madness, she thought that the people in front of her would be better off dead, and no one would live. The things she had worked so hard to get were taken away by someone, and it was taken away by the person she hated the most. She couldn't let it go. She stepped on Hu Ping's head without mercy. Do you want to show your brutality in front of everyone? Su Xiaocai's voice floated into Xue Hui's ears like a faint smoke. Xue Hui suddenly woke up and looked at the person on the ground blankly. Hu Ping, who was hit hard, covered his chest and enjoyed the treatment of a cannon fodder character in a novel. With his top-notch appearance, it was funny enough to be reduced to a foil. This woman actually wanted to cripple him. If Su Shaokai hadn't said anything, his head would have exploded. Hu Ping said angrily, "Xue Hui, I have a grudge against you. The Xue family is rich, and my family is not short of money either. If you hurt someone for no reason, I will sue you to death. If Ji Hung wants to be with this woman, he swears to cut off all ties with her for a week. Is Xue Hui sick? Is she mentally ill? This is just a game. It is natural for Ji Hung to win. Why does she think that everyone should accommodate her? You think you are still a princess in the old world. Princesses are much better educated than you. Sometimes, I really doubt whether you are from the Xue family. People in the Xue family, even Xue Zi, are much more educated than you." Xue Hui stared at Hu Ping sharply. "Do you dare to say it once in front of my family?" Hu Ping really didn't dare. Xue Fighting, the current head of the Xue family, had a strong aura and few people dared to talk to him. I heard that he loved his daughter very much, so at every banquet, whenever Xue Hui appeared, everyone would flatter her. You were the first to do the wrong thing, hurting people for no reason, and you can't even apologize? Xue Hui didn't take Hu Ping's threat to heart. The Xue family not only had money, but also power. They were not afraid of lawsuits. Even if she killed someone and was sentenced to death, the Xue family must have a way to change the death penalty to a suspended death sentence. After fading from the public eye, she could change her appearance and live with another identity. Xue Hui knew this very well. She had seen many similar examples in her last life. Those spoiled dandies never lacked a second life. However, she had worked hard to gain her current reputation, so she must not lose the big picture for the small. She retracted her foot and said sarcastically, "The Hu family is just a worm with a shell to the Xue family. It is easy for the Xue family to step on it." Hu Ping also sneered, "You can talk about it after you inherit the Xue family. Xue Fighting still has at least a few decades to live." The virtual insects cleared the scores of the two people one after another. The two had no choice but to leave the training ground. The training ground was filled with virtual insects, and there was no way to escape. The remaining students left with regret. Ji Hung was forced to the center of the field. Only he and Su Shaokai were left in the field, and the insects on all sides completely surrounded him. Seeing the claws falling, he was powerless and accepted his fate. Anyway, the winners were all on the same team. But Su Shaokai couldn't let him lose. Passing through the highest wall, jumping down, falling from the sky, grabbing him, "Follow me closely. We can lose, but we must choose to lose. Humans, never bow to the insect man, never become food." Su Shaokai did not forget to say something in a second-year high school speech. She pulled Ji Hung and found a new way to pass over the virtual insect man's head. Her equipment was not equipped with weapons, but with a portable grappling hook that could adapt to more terrains. The grappling hook on the equipment popped out, hooked a horizontal branch in the distance, quickly reeled in the line, and slid quickly. It looked like she was really using the virtual insect man's head as a pedal. The students were dumbfounded, and the instructors didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The designer of the virtual insect man, "I never thought that the students' brains were so crazy. The virtual insect man, where is the target? Why is it so cold on my head?" Ji Hung was forced to fly. The strong never complain about the environment. The master is invincible. Wu Qingqing was the first to clap. Feng Wansha also clapped. Then everyone clapped together, and the whole venue was full of applause. It was great. The coquettish positioning made the winner numb. Su Shaokai, who took the initiative to leave the venue, raised her hands and waved, "Dangerous moves. Don't imitate. These virtual insect men are stereotyped. No, 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 you are showing off too much." Su Shaokai became famous again, especially after she won with absolute strength. Many people abandoned their reserve and came to ask her for a contact number. Su Shaokai accepted everyone and added her contact number. Maybe these people will shine in various fields in the future. If there is an accident or problem in the future, shouting in the circle of friends may solve it. After the excitement, it was natural to end the show. Su Shaokai quickly told her teammates that her instructor won the bet with Captain Tai, and let's go for supper. Fanli sincerely praised, "Very exciting." If it were him, he couldn't do better than her. Captain Tai also nodded, "Not bad. Why did you quit first? Otherwise, you would be the winner. I'm not a formal team member. If I win, I won't get any reward. It's better for my teammates to win." That's true. The winner couldn't feel the joy of winning. Ji Hung was numb and autistic. Su Shakai took him to do something on the insect man's head. He could never think of such a coquettish way to pretend in his life. In front of everyone, the Chinibu speech was so embarrassing that he wanted to dig his toes through the soles of his shoes. His shamelessness was being refreshed, and he needed to be quiet. Instructor Tai, let's not talk about anything else. I'm so hungry, I want a midnight snack. Wu Qingqing thought, if you dare to bet with my master, I will eat you out of money. Wait a minute. Instructor Tai gave a few words to the team he led, and then took them to the officer's canteen. The 7 people were very curious about what the soldiers' midnight snacks were like. The canteen that students usually go to is the canteen that ordinary soldiers go to. The officer's canteen obviously has much better food than the ordinary soldier's canteen. The students envy the full table of self-selected dishes. Rather than a midnight snack, it is more like a normal meal. It is a buffet style, with everything you need. Captain Tai handed in 7 meals, take whatever you want. Tisk, it's a buffet style, definitely take whatever you want. Hu Ping was not polite, he wanted to soothe his soul with food. When Xue Hui stepped on him, he wanted to fight back and punch him back. But doing so would be considered a fight, which would not be worth the loss. Now the team has the highest score. If there is a fight, the team will definitely lose points. 7 people swarmed with plates to get food, like locusts sweeping through the air, emptying the food wherever they passed. Family had a headache. Can you finish it? If you can't finish it, you have to pay. Hu Ping said with 3 parts of evil charm, 3 parts of laziness, and 4 parts of disdain. This is just the beginning. If you can't finish it, we have the winner to help you solve it. He consumes a lot of energy. The resentment overflowed. It was about to become real. Hu Ping really hated Xue Hui, and he decided to vent his anger on his friend once. Ji Hung smiled bitterly, and silently reduced the amount of food on the plate. Su Shakai picked a little of each to try. After picking, they sat at the table closest to the food and commented on the food while eating. Then let's talk about the game. Today's simulation venue is actually somewhat similar to a scene in the game, and it is also besieged by insect people. It's just that they haven't passed the game yet, and they don't know how many times they have died. Kai, if it were you, how would you pass it? Su Shakai stuffed her mouth with food, chewed and swallowed slowly, and then said, in reality, in the early stage, you just reported directly to the higher-ups and asked them to send troops. In the game, you can sacrifice your teammates and get out of the siege directly. However, you can also report it in the game, and the system will give you reinforcements as appropriate. Have you ever tried it? Can it be done this way? Yes, there is always more than one way to play the game. Especially in the difficult mode you are playing now, you can mobilize troops at any time, but 100,000 people is the limit. If there are more, the system cannot handle it. The kind of cosmic war involving millions, or tens of millions of people, will only occur when facing the crisis of genocide. It is unnecessary. Oh, how could I have thought of that? Lu Xun touched his forehead, and continued to play. Extraordinary Island, he would be bald sooner or later. There are too many ways to play, and every time you want to win, you have to rack your brains. What game are you talking about? It sounds like a war game. More than a war game. They wanted to recommend Su Xiaocai's game to others. Su Xiaocai said that as long as they continued to be testers, the game company could take out 0.5% of the profit from her shares after it made a profit. As a shareholder, the more the company earns, the more they get. Of course, they will spare no effort to sell the game. Captain Tai became more and more interested as he listened. Can a war involving 100,000 people be realized at the same time? You know, in the game, it is easy to gather 100,000 people, but it is different when each copy has 100,000 game characters working together. The army has always wanted to find this type of game, but even the most advanced artificial intelligence technology cannot achieve such a large amount of computing. The server will explode. When will this game be released? Captain Tai has a sharp eye. If a group of students who have read Qianfan game like it so much, it must have its merits. He doesn't mind buying it to try it out. Military life is boring. If the game is really as good as they say, promoting this kind of game will surely reduce the number of troublemakers among many recruits. This depends on the boss of the company. Others stared at Su Shaocai. Su Shaocai had to swallow the food in her mouth again and said, maybe next month. Looking at the progress, you also know that it will take at least 20 days for me to return to the capital to handle affairs. Is the game yours? Which company is yours? It's a new company. I tell you when it goes public. Su Shaocai said vaguely that the military's initiative to deal with her is different from her initiative to establish a relationship. If she takes the initiative, the military will ask for various certificates. If the military takes the initiative, she almost doesn't have to do anything, just negotiate the price. If the game is not on the market, there is no need to contact the military too early. If Captain Tai took the initiative to report it, that would be another matter, saving her a lot of steps. After eating for nearly 40 minutes, Wu Qingqing was too tired to eat. She leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and there was still a light chewing sound next to her. The table of Su Shaokai was piled with bones, and there was a large plate of fried rice on her plate. "Master, are you hungry?" "Huh?" Su Shaokai glanced at the plate of bones at hand, and it seemed that she had eaten a little too much. She continued to shove fried rice into her mouth, and looked down at her stomach, which was not bulging. "If you don't feel full, you can continue to eat. The buffet will definitely not be a loss. Family looks rough, but he is very careful," he pointed out. "Is there something wrong with your body?" In the game just now, the one who exercised the most was Su Shaokai. In the 8-hour space mission, he went out for a walk, came back to challenge difficult moves, walked around the field, and led his teammates to break through the siege. Even if it was a robot, the fuel would have been exhausted, not to mention Su Shaokai is a human. Su Shaokai shook her head. "I have always had better physical strength. And I just had a physical examination yesterday, and I'm healthy, no problems were found." Captain Tai and family looked at each other, and there seemed to be a subtle deep meaning in their eyes. "What level is your chi sense?" "Level 4. I'm only 16, how many levels can I have?" "Level 4, the progress is very fast. But it won't cause any abnormalities, right?" Captain Tai and family put a question mark here. In the early stage of chi sense exercise, it was not actually called chi sense exercise, but strong physical exercise. Scientists who developed human functions cooperated with martial artists and tried countless times before they came up with a set of movements. Because it was proven that it could gradually improve the human body, the superiors promoted it to the military. Later, after some people practiced it, the magic gradually became apparent, so it was promoted to the general public. Chi sensation is something that can make people addicted. It can make people stronger by practicing it, so young people are even more eager to do it. But the problem arises. Young and old people seem unable to withstand this change. Some of them have collapsed gene chains, and some of them have inexplicably weakened bodies. The government had to add a decree to prevent the spread of adverse effects. People under the age of 15 cannot practice, and those who are too old cannot practice. If they practice secretly, all the medical insurance they bought will not be effective, and the government will not compensate them for any losses. This barely stopped the craze of practicing Qigong Gong. When everyone thought that Qigong Gong was the focus of Qigong Gong. When someone with a mutant physique appeared in the army, this set of movements was confirmed, and there were follow-ups. Some things need to reach a certain level before they can be told. After you reach the 6th level of Qigong, remember to take the certificate. Captain Tai reminded, just like a health certificate, it's always good to have a certificate. Su Shaokai thought for a moment. "Yeah, I see." She continued to eat, and eat, until she finished a bucket of fried rice. She had a big appetite, and she could take in anything. Su Shaokai didn't have such an exaggerated appetite before. "After I go back, I'm going to treat Kai Kai to a delicious meal," Hu Ping said to Wu Qingqing. Su Shaokai was suspicious. What bad idea was she secretly planning? "No problem, I was thinking about treating the master to a meal someday." Wu Qingqing took out a ruler from somewhere. "The task is for you, Sha, you are good at math. By the way, measure the volume of the food container, so that we can know whether she has superpowers." "Dimensional stomach, Su Shaokai, You can control the sound of your chattering, I heard it. A bunch of little ghosts, who are afraid of chaos in the world, and they have to calculate other people's food intake. Boring. A lot of things happened this day, but it felt like nothing happened, and it passed easily. There was no sign of fatigue, but Su Shaokai fell asleep as soon as the back of her head touched the pillow. The quality of her sleep was excellent. She had a full supper here, and the students who deliberately played tricks on the training ground were scolded by the instructors for half an hour. Then they were punished to run laps. While running laps, the instructor scolded them until they cried out in pain and admitted their mistakes, vowing that they would never raise the knife against their classmates again. The instructors let them go. Su Shaokai slept very soundly. The next day, Wisdom 03 flashed blue light and called for emergency. "Senior Maruko, please wake up the master. I have something urgent to tell her." The main body of Wisdom 03 is on the Su planet. It is as large as a normal artificial intelligence. Su Xiaocai's computer is its carrier, and is used to communicate with the master. The next thing needs to be kept confidential, and it cannot provide a wake-up service by emitting high decibels. Maruko exits the semi-dormant state. Kai, wake up, 03 is looking for you. After being touched, Su Xiaokai opened her eyes, and saw the surrounding environment clearly, and immediately began to feel sleepy again. Her mind was not very clear. Wisdom 03 told her, Master, the forensic report of the Insect Man incident has come out, and the investigation data will be handed over to the military for processing. The capital planet is transmitting the data to various mechanical planets. Do you want to intercept it? So sudden? Su Xiaokai turned over and got dressed. Intercept. Try to get the anatomical data of the Insect Man back. At the same time, all the network personnel in the entire military department were mobilized. The Capital Insect Man incident itself was very popular, and it could not be detected by physical examination. In order to find out the way the Insect Man came in as soon as possible, and check if there were any hidden spies inside, they organized this action. Wisdom 03 sat down with Su Xiaokai, and as soon as they entered the network backend, they immediately felt that something was wrong with the backend. The data was changing dramatically. Someone broke in like her, madly attacking the military system to get the files. Too rampant. The military network was strong, and had not been attacked for the time being, but it looked a little dangerous. The lights on the wall flashed, like a warning of danger. Su Xiaokai focused on the keyboard. She saw that the military was phishing. I believe those who attacked also saw it. She teamed up with Wisdom 03 to just intercept the data flow, then copy it, and then convert the data back. The data on Insect Man anatomy is not top secret, so it is relatively easy to extract. But the file was deliberately enlarged, and the network transmission speed was limited, so the download was very slow. 1%, 2%. Su Xiaocai's face suddenly became solemn, and the network was jumping channels. Almost instantly, Su Xiaokai thought of what was going on. She also used this method to lure Isuelu, but her operation was simpler and cruder, and the fake URL was a virus. The military is different. The file itself does not have a virus, but it has a virus-like leash, which is difficult to get rid of. As long as you dare to grab the data, they will entangle you and force you into another signal channel. Is this possible? Fox, there are so many talents in the military and political circles. The military wants to pull those attackers into the same network and intends to catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as they have logged into this special network channel they set up, they will know where they are at the first time. Chapter 48. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Su Xiaokai immediately pulled the little ball over and opened its body. There was a simulated base station signal inside the little ball, which was not turned on normally. Now that the data had been stolen, we couldn't let all the previous efforts go to waste. The confused little ball allowed Su Xiaokai to do whatever he wanted. Opening its forehead, the blue ball inside was exposed. The structure inside the ball was very similar to the blue crystal, beautiful and mysterious. But Su Xiaocai's target was not it. It was the shelf next to the ball. With a finger hooked, the simulated base station automatically propped up, forming a small umbrella. This process takes less than half a second. When the signal comes out, Wisdom 03 takes action immediately. Su Xiaocai's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately there is Wisdom 03. Wisdom 03 is very powerful, and it jumps out and connects to the network covering Xiaowanzi's body. Several technicians in the background of the military rubbed their eyes. It seems that a ghost man appeared in the design trap, but it just flashed by without leaving any trace. Probably saw it wrong. This action is a joint action of 10 star systems. As long as the party who comes to grab the files cannot predict this step, they will inevitably fall into the trap. The trap has a locking function, and no one can jump out of the trap they designed immediately, unless it is not a human. The Lieutenant General who manages Planet 022 looked at the information sent by the Interstellar Network Information Department and saw that there was a target located at the base. The base itself has anti-tracking, and the people in the Information Department can only circle the approximate location. The rest need Lieutenant General Bai to find someone to check. There is a rat in the military department of Planet 022, and the Lieutenant General raised his eyelids. Go, notify them to search the rooms in this direction to see whose computer is turned on and transferring files, and call the technicians. The file is very large, and it is impossible to complete it within half an hour. As long as the mouse was still downloading the moment before, it would not escape the technician's eyes. Su Xiaokai looked at the file that had been intercepted a little bit and reached 50%, looking forward to the content of the file. Suddenly, there were dense footsteps outside the door. In less than half a minute, there was a knock on the dormitory door, ordering them to open the door immediately. Su Xiaokai looked at the data that was still downloading on the desktop. Could she have been discovered? Abandon or keep? Su Xiaokai pursed her lips and made a choice. The knocks on the door got louder. Sister Liang walked out of the room with a confused look on her face, her short hair flying sideways. Obviously, she was still sleeping soundly. She turned on the video outside the door. Who? Hello, Teacher Liang, sorry. We are soldiers from the 022 mechanical planet. We have been ordered to check the dormitory. An official document has been sent to your communicator. Please confirm. So formal. Sister Liang clicked on the message. They didn't lie. She would not make a mistake in the official document. The information received from the official software. This software is usually clean. Only some reforms and official documents will be displayed here. No one can fake it. She suppressed her temper and went to open the door. Two tall soldiers stood outside the door, and a man with an instrument walked in. Are you the only one in your dormitory? Sister Liang shook her head and turned to see why Su Xiaokai was not there. With such a big commotion, there was no reason for her not to come out. Wait a minute, I knock on the door. No need, we searched directly. The two soldiers were still very polite, and did not rummage through the boxes and cabinets. The man with the instrument used the instrument to measure the network response here. He nodded, and the network traffic was moving very fast. They walked to Su Xiaokai's door, knocked on the door twice, but there was no response from inside. A soldier said, "Break the door." Wait. Sister Liang stopped him. Don't be so rough, the child is living there. Her hand pressed the door opening button, and the door was not locked at all, and it just opened. The two soldiers fell silent. You make us look stupid by doing this. Sister Liang smiled but said nothing. The soldiers are just too straightforward. They walked in and saw that the computer was indeed turned on, but it was just uploading a pre-edited video. The technician turned on the computer to check if there were any traces of downloads. There were traces of downloads, but they were all professional documents such as technical academic reports from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Where is she? They asked Sister Liang. Standing outside the bedroom, Sister Liang was a little impatient. I'm just a teacher who came to give a lecture, not a dormitory leader. I don't know where she went. The soldier saluted. Sorry, we have a mission and can't delay. Please make a phone call. It won't take too long. Sister Liang sighed and had to call Su Xiaokai. As soon as the call came, Su Xiaokai opened the kitchen door and stuck her head out. She was wearing pajamas, headphones, and a bunny apron. Teacher Liang, are you looking for me? Everyone's eyes were focused on the spatula in her hand. Sister Liang, what are you doing in the kitchen? Su Xiaokai took off her headphones. What did Teacher Liang just say? These three people are looking for you. The two standing here are hard to ignore. What do you want to talk to me about? The innocent eyes looked over curiously. Are the three brothers friends of Teacher Liang? The little girl is a little cute. She is soft and sweet, and she can cook. They swallowed their harsh questions and held the instrument and looked at each other. The instrument responded. The man holding the instrument lowered his voice, fearing that he would scare people. Please make way. I go into the kitchen to take a look. Su Xiaokai gave in and let them in. In the energy pot, golden fried rice was steaming, and the egg whites were fried and served on a plate. It can be seen that she was preparing egg fried rice. As for the flow response, it came from the robot beside the pot, which was repeatedly playing the cooking video. Refrigerate the cold rice overnight. Let's prepare the ingredients first. Separate the egg yolk and egg white. Here's a little trick. Beat the egg yolk into the cold rice, and mix it well, so that the egg yolk evenly covers each grain of rice. With this little trick, the rice is not only not easy to burn, but each grain of rice is distinct, and has its own egg fragrance. It's a really useful little trick. Bah, they don't have to cook at all. The three of them made sure that there was no place in the room for the instrument to react, so they apologized first, and then thanked the two for their cooperation. You're welcome. We have no choice but to cooperate with the work. Su Xiaokai saluted. Sister Liang sent the soldiers away, and returned to the kitchen. She looked at Su Xiaokai, who was making breakfast. Her tone was lazy, but her eyes were sharp. You got up so early to cook, and you are so excited? Su Xiaokai tilted her head. You will know why I want to cook with you later. Sister Liang nodded, wanting to see how Su Xiaokai would argue. Su Xiaokai turned her back, and her hands holding the spatula were sweaty. When Sister Liang turned around and left the kitchen, she took a deep breath and pulled out the recording chip from Xia Wenzi's body. The chip was caught by her fingers. I should do this less often in the future. It was too dangerous. I almost got caught. Breakfast was much richer than before, with fried rice, steamed buns, a whole roasted chicken, a large salad. Later, Sister Liang saw Su Xiaocai's excuse, appetite, and dropped the spoon in shock. You, eat slowly, you are growing, eat more. It's normal. Sister Leon couldn't say this. She ate too much, but she didn't seem to force herself at all. Su Xiaokai also knew that she had a problem, and her appetite increased after high-intensity exercise. Very strange. First, she really didn't feel very hungry, and second, all her physical indicators were good and healthy. As long as she was healthy, she didn't need to worry too much. Su Xiaokai let herself go for now. There was no time to watch the Insect Man's content. The student's task was about to begin. She put the recording chip in the space button and walked out of the dormitory. She flew to the training ground on a floating skateboard. She passed the dormitory where she lived before and saw many soldiers surrounding it. There was a scream of killing pigs coming from inside. I won't leave. I said I didn't do anything. Then Su Xiaokai couldn't hear anything. The soldier who was guarding there with a gun told her to take a detour immediately and not to stay. Su Xiaokai regretted that she couldn't listen to the gossip. In fact, the nurse, who was in the black group, happened to be in trouble. She didn't do anything, but just lied to the black group that she and Su Xiaokai still lived together. She gave false information and created some false evidence that she had become friends with Su Xiaokai in an attempt to defraud money. It happened that she got up early and reported to the black group that Su Xiaokai was making breakfast for her, and the ingredients were bought by her. The other party would not suspect anything about a meal, and she easily got 500 yuan. The phone was controlled by the other party again. In this way, the leader of the black group was also considered one of the intruders. Although he did not attack the military network, he happened to be in the military's personnel search. The nurse suffered. She had no network skills, and could not code the simplest code. When the soldiers came to her door, she was completely unprepared. Lieutenant General Bai was very surprised. Not only did they find a mouse, but they also found a ghost. The military knew who the other party was. The leader of Heisei was the wanted criminal in the whole universe. He liked to kill geniuses. As long as a genius was about to rise, if the other party was weak, he would take the lead in suppressing it. The government and the law enforcement department had suspected that it was the problem of Xingji Company, because when these geniuses were suppressed, the Shui family could always find them and get the patents in their hands. Of course, it is possible that the patent office and Xingji worked together. But after repeated investigations, the patent office pulled out 2 corruption cases, which showed that Xingji Company had nothing to do with it. The nurse was arrested and locked in the interrogation room. The nurse handcuffed her hands on the cold table, terrified. She didn't know that joining a black group would lead to this. No one came to interrogate her for a long time, and she panicked even more. Until a soldier and a policeman in plain clothes came in, she bit her lip and said, "2 officers, what did I do wrong to treat me as a prisoner? How did you get to know these people?" The police threw a few pictures to the nurse, all of which were the avatars of group members. In the communicator, the group of the black leader has been disbanded, and the black leader's avatar has turned gray, indicating that the account has been cancelled. Answer honestly, we don't talk about humanity here. You don't want to say anything, so we can only classify you as a spy. The 10-star system is so big, there are always some people with brain problems, who unite a group of like-minded people to protest against society and oppose society. They wish they were the rulers. If a person is identified as a spy, then he has no chance of turning over. A spy is equivalent to a serial killer. No matter what kind of social system, there are always unreasonable places, and it is impossible to be perfect. The current system is okay. Although it has a dark side, it is undeniably peaceful. Spies are people who disturb peace. If society is unstable, more violent incidents may occur, and then many cruel killings will be triggered. The nurse shook her head hurriedly. I'm not a spy. I'm really not. I tell you what I know. The nurse is just an ordinary, selfish person with average stress resistance. When she was frightened by them, she told them everything she knew. There are 10 people in the Heisei group, and each of them has a code name. She was given the title of nurse. The Heisei leader was called Long Tu, his assistant was called Night, and then there were Fakian, Hushiu, Gray Man. Every time a name was mentioned, the soldier standing next to the interrogation changed his face several times. The titles of several people were on the secret wanted list of the military and police. Each of them was an extremely dangerous person, especially Long Tu. According to the information collected before, he had planned the insect people to attack the habitable planet. Countless casualties were caused. The Knight sent me a private message through a dating platform, and he asked me if I hated Su Xiaokai. Speaking of this, the nurse paused. I said I really hated her. A girl should just study hard. She caused so many troubles in school, and was on the hot search several times. Isn't it better to be a quiet lady? I just can't stand her impetuous look. Someone shared the same ideals with me, so we started chatting. People are like this. When they speak and act, they like to defend themselves from their own perspective. The nurse concealed her most secret thoughts that she didn't want others to know. You took the money so readily, aren't you afraid there's something wrong? What problem can there be? I just want to know that what I did didn't violate the law. Who said that making friends can't be bound by interests? After everything was said, the nurse felt that she had done nothing. Before, she was afraid that the military would not give her a chance to speak, but now that she had spoken, her attitude changed. Interrogation is a process of psychological competition between the two sides. The attack of the interrogator was very gentle. The nurse kept building up her confidence and convinced herself, I'm short of money. Their only request was for me to make friends with a little girl and then give me some money. It's not against the law. Interrogator, according to your logic, the other party wants you to kill someone, and you will be willing to do it if the money is in place. Sir, don't change the concept. I won't do anything illegal. The nurse crossed her arms and hugged them in front of her chest. She was very relaxed and looked like she was sure of victory. The interrogator pressed forward and stared at the nurse. You took the criminal's money and did things for him. Do you know what this is called? An accomplice? Even if an accomplice does not know that he is doing something bad, he is still guilty. The nurse's face changed slightly, and she sat up straight. Words are not enough. The trouble is that people who only know a little about the law, doesn't your other phone record the other party's crime? And by the way, it also records your own accomplice. It depends on what you think. If you keep your mouth shut and say nothing, you will only be in prison for decades. If you cooperate well and reveal more things, you may be sentenced to 10 years less. The interrogating soldier smiled, making the nurse nervous. Oh, by the way, you are short of money. It should be okay if you don't say it. You don't have to think about how to spend decades in prison. Prisons don't keep idle people. You will definitely be assigned a job when you go in. Just imagine the days of being locked up in a small world and working on a sewing machine for decades to come. The interrogator didn't believe that a vain nurse who received money to buy all kinds of things and posted them on the platform to show off could bear such a boring life. Just describing it, the nurse couldn't bear the pressure and bit her nails. What I did was not illegal. Can I confess more things to offset the accomplice's crime? It depends on what you confess. We are not judges. We can only take notes, and the notes will be submitted to the judge. Can I ask what exactly did Lontu do? All of them deserve the death penalty. The nurse felt cold in her heart. The consequences of greed were too terrible. Who would have thought that the leader of a black group was a cruel and ferocious criminal? Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Tell us from the beginning. Tell us all the voice messages. Tell us honestly, and make clear what you have concealed. We have interrogated hundreds of people, if not thousands. We can see what you are thinking. The image the nurse captured was a photo, so it was impossible to know what the voice said. Maybe the other party also knew this, so he didn't care. The interrogator must dig out this information. The nurse opened her lips and slowly exposed her darkest thoughts. She liked Geely, and she always showed this feeling clearly. But Geely always ignored her and didn't allow her to enter his exclusive school clinic. Only Su Shaokai went in and out for a long time. What made her jealous was that Su Shaokai got Ji Li's favor just for selling fruits. This was very abnormal and disgusted her. As for how she knew that Su Shaokai was selling fruit, the card was carelessly pressed under the glass of the work table, and everyone could see it, so the nurse thought that Su Shaokai was selling fruit. She complained online. There is a woman named Su who is greedy for money and bothers my mail god. How can I get rid of her? Then she talked to the knight. After chatting for 2 days, she and the knight had similar topics. After listening to her nagging, the knight also followed her to understand Su Shaokai, and then they complained together and shared the same hatred. After that, the knight took the initiative to find a black group and pulled her in. The people inside will naturally agree with you, cater to you, and let you slowly open your heart. As the nurse sinks deeper and deeper, they begin to set up their own personas, such as the leader is a rich man who is generous. The knight is an assistant who specializes in managing various troublesome matters, and the people behind are all a group of students, rich second generations. It gives people an illusion that they have a lot of power, and just want to play around and control other people's lives. The nurse has become a part of them, and money is thrown at her casually. Later, they also said that they could help her create moments of getting along with Ji Li, so that Ji Li would slowly realize her goodness, and the two of them could naturally get along. The reason why the female school doctor didn't come before was that this group of people tried to interfere. Since they couldn't get into the school, they targeted people outside the school. The nurse didn't know what they did, but she only knew that something happened to the female doctor's family. When the nurse said that there was another contact person in the group, and the virus incident failed, they immediately poisoned the person. It's just that they were all acting based on the nurse's lies. If no one in the military department discovered her existence, the nurse might have contacted the contact person who poisoned the person. After the interrogation, the interrogator walked out of the interrogation room with a bad look on his face. Chapter 49. The nurse behind yelled, "Brother, hey, I have confessed everything I should confess. When can I get out, and how much can I reduce my sentence? Answer me. Don't go, damn it, you are lying to me, you lied to me. Even if I go to court, I can change my confession." The handcuffed hands banged the metal table frantically, but it didn't cause any damage. The nurse was going crazy. The bigwig sitting in the observation room next door showed disgust. This woman was stupid and vicious. She wanted to go to court when she was already accused of being an accomplice of a spy. What a joke. The evidence was solid, and she could be sentenced directly. Unfortunately, they alerted the enemy and failed to find the insider, which was a bit troublesome. The nurse was an unexpected gain. As for the mouse, it has been caught. It is a student. He is from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Like Su Shaokai, he was specially approved by the teacher to see the world. He works in logistics, and is an inspector of student mechas. He is doing things out of interest. Like the nurse, he joined a group. The nurse joined the black group. He played more advanced and joined the technical group. The technical group has an honor reward system. Every month, the group owner will issue a series of tasks. After completing the tasks, those who accept the task can get a lot of money and praise from their peers, and even help you make your wish come true. This student met a technician in an internet cafe, and was drawn into the game. He only knew to attack a certain IP, and when he couldn't chew the hard bone, he stopped, but the military was better, and they trapped the man and couldn't get him out, and successfully arrested him. The two had similar routines. Both the military and the police suspected that the same group of people were behind the scenes. In the report, there is another thing. Several of our technicians found something strange. It seems that an organization has noticed our leash plan and escaped very quickly. Our noose didn't catch him. Lieutenant General Bai said, "What did the other party take?" "Only the information on the dissection of the insect man." "He escaped so quickly, didn't he erase the traces?" Lieutenant General Bai turned around. The middle-aged man's face was not greasy at all, and there was a zygomatic groove under his eyes, which made him look fierce. Standing in front of him, you can feel the momentum coming like a tidal wave. The reporter didn't dare to lie, it was a message left by the other party deliberately. It seemed like a provocation, but it could also explain that the other party had no ill intentions. It is a crime even if there is no malicious intent. If they fail to catch anyone, it means they are incompetent, and can only wait for the next time. This operation not only tracks people online, but also in reality, and many suspects have been caught. I heard that another disguised insect man appeared on the capital planet. Fortunately, the operation was very covert, and the news did not spread. Lieutenant General Bai, whose dormitories did you search in the base? A colonel who reported the incident said the list again. Is Su Shaokai also on the list? Tell me what happened. The colonel summarized the situation when his subordinates were investigating, and also talked about Su Xiaocai's daily performance in the 022 base. The above cannot rule out all her dislike, but her actions are not suspicious, and everything is in line with the setting of a genius girl. Lieutenant General Bai's eyes are deep. Su Shaokai is a mysterious person, and she is given special care by the school. Young people who can make long to spend time dealing with them are not simple. Find a way to find out what patent she is applying for. General, we have checked the report. The patent office said that we cannot disclose it. However, we can confirm that Su Shaokai did apply for a patent, but she specified that the content should not be disclosed for the time being. We contacted the people from the Kate law firm, but we couldn't pry them open. The people in the patent office are the most Buddhist. A patent can take up to 5 years to go through the process. With a stable job, high pay, and no rush, it is normal that it is difficult to make a breakthrough. The lieutenant general's eyes became more and more fierce, and the colonel shut up. The patent office is not working. What about her roommate? And the school teacher, isn't she here with the doctor to do medical care? You can find out through that doctor. Try to find out her family background, and what she has studied. It's better to find out from the side than to hit the ball directly. A group of pigheads who don't know how to adapt, They did the work in a smart way, but they didn't do it well. It's better not to tell him at the beginning, and tell him after the work is completed. The lieutenant general waved him to leave, and held a video conference with other generals to report the matter to the higher-ups. During the arrest operation, there was also a spy organization. How could these people not know how to cherish the hard-won peace today? Su Xiaocai's task today is still to guard the base station. The game is still going on. She can see that Fan Li is also eager to try. Instructor, you come and play too. It's just one-on-one. Why don't you play? Fan Li joined the game reluctantly. Su Xiaocai put her hands on her hips and said proudly, when I make a move, no one can compete with me. Didn't you see my learning ability and reaction speed yesterday? Hu Ping, instructor, don't get her involved. Ji Hung walked past Fan Li and said earnestly, we are human beings, she is not. Accurate summary. Teammate members agreed, and Feng Huaxia, who was on patrol, also said, instructor, save some face for yourself. Bleeding from every needle. His heart was pierced with holes, and Fan Li was annoyed by these students. They didn't have to remind him all the time that he was not as good as Su Xiaocai. He was an instructor, and he wanted to save face. Fan Li said that he didn't want to join the games of these naughty ghosts, but his actions were honest. After all, he was still young, 30 years old, and had a lot of fun. Yesterday they adapted to the rules of the game, and today the battle was fierce, with everyone fighting evenly. Fan Li was also playing with fear, fearing that he would be the last. He was an instructor, and he absolutely could not lose. In the end, he relied on his years of experience, and the agility brought by his high level of qi to barely maintain his weak prestige, and win the first place. Among the team members, unexpectedly, the first place was Lu Sun. Hu Ping, Lu Guzi, did you practice secretly? Lu Sun laughed evilly, with his nose in the air. I only slept for 3 hours last night, just for today's victory. You really practiced secretly, Lu Jishir. Lo Yalu, blame me if you can't get up early. I called you, but you couldn't get up. Fan Li was not on the reward list, so the cooking robot belonged to Lu Sun. Feng Huaxia had the least energy output, but lost in the control of long-term nerve reflexes. Li Lele lost, but she was very happy to get along with others so happily, so she cried again. No one said she was annoying when she cried. Everyone understood her tear incontinence. Seeing that there was still time, Su Xiaocai increased the difficulty of the game. One person stood in the center, and the others stood on the periphery. Su Xiaocai is the referee. She privately contacts people on the periphery and punches one. The person who receives the signal takes action. The person in the middle must quickly control the mecha and cannot push it out of the circle. Once it is pushed out, it is the next person's turn. Each person takes 3 turns. Whoever can withstand the most attacks by the pusher wins. The prize is that after the Fifen Island game is launched, she will personally teach him to pass the extraordinary mode once. Only after passing the extraordinary mode once, the team can be on the list and hang on the list for a long time for people to admire. A group of boys are super excited, and Wu Qingqing is also. Kai Kai is going big, we must win. At the end, Ji Hung, who developed in a balanced way, won. A player is a player, and his quality is very strong. Hu Ping came in second, and the gap between him and Ji Hung was only 1 time. He regretted it, and was still careless. He wanted to be on the list, in the spotlight, and look handsome. Su Xiaocai, let's continue tomorrow, the prize is the same. The depressed Hu Ping became energetic again. Kai Kai, when are you free to train me? Are you going to train me specially? Let's go back later. Su Xiaocai felt that Hu Ping was fully qualified to be an assassin-type player. He was very smart. What was rare was that he had a good temperament, and was patient, without the impetuousness of a playboy. Wu Qingqing, Master, what about me? You come too. Fan Li, hey, are you ignoring me again? He is the instructor, damn it. The students in the military training worked harder in the mission, and the students from other schools were also dispersed. They expected that this military training would make them stronger. Junpei is not the only school that is interning at 022 Mechanical Planet. There are 2 other schools, one of which is also from the capital planet, but has always recruited fewer students than Junpei, and has always been the runner-up. The other school is Junhui College, located in Brunei Planet, next to the capital planet. Brunei Planet is relatively desolate, with a poor school environment, but the students are more sturdy. In the last competition, Junhui surpassed Junpei. As geniuses, they are all a little arrogant. There is a contempt chain between classmates, and the same is true between schools. Junpei and Junhui both disliked each other. Junpei couldn't stand the vulgarity of Junhui's people. Although the soldiers trained by Junhui were fierce, they were far less knowledgeable than Junpei. Junhui's people thought Junpei was a little smart and looked down on him. On the internet, Junhui's people were always described as savages. They came and went and became enemies. Just now, when Su Shaokai came back, she saw Junpei students arguing with Junhui students. They were arguing very loudly, and the number of people kept increasing. In the middle were the students of Junya, the second best team for 1,000 years. Their words were full of wit, and they fanned the flames. It was quite lively. Military training students, I have to say that you are not as good as us. Among your students, only the one surnamed G is good, and the others are scum. When did we, the students of military training, become worse than you? If your people had not cheated in the last session, would we have lost? All is fair in war, don't you understand? But you cheated and deliberately injured our seated players before the game. It wasn't me who hurt them, it was you who were careless. You, the weaklings of military training, are not worth our calculation. Vulgar barbarians. Better than you. Your school selection system will end sooner or later. The Junya student was caught in the middle. Alas, the knowledge of Junpei's students is indeed higher than that of any other school. It is difficult for other schools to compare with you. The Junya student said again, Junhui is the leader of our galaxy in driving mechas. It is difficult to surpass him. Every word of praise, every sentence hits the heart, and Junya is annoyed. Because Junya was right, it further inflamed the anger of both sides. Su Shaokai walked over expressionlessly, not wanting to get involved in such a meaningless quarrel. Wu Qingqing and others agreed with her. Family and other instructors didn't care. They hoped that the students could be aroused and fight. As long as they didn't kill each other, it was fine. A sharp-eyed military training student saw Su Shaokai and said, Student Su, you're here just in time. The instructor said that there was a practice match last night. You will participate in the competition on behalf of our military training students. Show them some color, and let them know why the flowers are so red. Su Shaokai, ? Ha ha ha, is there no one in your school? It's just a short ice grass. No wonder our instructors all sighed when they mentioned your Junpei. They said your Junpei was weak. Su Shaokai, ? All the instructors were blamed, but they didn't. They didn't say anything. The sigh only represents admiration, thinking that they, the lieutenants and captains, might lose to a warrant officer this time. What's wrong with your Junhui students? They spread rumors on them. The people of Junya obviously recognized Su Shaokai as the insect killer hero, who was popular on the internet recently. They took advantage of the information gap and acted in a weird way. No way, classmate Su just looks a little weak and short, but his skills are not bad, and you Junhui may not be able to compare with him. Junhui just trains every day, his mind is relatively simple, and he doesn't pay much attention to things on the internet. When he heard that they couldn't compare with the short ice grass, he was about to explode. What's wrong with you Junya? You are always boosting others' ambitions, and destroying your own prestige. I'm going to say this today, this short ice grass is good looking but useless. I checked your rankings last night, and there is no one named Su on the list. So brave, all the military training students were stunned. Su Shaokai is a tough guy, she must be very angry after hearing this. The students all turned their heads to look at her. Su Shaokai smiled slightly, without any sign of anger. She slowly took out a loudspeaker, her expression was very calm, just when everyone thought she was going to say something. The loudspeaker came out with the outrageous sound of monks chanting, and then, there was the sound of wooden fish knocking. Don't be so angry, I'm just a logistics person. Su Shaokai said to Junhui, I'm just a vegetable grower, a student from the Agricultural Science Academy. Do you feel proud that you beat me? If I beat you, you will be even more upset. Then she said to the students of Junpei word by word, I have never represented our school, so I hope you don't expect me to represent you. What are you quarreling about now? If you want to arrange a competition, you guys should make an appointment. Win or lose as you please, don't say it out loud to embarrass the school. And you Junya, you should live up to the word ya. If you are so petty, you will be mistaken for a villain. Accompanied by the devilish Buddhist sound, and the weird attitude towards Su Shaokai, we couldn't get angry at all. You? Junhui's student spoke in a muffled voice. Su Shaokai glanced at him. Do you want to keep arguing? If you continue to argue, I will hold those of you who speak up here. With the sweetest smile, she said the harshest words, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. As if to say, can you guys mess with me? Junhui's students saw Junpei and Junya lowering their heads, and they felt that Su Shaokai should not be provoked. Moreover, they were not arguing for no reason. Someone was saying bad things about Junhui behind his back, which aroused their anger. Su Xiaokai put away the loudspeaker and looked at a few of Shuihui's teammates in the crowd. They immediately turned their heads away, fearing that others would not know that they were guilty. After upgrading to the 4th level of Qi Sense, she became more sensitive to malicious feelings. What are these people doing? Could they be provoking a fight by making rude remarks? Ji Er, are there any other contestants in Shuihui's team? Ji Hung said, there is a backup contestant. The troublemakers are so idle every day. Su Xiaokai asked Instructor Fan, is this the amount of training you give to students? I suggest to increase the intensity a bit more. Teammate, devil, absolutely devil. 24 hours a day, they practiced for 15 hours yesterday, and they are still here today. Fanly, didn't you take over my team? Su Xiaokai must make sure Wu Qingqing's team takes first place. Let's go, let's eat first. When Su Xiaokai was about to leave, the people from Jupei made way for her. Fanner got it right. Very cute. The one behind her, that's Ji Hung, handsome, worthy of being the school hunk of Jupei. Yeah, the one next to her is pretty too, a little naughty. Little Silly is pretty too. The one about to cry is cute, with long eyelashes. Su Xiaokai, This is too much. She is the protagonist, but the audience only cares about her appearance? The instructor said several times behind her back, thinking that the students would have some fun and compete in advance. But Su Xiaokai is an unconventional person, and she doesn't take any provocation seriously. When eating, Su Xiaokai ate a large insulated lunch box prepared by Maruko. Wu Qingqing and the others continued to eat the food in the dining hall. Looking at the rich dishes in Su Xiaocai's lunch box, which were the delicacies that the dining hall could not provide, she was drooling with envy. Master, you eat so much, have you weighed yourself? Of course Su Xiaokai weighed herself, and she was heavier. She used to weigh at most 48 kilograms, but now she weighs 50 kilograms. Not only did she not gain weight, she looked thinner, probably because her muscle density was higher. Master, I want a piece of soy sauce chicken wing. No! Su Xiaokai was protecting her food and was determined to defend her territory. This group of food snatchers, one person started it, and then all of them came to snatch. After eating, Su Xiaokai said, you go to the training ground first, Yu Haiming just sent a message. I have something to tell him. Wu Qingqing and the others were not convenient to intervene in the company's affairs, so they followed Fanli to train very obediently. Yu Haiming's affairs were a bit complicated. Recently, he found that several unknown people were lingering outside the company, and wanted to hire a few bodyguards. Born as an orphan, he was particularly sensitive to malicious eyes, and the benefits of the company being in a remote place were immediately reflected. He could tell that those who were wandering around the company were not passers-by. Su Xiaokai, good bodyguards are expensive, and it will take a while to find one. And it was just right for those people to plant a spy. Su Xiaokai, how about this? I asked my dad to send you 2 robots and a space button. After you receive it, I teach you how to use it. Don't leave the villa for the time being. The security at the villa is relatively complete, and employee recruitment is suspended. If you're not in a hurry, just take it as a holiday. Tomorrow is Saturday, so have a happy weekend off. Yu Haiming was surprised, and thought he had heard it wrong. Is his boss so big-minded? This is the first time I've heard that a manager who manages the entire company can have a weekend off. The working hours of managers are as stable as dogs, that is, they don't have a day off. They treat themselves as bosses and their bosses as trash, and they have to help their bosses solve everything. Chapter 50. Yu Haiming accepted Su Xiaocai's idea of 2 days off a week, and did not hesitate to express his gratitude and loyalty. Thank you, boss. I will work harder to make the company bigger and stronger and create brilliance. Monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, no forced overtime, bonus sharing, the boss is Buddhist, and the shareholders have money. A magical company, he wants to work for Su Xiaokai for the rest of his life. Don't say corny words. I want to check the progress of the work when I come back. Okay, boss, I wait for you to come back, boss. Su Xiaokai hung up the phone immediately. She wondered if she was too gentle with Yu Haiming. After thinking about it, she called Zhang Ruikai again, and asked if the patent process could be accelerated. Someone seems to be making trouble here. Hasn't the patent office arranged anything yet? Zhang Ruikai asked vigilantly. Are you in danger? It's not me, it's my company's manager, Yu Haiming. Zhang Ruikai was relieved. As long as Su Xiaokai was not in trouble, it would be fine. Don't worry, I'm in the military. Ordinary people can't invade. The spies that Yu Haiming could find were of limited ability. Su Xiaokai added silently in her heart that if the other party could invade the military and come to deal with her, then she could probably lie down. In terms of patents, Zhang Ruikai could not give Su Xiaokai definite information. Fei Yi runs there every day, and the conclusion is still the same. You have too many projects, they need time. Su Xiaokai just thought it was delayed by the Bugman incident. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your hard work. You're welcome. I do it as soon as possible. Su Xiaokai sighed, feeling depressed. Old man Su was right. Even if she stayed in the field and didn't go out, she couldn't live comfortably forever. She was in the sea of stars in her previous life, and she couldn't escape the fate of hard work in this life. There were always things that tripped her up, adding some hardships to her life. Su Xiaokai missed Old Man Su, so she called him again. When the call was connected, the first thing he said was, "Miss me? Dad, can you not guess so accurately?" Su Xiaokai pinched her nose and said, "The coquettish voice is disgusting." Father Su put down the screwdriver at his hand, fearing that he would lose control, and hit the newly built flower stand. "Speak nicely, are you short of money? The talents you taught will be short of money? Don't underestimate me, father." Su Xiaokai said, "There is nothing green here now. I miss the bamboo forest at home, want to play with ant-eaters, and want to go shrimp fishing. You have been playing for 10 years, and you haven't played enough?" Su Xiaokai was very happy to be naughty in front of his father. Playing is impossible. Give me 100 years, I can play more tricks. I think you don't want to go to school. You study hard. If you dare to come back early, I will break your legs and throw you back to school. Old man Su made the final decision. By the way, I heard from Dr. G that you started a company that makes games. When did you start, and why do I not know? The other party also asked me if I have many life stories, and if I can share them. Have you become stupid because of studying? You can't even lie, and you need me, your father, to clean up for you. Old man Su became more and more fierce. Su Xiaokai stretched the communicator as far as possible, and the roar was still fierce. There has never been a parent who encourages his children to lie. Father Su is so different. Go away, you grew up listening to my stories? I remember clearly, when you first came to my house, I told you a story. Do you remember how you told it? Su Xiaokai, it's such a long time ago, I don't remember it. I remember it clearly. Before she became a father, he experienced great ups and downs in his life, and lost his future, but he could no longer remember the past in the army. After she became a father, he remembered his daughter's bad behavior very well. Do you know what you said at that time? You hugged the baby bear and said, "Dad, your story is so bad," and asked if I swallowed a few ducks in my throat. Quack, quack, quack. Old man Su was hit hard, which was more painful than not being able to repair the mecha. Su Xiaokai was embarrassed. If I had known that you could remember it for so long, I would not have hit you hard. It was the first time for Old Man Su to be a father, and it was also the first time for Su Xiaokai to be a daughter. When two novices set out on the road, they could only grow up in mutual hurt. It was also from then on that the outer layer of Su Xiaocai's sweet girl was torn off, and Su Laudi decided to let himself go and become an incompetent father. Others said that he spoiled his daughter, but he didn't care at all, letting this little seedling choose her own life. If she didn't want to go to primary school, junior high school or high school, then she didn't have to go, as long as she could pass the annual exams and not be illiterate. It's not impossible for her to farm for the rest of her life. Later, after understanding what kind of person she was, the relationship was no longer restrained, and the day when the cane could be used began. Old man Su knew that he couldn't let the little guy stay at home too much and miss the wonderful world outside. "Dad, I was ignorant at that time. You couldn't write in the notebook." Su Xiaokai has many friends around her, but she is still lonely inside. Sometimes she can't help but miss Old Man Su and want to go back to her farming comfort zone. "Dad, I want to have a pet. Please buy it for me. If you don't buy it, you can kill plants, and if you have a pet, you will definitely trouble Zaiwanzi again." "Yes. When will you return Zaiwanzi to me? That new robot housekeeper you got is so annoying." "Oh, the signal is bad again. Hello, hello. Oh, there must be something wrong with the signal base station of the mechanical planet. Dad won't say anything, let it go." Su Xiaokai used the method of hanging up the phone again when the signal was bad. Su Dad turned off the phone screen with disdain and sighed. Without Su Xiaokai, he was also quite bored. Although he said that he would not let Su Xiaokai keep a pet, he still went online to see which animals were suitable for her to keep. There are so many pets in the universe, and there is always a breed with particularly strong vitality. Besides, there is Zaiwanzi as a backup, so there is no need to worry about Su Xiaokai not being able to take care of her. Su Xiaokai touched his itchy nose, but he didn't sneeze. Father Su probably didn't scold him. He took the two toys to the training ground. The training ground changed again today, turning into a forest area. Vanley was teaching them how to drive the mecha to quickly cross such terrain and find the mission targets hidden inside. Generally speaking, if you encounter a forest, the mecha cannot enter. It is easy to lose the target and cause great damage to the forest, so you have to learn to fly close to the ground, which is often the most difficult. As soon as Su Shaokai arrived, they stopped. Vanley narrowed his eyes, and under his honest appearance, there was a lot of drama in his heart. I am angry, I am the instructor, I am the instructor. He wanted to shake their heads and pour out the water inside. In front of outsiders, at least give me some face. Wu Qingqing looked at Su Shaokai holding two big balls, and knew that there was a new training tool. What is this? Intelligent thief. The two balls in Su Xiaocai's arms were about the size of basketballs, and the color was very conspicuous, golden red, with 1 and 2 written on them. It flies very fast. It's erratic. If you want to catch it, you need to move fast and steady, and hit it with one strike. Su Shaokai turned around and asked Vanley, do we enclose a piece of forest or the entire stadium for our training? Enclose a piece. Vanley took out a map and showed her the training range. There are many training venues of the same type on the mechanical planet. Today, this venue only accommodates a few hundred students, and the other students are divided into other venues. After dividing the area, the mechas will not collide with each other during training. Vanley looked at Su Xiaocai's smart thief. What is the use of this thing? He was also curious about how Su Shaokai trained people. There were so many new things that made him, the instructor, feel itchy. The smart thief was a bit similar to the design of the little thief in the magic world. It has no wings, but it has a quick dodge function. It is sensitive and fast. Except for the lack of attack methods, its other behavior patterns are not much different from the evolved insect man. For students at present, the challenge is quite difficult, but if the team cooperates, it will be much easier to catch it. It mainly trains mecha operators to control mecha bodies, practice concealment, and break through limits. If Hu Ping can keep up with it alone for more than 5 minutes, then he will be considered to have initially met Su Xiaocai's requirements. Su Shaokai sets the range for them to roam and starts. The two small balls fly up, spinning and floating in the air, giving people a sense of childish playfulness. You split into 2 groups and chase them until you catch them. Control your mechas, and don't destroy more than 5% of the forest area. The forest is virtual, the virtual effect is not very good, it can't reach 100% simulation, but it's enough. Small-scale conflict wars will not rise to the level of destroying the planet, and naturally, we need to protect the environment. Su Shaokai saw Ji Hung was still here. Jier, don't you have to go to the other side for training today? Ji Hung, I applied for training here. Did the instructor scold you? No, I said you agreed to spar with me. Su Xiaocai's brilliant record was enough to make the instructor give in. Universal excuse. No need to worry about taking leave anymore. Ji Hung felt that he had made a wise decision. His teammates glanced at Ji Hung, who still looked indifferent on the surface. As the saying goes, a red plum is red, a black plum is black. Ji Hung was also infected and learned the essence of this team, shameless, and easy to lie. I think I can learn more here. He went to the player training team yesterday, but the instructor deliberately lowered the difficulty of the training so that Xue Hui and other reserve players could keep up with the progress. The training effect was poor, so Ji Hung naturally had to think about himself. Hu Ping patted his shoulder and supported his brother's approach, following the girl. Training is like playing games, it's super fun. Without having to face Xue Hui's face, Ji Hung smiled comfortably and imitated Hu Ping, patting his brother's shoulder heroically. Ji Hung, who was exposed to the world of fireworks, became more free and easy, and his temperament was even better than before. Wu Qingqing whispered to Feng Wansha, if Ji Hung and Xue Hui really broke up, will there be a long list of admirers behind him when he returns to school? Feng Wansha took off her glasses and put on the helmet of the safety cabin. I think after returning, Kai Kai will not even be able to leave the school gate. I am more gossipy about this. No, Kai Kai is just an internet celebrity, not a star. Kai Kai's fans are mostly technical fans and food fans. She is not in business, so the brainless fans have no capital to show off or quarrel, and they are all hidden. Who knows? Feng Wansha doesn't care about Ji Hung. In her eyes, men look the same anyway. Su Shaokai groups them. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping are in one group, and the others are in one group with Ji Hung. Lu Sun quickly raised his hand and said, why are they in a group of 2? Sister Kai, look at me, I have great potential too. Su Shaokai said, I'm just giving you special training. Feng Wansha and Li Lei are just decorations. What can they do? You and Ji Air are both balanced players. Why don't you learn from Ji Air and compete with two monkeys? Lu Sun suddenly realized, yes. You are right. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping said in unison. They dare not glare at Su Shaokai. But they dare not beat you, Lu Sun? Lu Sun moved behind Su Shaokai and said innocently, I didn't say that. Ji Air is on the school team. I saw the video of your friendly match with Junya before. Your tacit understanding is a piece of shit. You only won the game by relying on your driving skills. You are all so arrogant. Didn't the instructor point it out to you? The instructor did. But it can't be changed. The few people in the team don't obey each other. On the surface, they listen to him as the captain, but secretly do all kinds of tricks. Ji Hung also tried to deepen and maintain the relationship, but it was useless. He didn't expect Su Shaokai to pay attention to this aspect of his affairs. Su Shaokai didn't like to be ambiguous when doing things. When deciding to help them improve their strength, she must fully understand them. Try to cooperate with Lu Sun and the two girls. A B and teammates are much more useful than rebellious masters. Su Shaokai called them to get on the plane. Everyone got on the mecha and started it. The small ball in the air slowly moved, and Hu Ping's green mecha rushed forward at lightning speed, intending to catch the intelligent flying thief in one fell swoop. Swoosh, the smart snitch dodged perfectly, and it swayed in front of Hu Ping. The smart snitch with full taunting skills can also speak, ha ha ha, you can't catch me, you stupid turtle. Here it comes, it opens its full power towards Hu Ping. The style of this robot is exactly the same as its master. It's so infuriating that it's not worth it. Hu Ping jumped up and down, you wait. So 7 people ran all over the map. Fanli watched them run for more than half an hour, but they didn't even touch the edge of the ball. He wanted to play with it a little too. This little toy captured the heart of the mecha master. Don't just try to catch it head on. Think of a way, observe, and use your brain. Su Shaokai took out the afternoon tea set, a small table, a portable stool, and tea sets, and made tea. She also politely gave Fanli a stool. Instructor, let's drink tea together. Your hobbies are like those of a middle-aged person. Fanli sat down, opened his legs, and stood straight. She sat like a fussy old man, and he said she looked like a middle-aged person. Warrant officer, honesty is both an advantage and a disadvantage. You can make your remarks a little more humorous. For example, I awakened my bloodline early. Su Shaokai winked, maybe I can get promoted faster. Fanli, it seems like I was lectured by a young man. Aren't you going to practice? If you don't practice the mecha for too long, you will get rusty. Really? Last night, I used your army's new equipment for the first time, and I didn't feel rusty at all. Can we have a good chat? Fanli cleared his throat. You are very adaptable, but that doesn't mean you can quickly adapt to any mecha. For example, many soldiers find the latest model of the Shui family's mecha difficult to control. That's because its safety cabin is not good enough. Su Shaokai would rather drive her home mech, but Major Sun doesn't allow her to embarrass herself. Fanli then said, the military's mech safety cabin is the most advanced and comfortable? Did your school come up with new technology? Instructor Fan, the task of inquiring is not suitable for you. Su Shaokai told him, do you know? When you think hard, your expression is empty. People who are eager for new technology are not like you. Fanli's hand holding the cup was throbbing with veins, and he said with a fake smile, you can be less straightforward. Oh, I was afraid you didn't understand. Su Shaokai was just probing, Coach Fan, if your superior wants to know something, you can ask me directly. It's best if it's the kind of superior who doesn't have a superior. Don't do it yourself, it's easy to hurt feelings. Su Shaokai crossed her legs confidently. It's not bad to be able to contact the military secretly. The premise is how the other party will receive her next. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sorry, it's my superior's mission. Fanli fell silent for a long while. A kind person cannot command an army, and a good person cannot be an official. Instructor, don't feel psychologically stressed. I was just testing you, and I don't think I did anything wrong. Whenever you want to test me in the future, remember to cover your conscience. Fanli had no expression on his face. Oh. He was lectured again, and Fanli's eyebrows were almost inverted, which was very annoying. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping squatted in the grass. After playing for half an hour, they finally found that it was impossible to catch the intelligent flying thief alone. This thing is very alert and runs fast. If it wasn't a conspicuous bag that knows how to taunt, it would be difficult for them to find it in the forest. No wonder it is named after the flying thief, it is so vivid. Wu Qingqing was behind a big tree not far from it, and the energy valve was turned to the lowest. The movement was very small. She kept her breath and remained motionless. The flying thief turned in circles, slowly hovered on a tree, and swayed again to attract the attention of the enemy. Hu Ping, who was crawling on the ground, jumped up because he couldn't bear it to be too leisurely. The intelligent flying thief flew away, and Wu Qingqing took action to catch it with both hands. The shadow of the mecha's big hand fell on the intelligent flying thief, and there was also a big hand below that was slapping it. It was about to be caught. Wu Qingqing was super excited. It didn't seem too difficult. Intelligent flying thief. Lulu, pigs are smarter than you. It flashed away and escaped from Wu Qingqing's palm. Hu Ping wanted to remedy it, but it was too late. The two mechas collided and failed. Another hour passed, and Wu Qingqing came to Su Xiaokai crying for advice. She was almost out of temper because of the little flying thief. If you have any questions, ask the master. Master, how do we catch it? It's too cunning. Catch it before it notices. You can make noises, accidents, traps, or even baits to divert attention, so that it has no way to escape. At the same time, pay attention to your rhythm. You just cooperated and had a chance to catch it. Come on, learn to hide yourself in the forest. I believe you all have your own ideas. Direct teaching will limit their imagination. Su Xiaokai prefers them to think for themselves. Chapter 51. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping murmured for a while, and adjusted the plan on their own. Su Xiaokai noticed that Ji Hung was also in a passive position and in a mess. Ji Hung called Li Lei to go around, and Li Lei went directly behind Ji Hung. Give orders to Feng Wansha to open the net at the 3 o'clock direction. Wow, she opened it directly above her head, and covered herself in the net. Lu Sun was stunned. The intelligent flying thief flew past him many times, but he didn't see it. Even if Ji Hung had good patience, he was silenced by them. Su Xiaokai took a sip of tea and reminded him, Ji Hung, people with poor skills also lack awareness. It is difficult for them to do both, and they usually have to prioritize one thing. You should give everyone more specific instructions, instead of using words, like outflanking or splitting into two groups. Also, instead of telling girls the 3 o'clock direction, it is better to say the right-hand side, which will make them more confused. Ji Hung understood with just this reminder. People with poor awareness need more detailed and effective communication methods to let them learn what combat awareness is, so that they can keep up with the pace. It's like playing a competitive game. You tell others at the beginning that they can't go to the middle, don't open the dragon, and signal when there is no enemy. It's like playing the lute to a cow. They are new players. They don't know what your terms mean. They have never cooperated with you before, so they can only follow their own understanding. One side is an experienced old driver, and the other side is a newbie with an empty head. When the two collide, both lose. It is because Ji Hung lacks experience in teaming up with ordinary mecha masters that everything seems to be at a loss. With Su Xiaocai's guidance, Ji Hung's command improved by leaps and bounds. Li Lei and Feng Wansha gradually understood what Ji Hung wanted to express and became compatible. The two groups of people kept adjusting their ideas and taking actions. Stanley watched them begin to understand how to hide themselves in the forest and cooperate with each other. In a short period of time, they verified more than 10 methods. More importantly, their mecha technology was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Playing is the most efficient practice. Su Xiaokai has always believed in this. When playing, people are happy, and time passes by unknowingly. If you treat training as a learning task, pain will accumulate, and the more you learn, the easier it is to get tired of learning. In the venue, the 6 people jumped high, sometimes angry, sometimes excited, and like crazy. Compared with the training of other teams, there is actually not much difference. On the contrary, Fanli and Su Xiaocai's leisure is more unique. The practice time is about to come to an end, and Su Xiaokai is relatively satisfied with their training results today. Ding! A message was sent to the mine shop employee. Su Xiaokai straightened her crossed legs and read it carefully. The message from the employee was interesting. He actually told her everything. Half a month ago, the employee was called Xiaoming for the time being. Someone approached Xiaoming. They heard from somewhere that he was popular and wanted him to find some people to go to the mine. They paid him 2,000 a week. In a mining area where the average monthly salary was 2,000, 2,000 a week was undoubtedly very tempting. But Xiaoming grew up on the 022 mechanical planet and knew that there were many fraud gangs here. They would hire people to work in the mines with high salaries, exploit the labor force, and then disappear. Some fraud gangs are particularly hateful. They would deliberately forge documents to dig other people's mines, deceive people to come to dig, and then disappear. In the end, the people who worked hard would become accomplices of the theft gang. The victims not only demanded compensation, but also had to go to jail. Xiaoming said that the man was very anxious at the time, swore that he was not a liar, and gave him 50,000 yuan at one time as a deposit for entering the mine. Xiaoming, who had never handled so much money, believed the other party. For the money, he went to find many people. An orphan circle of friends is nothing more than orphans, and some poor families. Many people heard that they could get 2,000 yuan a week, there was no age requirement, and they brought their families, even the old and the young, to work in the mine together. Since Xiaoming did not give out all the money, but only gave 1,000 yuan, he found 50 people. When they arrived at the mine site, not only did he find people, but the boss also found many people, hundreds of people. After entering the mine, Xiaoming only remembered that he supervised the robots to mine, and he also had to dig, and then kept moving to other places to dig. He worked for a week and a days, and when he came out of the mine, he went home directly. I swear, there were still many people when I came out of the mine. I didn't know that others were missing. Xiaoming himself was confused, and when he was taken to the police for questioning, he only said this. He took the money to do the work, then left the mine and went home. This is the daily life of the miners. Xiaoming was very confused and regretted why he didn't pay more attention to the people he brought with him. They have been missing for so long, and it is still unknown whether their lives are in danger. You told me the matter directly, aren't you afraid that the police will know? Su Xiaokai was very calm, as if she was chatting with a good friend, and her posture was particularly relaxed. Family didn't notice her private behavior, jumping back and forth on the edge of breaking the law. We have no secrets here. If I don't tell it, I will be beaten. I've already told others, so it's okay to tell you. Su Xiaokai thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be the case. The people of Planet 022 are fierce. Just look at the strongman beating people in the street, and no one stopped him. You know that it's not because the army is stationed here, and the public security here is good. The capital planet has good public security, relying on the police and wide surveillance. It's impossible to hang surveillance everywhere in the mining area, so it can only rely on self-consciousness. Minerals are developed by businessmen, which is the business of the businessmen. The soldiers of Planet 022 cannot forcibly intervene in the subsequent mineral transactions. So she turned a blind eye to many things. Knowing what happened, Su Xiaokai was very satisfied with the young employee's cooperation and gave him a red envelope. Others got information from the young employee for free because of their internal rules. She was an outsider and could not get something for nothing. Miss Su, I can't accept it. The young employee was cheated once and was afraid that he would be punished for being greedy. Take it, go check your body, and then move out of Planet 022 immediately. If you really have nowhere to go, go to Planet Su, where I can give you a 5-year residence permit. It is also easy to find a job. Your education is not important there, but your ability. If you want to stay in the future, you can extend your stay through hard work. There were 20,000 yuan in the red envelope, and the young employee was a little at a loss, and did not dare to accept it. He was afraid, but still said, I can't accept it. I accept it. I don't owe anyone a favor. The young employee looked at the big words, I don't owe anyone a favor, and his eyes were wet. So this is also a favor? Is saying a few words also a favor? He felt warm in his heart. Su Xiaokai is a good-looking person, and a very kind person. The young employee took the money, and thought of what Su Xiaokai said about the Su planet not looking at academic qualifications or birth, and he was very tempted. If the goddess hometown is there, and he works there, he should have a chance to meet the goddess again in the future. After thinking about it, the young employee was tempted, and he decided to follow Su Xiaocai's advice, go for a physical examination, and prepare for immigration. But before he could wait for the results to come out, he was taken away by the police again. Before the blood test, nothing was found to be unusual, but it was different once he entered the X-ray chamber. The doctor found a large number of egg-shaped things in his body. In half a day, it will break out of the body, and the hospital can only call the police. When the police took him away, he thought he was involved in another case, so he reported it to Su Xiaokai. Yes, Su Xiaokai did it on purpose. She suspected that the young employee had a parasite in his body. Everyone else sacrificed. Why didn't he? This is a question. The evolution direction of the insect people is strange, and there may be greedy people who can control human thoughts. First give money, then give an immigration proposal, plus she guarantees, it is hard for the young employee not to be tempted. A comprehensive physical examination was a natural thing. There was no competition today. So the training ended early, but Feng Wansha and Li Lei were already exhausted. I don't understand why the two technicians would join in the fun of practicing driving mechas. Ji Hung looked around, as if he was looking for someone, but unfortunately, he didn't see the target he wanted to see. Brother, are you looking for a wife? Hu Ping's resentment was still there. He admitted that he was narrow-minded. His brother's wife could be ordinary, a little woman, or knowledgeable and strong. But he can't be a selfish bitch. Every time he confronts Xuehui, Hu Ping wants to vomit. Xuehui hates him, and there is also the reason that Hu Ping's resentment is too clear and treats him differently. Hu Ping is very friendly to Ji Hang's wife in his previous life. Ji Hung shook his head and nodded. I did look for her, but I just want to make it clear that I will cancel the engagement with her. The surprise came too suddenly. Hu Ping was surprised and shook his hand. Brother, congratulations, you finally figured it out. Look at you before, you were like a ghost in front of Xuehui. Now you are back to human form. Several sharp arrows pierced his knees, and Ji Hung almost fell to his knees. Is he that bad? When did you figure it out? It was so sudden. Was it yesterday? She asked you to save her, and then you didn't save her, and then she framed me? This is the first time Hu Ping knew that his brother valued him so much. Ji Hung, you are not important. Hu Ping was not annoyed, but even happier. How about it? Quietly share your thoughts with your brother. My brother said that people can't have everything. Compared to marriage, I want a future more, and Su Shaokai can give me more of what I want. Although it is incredible to learn from someone younger than himself, Su Shaokai makes him feel more like a miraculous elder sister. If he can't gain her trust, she will never be able to teach him sincerely. Perhaps she saw his determination, so today she gave him the opportunity to lead the team and gave him some advice on what to do through the communicator. Hu Ping, Brother Ji is very righteous and a saint in the world. Su Shaokai is so attractive. If it were me, I would choose her. Even if there were 10 or 8 girlfriends, I would still dump them. Ji Hung, you have a girlfriend? Lu Sun added, that's why Brother Hu said he could give up a piece of sea for Su Shaokai, because he never owned this piece of sea. It hurts my brother. Why are you eavesdropping on our conversations, Gossip Head? You are buzzing in my ears, but I am not deaf. Su Shaokai smiled. Very good. Ji Hung was successfully turned against, and Xuehui lost another helper. She never denied that she formed a small group, but her small group was not against anyone. Focus on doing what you want to do and move towards the goal of world peace. Xuehui, who is stubborn, insists on being an enemy, so Su Shaokai can only use some tricks to force Ji Hung to take a side. Ji Hung gave up Xuehui, and one of the reasons was Xuehui's behavior. If she didn't do it, it would be great if everyone lived in peace. When he arrived at the cafeteria for supper, Ji Hung was still looking around, and only saw a few of Xuehui's teammates, but Xuehui was not there. He suspected that Xuehui was avoiding him, but he had no evidence. He gave up practicing in the special training team of players voluntarily, and they would find a chance to chat later. On the 5th day of arriving at the mechanical planet, Su Shaokai made the prize cooking robot. The pink robot that can tell jokes belongs to Sister Liang. Lu Sun's robot is made of brown, which is dirt-resistant and very suitable for single people like him. The patrol base station went very smoothly, and the team returned happily. A soldier came to ask Su Shaokai to go with him. Fanli recognized the soldier's identity, the assistant of Lieutenant General Bai, and also a colonel. Only major generals and above can ask soldiers of this level to run errands. Su Shaokai was prepared and looked relaxed. Okay, but can you bring me a meal? I'm hungry. The colonel said it was okay, she was not a prisoner or a suspect, and she could have a full meal. Master, did you do anything? The two roommates pulled Su Shaokai to ask. After being together for so long, they all knew that Su Shaokai was definitely a brave warrior who had the courage to take risks. They were just afraid that she would do something behind their backs and offend the military, and they didn't know how to save her. Su Shaokai raised the corners of her lips, finally willing to come. She thought the other party would delay for a few days. Don't worry. Su Shaokai stopped Wu Qingqing who wanted to go with her. She blinked and said, I need to talk to someone above me about something. It should be about the game. Wish me success. Teammate Mu ran. I shouldn't worry about it. They speculated whether Captain Tai's connections had worked. Su Shaokai had a plan and followed the colonel. The colonel took her to a military-restricted area where students and outsiders were not allowed to enter. After passing through several metal doors, they came to the underground basement and pushed the door into a simple office. Su Shaokai saw the Lieutenant General mentioned by the students. He was dressed in a neat military uniform and had an amazing aura. When Su Xiaokai saw him, she was like a frightened cat, with goosebumps all over her skin, like a cat with its fur standing up. She had a hunch that this person was very strong, stronger than any strong person she had ever seen. Lieutenant General Bai's appearance was not spread on the internet, but he was notorious for being fierce, and others said he was fierce. This was not a description of his personality, but his appearance. Lieutenant General Bai's appearance was indeed unfriendly. Su Xiaokai was extremely alert, adjusted her mentality, and saluted. Military training student Su Xiaokai reported in. Hello, Lieutenant General Bai. You are not my soldier. Don't be too nervous, sit down. Su Xiaokai moved quickly, pulled out the chair, sat back, and completely relaxed, like a salted fish. Lieutenant General Bai laughed, and laughed even more fiercely. You don't seem to be afraid of me. As you said, I am not your soldier, I don't need to be afraid of you. As long as you don't make mistakes, you won't be punished by military discipline. Su Xiaokai pretended to be calm, and looked around the room. This is probably just a reception room. The bookcase on the wall is completely for show. I don't know who had the smart idea to put romance novels on it. What attracted Su Xiaokai's attention the most was the small potted plant on the table. Can I see the cactus? Lieutenant General Bai, as you like. Su Xiaokai picked up the small potted plant. The cactus was well cared for, green and tender, with buds growing on the top, ready to bloom. Touching its thorns, the thorns actually moved, and it shyly gathered together to reject the intruder. It's pretty cute. There is no such plant on the Su planet. The cactus is rough, but Father Su didn't introduce it. He prefers to challenge flowers with higher difficulty. The same look as when he was repairing the mecha, he just liked the difficult ones. Su Xiaokai was not picky, she liked any plant, but she was afraid of causing biological invasion. Lieutenant General Bai was observing and saw Su Xiaokai playing with the cactus, even picking up the soil to see the roots inside. The information said that Su Xiaokai's hobby was growing vegetables, and her ambition was to farm. He originally thought that the authenticity needed to be verified, but after seeing Su Xiaokai, he understood that her eyes looking at plants were definitely obsessed. There is an old saying that goes, the more inexperienced you are, the more you like to play. Su Xiaokai is a scumbag when it comes to growing vegetables, but that doesn't stop her from liking it. Lieutenant General Bai, do you know why I called you here? Why? Su Xiaokai didn't respond. Some things can't be revealed by herself. If Lieutenant General Bai doesn't say anything, Su Xiaokai will resolutely play dumb. Lieutenant General Bai chuckled, smart kid. The errand colonel came back and knocked on the door to bring in the food. The cart was full of large portions of food, more than enough for 5 people. Lieutenant General Bai didn't like to waste food. Didn't you say you don't need to prepare my portion? Colonel, this is the meal for classmate Su alone. Lieutenant General Bai was speechless. The appetite of a beast. The information didn't say it at all. Su Xiaokai, thank you, Colonel brother, the pen refills are all my favorites. The colonel is young and still single, and he doesn't like teasing. His ears turned red when he was teased. Eat slowly, Lieutenant General, I'm going out first. Don't flirt with my soldiers casually. Lieutenant General, what are you thinking? I'm only 16, not yet an adult. Su Xiaokai looked at the dishes. Do you mind if I chat while eating? Lieutenant General Bai was very tolerant of the little girl. You can do whatever you want. Then he sat down. You contacted a salesman at the mine the day before yesterday. Why did you contact him? Su Xiaokai took a bite of the rice first. It seems that he really had an accident. Lieutenant General Bai, be serious. Su Xiaokai frowned. It seems that he really had an accident. I'm not asking you to act. Before Lieutenant General Bai ran out of patience, Su Xiaokai said frankly, Lieutenant General, since you asked this, you must have investigated the incident. The salesman was beaten, and I did help him. The reason for the beating was that someone was missing, and he was the only one who escaped, and then he was beaten by the missing family. The young employee was confused throughout the whole process, as if he didn't know it happened. There is no need to explain the details. Su Xiaokai said, whether he is acting or not, there must be something wrong. I am a gossiper, so I naturally want to know the follow-up. At the beginning, Su Xiaokai was more inclined to think that the young employee was acting, and he was hiding something from me. She asked the young employee to go for a physical examination just to test him. Chapter 52. In the story told by the junior employee, Xiao Ming, is a person who is short of money, a little greedy, and willing to take risks for a job that pays more. He is also very cowardly. He feels ashamed of the missing people, and has a conscience, but he will not take actual actions to find them. He desires stability, is poor, is relatively honest, but evades responsibility. For such a person, a little temptation of benefits and an immigration application without worries can make him fall into the trap. As Su Xiaokai expected, the young employee followed her psychological suggestion and went for a detailed physical examination. Of course, if the other party did not go for a physical examination, it would further prove that he had concealed something in the story. Su Xiaokai would definitely pursue him relentlessly, hire someone to win him over, or inquire again. The ending was good, paying 20,000 and getting information about the insect man, which was a good profit. Lieutenant General Bai pondered the truth of Su Xiaocai's words and said, "But you tricked him into a full physical examination?" He really wanted to know how Su Xiaokai realized that there was something wrong with that person. "I didn't lie to him. Visa immigration requires a physical examination. If he is fine, I will keep my promise and give him a visa to live on Su Planet for 5 years. I can also ask my dad to help him find a job. Although it is impossible to apply for a long-term residence permit on Su Planet, it is just one more worker. Su Xiaokai can still make the decision. Applying every 5 years is not a big deal. Therefore, there will be no cases of people disappearing strangely on Su Planet, and people cannot be found for more than 10 or 20 years. Lieutenant General, are you really not going to eat?" Su Xiaokai pointed at the large amount of food. "It would take her a long time to finish it. It will take you a lot of time." "No, I've already eaten. There's still time to chat with a little classmate." "It's okay." Su Xiaokai felt sorry. The food in the cafeteria tasted in line with the general appetite. It was salty. She had to drink some lemonade after every few bites. There were only a few light dishes, and they were not very delicious. It would be better if the Lieutenant General joined. She must put those 2 dishes in front of him. Su Xiaokai said, "Oh, if you have anything, just ask directly. I will tell you everything I can. Don't be polite." Lieutenant General Bai thought, "You are eating with relish in front of me, which is already very impolite." But he admired Su Xiaocai's calmness. She should be a good candidate for leading troops, bold and able to read people's minds. It is not clear what her values are, but her heart is definitely cruel and dark. From beginning to end, she never asked about the safety of the salesperson. Lieutenant General Bai also knew about the attack on Isuelu. It was not recorded in the files, but was told by an acquaintance in the Capital Star Law Enforcement Department. The whole process and result of the incident seemed to be under her control. Decisive, patient, she pushed people to the bottom of the valley with one step, leaving them no chance to turn over. Lieutenant General Bai liked her most for using E1 to destroy Isuelu. If Su Xiaokai investigated personally, at most Isuelu would be sent to prison for a few years. It would be different if E1 took over. The E family would not allow people with such character defects to rise. Well, Su Xiaocai's actions seemed to be full of loopholes, but in fact they were watertight. If it weren't for her, the mining area would have become a living hell. Lieutenant General Bai had to thank her for indirectly helping the military solve a big problem. The incident with the young employee could only be characterized as a coincidence. Su Xiaokai ate with gusto. Lieutenant General Bai chuckled. Since she asked him not to be polite, he said directly, "I want to know what patent you applied for." Su Xiaokai narrowed her eyes. "I thought you called me here to ask me about games in addition to the matter of that little brother." "What game? You mean the newly opened game company. Could it be that Su Xiaocai's patent is related to games? If it is related to games, why do those people want to deal with her?" Lieutenant General Bai subjectively believes that games can only be used as a means for novices to practice, or as an entertainment project for soldiers. "I don't need games," Lieutenant General Bai said. Su Xiaokai touched his chin. Captain Tai and Instructor Fan didn't report such important information carefully. TSK, they are ignorant. Captain Tai and Instructor Fan are so wronged. They just heard how awesome Wu Qingqing and others said, but they didn't dare to believe it completely. They had never played her game. There is an illusion in the world called the friend filter. Whatever your friends do is better than others. Even if it is not a good thing in the eyes of others, as long as it is done by friends, it is the best. Obviously Wu Qingqing and others are typical. Friend bragging. Su Xiaokai smiled cunningly. "Instructor, you haven't played it. How do you know it's not necessary?" Su Xiaokai, who didn't want to miss the opportunity, raised Wisdom 02. "Would you like to ask someone to try it?" When selling products in person, Lieutenant General Bai was angry and amused. "Give me a reason why I have to try it." Su Xiaokai cleared her throat and acted like a top seller. "This game allows you to set the personalities of your teammates, simulate real combat, have tens of thousands of combat scenes, randomly generate monsters, and even experience wars involving hundreds of thousands of people in a single player. The underlying computing logic is our company's unique technology, which allows people to be immersed in the game. You can command hundreds of thousands of people, or you can travel the world with a few teammates. The dream of being a hero is here. I'm so excited. I've said so much. Please give me a chance, Uncle Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai was speechless. If sales failed, he would act like a spoiled child. He didn't learn much from the sales champion's eloquence, but he was very good at playing girls' tricks. Lieutenant General Bai's thoughts were in sync with Ji Li's. Starting a business at such a young age? Well, it doesn't hurt to support him. Since the spy has set his sights on him, he must have something extraordinary. Su Shaokai stayed at the Lieutenant General's place for several hours. During this time, she went to the toilet twice. She drank too much lemonade, and her stomach was a little bloated. Lieutenant General Bai asked someone to bring in 2 of the most advanced virtual cabins, and installed the game. He asked someone to try it out. Among the people trying it out was the colonel who had just run errands. A total of 10 people tried it out, and Lieutenant General Bai asked them how they would rate their experience on a scale of 1 to 10. All of them gave it a 10. Although they looked frustrated as if they had eaten shit, they could only give it this score. The game was too powerful, beating all the other games on the market in all dimensions. This must have been developed for the military. As soldiers, they would be sorry to the developers if they didn't give it a 10. Lieutenant General Bai saw Su Shaokai picking her teeth, curling her orchid fingers with confidence, and smiled smugly. Don't thank me too much, just pay me when the time comes. Unable to see her relaxing, Lieutenant General Bai drove her away. Go back to training. I'm in logistics. No one will scold me whether I train or not. Su Shaokai patted her butt and left, had a big meal, and successfully promoted the game again. She is the top seller in the company, and she will get a salary and commission in the future. After the girl left, Lieutenant General Bai took advantage of the fact that no one was around and tried the game. After that, he couldn't stop. Many Zergs that he had never fought against appeared in the game, and the fighting felt very real. If it weren't for the simulation cabin and the lack of data on many advanced mechas, which affected his mecha driving skills, he could have fought a few more rounds. The problem with the mecha data may be related to the fact that the company is not listed and cannot obtain mecha data. After playing for 2 or 3 hours, Lieutenant General Bai felt that the game was indeed very playable, especially the extraordinary mode, which was simply an extreme version of soldiers performing difficult tasks. As long as you can pass the extraordinary mode, it is equivalent to training a special forces soldier with brains, and you don't have to worry about not having good command talents. Lieutenant General Bai asked the 10 people who tried the game yesterday to write a trial report. He was very sure that this game must be the coveted patent. He must buy the game that can improve the overall quality of the army in advance. Su Shaokai also plans to add a very simple mission experience in the future, so that players with poor hands can also experience the pleasure of killing insects. In the battle in the capital square, the first reaction of every ordinary person when seeing the insects is to run away. Those who run fast enough are fine, but those who can't run fast may have to sacrifice. The power of the people is infinite. When most people can become a part of the fight against the insects, the sacrifice will be minimized. On the capital planet, Yu Haiming, who had just finished his weekend, took the package sent from the Su planet. As soon as the package arrived, Su Shaokai sent him the instructions. Delete the instructions after reading. Su Shaokai told him so. Yu Haiming carefully opened the package. One of the items inside was a red Rubik's Cube, the same model as the combat robot that Wu Qingqing practiced, but it was defined as a bodyguard, with the primary mission of protecting the owner. In the package, there was also a very thin vest, which looked light, but was very heavy. The vest is called the Body Protecting Robot. Wearing it can provide all-round protection. Yu Haiming took off his clothes and put on the vest first. The vest's recognition method is somewhat unique. It requires Yu Haiming's blood, and then wears it for 24 hours. Once recognized, the owner can never be changed. It will protect the owner until death. If the owner's vital signs disappear, it will also self-destruct. As for the red cube, it needs more recognition procedures. Its original owner is Su Laodai. Su Laodai has more than 30 bodyguards. Giving one to Yu Haiming can also be regarded as reducing Su Laodai's energy costs. Father Su, who had never encountered danger, didn't know what these Rubik's Cube robots were for. But Su Shaokai told him to take one with him wherever he went. Su Shaokai had already remotely controlled it to format the original owner's information. After that, it had to collect Yu Haiming's blood, fingerprints, irises, and hair follicles before it could officially start. Yu Haiming took it step by step, read the instructions over and over again, and after memorizing them, he started to operate. The moment the Rubik's Cube robot successfully recognized its master, its appearance did not change, and only a sentence popped up. The information of the deputy owner has been successfully changed. Hello, Mr. Yu. I am your combat bodyguard. Please carry me with you. Then what? Yu Haiming, that's it? What's your name? Mr. Yu, you can call me Bodyguard 31. Please help me fill up my energy at home. In non-combat mode, I can last for half a year. In combat mode, I can only last for 3 days. Please remember to fill up your energy. Then the red cube stopped talking. Yu Haiming poked it, but it didn't respond. What a cool bodyguard. A metal lump, Yu Haiming couldn't help but wonder how it could protect people. Could it be that there were weapons of mass destruction hidden inside? That's not right. The population of the capital planet is dense. If you dare to use weapons of mass destruction, you will be imprisoned for life. But Su Shaokai is not a person who talks big. To be on the safe side, he stuffed 2 bottles of pepper and chili oil in his backpack, with a strong spray bottle. Even if the insects attacked, he would marinate the insects before dying. However, the next day after getting the bodyguard, Su Shaokai sent a message saying that she had already had an initial talk with the military and asked him to resume recruitment. Don't worry about safety issues. In a day or 2, there should be veterans applying for the job. Remember to send me a message. After confirming the identity of the other party, he was recruited into the company as security. Combined with Yu Haiming's previous statement that there were people with bad intentions observing the company, Su Shaokai guessed that her patent might be targeted. Now Lieutenant General Bai misunderstood that her game was something that others were eyeing. As long as Lieutenant General Bai was interested in introducing the game first, he would definitely find ways to help. The principal was a reliable old man, and the base he came to was also very good. Lieutenant General Bai was a good person in a sense, and would not rob openly. Su Shaokai still has a lot of confidence in cooperating with him. Yu Haiming is almost in awe. The boss is moving too fast. This makes him look a bit useless. The company's documents have not been processed yet, and the business has not started yet. The chosen worker cannot lose. A quarter of the 20 days have passed, and he can't be idle anymore. Time flies, and the military training students have spent 10 days on the 022 mechanical planet unknowingly. During this period, the competition between students was held twice, and Su Shaokai did not join in, but Wu Qingqing and others relied on the power of the team to win all the games. Their progress is almost the same every day. Others are also improving, but they are improving faster. That strength has already distinguished them from other students. Su Shaokai has a variety of training equipment. After 2 days of training them as thieves, she puts tracking weapons into the field to simulate the pursuit of giant biological projections. And in the field of the space-based station, she releases a super large number of small robots. These small robots will release a magnetic field, disguised as meteorites, to provide them with practice to quickly cross the meteorite belt. Later, Su Shaokai increased the difficulty by adding some spider robots with excellent jumping ability to the meteorite belt. When playing the game of chasing and escaping, if more than 3 spiders are entangled with you, you will be declared out and start over. For the levels that are really difficult to pass, Su Shaokai will personally demonstrate and inspire them to pass them again. Su Shaokai even dragged Instructor Fan along, not allowing him, a lieutenant who is not even a warrant officer, to escape. They had fun and were exhausted. Before they knew it, their strength had made a qualitative leap. The tacit understanding is almost there, and there will be no more embarrassing things like hiding behind others when going around. As for Instructor Fan, he doubted his life, and everything that happened in the past 10 days was still vivid in his mind. He still doesn't understand how he fell into Su Shaocai's hands. As long as Su Shaokai said it, his footsteps would unconsciously follow her. Well, Su Shaocai's training props are varied and fun, and Instructor Fan can only say that he is also fascinated by it. There was a small competition in the evening, and there was no suspense. Ji Hung and his 6 people won again. The team's score was far ahead of everyone else's. Others were still hovering around 1,000, but they had already crossed the 2,000 mark and were about to break through the 30s. Now they were the school's most prominent team. Their improvement was so obvious that Xue Hui became completely inconspicuous, and people began to question the school's selection criteria. Su Shaokai filmed the process of them winning the small competition and sent it to the principal. She also questioned the school's selection criteria. Hu Ping was a child who was growing so fast. What was wrong with being a little out of the ordinary? It was inevitable that he had his own ideas. He can become Ji Heng's right-hand man, often giving people unexpected surprises. The teachers in the school really don't know what's good. Lu Sun lacks a little talent, but he is willing to work hard. And after working hard, he really gets results. The key is that he is very obedient, and all the instructions given are completed accurately. This is an indispensable existence in a team. Even if his skills are a little worse, it doesn't matter, he can bring endless confidence and support to the captain. Not to mention Wu Qingqing, the apprentice who Su Xiaokai personally taught, made rapid progress. The overall strength of the 6 people has reached her standard. After a period of training, they can become a very strong team of contestants. After the competition, Colonel Bai's subordinates reported the students' training results. Students from the 3 schools have exceeded expectations. Do you want to proceed to the next step? Colonel Bai looked at the information handed over by his subordinates, arranged them to go to the surface and enter the actual combat. If you have the ability, don't waste it on the training ground. Only after experiencing wind and rain can you become a tenacious tree. Colonel Bai has always been paying attention to the little classmate that Major Sun introduced to join the training team temporarily. By the way, what happened to Su Xiaokai? Colonel Bai's subordinates opened their mouths. What should he say? Recently, Su Xiaokai has been in frequent contact with Lieutenant General Bai. This sentence is a bit strange. Lieutenant General Bai is Colonel Bai's uncle. The two work in the same place and should be close. In order to avoid suspicion, they don't get together once a month. Therefore, Colonel Bai didn't know about Lieutenant General Bai's cooperation with Su Xiaocai's company. Su Xiaokai is a god. She has never demonstrated her mecha driving skills in front of people outside the team, but Instructor Fan in the team is almost her little brother. The subordinates only dared to say, she is very capable, better than her companions. Colonel Bai heard what his subordinates said, and he didn't ask any more questions. He has been very busy recently. The missing soldier has been missing for 10 days, and has not been found. I am afraid that he is in danger. But we have to find him. Whether he is alive or dead, we must find out. And the Major General Mo who transferred these people away would never admit that he had issued an order. Colonel Bai even used Lieutenant General Bai's relationship to investigate. The harvest was 0, so annoying. On the 11th day, the instructors announced that 3 teams had reached the standard and their missions were changed. They no longer patrolled the base station, but went to the ground of each planet. They were going to face the insects officially. They went on stage in batches. Those with the best scores went on stage first. 6 people, The protagonists always appeared last, but they were the first to be the vanguard. The marginal planets were often invaded by insects. Because of the special minerals and energy issues, they could not give up, so soldiers were needed to garrison. The good news is that the team can get 100 points for killing an insect. The longer the garrison time, the more they can kill. The 3 teams that were announced to have reached the standard were Su Xiaocai's 7-man team, Wu Feiyong's team, and Pan Mingjia's team. All the people Su Xiaokai knew were here. Chapter 53. The 3 teams looked at each other. The surrounding students cast envious glances. Classmate A, Ji Hung, your team is really great. The instructors teach us so well. Unlike us, we may need a few more days to go. Classmate B, when you go there, kill fewer insects, and we will practice with you. Classmate C, if I had known, I would have joined you. It's probably fate. Li Lele is so lucky. Since Ji Hung and his team formed a team, Li Lele has never been looked down upon again. People's fate is amazing. 10 days ago, she was still a punching bag and the public enemy of senior students. Su Xiaokai just released a little kindness, and the turning point of her fate came. Some people are born to control the whole scene. At least no one around them dares to openly black Su Xiaokai. As a team member, Li Lele also enjoys this treatment. Now she basically doesn't cry anymore, and is much more cheerful. She became a close friend with Feng Huasha and discussed and learned from each other. Facts have proved that Xue Hui is a paper tiger, vulnerable, and has little strength. It all depends on the Xue family and the Yi family. Without her family background, she is really inconspicuous. Li Lele glanced at Xue Hui standing outside the crowd. For some reason, her heartbeat was like a drum, and she felt uneasy. Sensing Li Lele shrinking, Su Xiaokai followed her line of sight. She happened to meet Xue Hui's eyes, which were full of contempt and incomprehensible. Su Xiaokai pondered. She had guessed that Xue Hui was reborn before. People who are reborn must have some predictive ability. People with Xue Hui's personality are probably cold-blooded, with strong self-esteem and vanity. From another perspective, she is more rational, and can do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. So why did she not hesitate to condemn Ji Hung so excitedly in front of outsiders, when she came to the worship of Base 022? It does not conform to the behavioral logic of people with this personality. Perhaps it was Ji Hang's choice that made her lose something she should have held, or it infringed on her own interests. Su Xiaokai sent a message to Ji Hang. Haven't you made it clear to Xue Hui yet? Find a chance today and go and tell her. Then write down the details of your conversation. Xue Hui may know something about what will happen in the next few days. Go and find out. Don't focus on Xue Hui now. Act more naturally. Ji Hang, ? As smart as he is, he still doesn't quite understand what Su Xiaokai wants to express. Ji Hang pursed his lips. Today they have half a day to rest and adjust their state. Ji Hang thinks that what Su Xiaokai asked him to do is inappropriate, but he is embarrassed to refuse Su Xiaokai directly. He knows that his indecisiveness has come again. He did not reply to Su Xiaokai for the time being, but turned around to find Ji Li first. When you can't make a decision, ask your brother. Having a brother who is obsessed with his brother, Ji Li is also very worried. Ji Li took a sip of tea and ate cold bamboo shoots. He didn't know where Su Xiaokai got so many delicious bamboo shoots. He had bought other bamboo shoots before, but they were not as good as this one. Woody bamboo shoots tasted like a mushroom, and it made him feel warm all over, unlike other bamboo shoots that made him feel uncomfortable. After taking another look at the text Su Xiaokai sent to Ji Hang, Ji Li wondered what Su Xiaokai wanted to do. Then he asked, "Has your fiancé looked for you recently?" Ji Hang shook his head. "No." Ji Li took another sip of tea, the fragrance of the tea spreading in his mouth, and asked again, "What do you think of her? What kind of person do you think she is?" Ji Hang didn't understand why his brother suddenly asked this. A year or two ago, Ji Li seemed to have asked him the same question. How did he answer? At that time, Xue Hui was perfect in his eyes, and a very suitable candidate for a fiancé. She was virtuous, intelligent, gentle, and could make the elders happy. She always smiled in front of him, and was a little humble, which made him have the illusion that Xue Hui liked him very much. After seeing it clearly, he realized that Xue Hui treated him as an exhibit. Others can only look at this exhibit, but not touch it. She has the final say on what color it is painted. In fact, there is no difference between him and Xue Hui. He treats her as a decoration, and she treats him as a branded item. Ji Hang honestly told his feelings about Xue Hui now. She likes luxurious things, likes to be the focus of the crowd, and is more indifferent than me in terms of emotions. Ji Li glanced at him. What misunderstanding do you have about yourself? Emotionally indifferent? How does one become obsessed with older brothers? How can one explain being a good kid to one's mother? Ji Hang values emotions more than anyone else, but Xue Hui can never get into his heart. Since she is such a person, did she do anything to enhance her presence during this training? Ji Li's rational analysis made Ji Hang suddenly enlightened. Yes, except for the first small game when she wanted to attract some attention, she kept a low profile afterwards. Why? In other games, she and her teammates never stood out again. This is not normal. That's why Su Xiaokai said that he should find out Xue Hui's secret. Ji Hang, brother, do you think I should do what Su Xiaokai said? Think about it yourself. Ji Li was fed up with his brother's hesitation and couldn't help but remind him, do you think you can still be friends with Xue Hui after breaking up? No. Ji Hang knew that if he did anything good or bad, Xue Hui would be lucky not to add insult to injury. I understand, brother, be a bad guy to the end. I go find out right now. Ji Hang shouldered the heavy responsibility, and immediately went to find Xue Hui. Ji Li Xiang said that he didn't want to be a striker for Su Xiaokai, so he didn't have to go. He just needed to talk about breaking up the engagement. But his brother ran too fast, and didn't have time to say it. Forget it, Ji Li Xiang and Ji Hang broke up completely. Being a bad guy once, the relationship can never go back. Ji Hang went to the training ground to look for someone, but couldn't find him. He asked a few students along the way, and found out that Xue Hui went to the maintenance department. He hurried to the maintenance department. Ji Hang, what are you doing here? Hui doesn't want to see you. One of Xue Hui's suitors stopped Ji Hang. Even if you come to apologize, it won't save your relationship, so don't bother her. Are you mentally retarded? Ji Hang looked into the maintenance department, where Xue Hui was instructing people to modify the mecha. He knew all the weapons, but he couldn't understand the instruments in some places. He secretly adjusted the angle of the communicator, and took a photo. Hui, can you come out and talk? Ji Hang's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, enough to be heard in a noisy environment. In the maintenance room, everyone stopped moving. Xue Hui's back froze, and she turned her head. Her hair hung down from the brim of her hat, sticking to her cheek, making her look pitiful. Every strand of hair was acting. Ji Hang was still in shock. He was sure that he could not like the woman in front of him. No matter how innocent she pretended to be, he subconsciously rejected her. Xue Hui knew what Ji Heng's indifferent eyes meant. Xue Hui secretly clenched her fists. What was coming had come. She lowered her head slightly, and her hat covered the coldness in her eyes. She only gave Ji Heng one last chance. If he insisted on breaking up, don't blame her for being cruel. Hui, don't care what he says. You still have us. At least I will always stand by your side. The pursuer's eyes were deep, devoted and silky. Xue Hui pushed the pursuer's hand away. I have a fiancé, don't do this. It won't be soon, I know you will leave him soon. The pursuer took advantage of every opportunity, and was clinging to her. Xue Hui was very happy. She liked clingy little puppies. If Ji Heng is a playboy, Xue Hui doesn't mind that they play separately after marriage, but unfortunately Ji Heng is too obedient. After a long while, Ji Heng said in annoyance, everyone's time is precious. If you want to be affectionate with others, can you break up first? The suitor was surprised. Ji Heng really came to cancel the engagement. Xue Hui is such a talented woman, and she comes from a wealthy family. He actually wants to cancel the engagement. Xue Hui didn't see any reluctance from Ji Heng. She just flirted with the suitor, but Ji Heng didn't show any emotion. He was frighteningly calm. Let's just break up. The two walked to the corner of the maintenance room. There was no one here. The rest of the room was filled with the sound of the mechanical arm working. It was difficult to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ji Heng turned on the recording behind his back. He had thought of a pretext before coming here. You don't seem to be doing well recently. How can I not be doing well? Ji Heng was really good at flattering himself. Xue Hui sneered. She had looked in the mirror carefully in the morning. She didn't have dark circles under her eyes, and she didn't look haggard. She slept well and ate well. She couldn't lose sleep for a man. Ji Heng didn't care about Xue Hui's misunderstanding. He couldn't get rid of his bad man image. At school, you were always the center of attention. Here, you don't seem to be that active. Are you feeling unwell? You didn't care about me before, but now you care? We're about to break up. Why pretend to be a warm man? Xue Hui said sarcastically. I just care about you as a friend. Ji Heng observed the changes in Xue Hui's expression. The Ji and Xue families won't turn against each other because we canceled the engagement. Fake friends are still friends. They are just two families, so they won't be enemies for the time being. You finally got to the point. It's okay to cancel the engagement, but I want to ask the reason. Is it because of Su Xiaokai? Ji Heng's mind didn't think about the beautiful things. He kept silent, but didn't deny that he left Xue Hui because of Su Xiaokai. Xue Hui laughed at herself. She didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, this person would still return to Su Xiaokai. She was like a fool, trying so hard to get someone else's destined man. Xue Hui hated Su Xiaokai so much that she couldn't help but eat her flesh and crush her bones. Su Xiaokai always made her jealous, and she could easily get the affection of others. Ji Heng, you have guts. You don't want a white, rich and beautiful girl like me, but a short country girl who deals with mud all day. How is she better than me? Is she a good kisser or a good bed player? Ji Heng was surprised that this sentence came from Xue Hui's mouth. The lady's face was torn, and she looked like a different person with vulgarity. What dirty things are you thinking about? Su Xiaokai and I have no relationship beyond friendship. Not now, not in the future. Please stop thinking that kind of disgusting thoughts. Su Xiaokai is half his master. He dare not even think about having any emotional relationship with her. It is simply treasonous. He will be killed by Su Xiaokai. Xue Hui said coldly. It's okay to cancel the engagement. I will bring it up. The person who takes the initiative must be me. It is me, Xue Hui, who doesn't want you. There are still 10 days. After I go back, I will take the initiative to talk to my aunt. I hope you don't regret today's decision. Ji Heng, Mr. Xue, why should I regret it? Could something have happened in these 10 days that would make my thoughts change drastically? Xue Hui's face changed drastically. Did Su Xiaokai send you to test me? She couldn't stand the thought that Ji Heng might know the secret of her rebirth. He even shared the secret and said that he had nothing to do with Su Xiaokai. She pointed at the door and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you again." Ji Heng touched his nose. He was indeed not suitable for prying out information. Hu Ping was more suitable for this kind of thing. Seeing Ji Heng still standing there, Xue Hui was furious. Get out, get out. I don't want to see you again, scumbag. Okay. I'm leaving. Ji Heng ran away quickly, and the people around him all looked unfriendly. If he was a second late, there would be a fight. Xue Hui turned away to hide her hideous face. Go to hell. Without getting any information, Ji Hung still gave Su Shaokai the recording and photos he took. Looking at Xue Hui's performance, even a fool would understand that Xue Hui must know something. Ji Hung guessed that someone around Xue Hui planned an action to give Xue Hui military merit. The most normal guess, but it is far from the truth. Su Shaokai received the information from Ji Hung. She played with a pen on her fingertips, turning it around, wondering if it was a gift of surrender. She didn't expect Ji Hung to really do something bad. Ji Li should have known it too. A mean and sinister person probably wouldn't blame him for teaching his brother bad things. Su Shaokai opened the photo. The instrument placed on Xue Hui's mecha is an anti-jamming device. Su Shaokai made a bold assumption. Anti-interference devices are only used in large-scale disasters, or they are done by humans. There are two situations. In the former, the 022 mechanical planet has a way to deal with it. The latter is unpredictable and uncontrollable. So Xue Hui looked at her like a dead person today, because there is going to be a man-made crime. There are too few clues and no evidence. Su Shaokai looked at Wisdom 03, Dear 03. Does the military have artificial intelligence? Yes, but the artificial intelligence of Planet 022 manages very few things, such as lighting switches, base station monitoring system operation, and whether the energy supply data is abnormal. Have you made friends with it? 03 can't do it. The other party's artificial intelligence level is low and cannot communicate. Whatever the master wants to do, Wisdom 03 will serve you. 03, temporarily take over the work of the military's artificial intelligence. Can you do it? How long do you mean by temporarily? More than half a day. No, the military server is too poor and can't handle my data flow. It seems that it's time for her, the master, to create favorable conditions for 03. Su Shaokai prefers to be in control of things. It would be best if nothing happened. If an accident happens, she can't let the person who caused the accident escape. Su Shaokai sent a message to the Lieutenant General. I can give you a few trial accounts first. I'm giving them away, but I need your support. Lieutenant General Bai replied immediately, asking what support. Servers, our company will deploy servers. This game is not selling well in the mining area. I need to borrow your servers. Lieutenant General Bai, the military servers cannot be lent to you. I don't want the military servers. Don't you have the ones that can be used separately? Many foreign companies need to borrow them. It will be no problem if we only rent from foreign companies. Lieutenant General Bai didn't have to think about it, and made the decision. He couldn't wait for the game to be officially launched, so he might as well make it easier for Su Shaokai. Artificial intelligence is also a service outside the military. It can be seen from the projects managed by artificial intelligence that the military does not attach much importance to it. Su Shaokai plans to try her luck. Because Su Shaokai was leaving at night, the Lieutenant General immediately asked her to go to the server room. The colonel who ran errands for the Lieutenant General last time led the way. The server room of the foreign businessmen is on the second floor below ground, and it is quite far to go. Colonel, we meet again. Su Shaokai smiled and said, I forgot to ask your name. My last name is Yuan, the same as Yuan Bao. The young colonel wanted to be aloof, but his red neck was obviously not the case. Hello, Colonel Yuan. Who can resist the soft and cute address of a pretty little girl? Colonel Yuan couldn't. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to look at Su Shaokai and took him to the server storage room. After passing through 3 body search doors, he was allowed to pass only if no weapons or prohibited electronic devices were found. It was very strict. These servers are all newly purchased. Colonel Yuan pointed to 3 of the servers. I heard that the military has artificial intelligence. Are they also placed here? Su Shaokai looked at the servers contained in the metal shells. There were so many that it was difficult for her to identify them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious about artificial intelligence because I can't see it in reality. Colonel Yuan, the military's artificial intelligence is not really intelligent. It's right here. Following his finger, Su Shaokai saw the server with the largest coverage in the innermost part. You just put it here so carelessly. Aren't you afraid that someone will have bad intentions? It's useless to have bad ideas. Our base is all controlled by humans first. Artificial intelligence cannot surpass humans. That's hard to say. Your places controlled by humans are not as convenient as artificial intelligence. Su Shaokai said, and then he picked a server, used the toolbox in the server room to disassemble the metal shell, prepared to modify it, and inserted the blue chip. The whole process was carried out under the eyes of Colonel Yuan. Su Shaokai explained, this chip is the core technology of the game. I hope Colonel Yuan can keep it secret for the time being. It doesn't matter if it can't be kept secret. If it's given to others, you can't play your game. It doesn't matter if you can't play it. Anyway, others don't understand my chip technology. Colonel Yuan, So why do you say so much? Colonel, can you help me get a screw? I forgot to take it. The screw was in the tool cabinet, and Colonel Yuan turned to get it. Su Xiaokai immediately pressed a small gap in Wisdom 02 to release her homemade electronic invasion spider. The little spider was about the size of a thumb. As soon as its white body fell to the ground, it turned the same color as the floor and blended into the environment. They walked on the smooth floor, with a very thin line behind them, crawling towards the AI server. During this time, Colonel Yuan came back, and Su Xiaokai sat cross-legged on the ground. With a natural look, he started to modify the server after getting the screws. Su Xiaokai was in a casual posture, slowly transmitting data. One chip was definitely not enough, so Su Xiaokai prepared 3. Chapter 54. All the data is ready, and Wisdom 03 has also created a clone. Su Xiaokai yawned lazily. Okay, you can play multiplayer online in the future. Several electronic invasion spiders will not return. They have been parasitic on the artificial intelligence server and act as an invasion agent for Wisdom 03. Even if someone loses power, the mechanical spider can invade at the first time and then transfer the server chip permissions. However, this has limitations. Su Xiaokai turned off the server and set a password again. She told Colonel Yuan the password. I set the chip to be automatically destroyed when it is removed. If someone touches it, it may emit black smoke, but it will not catch fire. It will only destroy the server. Please do not touch it easily. As long as the server is not destroyed, she can operate it. I hope Colonel Yuan will not have such a damn curiosity. Colonel Yuan told Su Xiaokai not to be too cautious. We can't touch the server at ordinary times. At most, we can clean the dust. The robots are the ones who inspect the computer room and do the cleaning work every day. Su Xiaokai looked relieved. This is even more worrying. In the dormitory, Wisdom 03 is invading the artificial intelligence. It is covering the other party and camouflaging. When Su Xiaokai comes back, Wisdom 03 has completed the task. Such an invasion is not considered a formal invasion. It is only considered an invasion after the authority is transferred. The wires of the 3 spiders are connected to the chip of the server. Even if the power is cut off, it can be transferred to the server of 03 as soon as possible. At present, the invading spider is in a dormant state, just waiting for the clone of Wisdom 03 to send a signal to work. I mentioned earlier that it has limitations. The limitations are fatal. Each spider can only provide Wisdom 03 with 2.5 hours of highlights. After 2.5 hours of official use, they are completely useless. In other words, the time to hack the artificial intelligence and replace it is only 7.5 hours at most. But it is enough. 7.5 hours, taking the fastest shuttle, can jump from the center of the galaxy to the edge of the galaxy. If there is no time to call for reinforcements, you can only leave it to fate. I was thinking about what delicious food I would make for Maruko to take away for her in the evening. Lieutenant General Bai sent a message, asking her to go to the meeting office again. Su Xiaokai took a deep breath, feeling very nervous. She was not going to be discovered right after doing something bad. How should she explain it? Su Xiaokai, who was always calm when doing bad things, suddenly felt a little guilty. Lieutenant General Bai had to be seen. A hasty plan would be troublesome. After a long time, Su Xiaokai finally came to the meeting office and sat on the chair. Lieutenant General Bai stared at her, frowning tightly, in deep thought, as if thinking about something very serious. Su Xiaokai was restless because she had just done something wrong. Her butt felt like it had thorns on it, and she moved back and forth. You are very nervous. Don't be nervous. I know you students take practical classes very seriously, and you are all looking forward to the opportunity to fight with the insect people. What a misunderstanding. She doesn't like fighting. Being a farmer, she just needs to be good at hoeing. She doesn't have the passion of young people. She swallowed the truth and couldn't say it. Lieutenant General Bai saw through her evil intentions 90%. I'm not nervous. I want to have a good meal before going there. Lieutenant General Bai, you seem to eat very well every day. I've made up for the days I've been here. Teacher Liang has become rounder, but she is still skinny. When you start a company in the future, have you ever considered not going with the team this time? It turned out that Lieutenant General Bai didn't find out that she was cheating. He just thanked her for the gift and wanted to persuade her to put safety first. Of course, there's also the price of the cooperation to be determined. If Su Xiaokai wanted safety, she wouldn't have left school in the first place. Humans are contradictory creatures, and she herself is no exception. She came all the way to a remote place just for a traitor. In the past 10 days, the relationship between her and her friends has deepened, and she can't just ignore a few teammates. Su Xiaokai rejected Lieutenant General Bai's suggestion. Lieutenant General, you can first tell me your thoughts on the price of the game. Lieutenant General Bai is the first party, and he wants a cheap price, preferably free. If it is provided to their military for free, he can give Su Xiaokai some conveniences, such as mineral development, giving the school a few more military quotas, and promoting the game on the 022 mechanical planet. Lieutenant General Bai knew that Su Xiaokai would never agree to all of the above. But he still said it shamelessly. When it comes to money and company interests, Su Xiaokai is determined not to give it away for free. The company needs money to operate, and the military is too big. It is impossible to give it away for free, and both sides began to bid. Su Xiaokai originally planned to give away accounts for free, and then there were only 30 game maps. If you want to continue playing, you have to pay to buy the maps. But by doing this, many people may not even clear 30 maps and give up playing. The company has to bear a lot of server pressure. Each product has a different target group. Games like FIFA Island can be positioned and sold to the well-off class and above. 3,000 for an account, and 300 dungeon maps are available. Lieutenant General Bai, no, the price is too high. Su Xiaokai was helpless. Lieutenant General, this is the normal price. Game platforms have discounts. You can bargain. It seems to be true. The Lieutenant General, who has not bought anything in person for decades, checked the previous purchase of games for the military. Oh, 500 per account. This price is acceptable. And in the solution given by the experts, it is best to control the price between 500 and 1,000. Lieutenant General Bai thought about it and said directly, 500. Su Xiaokai deal? Lieutenant General Bai, ? He wondered if his price was too high. 300. Lieutenant General Bai was playing dirty and trying to lower the price. Su Xiaokai was calm and composed, 500. She knew the tricks of doing business. Once the other party called a price, she had to stick to it and not back down. The uniqueness of the FIFA Island game is her trump card. In a short period of time, no game can surpass it. She is very confident. In the end, Su Xiaokai won and gave the army the game at a price of 500 per account. Lieutenant General Bai regretted not suppressing a little more. Businessmen will hold on to this point when they smell money, and Su Xiaokai is perfect at it. Being a boss at a young age is not an easy thing. After the game is released, only 300 maps will be available for the time being. The remaining maps must be purchased for amounts ranging from 1 to 100. How about I open up 100 more maps for you? As long as you are stationed on the 022 mechanical planet, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Subsequent maps are the business of the soldiers themselves, and it is up to the individual to buy them. But having 100 more maps to play with is also a profit. The frustrated Lieutenant General Bai finally felt better. The contract has not been signed yet, but the preliminary cooperation has been discussed. It is straightforward to negotiate the price with the military. Unlike other official exchanges, they urged and asked to leave the bidding. There is a possibility that they will regret the price later. Su Xiaokai smiled and said, if they don't buy the updated map for cooperation with Lieutenant General Bai, I will lose a lot. Although Lieutenant General Bai has never participated in game development, he also knows that it is not easy to make a great game. In fact, you don't have to be a legal person of a company. It would be better to be a shareholder. Lieutenant General Bai regretted that Su Xiaokai, as a corporate legal person, could not be an active soldier. Su Xiaokai was stunned. Why did she forget that there was such a good thing? Being a legal person is good. Being a legal person is wonderful. She likes being a legal person. No matter how powerful she is, the military can't pull her into the army. As a corporate legal person, as long as the company doesn't go bankrupt, it means being isolated from the military. Lieutenant General Bai watched Su Xiaokai's mouth curl up and then curl up again, and so on, and he was obviously secretly happy. Not everyone likes to be a soldier, and he regretted being lonely. Thank you, Lieutenant General Bai, for your care. Su Xiaokai stood up and was about to leave. Lieutenant General Bai, be careful during the mission. Don't set a flag. I will pay attention to safety. She must secure the company's first order. It was almost time to leave, and Su Xiaokai left the meeting room. Worried about the safety of the little guy, Lieutenant General Bai called a subordinate over and asked them to protect him secretly and check the progress of the disappearance. The team led by Colonel Bai has been missing for many days. Lieutenant General Bai also took it seriously, and wanted to see the person alive, or the body dead. The soldier disappeared in the outer space mine, which was very close to the planet Su Shaokai was going to. It was a real battlefield, but the intensity was a little lower. A lower risk level does not guarantee the safety of students. There are only a few merchants and miners left on that planet, and there is nothing worth coveting by the Zerg, so the battle intensity is not high, suitable for novices. I just hope there will be no accidents. There are also students from Junhui and Junya who were selected to fight there this time. 2 teams from Junhui and 1 team from Junya. Before the 6 teams left, there was a pre-war mobilization meeting to be held. The instructor said a lot of precautions before the meeting ended. The score is not the most important thing. Before departure, Su Shaokai also told his teammates, whether you win or lose the game, you are all the best. On the battlefield, not dying is victory. While protecting the people, if you are unable to resist and are about to fall into despair, then take the people you can take with you and escape. It is not shameful to escape at this time, because only by escaping can you bring back battlefield information. Hugging and dying together is something people do when they are powerless. Most of the sacrifices made by the martyrs were only to divert the enemy's attention. Otherwise, who would want to die? A war won by death must be extremely tragic, and it is done only when there is no chance of winning. You can sacrifice, but you must make sure that your sacrifice is useful, otherwise, no one will miss you. When I ask you to escape, remember not to hesitate, just run. The 6 people agreed at the same time, understood. They were excited and nervous about going to the battlefield. Su Shaokai asked them to prepare more nutrients and clean water, and to ensure that they would not starve or die of thirst before going to the battlefield. Sometimes they fought in the mecha cabin for dozens of hours without food or water. If they didn't die of exhaustion, they would run out of food first, and die unjustly. There were also medical supplies. At night, they boarded the shuttle and, together with the soldiers who were changing guards, passed through the artificial wormhole and arrived at their destination, Huangyang Star. Huangyang Star was a turbid yellow planet with very little vegetation coverage. There was only a little color in the northern hemisphere. After entering the planet, all you could see was gray haze. It was like entering the apocalyptic world. There was a sandstorm just now, it will be fine in a while. Fanli is quite familiar with Huangyang Star, and he comes to kill the insects every once in a while. Ji Hung is becoming more and more like a captain. Will there be insects attacking at this time? It is not ruled out, but it is difficult for insects to move in such bad weather. Are you keeping this planet to give soldiers a place to train? Su Shaokai interjected. No, it's because we can't find the insect nest, and we don't know where the mother body is hidden. Experts speculate that it is most likely in a folded hidden space in outer space. Anyway, we didn't detect any traces of the mother body's activities on Huangyang Star. Fanli knew very well that Colonel Yuan and Lieutenant General Bai were unwilling to waste manpower here for a long time. However, there are many star gold deposits on Huangyang Star, and neither the merchants nor the military are willing to give up, so they can only send people to station here. Fanli couldn't say this clearly, so he just asked them to relax. The shuttle slowly landed, and everyone put on new equipment and helmets, and went out to adapt to the new environment. Students from 6 teams from 3 schools gathered together. The students from Junhui looked at the 3 teams from Junpei, and were very dissatisfied. They even snorted at Su Shaokai who passed by. She thought she was great just because she had a loudspeaker. Su Shaokai nodded to them in a friendly manner and said with a smile, I didn't expect to have the honor to team up with you. I have admired the top students from Junhui for a long time. I am very sorry that I scolded you when you quarreled last time. Hu Ping and others were silent. Hypocrisy. They said Xue Hui was hypocritical, but in fact, she was no match for Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai can put on a sweet face to everyone. But her hypocrisy is different from Xue Hui's. Xue Hui is trying to consolidate her power, and build a fake wall of friends for herself. Su Xiaocai's hypocrisy is a kind of worldly wisdom. She is like this to strangers. To make friends, you have to speak human words to give people a friendly feeling. As for making friends, no matter what nonsense she says, it's just a joke between friends. Junhui led 2 students, not knowing that people are sinister. After hearing Su Xiaocai's sincere apology, they lost their temper and softened their attitude. Seeing that she was struggling to look up, the rough men of Junhui hunched their backs slightly and lowered their voices. No need to apologize. We said something unpleasant first. Really? You Junhui are generous. I was afraid that you would mind and scold me for being too arrogant. Ahem, they really thought so in their hearts. Now that the girl apologized, they naturally let go of their grudges. The girl's voice was too sweet and had no offensive power, and the men couldn't resist it. What's wrong with the sweet girl? She just wanted to stop a meaningless fight. No, we all think you're cute. Thank you for the compliment. Let's get along well. I ask you for advice later. You won't secretly call me stupid, right? No, absolutely not. Ask each other for advice. The people of Junhui shook their heads in unison. The students of this class of Junpei are quite sweet. They misunderstood her before. They were so intoxicated by the girl's sweet offensive that they forgot how much Su Xiaocai's face asked for a beating. Su Xiaocai and Junia's students also nodded, and a group of unruly Junpei kids behind them followed suit. Junia students, don't think we don't know what you are up to. You must want to make friends with us, and then find out our news. Yes, I heard that your Junia leader this year is very smart. Let's make friends, learn from each other, and don't fight, okay, little brother. Emma, she actually called him little brother. The people of Junia couldn't stand it anymore, and turned away proudly. Whose little cutie is this? I can't bear to bully him. For a while, the atmosphere in the three schools improved a lot. The instructors were waiting to see the three families quarrel, and then give them a good scolding. In the end, Su Xiaocai turned the situation around with just a few words. Ji Hung and others had goosebumps all over their bodies, and took a step back. Su Xiaocai became mushy, and there was a suffocating sweetness, like a carnivorous plant emitting an alluring aroma. The students of Junpei and Junia had no idea that they had been targeted by this carnivorous plant. They only felt that this little internet celebrity had a good temper, and was not arrogant at all. You are so young, how can the school bear to send you to the battlefield? No matter how good Su Xiaocai is at fighting, her driving skills cannot compare with Ji Heng's. Junhui's sister is a captain with a generous personality. Su Xiaocai looks really young, and she doesn't understand Junpei's approach. Sister you, I'm 16. You look only 12. Captain Feng of Junhui agreed and said naively, you are too short. Did you not get enough nutrition when you were a child? Ji Hung and others lowered their heads, and couldn't help laughing, and their shoulders shook with laughter. Su Xiaocai's forehead was bulging with veins. I'm called Ling Long. It's really a little short. Captain Feng told the truth. Su Xiaocai strode in front. The friendship boat had just set sail for a minute, and it capsized and broke off. Don't listen, it's all the devil's curse. After leaving the shuttle, the dust in the sky had calmed down. Family waved, come and help move the supplies. This time, they came to Huangyang Star. One is to change guards, and the other is to replenish supplies for the only city on Huangyang Star. Many residents in Huangyang City, who were skinny and ragged, saw someone coming out of the aviation building, and came out one after another, staring at the supplies carried by the army with envy. They knew that these supplies were just superficial, and the really good things were all in the space. The military and government office buildings were combined, referred to as the military and political buildings, not far from the aviation building. Cars drove by. They got in the car and drove past quickly. The residents looked at the soldiers' weapons with fear. If the government didn't have weapons, they would have started to rob them long ago. Wu Qingqing said sympathetically, Coach Fan, they are so thin, don't they have enough to eat? Of course they don't have enough to eat. Every year we organize people to ask who wants to leave Huangyang planet. As long as they sign up, we will take them to the mechanical planet. Or send them to a place that is closer, and has a good living environment. The implication is that they don't want to leave. Why are they doing this? For money. And maybe they don't want to leave their hometown. This sentence was said by Su Xiaocai. If the Su planet was attacked, she would defend it to the death, and never give up. The feelings for the hometown cannot be separated. Even though these people are thin and numb, they still hope that one day Huangyang Star can return to the planet full of vitality. Before being destroyed by the insect people, Huangyang Star was like a yellow gem, with golden oceans and endless green forests, very beautiful. Now, there are only turbid water, and a few plants left, and Huangyang City is supported by high technology. Chapter 55. It's their choice. They are afraid of death, and dare not go out. There is little that others can do. Family used to be like Wu Qingqing. He always felt sorry for them, but later he found that it was just a waste of effort. They just want money. Residents who stay in the same place are rarely good. Every time they pass an intersection, residents wearing filter respirators run out to see who is coming. The old-fashioned hovercraft will emit a low engine roar. The special sound may mean that the boss is coming to pick people to go to the mining area, and the residents are looking forward to the release of new jobs. Seeing that it was a military vehicle, they all showed disappointed eyes. Su Xiaocai noticed there are no children among them. Most of the children were sent away. Adults are reluctant to leave their homeland, but children don't have this concern. Most of the children on Huangyang Star are abandoned orphans, and a small number of them are also cruelly sent away by their parents. Wu Qingqing felt very uncomfortable. A good planet was left with only a small living area. It would be great if we could find the mother nest. We will find it eventually. Li Lei comforted. The group entered the government building, took off their helmets, breathed in the fresh air, and felt comfortable. The air outside was very turbid. They just opened their helmets and took 2 sips, and they almost suffocated. It was 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, but it was daytime outside. If you are not tired, go eat something and follow us out to kill insects and adjust the time difference. An instructor said. This is the first time I have heard of this way of adjusting the time difference. Wu Qingqing said, Instructor Fan, do you all adjust the time difference this way? Fan Li whispered, you haven't been stationed for long. Taking 2 days off to adjust to the time difference is not in line with the purpose of your training. What is the purpose of our training? The 7 curious babies pricked up their ears. If you can't kill me, then train me to death. Don't you know that? Okay, Instructor Fan has also learned to joke. I wasn't kidding. It is precisely because these outstanding students cannot be improved by general training that they have to go to the battlefield to train. Su Shaokai was the first to say that it was okay. She was not tired. To be exact, she was only tired in her heart for so many days, and her body never gave any tiredness alarm. This was very unusual. Su Shaokai wanted to know what caused her change. Being an insect killer was the best way to observe. She brought a lot of nutrients, 1 tube of which could keep her full for more than 10 hours. The students were eager to learn how to kill insects on the first day of coming to Huanjiangsing. They were ready to do something big. Fan Li needed to do other things, so Su Shaokai and others were handed over to other instructors. Just after the room was assigned and the luggage was put down, the students gathered again, first took a car out of the city, and then drove the mecha. Outside Huangyang City, there was hard land, cracked into pieces, like the appearance of a paddy field after drying up. The mecha stepped on it, but found it very hard. After a closer look, I realized that it was man-made, probably to find the star gold mine. Most of the star gold mines are hidden in the hard rock layer, not very deep, but must be cut through the rock to explore. This area of Huangyang City just meets the characteristics of the star gold deposit. The people of Huanjiangsing really have a special liking for star gold, and they are persistent. They don't even let go of the doorstep. For so many years, no one has discovered that there is star gold in this place. It's funny to say. Huangyang City has an interesting origin. The leader instructor told them a story about Huangyang City. Huanjiangsing, which had just been transformed, did not allow mining at first. You also know how uncomfortable it is for businessmen to watch this land with potential, but not be able to mine it. At this time, a mine owner came up with a brilliant idea. The developer who contracted this place bought this land and built a building. To build a building, you can dig deeper to make a foundation or an underground city. If you can dig up star gold, it means you will make a lot of money. If you dig up something valuable, you won't lose too much. However, the developer dug hundreds of meters and found nothing. He didn't find the star gold and didn't build the underground city. He couldn't make back his investment and directly declared bankruptcy. Is he still alive? Su Shaokai asked. The instructor said, he is alive, but he doesn't dare to play real estate anymore. Now he is just an ordinary small boss. Real estate is a bottomless pit. If you don't have vision and skills, it's best not to touch it. Maybe we can find something that he didn't dig up. Wu Qingqing said nonsense. The first one to discover has priority development rights. Don't forget each other when you become rich. The teammates all laughed. If this is true, the developer may be so angry that he will vomit blood. 5 instructors led more than 40 students to search for traces of insect people outside the city. They taught them how to act while walking. Su Shaokai turned off the microphone. Wisdom 03, turn on the scanning mode and record my body data. If there are traces of insect people, tell me. Okay, Master. After receiving the task, Wisdom 03 asked curiously, Master, why don't you ask Wisdom 01 to help you? It is an expert in this area. Wisdom 01, Wisdom 02, and Wisdom 03 are all artificial intelligences, and they know each other's existence. But their jurisdictions are very different. Wisdom 01 has not been used by Su Shaokai so far, and Wisdom 03 is very curious about where it went. It can't be used for the time being. If it is used, this mecha may be scrapped. This mecha can't withstand its misbehavior. Misbehaving? Wisdom 03 couldn't understand. In its mind, Wisdom-01 should be the boss, and should set a good example. You will see it eventually. Q03, just help me scan it first. Okay. Wisdom-03 was temporarily placed in a ball similar to Wisdom-02. After it had a body, it behaved more cleverly and lively, and had a tendency to gradually get closer to Chibi Maruko. Su Xiaokai quietly threw out dozens of thumb-sized detection balls. The detection balls were controlled by Wisdom-03 and rolled in all directions. They were small in size, and could roll through any terrain. The detection results were fed back to Wisdom-03 in a short while. A three-dimensional map popped up to show Su Xiaokai the distribution of the insect people. There were actually 10 places where insect people were hiding within a radius of 10 kilometers. After the detection balls had explored the road, they rolled randomly again, exploring wherever they rolled. They were disposable items, and could not be recycled. The cost was not cheap, but their ability to explore map details was definitely dozens of times ahead of their peers. Wisdom-03, they have a thin film on their bodies, isolating the current detectors. 2 or 3 of them do not have this film on their bodies. But where they are distributed, there are thousands of insect people hiding. It is obviously a trap designed by the insect people. Su Xiaocai's heart sank. It was too dense and abnormally numerous. There were no less than 3,000 in a 10-kilometer range. The instructor was teaching the students how to read the detector. Their detector tracked the traces of insect people 7 kilometers away. The student said excitedly, "Then can we go now? Do you remember what we said? We can't find out where the mother body of the Zerg people is." The instructor asked them, "Do you know what that means?" Junior's students quickly answered, "It means that our detector is not perfect. Since we can't find it, it means that the results of the detector may be wrong." The instructor praised, "That's right, the detector is not omnipotent. The Zerg people evolve too fast. Even if the mother body is not on Huangyang Star, we must be careful of the ambushed Zerg people." Junior's students smiled proudly, but unfortunately no one could see it because they were in the mecha cabin. Captain Yu and Captain Feng of Junwei's side, they were one step late. As for the students of Junpei, they did not have the consciousness of being competitive in this regard. Wu Feiyang yawned, just wanting to kill the insect man quickly and show himself handsomely in front of Su Xiaokai. "We have sacrificed 2 soldiers recently. This operation is also based on safety. When advancing, pay attention to the surroundings." "Yes." After walking about 500 meters, the instructor stopped. "Look at the traces here, it's very fresh. The insect man has a path to walk." Why did the instructor say it was fresh? Because there was a sandstorm just now, and the dry land was full of fine sand. Fine sand flowed underground, and the fierce wind swept away part of it. The traces of nature were obvious. But the places where the insect people walked were different. Only the claws of the insect people could scratch irregular paths on such hard soil. There are many kinds of insect people. Be careful, and you will be safe forever. The 5 instructors who led the way dispersed in 4 directions, and used another instrument to detect the ground. An invisible wave spread across the ground. Soon, the image was transmitted back, and there was no sign of life. Su Xiaokai looked at the images sent back by Wisdom-03's detection. 13 stone-shelled insects were hiding in the soil under her mecha's feet. "Your detectors have not been replaced for many years?" Su Xiaokai asked. "It was only replaced 2 years ago." The instructor replied while measuring, "Did you find anything?" "They are similar detectors. To deal with evolved and mutated insects, different types of detectors are really needed. Like Wisdom-03's current body, it has a combination of several detectors, which can perform complex data processing, but this kind of multifunctional detector seems to be only handled by artificial intelligence. Even with a variety of detectors, like Wisdom-03, it is still not as useful as the detection ball. It is a real pathfinder. Of course, everyone has their own expertise. In terms of detection and analysis capabilities, Wisdom-01 is more advanced. Wisdom-03 is at best a substitute. Su Xiaokai told him, "I think we have it underground." The soil under the ground kept shaking, and all the students flew up. The next moment, the insect man broke out of the ground, and the dust flew. Su Xiaokai was still in the same place. "Run." The instructor went back quickly. How could there be students who were indifferent to the appearance of the insect man? It was so unprofessional. Wu Feiyang, who always paid attention to Su Xiaokai, took a breath. "Where is my Kai Kai?" "What do you mean your Kai Kai?" Wu Qingqing pulled out a gun and shot at the insect man, who walked out of the dust. The shell used by the insect man for camouflage cracked, revealing a hideous appearance. Wu Feiyang also attacked the unprotected insect man. "Aren't you worried about her?" If she wanted to escape, she would have flown away earlier than us. The rolled-up sand fog boiled violently, and the sand fog became heavier, and visibility was almost zero. Master, there are 4 insects approaching you. Wisdom 03 showed the position of the insects, and quickly simulated their attack routes. Su Shaokai controlled the mecha to jump up, turned on the forward energy under his feet, pulled it to high power, raised his legs, kicked away the 2 approaching ones on the spot, and the dagger popped out, and the blue tip easily pierced the insect shell. Pressed the insect to the ground and rub it, causing fatal damage. The sand rolled up for about a minute. Everyone saw the situation inside clearly. Su Shaokai put away her knife. There were insect corpses all around. The last insect was stabbed in the vitals by the dagger and died silently. The mecha was intact, but a dagger was useless, the blade was curled, and the energy slot at the tip of the blade was empty. This weapon is too useless. Su Shaokai missed her self-repairing transformable weapon. Woohoo! Hu Ping whistled, looking so cool. Although I didn't see how Su Shaokai killed more than 10 insects, many of them were amputated and dismembered. It took less than 2 minutes to finish. Show. Lu Sun said, Kai, can't you leave one for me? Su Shaokai looked at the mecha's energy consumption of 2%, and the prompt of Wisdom 03, Master, you overused the mecha, and the mecha's performance is reduced by 1%. Please pay attention to the rhythm. Wisdom 03, Master, I am not professional, I suggest you use Wisdom 01. I said you can't use it. Be good and be my navigator. Su Shaokai also wanted to use Wisdom 01, but it really couldn't be used for the time being. Wisdom 03 had no choice but to continue to act as the navigator. I will try my best. The instructor wanted to scold Su Shaokai for being radical, but when he saw the insect corpses on the ground, all the lectures were swallowed. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Su Shaokai pressed the curled dagger back into the ejection slot. These insects will disguise themselves as stones. After they curl up, they look no different from stones, and their IQ is very low. There should be an insect warrior behind them. Without the insect warrior giving orders, the greedy would have drilled out of the ground to eat people long ago. Are you sure? The instructor asked back. We just stood on it, and it took at least 2 minutes for it to come out. It was enough to conclude that there were insect warriors behind them. Without warriors to command them, the insects could not suppress their innate appetite. The instructors looked heavy-hearted. Where there were insect warriors, it often meant that there were at least thousands of greedy people nearby. Go back first, we need to report the situation. Just go back like this? Senior June, we couldn't believe it. How long had it been since they came out? Instructor, if you have the confidence to face thousands of greedy, we have no problem. With these people, being surrounded by thousands of greedy, it is difficult to break out of the siege. Instructors are responsible for the lives of students and cannot take risks. Master, are we just going out like this? Wu Qingqing pleaded. The evil disciple knows how to take advantage of being spoiled. Su Shaokai, like Su Laodi, can't stand the spoiled people close to him. Instructor, I support going back, but on the way back, I think we can also search for other insects ambushing. How about searching the entire Huangyang City? Huangyang City is not far from here, and it will take only a few minutes to get back. Searching along the way will help us understand the distribution of the insect people. If more traces of insect people can be found, it means that Huangyang City has been surrounded, and they should consider retreating instead of continuing to train here. Wu Qingqing praised the master, which would not delay them from sending someone back to report, and the safety of the students would also be guaranteed. The instructor who led the team thought about it, and thought that this might be a good idea. He adopted Su Xiaocai's suggestion, sent an instructor back to report the truth, and tried to arrange for the students to leave. Without going back, Wu Qingqing and others seized the opportunity and began a carpet search, taking out their own detectors to see where there were abnormalities. Not to mention, the detectors prepared by the students themselves were very varied, and they really found several ambushing insects. More than 40 students attacked the 10 newly discovered insects. Wu Feiyong shot the insect's head with one shot, and he shook the muzzle of the gun and said in a dignified manner, "It's not difficult at all, Kai. Do you see my heroic appearance? Others, are you blind? You didn't see the sharp backhand sword at all." Su Shaokai smiled and said, "I saw it, you are great, keep up the good work." Hearing Su Xiaocai's smile, Wu Feiyong became more excited and vowed to dig out all the Zerg hideouts. Idiot. Wu Qingqing opened the team's private channel and cursed. Teammate looked at Ji Hung. Ji Hung, you have to finish off the captain like me, he is just called Ji Air, which doesn't mean he is an idiot. People like Wu Feiyong are stupid. Because Su Shaokai had shown off before, everyone had a good impression of her. Awesome people like to admire each other. Later, Su Shakai stopped stealing credit and attacking, and she had a good sense of propriety, which made her even more popular. All the students loved to get close to her, asking her how long she had been driving a mecha, how she practiced, and how she killed the insect man just now. Su Shakai spoke generously, without being arrogant or impatient, and spoke nicely. The students of Junhui and Junya had the urge to take her back to school. Huangyang City is surrounded by flat land with a wide field of vision, which is easy to attack but difficult to defend. The only advantage of this terrain is that you can retreat at any time, and the shuttle can take off at any time. They searched and searched until they came to the other side of Huangyang City. There are not many people left in this once glorious city. On this side, far away from the military station, only mechas can be seen defending against the setting sun. The students waved to them enthusiastically, and the mechas saluted with their arms across their chests, and then continued patrolling. Ha ha ha, they salute us. Every time I see them, I think they are so handsome. The mecha itself is very handsome, and we are also handsome. You are shameless. Am I wrong? Su Shaokai said sincerely, you are indeed very handsome, no need to ask back. With Su Shaokai as a transfer between the three schools, the atmosphere between the students is very friendly, and the tacit understanding is running in quickly. Wisdom 03 has been recording Su Xiaocai's physical data, as well as the ambush points of the insects found by the group. Su Shaokai even marked all the places where the insect detector can detect the insects. The situation is very serious. Huangyang City has been surrounded by insects. The further out, the denser they are. Huangyang Star has become like this. Why do the insects still want to gather together and kill the few living beings on Huangyang Star? It gets dark quickly, the temperature drops quickly, and frost spreads across the earth. The temperature during the day is as high as over 50 degrees, and at night, it is minus 60 degrees. After the last ray of light disappears from the earth, the students return to the military station. The killing of insects went very smoothly today. The students are in high spirits and express their feelings about killing insects. The mood continues to rise. Chapter 56. They got off the car with a squeak, passed the gate of the military and political building, and went to the canteen, and heard a group of people shouting, "Why did you seal the city, and not let us go out? Do you know how much money we lose if we don't work for a day? Protest, give a reason, you can't make decisions at will. We paid for the mercenaries ourselves. Now they can't work, where do they get their money every day? You only care about your official face, and don't care about the lives of us businessmen. Either lift the ban or pay compensation." The anti-explosion soldier held up a shield and stopped the people outside the door expressionlessly, without saying anything. They had no way to express their grievances. They said that there were many insects outside. The businessmen who only cared about the immediate benefits thought that the military wanted to monopolize the resources. What were they thinking? If the military wanted to monopolize, they would not have given the mining rights to the businessmen in the first place. Seeing that the number of protesters was increasing, Hu Ping tiptoed to the soldier guarding the gate. "Is the city closed? Why?" The soldier nodded, his face grim. The answer was, insects. The students had been outside for most of the day, so they should know the situation outside, which was not optimistic. The miners had already delayed their progress due to bad weather in the past 2 days. The government and the military could understand their feelings. But no matter how urgent it was, they could not be allowed to go out. The crowd was indignant, and the public relations person stood up to persuade them. He was a little young, so he tried to be kind. "Don't worry, we have found many traces of insects here, and it will be very dangerous for you to go out now. If you go out now, we will come back to rescue you. You don't want to be in danger, do you?" The more he said this, the less sympathy the miners had. It sounded empty and pretentious, more like a perfunctory rhetoric. When was Huang Yangxing not in danger? They risked their lives to come here, wasn't it for the benefit? The military couldn't give accurate data, so it was hard to convince the miners. Miners want to make money, and miners also need to work. If they don't work, they will starve to death. The public relations people tried their best to persuade these businessmen. Su Shaokai said to the instructor, "Have the people outside the city come back? The severe weather with a large-scale disaster nature occurred 2 days ago. The miners who stayed in Huangyang Star all have some capital. They are not short of mechas and mercenaries, and have a certain ability to protect themselves. It has been 2 days. Have the people who stayed outside come back? What if none of them come back?" Su Xiaocai's slight suggestion immediately made the instructor realize it. He strode forward, past the public relations, and asked the crowd gathered here, "Do you know any miners and workers who have not come back?" Several miners' faces changed, and they felt guilty. If they didn't go out with them, they would naturally avoid many dangers. If their men were gone, they could just reorganize them and go out. Soldier, you must tell the truth. Have your men ever come back? The angry crowd fell silent in an instant, unconsciously showing panic. Why haven't you seen the mercenaries you hired with a lot of money? A protesting miner questioned the miner next to him. Is it strange that they didn't come back? The miner's voice became louder. Whose miners and mercenaries come back after 2 days? They signed an agreement that they would not come back until they had dug enough. The PR finally knew how to control the situation. What about those who have been out for more than a week? Have they come back? Have they contacted you? Most of the miners and mercenaries were alone, and no one cared if they didn't come back, and not many people noticed. But when the eyes were drawn to those people, their presence was so strong. Many familiar faces were indeed gone. The protesters were speechless after a series of questions. No one has come back, right? We respect those who still have the courage to go out. The Public Relations Department is no longer passive, and has a tough attitude, asking those who stay here to protest to log the information of their missing subordinates on the plane first. The miner heard this, and immediately slipped out of the crowd. There is a special law on Huangjiangsing. Miners who have the right to develop the mineral resources of Huangjiangsing will treat their subordinates as dead if they are missing for more than 1 month. They must compensate the family members and pay the search fee. The search fee is like a guarantee. If the person is found, the money will be given as a bonus to the person who searched for the missing person. Many miners want to avoid paying the money, so they conceal the disappearance of people. Now asking them to pay the money is undoubtedly like digging their hearts out. As a result, the miners who gathered to protest scattered like birds and beasts. The remaining miners were not a force to be reckoned with. Soon after, there was no one at the gate of the military and political building. Master, I think you must be very good at public relations. Always poking at people's sore spots, making people uncomfortable and unable to refute. I am not suitable, I only poking at people's sore spots. For example, you, an unfilial disciple, stole my chicken legs, so don't call me master. You didn't give me much as a gift, but you were very good at snatching my food. Su Shaokai knocked away the fork that Wu Qingqing secretly extended to her. The environment on Huangyang Star is bad, and the food provided is also small. If you can't eat enough, you can only take nutritional supplements. Each person is given 1 chicken leg. If you want to eat more, you can't buy it even if you pay. Wu Qingqing was disappointed. You have vacuum braised beef with small balls. What's wrong with giving me some chicken legs? Not very good. Su Shaokai picked up the chicken leg and bit off a large piece of meat. Wu Qingqing turned to look at the chicken leg on Feng Wanch's plate. Instructor, we just killed a bug man. How do we calculate the score? What score does being an insect killer count for? We are just giving some encouragement to the students who stayed on the mechanical planet. Students, eh? The students who were still training on the mechanical planet saw the score changes of the team that went to Huangyang Star. The changes were not that big, and they felt that they could catch up with them if they worked hard. Looking at those false numbers, they worked harder to catch up with them. Sighed lonely as snow. That little sense of pride was gone, and they came to Huangyang Star and really just trained as new recruits. What a cunning instructor. Be prepared to evacuate at any time. The instructor gave them advice not to get carried away. Students, the scores shown outside are all fake. What can we be proud of? With the current situation of Huangyang Star, the last 3 days of live trials cannot be carried out. On the night of Huangyang Star, the students did not feel the tense atmosphere and slept soundly. Lieutenant General Bai has considered evacuating everyone on Huangyang Star. They negotiated with the Chamber of Commerce and the government staff and applied for evacuation. During the video conference, everyone looked unhappy. They were woken up early in the morning for a meeting. When they heard about the evacuation plan, they were even more irritable. Because of the insect people who had infiltrated the capital planet some time ago, and then the parasites were found, the relevant government departments were reluctant to resettle the people of Huangyang Star. First, they had to have a physical examination for each of them, and second, they had to find a place. Many planet owners of remote planets resisted the entry of people from other planets. The procedures were very complicated and could not be sloppy at all, for fear that there were insect people among them. No one in the Chamber of Commerce advocated retreat. You can retreat, all merchants should withdraw from Huangyang Star. No one should make money from Huangyang Star. The temporary meeting was noisy like a vegetable market. Some people slammed the table and cursed, some people spit at the camera. Everyone held their own opinions. Buzz was annoying. Lieutenant General Bai didn't want to argue with them. In 2 days, I want to know your results. 2 days later, All my subordinates will withdraw. He made it clear that the people in the military didn't care about that little money. Saving the lives of the soldiers was more important. The political staff was having a headache. What was the point of holding this meeting? They had already made a decision. This old man surnamed by always has such a tough attitude. Be careful that one day we won't listen to you. That's right. That's what, go to work. It was impossible not to listen. Lieutenant General Bai had paid so much blood and sweat to sit in the position he is today. He notified them in advance, so they had to cooperate. If the outside world knew that they left the people alone, they would be condemned again. The most important thing is to come up with a plan to guide the evacuees. The military and the government are one, and both sides will act together. It's different over at the Chamber of Commerce. After the meeting, merchants who smelled danger privately signed up to evacuate. Some merchants want to take risks. Huangyang City is still there, and the two major military and political giants have withdrawn. If we station mercenaries now to fill the vacancies, does it mean taking over Huangyang Star completely? What are you thinking about? The military and political people are gone. How much power can we merchants have? Where are the weapons? Where can I get them? And the protective shield? Do you know how much it costs to open it once? As long as the rest of us unite, we will have the funds. It's not like Huanjiangsing hasn't had a large-scale disappearance before, and they have survived every time. Benefits and risks coexist, and their people haven't found many traces of insect people. Maybe it's another feint by the military to find an excuse to abandon Huanjiangsing. There are fewer and fewer people, and they can't make ends meet every year. If they were the military, they wouldn't want to continue guarding it. After waking up, Su Xiaokai received a message from Instructor Fan on her communicator, asking them to help the masses evacuate first, and persuade them to leave if they can, and ignore those who refuse to leave. A day ago, I heard that Huanjiangsing was the most suitable place for novice trials, but after one night, the world changed. Master, your body seems to have some kind of alienation. Yesterday, Su Xiaokai wore a portable medical detector all day. Wisdom 03 analysis. Your body is always in a state of balance. Once it exceeds a certain critical point, your body will release some energy to keep you in the best condition. Does it affect lifespan? Su Xiaokai asked. No factors that affect lifespan have been detected yet. This energy is like a reserve mechanism. It reserves as much as you eat on weekdays. When you explode, it will be continuously available for you to draw. As long as you take in enough nutrition later, you can achieve balance. Fortunately, the stored energy is not fat. To sum it up, Su Xiaokai took a breath. I have gained superpowers? Yes, you have gained superpowers, but this superpower should be incomplete, and you have not been able to control it yet. Wisdom 03 continued. Preliminary assessment. If the master can control this power, the strength will increase 100 times. Maybe this is the secret of human beings' ability to compete with insect people. If insect people can evolve, so can humans. Su Xiaokai admires the pioneers of Qi. If the technological power is not enough, they will strengthen themselves, which coincides with the thoughts of the generals in the previous life. Lieutenant General Bai, the top human power, is probably also supernatural. She felt that her momentum was suppressed in front of him. Fortunately, her brain is still useful. If you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with brain power. Thanks to the original owner for his intelligence. Su Xiaokai put on her equipment and reported to the front hall. The evacuation notice had been issued, and their task was to persuade them as much as possible. Family assigned them tasks, and they were responsible for the area west of the center. There were about 20,000 residents there, and half of them were unwilling to leave. Ji Heng, Feng Wansha, and Li Lei went with him from Lane 1 to Lane 3 in the West District, persuading about 300 people to leave in one day. The whole process had to be recorded on video. If someone was firm and unwilling to leave, they would not be persuaded again. Su Xiaokai, Wu Qingqing, Lu Sun, and Hu Ping were responsible for the residents in the West District from Lane 14 to Lane 20. The area was a bit larger, but the number of people persuaded to leave was only about 100. The task of dealing with the residents should not have been given to the students, but Huang Yangxing had no manpower, so those who signed up to leave had to be arranged to evacuate first. The military could not spare anyone, and the students still had some force, so they stayed for the time being. Instructor Fan said, I wanted you to leave first, but Major General Mo said that you could stay temporarily as a training. We will arrange some safer work for you first. If you encounter danger, you are allowed to evacuate first with the mecha, and don't worry about anyone. Yes, instructor. The two teams went separately. The roads in Huangyang City are bumpy, and have not been repaired for a long time. Fortunately, There are cleaning robots working, so the road surface is relatively clean. Wu Qingqing opened the information given by the instructor. Let's go there first. It is probably easier to persuade people to leave in order. In imagination, as long as the persuasion is sincere, the residents should accept it. Their idea is very beautiful, but in fact, it is very difficult. Middle-aged residents, if you tell me to leave, I will leave. Will you give me money? Where should I live? What should I eat? Can the little brat stop bothering me? Leave? The charming old lady shook her waist, and turned to walk into her luxuriously decorated small house. If I leave, I will lose everything I earned in the first half of my life. Would you be willing to do that? The boy living on the rooftop. I don't want to leave. My grandfather's grandfather lived here, and my father grew up here. I want to live here too. You don't want to deal with the bugs, but instead ask us to leave, just because you don't want to spend money. A worker repairing water and electricity. We are fine here, very safe. Why should we leave? Wu Qingqing knocked on the door. Lu Sun was responsible for persuading, and Hu Ping did the final ideological work. Almost all three of them were sprayed in the face, and none of them succeeded in persuading. Lu Sun squatted down and said bitterly, "Don't these people think that if they lose their lives, they will lose everything? They are just uncertain about the future, confused, and feel that they are not suitable for life outside." Su Shaokai decided to demonstrate. She turned around and knocked on the ant's door again. The ant looked impatient. So what? Su Shaokai opened a photo from the communicator. In the photo, there was a very handsome uncle-like star. Sister, I won't say any more nonsense. The star in the photo will be arranged by the military to perform on your planet. Are you interested in going on a trip? Just go for a week or two. If there is no accident on this planet, it won't be too late to come back, right? The old lady glanced at the poster of the handsome man. There was also a poster of this star hanging in her hall. Although it was a bit old, the old lady sealed it with a frame, and it was obvious that she cherished it very much. You said that. It seems to be a good idea. Yes, if you withdraw with the army, you can save the travel expenses. But what should I do if I want to come back? No passenger ship will come back, little sister. Su Shaokai said calmly. Some of the people from the Chamber of Commerce will stay. If you buy tickets from them in advance, pay a little more money, and write a contract, can you still not come back? How about this suggestion? The old lady raised her lips. Little sister is calculating. Anyone with a little business sense will understand the intention of the people from the Chamber of Commerce to stay here. They must be in urgent need of money. The old lady chose to buy the return ship ticket at 3 times the price, and they must be willing. If they don't want to come back later, she can get compensation through the contract, unless the other party dies. Dead? If those people die, she probably won't come back. You successfully persuaded me, little sister. The old lady closed the door, and went to pack her luggage. Su Shaokai ticked the name. Go to the next boy on the top floor. Did your grandfather's grandfather's father, ever tell you to go out and see the world? They didn't give up their hometown, and we didn't ask you to give up, but you can't have any positive impact on your hometown. It's better to go out and see the outside world. Su Shaokai spoke very quickly. We persuaded you for the last time. If you want to sign up to leave, sign up today. Tomorrow is the last day of retreat. Goodbye. After saying that, the teammates clearly saw the wavering look in that person's eyes. Su Shaokai skipped the other two. My sister is still my sister. What about the other two? Lu Sun was referring to the one who said that there was shelter and food, and that it was safe here. If you don't persuade them, they won't wake up. There's no need to talk to them. Those people are only interested in money. If the government is willing to pay some money for them to relocate, they will be very willing. The problem is that the government can't pay this part of the money. Interstellar relocation requires giving people a place to live, considering their economic conditions, arranging them in a suitable area, and finally trying to find them jobs. After all these, the cost is very high. Unless the disaster is predicted by the authorities, but huge losses are caused by wrong decisions, no money will be given. Sister, are you deliberately letting us get scolded so that you can persuade us? Hu Ping is a little older, but it doesn't stop him from calling me sister. You can observe carefully, and don't get scolded. I leave it to you next, I'd be on guard. Su Shaokai decided to watch from the sidelines and stop talking to others. She was not interested in other people's suicidal behavior. She was just demonstrating it just now. Hu Ping actually understood. He was lazy, and at the same time, he couldn't let go of his pride to persuade a group of useless people whose lives were very different from his. But the task assigned should be done well, at least, not too perfunctory. Hu Ping sighed to the sky. Well, he shouldn't look down on anyone. Hu Ping, who was used to showing off, calmed down and became a counselor. Su Shaokai watched them persuading people to leave with dry mouths, and she was thinking about one thing. The military, knowing that Huang Yongxing was in a very dangerous state, would they take the initiative to let students continue to do such dangerous things? Chapter 57. What's the point of letting students stay here? Su Shaokai sent a message to Fanli, Instructor Fan. I want to ask, who is Major General Mo? Why does he have the right to arrange the students stay or leave? Major General Mo is Major General Mo Xianbin. He is responsible for arranging the work of frontline personnel. Su Shaokai, are we considered frontline personnel? Shouldn't Colonel Bai be the one who arranges us? Colonel Bai is the highest person in charge of the student team. Even if Major General Mo has a high position, he cannot overstep his authority and get involved. Fanli at the other end of the West District was stunned. Yes, Major General Mo just needs to give orders to the soldiers in Huangyang City. There is no need to mention the arrangement of students. Once people have doubts, the idea of suspicion will linger. Fanli looked through the tasks issued by Major General Mo. The secret order pattern was correct, and the content of the task did not seem to have any major problems. After checking again and again, Fanli suddenly realized and finally figured out what was wrong. Colonel Bai is already the highest person in charge. Logically speaking, the secret order pattern will only appear in his subordinates. Colonel Bai will only ask his subordinates to help issue tasks on his behalf, and will not bother Major General Mo. The conclusion is obvious. Major General Mo, who is in a higher position, cannot possibly have this secret order pattern. Fanli thought of the recent disappearances. It seemed that someone had spread the rumor that these things were related to Major General Mo. Unfortunately, he was only a warrant officer, and could not find out the general situation of the generals above. Realizing that there was a problem, Fanli immediately called to ask Colonel Bai for instructions. But Colonel Bai did not answer the phone. He called several times, but Colonel Bai still did not answer. He then contacted Colonel Bai's two deputies, but it was useless. No one answered, as if they were blocked. He turned to contact several friends in the army. Do you know where Colonel Bai is? Please ask Colonel Bai immediately for me and ask him whether he will arrange for the students to return to the 022 mechanical planet today. Captain Tai was training students. When he saw Fanli's message, he asked the students to train on their own first and called Colonel Bai using the base's internal line. However, no one answered the phone in Colonel Bai's office. Nothing will happen. Captain Tai had a bad feeling. Nothing will happen. It came true. Colonel Bai received a distress signal from his missing subordinate half an hour before Fanli called, and was rushing to the battlefield, with his communicator turned on to track the source of the signal. Strangely, since the tracking signal, his communicator has never received any information. Colonel Bai was so concerned about his missing subordinate that he didn't pay much attention to the details. The situation was too urgent, and he was negligent for a moment, and didn't give the students the task of retreating together. He only thought that Fanli and his team would take care of the students' safety first and retreat first. He didn't expect that someone would seize the opportunity to take over the students and leave them at Huangyang Star. Fanli couldn't find anyone and was very annoyed. He planned to go back to find other instructors and ignore Major General Mo's order to evacuate the students first. Boom boom. Fanli turned his head and looked over the railing. In front of him, the whole area collapsed rapidly, and several buildings continued to collapse and sink. What happened? Feng Huasha shouted. Su Shaokai and others are still there. She wanted to save them. Fanli shouted, Ji Hung, get on the plane and take Feng Huasha back. He also ran out of the mecha, grabbed Li Lei's collar, and quickly jumped into the mecha cabin. The place where Su Shaokai was still collapsing, very deep, unimaginably deep. Fanli's place didn't collapse, but the building was tilted. Why was it hollowed out? It was just a slight earthquake, which couldn't cause such a large-scale underground collapse. The screams on the ground continued. Someone was lucky enough to catch the edge of the collapse and escape. He patted his chest and turned around to take a look. Just one look, and he died. A black tentacle swung out from the ground and rolled him back. It's a bug man. That scream broke the brief silence of Huangyang City, like an echoing death knell, hitting everyone's heart hard. Fanli and Ji Hung flew high to prevent the mecha from causing secondary damage to the fallen area. Seeing bugmen crawling out from the ground, Feng Huasha's hands and feet were cold, her brain was down, and she didn't know what to do next. Wu Qingqing and Su Shaokai were both her roommates, and she couldn't sit idly by and watch their safety. Ji Hung, call quickly. Feng Huasha was so scared that her hands were shaking so badly that she couldn't open the communicator. Don't worry, I contact you. Ji Hung clicked on Su Xiaocai's number and called. It rang 3 times, but no one answered. The cheerful ringtone seemed particularly redundant at this time, like the background sound of a tragedy, making people anxious and uneasy. Ji Hung waited patiently, and he also hoped that Su Xiaocai and the others were safe. The voices and smiles of Hu Ping and Lu Sun lingered in his mind clearly. Just now they were laughing and scolding and betting to see who could persuade more people. He couldn't accept that they had an accident. No, they had Su Xiaocai by their side. The collapse just now really frightened Su Xiaocai. The moment the ground shook, Su Xiaocai threw out a triangular cage-like protective device. She locked the 3 panicked people inside, and she herself was thrown out of the building. When she fell, Su Xiaocai took out the claw, hooked a corner of the balcony, and jumped back to the original place. She took out the detection ball from the space button again and scattered hundreds of them. After doing this step, the communicator happened to vibrate, and a bug man ran straight towards her along the building. Su Xiaocai sighed. Does it look so delicious? She answered the phone, played the sound, took out a gun with one hand, and pointed it at the insect man's mouth with several rows of sharp teeth. She did 2 things at once. Hello? What's the matter? The red light from the muzzle accurately hit the target, and the insect man was repelled. The building was sinking, and rubble fell from the top of her head. She kicked her legs and jumped onto the balcony railing to avoid the rubble. At the same time, she kicked away the crooked window to prevent the glass from breaking and splashing on her equipment. Standing against the wall, holding the hook rope tightly, keeping the focus steady, and minimizing the shaking caused by vibration. The insect man is not dead yet. The mouth is broken, but it is not a fatal injury to it. Suda came back and waved its claws at her face. Su Xiaocai ducked her head to avoid it. Its claws and prey swung on the wall behind it, leaving deep claw marks. Don't worry, we will be fine. Looking at the overwhelming insects surging from the underground, Su Xiaocai could only comfort Ji Hung in this way. The base camp of the insects is deep underground in Huangyang City. The garrison who tried their best to know where the mother body is would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. They dug too deep, hollowing out the remaining part overnight, and even Wisdom 03 couldn't find it. The warrior behind must have a high IQ. With so many insects, the mother body must have been hiding for a long time. Su Xiaocai slid back and forth on the wall to avoid the insects. The shock was not over yet, and Su Xiaocai thought quickly about what to do. The 3 people in the house, who were covered with protection, were safe and sound even when the ceiling collapsed, but the 3 of them rolled around inside and almost fainted. Ah! Roll to the left. Ah! Roll to the right. Like a white ball in table tennis, it was bumped around. Even with the equipment to protect it, it still made its back and waist ache. Ji Hung listened to the roar of the insect man coming from Su Xiaocai, mixed with the voices of Wu Qingqing and others, and realized that they were in a good situation and alive and kicking, and he felt relieved immediately. We will contact someone to rescue you immediately. No, you take care of yourself first. I have a way to temporarily block their perception. Su Xiaocai said, and chopped the insect man who had just been shaken out of the balcony by the shock, cutting off its tentacles. The situation was not good. The insect man's tentacles regenerated in a short time. Su Xiaocai felt a slight numbness in her palm and became cautious. With the bonus of equipment, her strength also increased, but she still had to use 70% of her strength to cut off the tentacles. The insect man she dealt with on the capital star was like a different creature from the one in front of her. Before the insect man's tentacles fully grew out, Su Xiaocai shot the rest of its tentacles and kicked it out of the balcony. It happened to be crushed under a pile of rubble and abandoned buildings, and was crushed into a meat paste. Fortunately, the speed of the fall was not very fast. Su Xiaocai opened the suspension device under her feet, and just avoided the final impact damage in the last 2 seconds. The surrounding buildings had collapsed beyond recognition. Underground, a large amount of dust was raised to cover all the light, and it was gray and hazy. There were still endless cries and calls for help in her ears. But Su Xiaocai could not take care of them. Through the night vision capability of the helmet, she could clearly see the large number of insect people surging from the ground. She got into the dilapidated house, quickly opened the triangular protective device of Wu Qingqing, and squeezed in. Then he sent a message to Ji Hung and Instructor Fan, "Don't write if you have nothing to do." And, "Wu Nian, we need absolute silence here." Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping were about to say something. "Shut up, don't move, don't even breathe heavily." The 3 of them held their breath and dared not move. The design of the new equipment is a bit like a space miner's suit, with a certain thickness. After putting it on, as long as you don't breathe heavily, you can't tell whether there is a person inside. The 4 people were cleverly positioned in a dark corner, with half of the wall collapsed, just covering the triangular device. The triangular protective device can not only prevent violent collisions, but also isolate breath. But the protective strength of this thing is limited. If they want to stay alive, they must pretend that they are dead objects such as dolls, models, and cannot move. The insect people rustled out from all directions, so many that it was outrageous. Lu Sun grabbed Hu Ping's arm in fear, and Wu Qingqing also pinched his other hand. Hu Ping cried, "Don't pinch, I'm also panicking." A insect man passed by their heads, and their hearts were in their throats. "Pray, don't find them, don't find them." "Ah!" Another shrill cry came from nearby. The insect people ran over. The sound of flesh and bones being torn apart, the sound of chewing with relish, seemed to be very close. They imagined the terrible scene in their minds, and their stomachs churned, as if a pair of invisible big hands were stirring the gastric juice. One person was swallowed by the insect people, and the second person was also dug out by the insect people. The insect people did not let go of the corpses that were emitting residual heat, and they all became their food. The lives around were rapidly decreasing. This time, the 3 of them truly felt the horror of the insect people, as if they were in hell. They felt very uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was that they were powerless. Is there no way at all? The 3 of them looked at Su Xiaokai, but Su Xiaokai didn't feel the same. In this situation, if they couldn't save people, saving people would be the same as committing suicide. They didn't know how many insect people there were. Although Su Xiaokai said that he could deal with many insect people at the same time, that was when they were concentrated together. The location of the mother body is unknown, the situation of the soldiers behind it is unknown, and even the mecha technology is so backward. All these factors combined made Su Xiaokai choose to hide rationally. The life and death of the outside world had nothing to do with her. The survival of Wu Qingqing and the others was what she should consider. Su Xiaokai made a gesture, indicating that they must not make a sound or move. The insect man's treasure hunt behavior continued. At this time, a slender tentacle came in along the window, and the tip of the tentacle brushed the triangular protective device, leaving disgusting mucus. It groped along the way, but could not sense any life, so it slowly withdrew its tentacles. Wu Qingqing was so nervous that her calves were shaking. Duh. The door next to the triangular protective device suddenly opened. A blood-stained man crawled out. He was full of fear, and the moment he saw Su Xiaokai, he could not hide his surprise. Just now, he was still disgusted that they disturbed his life, but now they were like a life-saving straw. He stretched out his hand. "Help, save me." Su Xiaokai twitched his mouth. He was not afraid of stupid teammates, but was afraid of stupid people asking for help. She held down the 3 people behind her tightly, preventing them from moving. The moment the person who called for help made a sound, it was doomed to fail to save him. The insect people turned back after hearing the sound, and attracted more insect people. Everyone in the house clearly saw the huge eyeball at the window. There was a very small mouth under it, and it laughed like a human. In this situation, it was particularly dark and terrifying. "No, save me, please, aren't you soldiers? Why don't you save me?" The tentacles of the big eyeball wrapped around the person and dragged him out. The person who asked for help cried and shouted, "You will not die well, you will end up like me, ah. Go away, go away." A long straw extended from the small mouth of the big-eyed insect man, poking into the human skull like poking tofu, and sucking. The 3 of them gritted their teeth, opened their eyes, and watched this scene, and their whites of their eyes gradually became red. The fear was suppressed, and hatred grew. Can't be timid, can't retreat, must drive them away. The insects behind didn't dare to compete with the big-eyed insects for food. They squeezed into the house, patrolled the house, and came to the triangular protector, curiously looking at the triangular protective device. It was hanging on it, reflecting the dense holes of the tentacles, and those holes were covered with barbs. If it was scratched, it would probably tear off a layer of the shell of the equipment. The insect man looked at the human-shaped model in the triangular protective device, and patted the protective device very annoyedly, but the model inside was still motionless. Their walnut-sized brains couldn't figure out why they didn't smash this thing in one go, and they just felt bored. After wandering for a while, they walked out of the house and went up. They waited for an unknown amount of time until all the noise outside disappeared. Wu Qingqing and the other 2 could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Su Xiaokai then carefully took out Wisdom 0303, scan results. Wisdom 03 quietly scanned the surrounding environment. "Master, you are safe for the time being. There are no insect people within a radius of 2 kilometers. How deep are we?" 6,500 meters from the surface of Huangyang City. So deep? Wu Qingqing whispered. Should we go up? How to get up? They are all insect people. Su Xiaokai was also thinking, this is a good opportunity. The greedy and cowardly insect soldiers are wreaking havoc on the surface. She can go to find the mother body. Wait for the greedy to come back. It will be difficult to have another chance. But can Wu Qingqing and others go with us? You? Forget it. Su Xiaokai doesn't want them to participate. You stay here for a while. I will send you a signal, and then go up to meet up with Ji Hung and others. What about you? Wisdom 03 said. The underground space has been scanned and can pass through the mecha. Of course I'm going to kill the mother. Su Xiaokai opened the triangular protective device and walked out. I want to go with you too. With me, at least you have someone to collect the bodies. Wu Qingqing's words successfully broke the defense of the bystander who ping, I'm afraid you drag us down, and we won't know who to call to collect the bodies when the time comes. If we go out now, we might die too. The overwhelming insect people will chase you relentlessly for food, and it's useless for you to escape to outer space. Some greedy people can fly and survive in space. There are so many monsters among monsters that they can't beat them. Lu Sun said sincerely, Sister Kai, why don't we follow you? The chance of survival is higher. Su Xiaokai, we are going to kill the mother body, which is more dangerous. Since Lu Sun studied the mecha department, he has been mentally prepared to die as a soldier. I'm not afraid. Even if I die, I want to die as a hero. If you get out alive, remember to help me spread the word. Pa, why die? We can all survive. Hu Ping also thought it would be better to follow Su Xiaokai, but he was very calm. Are you sure you can kill the mother body? We don't have many weapons. Su Xiaokai asked again if they wanted to follow. Yes. The three nodded in unison. Su Xiaokai gave them a space button. This is your backup. Wu Qingqing recognized that it was a military machine modified by Su Xiaokai himself. Your mecha is for us to use as a backup. What do you use? The three people thought in unison. It wouldn't be that ugly mecha. Su Xiaokai saw through their thoughts and rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? The whole mech couldn't even fight the major's mech for a few rounds. So how could it fight the mother body? Wisdom 03 will also be lent to you. You can use it as a navigator. The top of Wisdom 03 has two metal cat ears erected, and the tone is flat. Hello, rookies. I will be your navigator from now on. Don't panic. If you die, I will mark the location of your body. Three people, The tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Good. This navigator has the style of Su Xiaokai, and once he opens his mouth, he cannot be refuted. The three of them boarded the plane, and Su Xiaokai took out the little ball, switched to combat mode. Little ball said happily, okay, I hope my brother can help Kai through the difficulties. After that, the little ball calmed down, opened the metal shell on the top of his head, and a round blue ball rose up. The ball floated up and wandered around Su Xiaokai, saying crazily, ha, I can fight again, come on, let's go fight. Keep your voice down. Wisdom 01's voice was lowered, but it didn't reduce the crazy energy at all. Su Xiaokai finally took out her secret mecha. Chapter 58. When the mecha appeared, Wu Qingqing, Hu Ping and Lu Sun all had the same expression. Mouths opened wide, eyes widened. The mecha's appearance controlled them for 3 seconds. It smelled so good, so charming, it was the dream machine of the mecha master. On the ruins, a silver-black mecha stood, with smooth lines, and every arc had a unique beauty. The 4 rows of wings on the back were folded, and it was unknown what weapons they were, but they fit the mecha perfectly. If we compare Xue Hui's mecha with this mecha, then Xue Hui's new design is an entry-level work for children, just like playing house. Su Xiaocai's mecha not only conforms to aesthetics, but also exudes an innate sense of sharpness. At first glance, you can feel that this mecha must be swift and powerful. What model is this mecha? There is no model. It is my work, called Black Wing. Su Xiaokai is not satisfied with Black Wing, but no matter how bad it is made by himself. The main reason is that it costs a lot of money. Killing ordinary Zerdman is too wasteful. Only by killing the mother can she get back the money and enjoy it. Lu Sun remembered that when they first met, he asked Su Xiaokai about the mecha model and the space button, and she said there was none. He actually thought that there was no mecha in the space button. It turned out that Su Xiaokai was confusing the audience, and said there was no mecha model. So cunning. He knew that Su Xiaokai was treacherous, scheming, and had a set of words. She didn't lie, but she would make people lose the way and follow her thinking. From now on, He would think twice about what Su Shaokai said, and consider whether there were any loopholes in her language. Master, you have been hiding it from me for a long time. Wu Qingqing always thought that Su Shaokai preferred the home mecha. It turned out that her aesthetic taste was normal. No wonder the mecha she transformed on the 022 mechanical planet was so good. Su Shaokai took off the equipment that was a bit in the way and jumped into the mecha cabin. Lu Sun and Hu Ping's pupils shrank when they saw her special way of entering the cabin. Although it was just a flash, they all saw it clearly. Seeing that her whole body was wrapped in something, it was very different from the current safety cabin. What kind of technology is this? I want it too. Hu Ping wanted to use his dandy way. I pay 100 million for that kind of safety cabin. You want nothing, I don't even have one, senior sister. If she could buy it with money, she could give all her pocket money in the bank to Su Shaokai. Seeing this, Lu Sun was unwilling to be outdone. Sister Su, I have no money, can I work for you to pay off my debts? Wu Qingqing, poor bastard, how much money can you make from working? Can you be a little more ambitious? Trying to play pitiful to get priority, shameless. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Maybe you will call me Manager Lu in the future. Lu Sun is most worried about employment. Since he met Hu Ping, Wu Qingqing and other rich kids, he has become arrogant. Su Shaokai chuckled, don't make trouble, let's go, the three of you go together, remember to listen to the orders of Wisdom 03 if you lose contact. If it tells you to retreat, you must retreat, don't think about saving anyone. The three of them said obediently. What is the function of Wisdom 03? Hu Ping poked it curiously. Currently, Wisdom 03 was on Hu Ping's mech, and he was not used to being in the same space. Wisdom 03 transmitted the map to the three people. Hello, I am Wisdom 03, who is temporarily acting as the navigator. I can provide you with warnings of surrounding dangers and terrain conditions. Hu Ping stared at it intently. The map was very detailed, like a map discovered by a professional Pathfinder robot. The Zerg people about 2 kilometers away from them could see it moving. No wonder it is called the navigator, it is the other pair of eyes of the mech master. It can predict the direction and distance of the Zerg's attack in advance, and will not be easily deceived like the naked eye. Wu Qingqing and Lu Sun stared at the small map that popped up on the screen, their hearts were calm. Vicious, really vicious, leaving no way for other students to survive. Like the gap between a god of learning and a tyrant of learning. There is a self-made new mecha in front, and an intelligent navigator in the back. No matter what scientific research results other students come up with, it is impossible to shock them. Su Shaokai reminded, don't rely too much on 03, observe more, there are some situations that 03 does not include, and it cannot analyze them. In short, Wisdom 03 is not omnipotent. Su Shaokai asked them to do everything they could to stay alive. Okay, Master Su, if you have any instructions just ask. Yes, by the way, do you need to draw lots to customize mechas? Do shareholders of the company have priority in drawing lots? Su Shaokai, I'm doing my job. I can't die. I consider it. The three cheered softly. Great. After the cheers, the atmosphere became dull. Under the big pit, dust was floating, and it was dark and silent. There were traces of the insect invasion everywhere. Except for them, no one survived, and every trace of blood was licked clean by the insects. Wu Qingqing suddenly felt sad. Master, can we really choose not to save people? So many people died just like that. It feels cruel when playing games, but in reality, there is more hesitation and uneasiness. Wu Qingqing is still very uneasy. Is it right to watch people die without saving them? There is no right or wrong in fighting. We just need to make the most favorable decision for the current situation. Su Shaokai said calmly, if you must talk about right and wrong, just consider it as a mistake. No one is perfect. If you make a mistake this time, you will make it again next time. It's okay as long as it's not against the law. It's no big deal. What a weird twisted logic, even more uncomfortable. Doesn't this mean that they will make more such decisions in the future? We can't save them. You know, if you use your brain a little bit. Just now, they were wearing a full set of equipment so that they could stay still and not be discovered by the insect people that they were human. Without equipment, humans will be discovered if they blink, tremble, or breathe. It doesn't matter if they are lucky enough to survive. Falling from such a high place will cause serious injuries. You have to find a way to rush out of the pit, send the injured to the hospital before he dies, and make sure the hospital has enough medical equipment and give priority to saving him, so that he can survive. Which procedure is simple. If you can't save anyone, don't be a good person. Su Shaokai has made too many similar choices, whether to save the majority or the minority, to give up or to move on, all with only one principle, that is, humans will win. The silver-black mecha moved forward and jumped over a high-rise building. In front of it was the entrance scanned by Wisdom 03. There were hundreds of entrances underground, but according to Wisdom 03's analysis, only that entrance had the Bugman rushing out, not an ordinary greedy person, but an evolved form similar to a big eyeball. In such a special hole, the probability of the mother body being present was very high. The silver-black mecha and the 3 mecha instruments behind it moved towards the mother body. On the ground, the military ordered a quick retreat and sent the first group of people away first. The military gathered the survivors in the security center and asked them to hold out for 5 hours. After 5 hours, reinforcements and transport planes would arrive. How can we hold out for 5 hours? All the students were alive. When they heard the news, they were stunned. They had learned the theory and understood that they could not hold out in this situation. The order was obviously unreasonable. They were above the insect people's base camp. There were insect people everywhere outside. In less than 5 hours, 2 hours would make this place an empty city. But the manned ship had already taken off, and 100 mecha divisions were urgently escorted. The mecha divisions in the city had lost another 100 people. Can't defend, which idiot gave the order? Family took Ji Hung and others back to the military headquarters, and quickly ran to the office building. The lieutenant colonel guarding the city was commanding in the hall, and checking the damage of Huangyang City. Nearly half of the entire Huangyang City collapsed. The instructors leading the students gathered and looked at Fan Li. How are your students? Fan Li's expression was heavy. They fell in. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city, and the soldier responsible for secretly protecting Su Xiaocai's safety were shocked. Don't they have mechas? Didn't choose to come back immediately. How to climb onto the mecha when the ground collapses. The accident happened too suddenly, not to mention that so many high-rise buildings collapsed, and the death rate would be higher if they just climbed onto the mecha than if they found shelter on the spot. Then why are you so calm? As far as they know, Fan Li is very loyal and sentimental. It is impossible for students, who have been together for 10 days, to have no emotional fluctuations. Fan Li is not calm, but he knows that Su Xiaocai is alive at present, and as long as she is alive, the other 3 students will survive. What else? I can't jump in with them. Fan Li now just wants to know who gave the order to hold on. He turned to ask the lieutenant colonel stationed in the city, can we know who gave the order? The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city frowned. You don't seem to care who gave the order, you just need to obey the order. Ji Hung asked, is it Major General Mo? The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city glanced at Ji Hung, and the others also looked at him quietly. After a moment of silence, he nodded. It was Major General Mo. Go, ask again, who has the contact information of Lieutenant General Bai? We can't defend the city. If we defend it, we will only be annihilated. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city rejected it, with loyalty and stubbornness in his vicissitudes' eyes. We are the subordinates of Major General Mo, and all orders cannot go beyond Major General Mo. This is discipline. There are also people in the city, and we cannot abandon them and leave. Then let the students leave first. We soldiers can stay, but they are just students. Why does Major General Mo's order require students to stay here? Subordinates can also execute orders from above according to different situations. Going to outer space for defense is also defense. It doesn't count as disobeying orders. No matter what, we can't stay here. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city didn't start. He didn't understand why Major General Mo didn't mention it when the students were one of the key points of the retreat. It's impossible that Major General Mo forgot, because the day before, he said that he could keep the students to exercise. What went wrong? Major General Mo would not make such an obvious mistake. He always valued human life. Fan Li no longer cared about the difference in rank. He was cautious, but this was the first time he was so reckless. Life and death, no discipline, ask again, confirm the mission. We only have a few hundred garrisons left, and there are still students here, so we can't defend. The lieutenant colonel didn't want to do this. He was ambitious. He had gone through a lot of hardships to get to this position. If he violated the discipline, half of his achievements over the years would be deducted. What are you still hesitating about? Do you think you can be safe if the students die? It's even a problem whether we can escape or not. Fan Li yelled. He wished Su Xiaocai was there, questioning Lieutenant General Bai as a student. But he didn't have Lieutenant General Bai's contact information. Colonel Bai couldn't get in touch with him again. Some civilian staff and several girls cried on the spot, gently, trying not to cry out loud. That's why it was so painful. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city pursed his lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and chose to stand on the side of the students and contacted Major General Mo directly. The other party answered, Major General MO, UJ-33. Before he finished speaking, the line was disconnected. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city contacted again, but the communicator showed that there was no space-based station signal. Others also tried to contact the outside world, but it was useless. Why is there no signal? Is the base station completely destroyed? The Zerg have already invaded the air, so the transport plane that just left with people. The manned ship that just left, contact quickly, quickly. As soon as the voice fell, a huge explosion was heard in the sky, and a strong wind blew towards the ground. Everyone's face turned pale. The information department monitored that behind the dust curtain raised by the yellow sand, it could be vaguely seen that the silver ship body had been divided into several parts. The manned ship crashed. It was surrounded by tiny sparks of fire, the light of the sacrifice of the Mecha Master. Someone pointed at a huge black shadow behind the dust in the picture and shouted, "What is that?" The black shadow only showed the tip of the iceberg, and it felt the terror of force majeure. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city sat down on the chair with his knees weak. They were tricked by the insect people, and it happened to be when the students came. There were several children of the big families of the capital star here. He should have rejected the order of his superiors earlier, and sent the students back directly. The students were not under the jurisdiction of the military. Even if they were forcibly withdrawn, his superiors could not blame him. Lieutenant Colonel, what should we do now? Everyone was waiting for his order. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city had a gloomy face and said, "We can't escape. We have limited weapons. The mother body is probably in the pit, but at this time, they can't cross the insect army and jump into the pit to kill the mother body. The remaining hundreds of mecha divisions can't do it. The number of their people who are outside rescuing survivors is also decreasing. The atmosphere is stagnant. What should we do?" "What should we do?" Li Lele hugged Feng Wansha and tried to hold back her tears. "Can we escape?" Feng Wansha analyzed the current situation. The insects were besieging from all sides. The number of humans was limited, but the number of insects was unlimited. It was an absolute dilemma. To break it, the mother and the soldiers had to be killed, and reinforcements had to be sent in time. However, in a situation where death was inevitable, would the higher-ups really send reinforcements? Feng Wansha thought of the most terrifying follow-up. The people outside would finally use planet-destroying weapons to bury humans and insects together. That was the most labor-saving and efficient super-specification weapon to suppress the reproduction of insects. To use it once, you need to get permission from the 5 generals. If Kai Kai was here, what would she do? In the game, she has not played a similar scene yet, and it is too slim to escape. At this moment, Ji Heng's communicator rang, but because it was muted, no one noticed. Who would call a student at this time? Ji Heng looked closely, and saw that it was Su Xiaokai. He answered the call immediately. He wanted to ask her where she was, but they were surrounded. "Ji-er, I am entering the nest to kill the mother body. You are the captain of the team. Please lead the team to survive before I come back. Make the best judgment you think at the moment. I know you are likely to be in trouble. In the room where I slept yesterday, there are 2 space buttons. Take them out. One of the space buttons contains 100 protective devices that need to be assembled. It is a patented product I researched. There is an instruction manual inside. It can help you survive for 10 hours. You can distribute it as you see fit. There is another space button, which is a weapon I gave you. I originally gave it to you in the last 3 days. You can distribute it, and give the instructor a weapon as well. Wish you and me good luck." Su Xiaokai sent the last voice call and blocked any messages. Ji Heng turned and ran. Fan Li said, "Ji Heng, where are you going? Wait for me for a while." Ji Heng ran to the door of Su Xiaocai's room. Su Xiaokai did not lock the door. He took the 2 space buttons on the bedside. The space buttons worth millions are thrown everywhere. It is also a talent. Ji Heng opened the manual and practiced what to do next in his mind. Even if Su Xiaokai took the risk to enter the pit, she was still thinking about the people behind her. She was not cold-blooded, but too rational. Ji Heng suddenly felt that this was the candidate for the fiancé that the Ji family should look for. Her thinking, awareness and intelligence were all at the top level. She was responsible, a good person in the community, and pretty. Wait, Ji Heng stopped thinking that he was sick. He had just retired from his fiancée. How could he repeat the same mistake? He knew himself. Su Xiaokai and him were absolutely impossible. He couldn't control her. In his brother's words, he was only fit to be a cow and a horse in Su Xiaocai's place. After Ji Heng read the explanation. Well, being a cow and a horse was a compliment to him. Fan Li didn't listen to Ji Heng's words. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city had assigned tasks to everyone. When Ji-hung returned, he couldn't find anyone. Now, where did the lieutenant colonel stationed in the city go? Where was Instructor Fan? Hey kid, don't you have a mission? A soldier passing by asked hurriedly. Yes, I have a mission. Ji-hung turned his head. This situation was in line with what Su Shaokai said about special cases being treated specially. He had his own things to do. The teammates were still waiting for him. Feng Wansha and Li Lei were the reserve personnel among the students. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city arranged for them to enter the shelter, but they didn't want to and wanted to follow the action, so no one cared about them. Ji-hung took out the protective device. This thing needs to be assembled. Ji-hung thinks that it is more appropriate to give it to Feng Wansha and Li Lei. Feng Wansha, Li Lei, I will give you a task. Can you complete it within an hour? What is it? Ji-hung gave the thing to the two of them, along with the instructions. After the assembly is completed, don't send it out for the time being. Wait for the instructor to arrange it. The chips left by Su Shaokai are first to ensure the safety of the students in the same school, and then the life of the instructor. With the instructors, they have life protection. Captain, much stronger than ordinary soldiers. What about the civilians? How to arrange it? The safety device can only accommodate 4 people at most. 100 protective devices, if you count children, can protect at most 500 people. Then some people must be abandoned. This is a heavy choice. I don't know if it can be modified. Li Lei thinks this kind of protective device has great potential. No. Feng Wansha said, it is written in the manual that it cannot be modified at will. You have to believe that Su Shaokai must have her intentions for doing this. Chapter 59. Actually, Feng Wansha could guess it. Just like eggs cannot be put in the same basket. The insects have eyes. If you use this thing outside a complete building and wrap the building, they will definitely try their best to get in. How long will the protective device last? Its greater function is to isolate the breath of life. But if the protective device is so small that you can see inside at a glance, then the insects will at most treat it as a toy and pick it a few times. Feng Wansha didn't have time to explain this. Leave it to us. We will assemble it as soon as possible. She pulled Li Lei and turned around and said, let's go to maintenance room number 3. You can find us there in an hour. Ji-hung nodded. Okay, let's be careful. The communication in the building is being repaired. If you can't contact the outer space, you need to be able to communicate closely inside. The communication system was restored when Ji-hung ran to find Instructor Fan. Ji-hung immediately contacted family. Instructor, where are you? Is there anything wrong with the gate? Yes. Ji-hung wanted to ask family to move a little to talk, but family was very noisy, crying and screaming mixed together. I'm coming to find you now. Family, don't come. I don't know what Ji-hung has to do. He can't take care of the students. The gate is full of survivors. When there are no insects, they dare not step in. When the insects attack, they will break their heads to cut in line. The scene is in chaos. When Ji-hung found Instructor Fan, he tried his best to calm everyone down and arranged for the people to take refuge in the military and political building. The people all looked like frightened birds. Some people ran so fast that they even lost their shoes. Dozens of mecha soldiers took turns to kill the insects attracted by the life forms. Every shot was accurate and every strike was fatal, but they could not protect everyone. There were too many insects, and they could not be killed. The big-eyed insects mixed in with the ordinary insects were very conspicuous. When they appeared, they almost caught the attention of all the soldiers. The rubber-like tentacles moved quickly and landed lightly at the end of the crowd. One of them wrapped around a person and sent it to its mouth. The other one's target was a pregnant woman. The strange big eyes were fixed. The pregnant woman trembled with fear, and a smell of urine came from under her pants. The mecha master quickly went over to intercept, wielding the magnetic blade sword and cutting off the tentacle. The tentacle was smoking at the end, but the big-eyed worm man didn't care. The wound healed and grew quickly, and granulation appeared. It stretched out another tentacle slowly, and a silver hook appeared at the tip. The pregnant woman was also a ruthless person. Seeing that she was about to be swept away, she pulled the man next to her and asked him to stand in front of her. In a flash, the man's chest was pierced. He turned his head in disbelief, took a deep breath, and shouted in vain, "It hurts, help me." Blood flowed down the hook, and the fishy smell made the surrounding insects eager to move. But the insects were class conscious, and they couldn't start eating until the little leader said to start eating. The helpless tentacles rubbed the ground, staring at the blood on the ground, wanting to get a piece of the pie. The big-eyed insect pulled the man in front of him, and sucked the blood in big mouthfuls. The screams of pain lasted for several seconds, making people feel depressed. After sucking out the meat inside, the big-eyed insect threw the remaining skin and bones to the ordinary insects. The tentacle that had just been cut off, squirming on the ground for a while, was also dragged away and eaten by the ordinary insects. Although it was not the first time for the soldiers to see such a scene, it was hard not to have psychological trauma when watching a living person being devoured until nothing was left. While the man was being eaten, the pregnant woman stared blankly at her hand. Her husband was pushed out by her. Ah! The people in the queue screamed and pushed the people in front to hurry up. I want to go in, I want to go in, hurry up! The mecha master said angrily, damn bugs. The muzzle fired energy bullets continuously, outputting crazily. The scolded insect man was not afraid of the gunfire at all. His elastic tentacles spread out to form a shield, blocking all attacks. The annoying flies waved their soft tentacles, carrying strong airflows, hitting the guns that were shooting. The weapon broke with a sound. Without long-range weapons, the mecha master immediately gave up the attack and protected the people who were still rushing forward. The big-eyed insect man had a very simple mind. Anything that hindered its eating would die. They pounced on the mecha master's present, and ordinary insect men also rushed up. The crowd was dispersed, and the outside of the military and political building was in chaos. Without the support of the pregnant woman, someone bumped her shoulder, and she stumbled to the ground. My belly? The pregnant woman protected her belly, and raised her hands helplessly to ask for help. The insect people kept pouring in, and half of the hundreds of people who were queuing to enter were gone in the blink of an eye. We can't stop them, close the door. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city decided the fate of the humans outside with one sentence. Don't close the door. Many people rushed into the closing door, and those who couldn't squeeze in were still squeezing. Don't squeeze, you will die like this. The door was closed tightly. Those who didn't get in knelt on the ground and cried loudly, and some prostrated themselves on the ground, praying for the protection of the gods and a safe afterlife. No matter what form of call for help, it was too late. The insect people rushed forward and devoured all living things in the blink of an eye. It was a living hell on earth. The protective shield was opened, the military and political building was closed, and the people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. This was not the worst. The function of the protective shield was originally used to resist the energy of weapons. The effect of defending against the insects is very general. It won't take long for the insects to break through this layer of defense. The number of insects continues to rise, and they surround them in an endless stream, more and more, and densely packed. Family stood on the wall of the military and political building, sweating profusely. Ji Hung, who was running too fast, slowed down his pace. He didn't see the scene before the door closed, but was frozen by the scene in front of him. It's fatal, fatal, fatal. Wu Feiyong was also there, holding his head, and had the same mood as Ji Hung. These monsters are ridiculous. There are too many to describe. In Huangyang City, besides the military and political buildings, are there any living people? There are not only insect people on the ground, but also in the sky. The air is filled with tension and fear. Ji Hang's feet are shaking. What he is facing at this moment is no longer insect people, but death. A student squatted down and said in a broken voice, "What's the point of winning the game? Why is it so unlucky? I don't want to come here at all. I don't want to be a soldier." Negative emotions are contagious. When one person collapses, others also begin to collapse. Wu Feiyong hit the student's head with a heavy slap, and scolded, "Before you came here, you should have known that your life was in danger. What's the point of complaining here? You're talking about me, aren't you also saying you're dying? You're not much better than me. I'm excited. Before I die, I definitely take a few insects with me. Don't let my death become meaningless." Wu Feiyong smiled carefreely, and his smile was uglier than crying. To die on the battlefield is a man's romance. Don't be discouraged. Maybe reinforcements will come the next moment. The crying student wiped his tears. "I want to say goodbye to my family." Who wouldn't want to? Wu Feiyong touched the communicator and called Wu Qingqing first, but no one answered. He called several more times in a row, but still couldn't get through. His palms were cold. No, my cousin is an indestructible cockroach. Nothing can happen to her. Ji Hung tried hard to suppress his palpitations. He believed in Su Shaokai and believed that she must have a backup plan. When she killed the mother body, it would be their victory. He strode towards the door. At this time, family woodenly helped the fallen people up and asked them to go inside to the building prepared to accommodate the survivors. "Instructor Fan, I have something to report to you about Su Shaohai." Family immediately understood and ordered the soldiers, who were arranging the masses, to guide them. He and Ji-hung went to a remote corner to talk. Ji-hung told family about the things Su Shaokai left behind, and how she went deep into the pit to find the mother body. She is trying to give us the best chance of survival. We must persevere. Fan Li's eyes suddenly turned red. He had wanted to complain about Su Shaokai taking away his position as an instructor countless times before. But when something really happened, Su Shaokai, who resolutely took responsibility, deserved the position of instructor more than anyone else. Having been in the army for so long, he has experienced many wars, big and small. The generals in the battles were all very powerful and worthy of respect. Su Shaokai was the most low-key and fearless leader he had ever seen. He kept it in mind and paid tribute to Su Shaokai. I take care of the rest. Family asked Ji-hung, aren't you going to enter the shelter? I heard that you are the heir of your family. What if? No what if, I will fight to the last moment. Ji-hung looked determined. If there are many soldiers here, and many mecha divisions guarding, I cannot fight. The implication is that there is none here. Not every soldier station there is a mecha master. Some are only responsible for maintaining the safety of the city. The only ones who can fight against the Zerg are the few hundred people, and the dozen or so police officers from the law enforcement department. No matter what, they must hold on until Su Shaokai kills the mother body, then their persistence will be meaningful. Su Xiaocai's fight against the mother body must be kept secret for now. There are channels for transmitting information within the Zerg people. If the news is passed back to the mother body and the soldiers, some Zerg people will definitely be drawn back for protection. They must defend with all their strength, which is also a means to attract the attention of the insects. By time for Su Shaokai. The insects pressed forward step by step, and the big-eyed insects climbed onto the protective shield and attacked continuously. The attacks of the big-eyed insects, coordinated by ordinary insects, piled up like waves at the military and political building. The mecha divisions all sat on their battle partners, holding their weapons tightly. The instructors had no time to lead the students to fight, so Ji-hung volunteered. The other students also believed him. Although Junhui and Junya were a little dissatisfied, they could not quarrel and nitpick in times of crisis. If there is any change in the order, the instructor will notify Ji-hung immediately. No students escaped. They are all top students in the school. There is no reason to hide. There is no need to fight against the insects for the time being. Wu Feiyong hurriedly asked Ji-hung, why are you the only one left in your team? Where is Wu Qingqing? Where is my little wife? Where did they go? Wu Feiyong also found that Hu Ping and others were not there. If these people are not here, why can Ji-hung still be here? Su Xiaocai's actions need to be kept secret. Ji-hung only said, they have other tasks. Don't ask where they are going. Wu Feiyong heard the hidden meaning, but he didn't believe it. Su Shaokai was not a soldier, so what secret mission could he entrust to her? Wu Feiyong was good at math. Each team was responsible for 2 areas. The West was in charge of family and others, and Su Shaokai must be there. They fell in, right? Wu Feiyong sent a private message to Ji-hung. Ji-hung was silent, and Wu Feiyong's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to ask Ji-hung why he didn't save them, and why he didn't fall in. In the end, his reason prevailed. He stammered, why are you so calm? I really want to kill all these disgusting things now. Ji-hung, I said, they have a secret mission. I believe they are still alive, and they will come back. Wu Feiyong couldn't accept such an explanation. If they don't come back, I will go find them. Ji-hung looked up at the cracks on the protective shield. Only 40 minutes had passed. You can't go. They are still alive. Even if you don't believe Wu Qingqing, you should believe Su Shaokai. He threw a weapon to Wu Feiyong, and the long knife was stuck in the ground. Shaokai gave it to you. Use it well. There is no time to be sad. Wu Feiyong picked up the weapon. As soon as he used it, he knew it was not simple. The long sword exuded an invisible sharp edge, and the crack in the ground where it was inserted was wider than the original blade. Looking closely, silver substance flowed inside. Wu Feiyong waved it twice, and it seemed that he could hear the bloodthirsty metal chirping. 6 more logistics people came into the number 3 maintenance room to help. They helped assemble the triangular protective device to speed up the assembly. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city looked at a protective device that had been successfully assembled. Can this thing really block the detection of insect people? Su Shaokai doesn't lie. If she says it can be done, then it can be done. You must do it according to her. Feng Wan's screwing machine is about to produce sparks. Family, we have to try our best. We have no other options, right? Then how can we ensure that the people inside will not panic or move? The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city said. Li Lele looked at them like they were mentally retarded. There should be a lot of space miner uniforms here. Put them on and knock them out. We can also squeeze a few more people in. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city took a deep breath. Don't use sleeping pills casually, some people are allergic to them. Then wait and die together. Li Lele became tough, her hands never stopped, and she was about to leave a shadow, not wanting to talk to the soldier, who was thinking over and over and couldn't make a decision. Logistics was concentrating on work. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city didn't want to interrupt again. Warrant Officer Fan, where is the classmate Su you mentioned now? How did she predict this accident? Fan Li didn't tell him that Su Shaokai went to kill the mother body. Are you doubting her? It's a bit of a coincidence. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city didn't think that a student had the ability to calculate the current situation of Huangyang Star. Fan Li, she fell into the collapsed place and tried her best to pass the message back to buy us time. The lieutenant colonel had nothing to say. He was wrong. It was already so late. If Su Shaokai had really calculated the insect people's attack, he would not have come to Huangyang Star in the first place. Now everyone is trapped in a corner and is about to fight to the death. How can they have time to engage in conspiracy and intrigue? Fan Li secretly thanked himself for not telling the truth. This lieutenant colonel has been in Huangyang City for too long. He has learned the ambiguity of politicians and acts in a lukewarm way. He has lost the courage of a soldier. No wonder he has never been promoted. If the lieutenant colonel can't make a decision, just say I did it. I am willing to take all the responsibility. The lieutenant colonel stationed in the city, well, that's fine, I leave this to you. If you have done a good deed, it's all yours. Try to keep people alive. He was destined to die, so he didn't dare to do such troublesome things. He could just leave it to Fan Li. He wanted to go out and command the last battlefield of his life. 40 minutes later, the assembly was halfway done, and there was still half left. Fan Li ran to pull all the clerks and police officers who were hiding to work. The drug can only be used once, and there can be no mistakes. During this period, Fan Li went to the shelter. There were thousands of people in the shelter, and there was no military or police to maintain order, but it was extremely quiet. Everyone hung their heads, and the few children rarely seen in Huangyang City were very well behaved, curled up in the arms of their families. Fan Li's heart was blocked. He had to pick out the people to save from these people. There could be no softness. Seeing the soldiers coming in, several refugees stood up, anxiously wanting to know the situation outside. Officer, what's going on outside? Fan Li said, I don't want to lie to you, I'm not optimistic. We are ready to fight to the death. Don't you have an emergency escape plan? For example, planetary teleportation rescue. Yes, we can pay, any amount is fine, please arrange for us to leave first. We have to leave too, you are the people's army, you can't just care about the rich. Many people were anxious, fearing that the military would abandon them. They joined the argument, as if they could get the right to survive by arguing for a few words. Everyone is only thinking about themselves, and the selfishness and ugliness of human nature are exposed. It is understandable that people are selfish in the face of survival. Fan Li said cautiously, there is more than one shelter. We need to transfer some people. If the insect people come in, let some of them live. They will be transferred to a deeper place, and children will be given priority. For the rest, you can draw lots, or choose people by yourself to go to the next shelter, limited to 400 people. If we can't hold it, you will be the last barrier for the children. Fan Li's words were like a bomb dropping on them. You only have 10 minutes to think, and you must move before the shield breaks. We have no other way to escape, we can only delay time and wait for reinforcements. Fan Li took off his hat, bowed, and apologized sincerely, I'm sorry, we are limited in strength and cannot make any promises. We can only choose to keep the fire. Everyone turned their heads to look at the children hugging each other in the crowd. Someone objected. Why? They are not our children. We don't want to, so you can't take anyone away. It's a joke to ask me to be a human shield for them. There won't be any big shots hiding underground, so they picked so few people. Fan Li stood up and said, all the staff here have gone to stop the insects, and they are ready to sacrifice, so I hope you won't speculate and slander the heroes who are fighting. A man with a face full of flesh stood up. He was the leader of the miners in the nearby area. He was very fierce and selfish, and often deducted the workers' wages. Just when everyone thought he was going to support the person who spoke out against it, he punched him and knocked him unconscious. In the face of crisis, there is never a shortage of heroes. He doesn't think he is a good person, but if anyone can survive, he hopes it is the child. Chapter 60. I support the soldier's actions. If any of you disagree, come and fight. I can end his life in advance. The man took out a kitchen knife from his arms, showing a sense of unreasonableness and fearlessness. Compared with the skinny miners, his tall and strong body is very threatening. This is a time when unreasonable people are needed to stabilize the situation. Since only 400 people can be selected, all children should go, and those under 18 should also go, and then women. We are all going to die, so if you are a man, you should choose to die with dignity. His men are mostly gangsters, who like to steal and commit petty crimes, and are not good people. But the boss took the lead in being the bad guys, and they stood up and acted ferociously. With the double attack of the kitchen knife and the younger brothers, the protesters were suppressed. 400 people were quickly selected. More than a dozen children, several pregnant women and babies, and the rest were all teenagers. The last few places were given to respected elders. Stanley closed his eyes. The drug might take their lives, but only in this way could ordinary people overcome their fear of insect people. It depends on their luck. Let's go. Hundreds of people left. Thousands of people left in the shelter looked at the slowly closing door, full of desire, which finally turned into several sighs. They wanted to live, but they couldn't stand up proudly and say that they were the most qualified to live. Everywhere, the survival of children and pregnant women is given priority, which is the consensus of human beings. Now they hate, and they can only hate themselves for not evacuating as soon as possible. 400 people followed family nervously and entered another underground shelter. The defense setup here is no different from that above, and the area is about the same size. A woman asked, "Sir, there is a lot of space. Why can't more people come down?" Family didn't want to explain. Hurry up. The civilian staff working with family said, "There will be other protective measures added later to ensure your safety. There are only children, women, and the elderly here. There will be no soldiers guarding." After that, the civilian staff began to distribute old space suits, all kinds of styles. In addition to being old, the biggest feature is that they cover tightly. The survivor believed it without a doubt, and quickly put on the clothes. There were no sizes for children, so they had to put them on like this. While the survivor was putting on the clothes, family kept checking the time. It was almost an hour. There was a loud bang from above, and the alarm sounded in the military and political building, and the red warning light kept flashing. The crisis escalated. Fong Wanshaw and everyone worked together to make the protective device, and put it into the space button. When the alarm sounded, everyone sped up. At some point, sand and dust blew into the room. Everyone looked up and looked for the source. The thick wall actually cracked, and a hole appeared. Light sand rolled in, and a scary big eye lay in the crack, greedily selecting prey. "It's the magic eye bug, run." The staff in the maintenance room pulled the others to run. "Li Lele, go take the things underground," Fong Wanshaw said, and jumped on the mecha. Before the magic eye bug completely destroyed the wall, it stabbed the eyeball with all its strength. Fong Wanshaw shouted, "Hurry, I can't stand it." The weapon scratched a little bit of the eyeball shell. This action angered the demon eye bug. It used its tentacles to form a shield and swept towards the building, smashing the wall in a disorderly manner. Every time it smashed, the building shook. Debris kept falling from the top. There was no way to escape. Except for Fong Wanshaw, everyone in the room could only hide in the shelter temporarily. The demon eye bug reached in with its tentacles, but the crack was too small to reach in, so it continued to smash. Until a metal beam fell and hit Fong Wanshaw's mecha. Fong Wanshaw's mecha lifted the beam with its backhand and threw it aside. Without the crossbeams to support the maintenance room, the cracks completely opened. Damn, it was almost there. Where did the magic eye bug come from? Fong Wanshaw didn't know that the protective cover didn't break all over. It started to break from the top. The magic eye bug sensed the presence of living people in the maintenance room number 3 and rushed straight over. Li Lele was still standing there woodenly. I will help you. You can't handle it alone." "What help? Do what we agreed to do." At the critical moment, you can't tell the difference between the primary and the secondary. Fong Wanshaw cursed. "Before coming here, did you ignore what Kai said? Get lost, you're holding us back, just say it. I send you to death first." Stop cursing, stop cursing." Li Lele held the 2 space buttons, holding back tears. I go right away." She turned and ran. The demon eyeworm stretched its 2 tentacles into the gap, excitedly watching the running. "Little man. He, human." It grabbed the little clerk, who was forced into a corner. Fong Wanshaw quickly slid over and raised the tip of the knife. The seemingly soft tentacles were surprisingly tough, and the blade only caused a small wound on them, which healed quickly. The tentacle pulled back, carrying the young clerk, and roughly passed through the gap, which was not big. The young clerk's skin rubbed against the rough wall, leaving horrible bloodstains in the gap. Everyone else ran away, and only Feng Wansha was left in the maintenance room. Feng Wansha's hands were shaking, and she couldn't even control the mecha well. The terrifying roar of the evil eye insect man sounded around, oppressing people's nerves. Feng Wansha took a deep breath and listened to the movements around her vigilantly. The mecha scanner could not scan the evil eye insect man, but it could scan the location of the cowardly insect soldiers. There are a lot of them. She learned a lot in the 10 days that Su Shaokai taught her. She was not completely transformed, but she had the strength to fight. Feng Wansha told herself not to be afraid and kept cheering herself up. She really never thought that one day, as a designer, she would drive a mecha to fight insects. She had a deep understanding of why all the people on the front line had to learn mechas. After all, learning to drive a mecha still had a glimmer of hope. This might be the last experience of her life. The wall in front of her collapsed. The terrifying tentacles stretched out from the dust. Feng Wansha raised her gun and fired several rounds in succession, almost deflecting the tentacles, and then rushed forward. Between life and death, she seemed to have received some kind of help. She didn't need to think about how to operate the mecha, and the mecha moved as she wished. She swung the big knife given by Su Shaokai, and used the momentum of the mecha to stab the pupil of the magic eye worm fiercely. Just when she thought she could hit it with one shot, the magic eye worm closed its eyes, and easily grasped Feng Wansha's attack. You are quite smart. Feng Wansha smiled lightly, but humans also have partners in battle, not alone. The weakness of the demon eye bug is on the top of its head. Normally, the eyelids are raised to block that place. When the pupil is attacked, the wrinkled eyelids will fall, exposing the weakness. Ji Hung received the order, and brought more than 40 teammates to guard this side. He had contacted Feng Wansha long ago. When Feng Wansha rushed, he jumped high in tacit understanding. The blade sank into the demon eye bug's weak point, and he drew the knife and jumped back. Puff, the clear blue liquid spurted out, and the demon eye bug shrank rapidly. Feng Wansha lit it with fire to prevent the sticky insect soldiers from eating it and evolving. Ji Hung, Wu Feiyong, your team is responsible for clearing out all the fish that tried to enter the building. Captain Yu, you are responsible for the right wing. Orders were given in an orderly manner, and Ji Hung and Feng Wansha worked together to kill the magic eye insects mixed in with the cowardly insect soldiers. Ji Hung was growing rapidly, and so was Feng Wansha. They were teammates trained by Su Shaokai. In just 10 days, they had already developed a tacit understanding and understood what the other party was going to do with just one move. The two mechas flew over the pile of cowardly insects swiftly, specifically looking for the magic eye insects. This kind of insect can attack or defend, and it is difficult to get rid of it once it is attached to it. It is a nightmare for many mecha masters. Ji Hung quickly thought about how to kill it faster. It is not easy to make the big-eyed insect blink, because it has many tentacles as shields. Feng Wansha blocked the cowardly insect soldiers, swinging her sword with a clanging sound, trying her best to clear the obstacles for Ji Hung. There were too many cowardly insect soldiers. Many automatic attack weapons were extended from the building and shot into the insect swarm, temporarily relieving the pressure on the mecha masters. Ji Hung was fighting with a demon eye bug in his heart. He made several fake moves, but failed to expose its weakness. After the first demon eye bug was killed, he became defensive. When the bugs were stupid, they were really stupid, but they had amazing fighting talents. Especially the bug warriors, who were born for war. Since there was no chance, he would try to force it. Looking at the wrinkles on the top of the demon eye bug's head, Ji Hung had a flash of inspiration and rushed over to throw a flash bomb at the big eyeball. Flash bombs can only blind people, and the blinding time is only 2 to 3 seconds, and it cannot make the demon eye bug blink. What is he going to do? Other students looked at the two people not far from them. Their movements were very neat and clear. Is Junpei hiding his strength? The students from other schools are not under much pressure at the moment, and they have time to take a look at the students from other teams in Junpei, estimating the difference in strength. Ji Hung can also be explained as having made rapid progress after special training. Then who is the person next to him? Junpei's dark horse player? His strength is a little different from Ji Hung, but his performance in the battle is remarkable. He blocked all the cowardly soldiers, and created space for Ji Hung to move. The cowardly insect soldiers were still very strong, and it was difficult for the students to deal with them. Fortunately, they were numerous and focused, and the teammates had good tacit understanding, so they managed to resist. 2 seconds later, Ji Hung cut off 2 tentacles of the magic eye insect man and threw a flash bomb. The magic eye insect man also reacted, changed his route, jumped up, and temporarily retreated a few steps. Ji Hung did not let it go, pinched its 2 dancing tentacles, and the tentacles spread out, facing Ji Hung, trying to escape from Ji Heng's grip. Ji Heng's target was not its eyes at all. His knife cut into the wrinkles on its head, and used the principle of the arch rod to force the eyelids of the magic eye worm to close. The blade pierced the weak point accurately. Another magic eye worm was killed, and the experiment was successful. The insect man who seemed difficult to deal with was easy to deal with as long as the weakness was found. Sometimes the shortcut can't be taken, so try the straight road, the effect is not bad. The two people's fighting rhythm is getting more and more synchronized, and they divide the work and cooperate with each other, making the annihilation of the magic eye worm the primary task. When the second magic eye worm was killed, the protective shield was completely scrapped, and insects rained down on the military and political building. Tens of thousands of insects fell. Li Lei ran on the corridor, Feng Wancha's curses hovering in her heart. She reflected. But between friends and strangers, she really only thought about her friends, and selfishly hoped to help her friends. Instinctively chose to advance and retreat with Feng Wancha. She had no friends in the past few years of college, and it was rare for Feng Wancha to be willing to communicate with her. She didn't want to watch her friend die. Li Lei wiped away her tears, and she would never cry again. Feng Wancha was right to curse. At the critical moment, she must first consider more people alive. She saw strength in Feng Wancha, Wu Qingqing and Su Shaokai. Only by being strong can you live better than anyone else. If she survives today, she will make those who have slandered her pay the price. Li Lei ran out of breath. Her hair was wet and stuck to her forehead. Fanli took the space button and quickly sent the protective device down, asking, "What's the situation up there?" "I don't know. I just know that when I left, our maintenance room was broken into by the insect man." Li Lei suppressed the urge to turn around. She had more important things to do next. She was responsible for opening all the protective devices. There were several civilian staff working underground to assist. More than 400 people walked into the protective device anxiously, sat down as instructed, and the baby was placed in the mechanical cradle. They all looked at Fanli, waiting for the next instruction. Fanli made a gesture, and then left the room. Colorless drugs were slowly sprayed from the top of the room. The people in the shelter suddenly felt their eyelids close unconsciously, and within half a minute, everyone fainted. The civilian staff wore masks to see if they were in danger of life, and confirmed that they were all asleep, so they could not see the difference for the time being. They moved quickly among the crowd, closing their helmets. As long as the protective device was not broken, no insect man could tell that they were alive. There was a dull sound of heavy objects falling from above, and the slight shock made people feel nervous. "Hurry in." Li Lei pushed the civilian personnel wearing new equipment into the last protective device, and turned on the protective device. "I hope you are still alive after 10 hours. Several civilian personnel suddenly felt sour in their noses. "I hope everyone is okay." "Thank you, we will be fine. You stay here to watch everyone. If there is any accident, don't make a sound or move." The civilian staff nodded vigorously, huddled in a corner, and quietly waited for the arrival of reinforcements. Or waited to die. The door slowly closed, taking away two glorious backs. Fanli rushed back, and got out of the ground. The raging war spread, and missiles directly bombed the insects outside the wall, hindering the insects' progress. The mecha divisions inside the wall united to kill the enemy. Fanli and Li Lei boarded the mecha and joined the battlefield. The rain of bullets, the collision of sharp weapons, and the interweaving of flames in the sky. The fearless insects kept attacking the defense line. The students were about to collapse. Several smaller insects entered the building and found where the survivors gathered. The acid-spitting insects, which looked like enlarged black widow spiders, vomited a pool of yellow solution, which slowly melted the wall. The sizzling sound was like water being poured into a hot oil pan. Ji Hung remembered what Su Shaokai said and his mission. The mission given to the students was to protect the survivors. Feng Wancha, Captain Yu, go kill those insects. The mecha driven by women is light, and suitable for fighting in narrow places. Ji Hung blocked the tentacles of a bug man with a sword, shot at the cowardly bug soldier at close range, shot through its neck, and did not forget to finish off the bug man by crushing its feeding organs. Once a bug man eats, it can repair its injuries by eating its companions and hitting their bodies. A new bug man rushed over. The new type of bug man moved quickly, like chewing gum, sticking to the ground, and its tentacles tightly wrapped around Ji Heng's arm. Ji Heng's movements paused, and other bug men also rushed over. The first person to be affected was Feng Wancha. She had just received the order and wanted to turn around and enter the building. As a result, she was unable to move and could not even leave. Ji Heng's safety cabin was dented, and sweat dripped down his hair. He turned on all the drivers of the mecha, and the drivers quickly entered an overloaded and high-heat state. The insect man holding the mecha jumped away quickly. At this moment, a magnetic blade long knife slashed across and cut off the insect man entangled with Ji Hung. Family arrived in time, and Li Lei threw out the acid-spitting insect man she had killed. The walls of the shelter have been corroded with holes. The first batch of survivors can't hold on for long. The bugs will definitely kill them. Looking at the time, 2 hours have passed since the rescue signal was sent. Now only the long-distance transmission signal from the universe can be used externally, but this is not a normal channel for contacting the outside world. It will take some time. I hope Colonel Bai and Lieutenant General Bai will find out the problem as soon as possible and take action. In the base, if there is anyone who is trustworthy, it is undoubtedly Lieutenant General Bai and Colonel Bai. They value fairness and their family is full of upright soldiers. It is difficult for spies to invade. Colonel Bai and his men arrived at their outer space destination. There was nothing in the mining area. They only found a broken distress signal transmitter and a communicator belonging to a missing soldier. "Did you find anything?" he asked his subordinates. "Nothing. But Colonel, please take a look at this information." The subordinates handed Colonel Bai the message he had just received from a special communication channel. Encrypted message? Why not contact directly through the communicator? At this time, Colonel Bai realized what was going on. His communicator had no signal. Colonel Bai realized something was wrong. How long has there been no signal? The subordinate was stunned. The merchants did not carefully maintain the base stations in the outer space mining area, so the signals were intermittent. The fleets used their own base station signals to communicate with each other. The subordinate looked at his communicator and found that there was a signal. The subordinate asked others, "Colonel, we all have signals." "Wait a minute, why didn't we receive so many messages?" Colonel Bai turned off the tracking signal, got off the mecha, and found that there was a signal. Not only was there a problem with the tracking signal, his mecha was also tampered with. He remembered that the mecha division had taken it for maintenance yesterday, and there was a distress signal today. Could there be a connection? As soon as he received the signal, his communicator kept popping up messages. Among the calls, several were from family. Colonel Bai immediately called back, but no one answered. He quickly contacted several soldiers in Huangyang City. Without exception, all the calls were unanswered. He was thinking about the missing soldiers, and was almost in a trance, with his attention focused on this. Forgot that there is something more worthy of attention. He opened the text message sent by the communicator. With a surge of blood, Colonel Bai almost vomited blood, immediately turned to Huangyang City. Emergency, the 10th level alarm was sounded, the fall of Huangyang City, the lives of the people in the city were in danger. It was just the beginning. If the mother body was not found, the crisis would likely affect several nearby mining areas and habitable planets. What a stupid thing he did. Chapter 61. 022 Mechanical Planet. 1/3 of the people in the base were drawn out to support Huang Yangxing. The soldiers began to move out. All the students also received the assembly order. In the middle of the night, although they were confused, they immediately took action based on their trust in the officers. Lieutenant General Bai ordered to imprison Major General Mo and his confidants without any explanation. The secret orders sent back by Huang Yangxing were all related to Major General Mo. If the matter was related to Major General Mo, then it must be related to his confidants. Major General Mo sat in the interrogation room. Frowning, the desk lamp slanted down to illuminate him, leaving half of his face in shadow. Lieutenant General Bai was looking at the files of Major General Mo and several of his subordinates. The files recorded where they had been recently, and what they had done. Unfortunately, there was nothing special in the files. He had no idea how they had done it, or how long they had been planning. Lieutenant General Bai tapped the table hurriedly. He had just made a good deal, but these people didn't give him any time to rest. They always wanted to break the relatively stable social system, and find a sense of existence. Using the excuse of creating a better world, they started a war. In fact, they only wanted to pursue their own interests. Their narrow-minded thinking is shameful and outrageous. Lieutenant General Bai wanted to lead the team in this war personally, but because of the damn spy, he had to stay at the base, and could not leave. There are 2 lieutenant generals on the 022 mechanical planet, 1 chief and 1 deputy. So this time, only the deputy general can support Huangyang Star. Major General Mo. Tell me, why did you send a message to the people in Huangyang City, and not let the students come back immediately? Don't tell me this isn't your message. The interrogating police showed Major General Mo the contents of the mission and the code, and the evidence was irrefutable. Major General Mo looked young, and at about 50 years old, he had already made great achievements. I really couldn't figure out why he became a spy. I didn't give this order. Major General M.O. didn't admit it. He didn't flinch at all while sitting on the interrogation table, and his logic was clear. Colonel Bai has always been in charge of the students' affairs, and I didn't do anything without him. I've said it before you doubt me, please check the truth. This time period is not my duty time, I'm not in the office, and I won't send this task. It can be scheduled, or it can be sent by my subordinates. Don't joke, I'm the only one who knows the password. Major General M.O. suddenly fell silent. It's unlikely. What's impossible? You also know that the situation in Huangyang City is critical. Major General M.O., you have fought for so many years. Just tell me what you know. Each general's office is cleaned by themselves, and subordinates have to knock before entering. 3 months ago, Major General M.O. took his wife into the office. Although she studied mechanical engineering, she hasn't touched the office for many years. Only that time did he open the computer in front of her. Only that time. You did the background check on my wife. Major General M.O. and his wife met at a blind date. She doesn't make friends on weekdays, and her biggest hobby is to play with some models. Major General M.O.'s wife has lived in the base for a long time. The couple loves each other, and is familiar with each other. Major General M.O. does not think that his wife is the one who betrayed the base. We will find out what happened. Sometimes, the person next to you is the one who stabs you the most. The interrogation did not end. Major General M.O. seemed a little decadent. Once the seeds of doubt were born, every bit of life seemed to be full of hypocrisy. At the same time, Major General M.O.'s subordinates were treated the same way, but he kept his mouth shut. After interrogating for more than 10 minutes, he finally spoke with a humble attitude, saying, "The 10-star systems are about to usher in a new life. You people of the old world, just wait to be eliminated. The main event has just begun, and you will immediately feel the greatness of the Lord God." The people who listened to the interrogation behind the scenes were speechless. Lord God, are those charlatans stirring up trouble again? More than 10 years ago, when everyone was busy dealing with the insect people, a group of charlatans suddenly appeared and wandered around the planets. They used the name of God to plunder money, recruit believers everywhere, and disrupt social stability. Later, the freed military and police forces beat him like a rat. Is the reappeared spy related to the charlatan gang that was attacked at the beginning? This question can only be answered with a question mark for the time being. The conceited idiot in front of him is obviously one of the people behind the disappearance incident and the students staying on Huangyang Star. They must find out how he communicated behind their backs. But apart from shouting a few declarations of war, he kept his mouth shut. Lieutenant General Bai sent a message to the medical department, "Bring the truth serum." Truth serum has no magical effect. It mainly acts on nerves and brain. After taking it, it will force the brain to relax and the nerves will become dull. With a little psychological suggestion, the truth will be revealed. However, this drug comes from a mushroom poison, which is harmful to the nerves. Law enforcement departments will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Lieutenant General Bai made the final decision. The sooner we know the truth, the better. Millions of troops have rushed to Huangyang Star. What is the most important thing in war? Information gap. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. We just need to pry open the mouth as soon as possible. Delaying it may complicate things. Colonel Bai was rushing to Huangyang Star at this time. It was a great shame that the mecha was tampered with. He gritted his teeth and reported the matter. Lieutenant General Bai couldn't help but get angry when he saw the news. He cleaned up batches of people every year, but still a sieve was leaked. The system can check who has touched Colonel Bai's mecha, and it is clear at a glance. Lieutenant General Bai quickly got the origin information of the person in the maintenance department. Lieutenant General Bai almost exploded. These people again. After this incident, the military of 022 Mechanical Planet banned the recommendation system, and these people got into trouble every year. There are several people recommended by the maintenance department. The recommenders always pretend to be innocent. One recommender loses his qualification, and the next recommender recommends a fool. It's endless. He wants to see what tricks he can come up with later. Send an order, students stay on standby, not allowed to go out, instructors keep them under control. As soon as Lieutenant General Bai finished speaking, the power system of the base had a problem. The lights went out, and the backup energy was activated. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave comes. Alarm, alarm, the artificial intelligence system is shutting down. Please prepare for manual operation, colleagues in all units. Countdown 3 minutes, 179, 178. The artificial intelligence is responsible for supervising all energy usage and monitoring, and the manpower will be seriously dispersed. Most importantly, the base station will receive information much more slowly. However, the disconnection of the artificial intelligence is not the worst. Not only Planet 022 was attacked, but also more than a dozen military districts were stationed. And the incidents happened in places where students were arranged. All 10 star systems were in chaos. Support them. There are many soldiers in these places, and supporting soldiers in other places is a drop in the bucket. No one knows who is behind the scenes and how long they have been planning. This operation is unprecedentedly large. It is more terrifying than the official 10-star leash. No matter how experienced and stable Lieutenant General Bai is, he was thrown off balance by the events that followed. Xiao Yuan, go investigate the AI. All personnel are ready to take over the AI testing. Just as the AI countdown was halfway through, it suddenly stopped. Colonel Yuan rushed to the server storage room and saw 2 soldiers stationed at the door breaking the door. What's going on here? I don't know. Just now the cleaning robot suddenly lost control and attacked the server. We could only see it destroying the power supply. Artificial intelligence has independent power supply. It can still operate even if the power supply is cut off. The robot attacked it to destroy the backup power supply. The person who planned this action is too smart. He specifically hit the weak points. Lieutenant General Bai, who just received a request for support from other galaxies. He hasn't solved the problem here yet. How can he support? Where did the insect man run out? The timing is too coincidental. There must be human accomplices behind the scenes. The AI has been connected to the latest network equipment and replaced by a new AI. Everyone, ? When will the new AI be available? Is it placed by the enemy? The door of the server room was successfully smashed open, and the young colonel ran to the AI server, where the power was cut off. Suddenly, the screen in front of the server displayed a picture. Hello, Colonel, I am the backup AI, replacing the senior for a few hours, and will assist your military work. The new AI did not introduce itself, but only listed all the problems and sent them out. The following message was sent to the Lieutenant General. Base Station 73, Base Station 90, Base Station 130. A total of more than 30 base stations are damaged. Monitoring image analysis shows that they are attacked by insects. According to this AI observation, there is at least one magic eye insect as the main force in the base station. Please send people to support. There is no signal response from the base station near Huangyang Star. There is a tendency for artificial shielding, which may also be the ability of the new insect people. The overall function of the base is being restored, and it is expected to take 10 seconds. The monitoring image shows that this unknown person is causing trouble. The image is generated very quickly, and the search for key evidence is comparable to the artificial intelligence of the capital star. It is sent to the police. The artificial intelligence simply and concisely pushes images or text to everyone about what responsibilities each functional position is responsible for and what needs to be done. Lieutenant General Bai covered his forehead. Where did this artificial intelligence come from? The replacement intelligence is smarter than the previous one, which makes the predecessor like a mentally retarded person. He didn't know whether he should believe the new AI. After all, it appeared out of nowhere, and its origin was unknown. How could it replace AI if it didn't lie? Lieutenant General Bai made 2 preparations. Because the new AI had too many things to analyze, although he had sorted them out and sent them to Lieutenant General Bai for emergency processing, he couldn't do so much by himself. At this time, he needed a trustworthy assistant. The 2 soldiers on guard blamed themselves for not knowing that the cleaning robot had been tampered with. Lieutenant General Bai is very foresight. The soldiers admired him deeply. We never thought that artificial intelligence could be equipped with backups. The young colonel looked solemn. He was in charge of all matters around Lieutenant General Bai. He knew whether the Lieutenant General had purchased backup artificial intelligence. You don't need to discuss it anymore. We will investigate the robot matter. You'd better keep yourself clean. Colonel Yuan warned, close this server storage room. No one or anything that can move is allowed to enter here. For some reason, Colonel Yuan thought of Su Xiaokai. When she sat cross-legged on the ground, her face was full of smiles, innocent and harmless, and she really didn't look like a scheming person. Could she be one of the spies? Su Xiaokai is still on Huangyang Star. If she is a spy, why would she risk her life? He couldn't open the server cabinet that Su Xiaokai locked. But he is a soldier, and any suspicious target must be dealt with. At this time, Lieutenant General Bai sent him a message, asking him to personally select 10 teams to repair the base station. The young colonel had no choice but to go back first. He walked past the server cabinet, that Su Xiaokai had modified without stopping and walked straight out of the server room. If that girl had bad intentions, she could have joined the military instead of being a legal person. Within 5 years, she could have climbed to a higher position than him. Her family background was very clean, and she had many close friends. It was difficult to find someone to impersonate such a powerful and unique girl. The young colonel decided to believe it. The situation at the base was already very bad. If there was artificial intelligence to help, it could be handled faster. Lieutenant General Bai first sent support personnel to each base station and was busy for a round. Seeing the second urgent issue, all the students boarded a warship and went to Huangyang Star. It happened to be an order before the interrogation, which made the chaos worse. The new artificial intelligence judged that the warship signal has been blocked and the return information cannot be sent. The successive accidents continued to weaken the base's strength. Lieutenant General Bai was very afraid that the enemy would divert the tiger away from the mountain, so he had to gather the remaining soldiers and be on standby at any time. The story comes back to Su Xiaokai. After the four entered the pit, they moved forward. The pit was very wide. It was not a naturally formed tunnel. It looked like something melted out, or like a masterpiece of a giant insect swallowing and ramming. Wu Qingqing and the other two walked and looked around. Just like a grandmother entering the Grandview Garden, everything they saw was magical. The most they came across on the internet were cowardly insect soldiers, and magic eye insect people were rare. Not to mention insect people whose size was comparable to that of an aircraft carrier. What made them happy in the midst of suffering was that the top of the pit was shining with beautiful starlight, illuminating the dark cave into a romantic sanctuary. Star gold, there are star gold deposits all around, not only beautiful, but also valuable. The story the instructor told yesterday, the miner who turned to real estate had a good intuition. There is star gold underground, and judging from the distribution, it is a large vein. It's rich, Su Xiaokai thought pragmatically. The other 3 people in the team did not associate such a beautiful scenery with star gold, they simply appreciated this beauty. It's beautiful. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Lu Sun felt sorry that such a beautiful place was the territory of the insect people. Why did the insect people turn such beautiful planets into waste planets? Because bugs have no aesthetic sense, only humans are particular. Hu Ping did not forget to tease himself. 4 of us went into the bugman's nest alone, and I told everyone that I can charm women to death. Women are not interested in hearing how good you are at beating bugmen, so you can only charm men to death. Wu Qingqing mercilessly laughed at his wild imagination. Women and men like different things. Why don't you take more photos? Maybe you can have more fans before you die. The kind of fans who are fascinated by the scenery. Hu Ping, you don't understand. We men can make up for ourselves in our imaginations, and we don't need you women to say it out loud. Hiss, what a wonderful man, with clear and wonderful ideas. The 4 walked for a while, and 2 magic eye bugs ran out at some point. Su Xiaokai saw that they were still in the mood to make trouble. These 2 are left to you. The energy source of my mecha is different from the current mecha, so we must try to save energy. You find a way to deal with them within 3 minutes. No problem. Hu Ping readily agreed. His mecha was also a black mecha, like a ghost cheetah. Hu Ping swiftly approached the magic eye bug, completely giving up the shield defense, and his 2 main weapons were knives. In the past, the magic eye bug was his nightmare, but after Su Xiaocai's unique training method, the magic eye bug's movements became slower, and it was far less fast than the conspicuous smart thief. Hu Ping predicted the magic eye bug's attack and slashed it with a knife, cutting off its tentacles. Before the second tentacle arrived, he directly confronted the magic eye bug and poked its pupil with another knife. The magic eye bug also reacted very quickly, with its tentacles moving back and grabbing the wall, and its entire body left the original place to avoid Hu Ping's knife. The big eyeballs moved, glowing red strangely. I was a little nervous. Hu Ping ran without saying a word, his intuition was right. A beam of red light of death swept behind him, and the cave wall swept by was like a glacier melting. The red light lasted for several seconds, and it was about to sweep over Hu Ping's mecha. At the critical moment, Hu Ping squatted down and dodged. This demon eye bug has evolved again. Hu Ping exclaimed, it evolved so fast, give me some time to prepare, brother. The demon eye bug didn't understand what Hu Ping was saying, and needed some time after the big move to come back. The second time. The 2 double knives with blood grooves were close to the magic eye bug, and Hu Ping did not give it a second chance. The magic eye bug could not swing forward to enlarge, and its tentacles danced wildly. Assassins should play close combat. He fought with the magic eye bug and kept cutting off its tentacles. Hu Ping's observation ability was sharp. He felt that the Magic Eye bug in front of him was different from other Magic Eye bugs. The Magic Eye bug lost all its tentacles without blinking once. If he didn't think of a way, he couldn't solve it in a short time, and Su Shakai only gave him 3 minutes. He simply gave up the weak point attack, took back one of the knives, replaced it with a circular saw blade, and the mecha hand started to rotate. Pressing on its hard eyeball, the sawing sound was loud, and Hu Ping even named it Super Circular Saw Technique. Hu Ping actually cut open the hard eyeball with a circular saw. Liquids flowed. He killed the Magic Eye bug alone. Hu Ping was panting, and his spirits were high. This was the first time he dealt with the greedy alone, and the greedy was not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. The Magic Eye bug in front of him did not shrivel up, but Hu Ping confirmed that it was dead. The mecha hand knocked the hard skin. Damn, this eyelid is fake. No wonder it doesn't blink. How can this thing break the defense? Weak point attack is useless. Su Shakai nodded. With this kind of hardness, using a striking weapon may have a better effect. However, Hu Ping was classified as an assassin, and he did not have that kind of heavy weapon. Lu Sun was different. He played with a hammer, and there was an acceleration device on the hammer. If he was not strong enough, he would use the hammer to accelerate. Wu Qingqing's shooting attracted the hatred of the insects. Shooting in the pit must be very precise. Once you hit the wrong place, such as hitting the pillars of the passage, they may be buried alive. So Wu Qingqing did not miss a shot. She was highly focused and dealt with the Magic Eye insect. Chapter 62. Lu Sun waited for the opportunity. Guns constantly interfered with the Magic Eye bug, which did not cause much damage, but made the Magic Eye bug lose patience. Watching it slap the ground in annoyance, its eyes began to turn red. At this moment, Wu Qingqing quickly changed weapons and fired at the tentacles. The javelin nailed the Magic Eye bug's tentacles, directly restricting its movements. Although the Magic Eye bug's tentacles can regenerate, their IQ is not yet able to make the judgment of cutting off the tail to survive. Lu Sun jumped up with a hammer, and one end of the hammer applied external force, spraying blue fire. The shadow of the huge hammer was reflected on the wall, and it knocked down violently. The demon eyeworm only had time to scream in pain. The eyeball shattered, and the eye fluid scattered all over the floor. It died. The sneak attack was successful. Wu Qingqing and Lu Sun high-fived. Yeah, we are faster than Hu Ping, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Their cheeks were red, and they were very excited. They didn't think that in just 10 days, they would become so powerful, and didn't let the demon eyeworm damage their bodies. A big victory. In school, you can learn a lot of things, but there are many things that are difficult to touch. For example, the capital planet, which is well protected by the military, has only a few cases of insects disguised as humans. The only place where the public can come into contact with insects on a daily basis is the Specimen Exhibition Hall. The 022 mechanical planet is well equipped, with a large space and all kinds of terrain, so there are many ways to train. Su Shakai teaches in the game Crash Course mode. 10 days is enough for a novice to get familiar with mechas, not to mention a talented mecha master. For a talented player, 10 days is enough to turn a novice into an expert. Just when the training is almost done, practice comes. It's just that this practice is a bit too exciting. Hu Ping killed another demon eyeworm, and snorted coldly. 2 people dealing with a demon eyeworm. What's there to be proud of? Do we need to burn the body? Hu Ping asked Su Shaokai. It's too late. The 3 looked at the more than 10 greedy people with various weird looks at Su Xiaocai's feet. Well, it turns out that the insect people they fought with all their strength are just cutting vegetables for Su Shaokai. Vegetables. Too many, it's really hard to destroy. Su Shaokai stepped over a pile of insect people. Don't worry about them. Our mission is to kill the mother body, but you can collect some materials from them. I've been studying biological mechas recently. Maybe these things can be one of the raw materials. They heard it right. Use the insect man himself as raw material. So cool. Okay. If the insect man is used as raw material, will they be resurrected? Make wedding clothes for the insect man. Don't trust me. The insect man is dead, and the biggest misunderstanding of them by humans is that they can be resurrected. The greedy are far less powerful than the warriors. Su Shaokai also plans to hunt an insect man warrior to see if it can be used as raw material for her mecha. Blackwing is still a little bit lacking, not as good as Wisdom 01. Wisdom 01 also thinks that Blackwing is not that good, and it has many functions that are not used. This is just a little bit, not enough to fill my teeth. Ha ha, 5 kilometers ahead, the nest is located. Attack. Wisdom 01 is a crazy artificial intelligence, and was brought up by the online second-year comics. It has excellent navigation ability, And the only shortcoming is that it is a bit crazy like a villain, and likes to fight and kill. Su Shaokai is not willing to use it, and it is the carrier of Chibi Maruko. To put it simply, there are two independent systems on the carrier of Chibi Maruko. Compared with Chibi Maruko and Wisdom 01, Chibi Maruko is an angel. Angels and demons coexist. However, Devil is still very reliable. As long as something can move, Wisdom 01 can analyze whether it is alive or dead. Keep going. I won't block the insects for you this time. I will kill the mother body later. I need you to clear the obstacles for me. As the distance increases, the number of insects increases. Didn't the insects run away? Why are there so many insects? The three of them worked hard to kill 5 or 6 of them, and then more came, coming out from deeper places in an endless stream. The mother can give birth. Without a source of nutrition, how can its endurance be so exaggerated? Generally speaking, the mother can give birth without taking in a living body. It is an energy collector, and can absorb energy slowly. And it is also a production line. How much it eats, how much it produces. When there is no living body to take in, her production capacity is greatly reduced. Su Shaokai didn't say this. Humans haven't conducted enough investigations on the insects. In recent years, there are only a handful of people who can break into the nest and get out unscathed. There is no expert or researcher who can get out. The information collected is limited. Let's go in this time and collect some information. Su Shaokai has a selfish motive for this. When the time comes, those who want intelligence will be given a sweet treat. After all, no one cherishes free things. Su Shaokai hummed happily, avoiding the siege of 3 insects, and watching Wu Qingqing and the other 2 struggling to cope. This is the best opportunity to adapt. Su Shaokai knew that the battle above must be very fierce, and it was necessary to kill the mother body as soon as possible. She went forward alone, and the danger increased greatly. With the help of the assistants, the safety increased. The premise is that the assistants will not die. Wu Qingqing and others worked hard to deal with the insects, and quickly understood the properties of the insects. Although they were unforgiving and complained to each other, they were actually very anxious inside. They all kept their composure, and protected their teammates in their own way. After killing more than 200 insects, they finally came to the center of the nest. Facing the scary nest again, Wu Qingqing took a deep breath. In the game, she was shocked. In reality, the horn of death filled her mind. It was terrible. It was similar to the one in the game, huge, with insect eggs piled up like a mountain. What was worse was that there were many life forms hanging on the roof. Under the silk threads of the same length, humans, big dogs, insects, and insect people learned to store food. Lu Xun shivered. All the humans had painful and hideous faces. He didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Can those people be saved? Wu Qingqing had no hope. There are so many of them, they must have been missing for a long time. Hu Ping made a devilish speech. They can still stay alive without food or water. It must be that the insect people added some special seasonings, pickled them raw. Alive, but dead. Pickled raw? Wu Qingqing and Lu Xun shook off the goosebumps on their bodies, and told Hu Ping to talk less. TSK, your imagination is not good enough, I will help you expand it. Hu Ping was so nervous that he couldn't control his mouth, and couldn't help but say something to ease the atmosphere. Su Shaokai said, remember to turn on the video function, you guys will be my cover. In the center of the nest, a huge monster was lying. It didn't notice the stranger entering the pit, and its head was buried in the pillow made of tentacles. The mother has many forms. This mother has a slender body, like a scaleless snake. There are many filaments on the back, and one end of the filament is connected to an uneven tumor, but it is not a tumor, but an egg. Endless eggs. There are constantly insect people breaking out of the shell. Some insects know how to crawl out of the pit as soon as they are born. They are extremely hungry, but there is no food in the pit, so they have to go out to hunt. The weak and immobile insects are hung up by a spider that looks like a flower on its head. This will be one of the mother's food. Insects can devour each other to evolve, but they cannot attack the mother. This is an iron law that cannot be reversed. When the mother is hungry, she can even ask the warriors to sacrifice themselves. The weak insects do not struggle, and are willing to become part of the mother. When they came here, the insects didn't attack. Maybe it was because of the food stored on their heads. They regarded the invaders as food reserves. It was a rare time for them to be smart, but they were too smart. When I attack later, those insects may attack you, so you can do whatever you want. Lu Xun's legs were a little weak. They had been fighting for more than an hour, and were a little tired. But Su Shaokai had already rushed out, and her resolute back was cruel. Lu Xun cried in his heart. Su Xiaokai was indeed a genius, who could fight against the mother body in his teens, and he didn't have the sympathy of ordinary people. The shield was raised. Come on, I'm not afraid. Lu Sun encouraged himself. Su Xiaokai drank 2 tubes of nutrition, holding the magnetic bladed broadsword that he had taken out from the space before, making a sound of breaking through the air, and blasting out an energy column along the tip of the blade, using all the energy of the broadsword to strike. The defenseless insect mother body was half broken. The mother body did not react. The tentacles on the top of the head scratched back, but why didn't they touch the slender body? A little further back, the touch felt strange, like pressing a pile of soft meat. Its flesh should be elastic. Turning his head, he saw that the broken back half of the body had deflated. The insect man who was about to be born absorbed the energy of the body, and could not connect the body. The mother insect man raised her head angrily. Her eyes were like torches, and she was murderous. The 3 teammates in the defensive posture gasped, and said that the mother was ugly, but it was not entirely true. It was very weird. They had seen several profile drawings of the mother insect man in the textbook, which had nothing to do with this thing. The monster in front of them reflected the diversity of insect man species. The mother's head is very similar to that of a human, and her facial features are those of a standard beauty, except that she has 3 faces. If the water pipe on its head were a little thinner, it would probably look more like hair. Hu Ping commented. That's its tentacle. Lu Sun said. Hu Ping laughed dryly and swallowed his saliva. Of course, I know it's a tentacle. If you ask me to talk and not nag, I'd be nervous to death. After I go back, I can also profile the mother of the insect man. Stop talking, here it comes. The mother was attacked, and the insect man rioted. They realized that the humans coming out of the cave were not defenseless food. A wave of insects opened their bloody mouths and attacked. Lu Sun increased the thrust of the mecha to stabilize the first impact. Wu Qingqing shot, and Hu Ping harvested. Kill quickly, kill faster. Not daring to relax, Wu Qingqing felt her soul leaving her body. Her body was strangely controlled by instinct, and the number of insects killed by her mecha gradually increased. Under the threat of death, Hu Ping broke through the limit of hand speed. If he didn't speed up, he would die. Sometimes he couldn't understand himself. Why did the cynical playboy follow Su Xiaokai? As brave, as the cannon fodder he despised. Lu Sun gritted his teeth to resist, giving the 2 men an opportunity to attack, and he couldn't spare a moment to cover Su Xiaokai. In this level of battle, they seemed a bit redundant even to be auxiliary. The battle between Su Xiaokai and the mother body continued. The water pipes on the mother body's head, that is, its tentacles, stood up and twisted into sharp weapons, aiming at the mecha in the air. The weapons gathered and dropped together. Su Xiaokai avoided its sharp edge and threw out the magnetic blade sword. The moment it touched the tentacles, the sword exploded into pieces, and metal debris scattered all over the sky. Su Xiaokai pulled out the 2 dorsal wings behind her, slashed down, and the invisible energy sword cut towards the tentacles of the mother body. This attack cut off dozens of tentacles of the mother body. After a series of setbacks, the mother body rolled up the food on its head and stuffed it into its mouth. Staring at Su Xiaokai, confused, where did this person come from? Before attacking this planet, we clearly tried it out, and there was no such powerful person. How could Su Xiaokai let her swallow the food to recover? He quickly flashed to her, opened the cover on the side of the mecha arm, picked up the super powerful bomb inside, removed the fuse, and threw it into its mouth. Boom, 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 continuous bombing. The mountains shook and the ground trembled. The mother struggled violently, and the tail that was much shorter hit the ground, and the ground was directly smashed out by it. Basin. The mother's mouth had exploded into several petals at this time, like a blooming flower, and a fishy white liquid flowed out. The eyes like snake pupils stared at Su Xiaokai with resentment. As a mother, it is the core of the insect people, of course, it is more than that ability. But to fight back against Su Xiaokai, I am afraid I can only give up my fertility. Su Xiaocai's sneak attack was too sudden, and she cut off her important tail first, causing her to lose most of her attack methods. Otherwise, with the sticky silk of its tail, it could wrap up the silver-black mecha in an instant. Su Xiaokai was too much of a nuisance. It roared, and all the insects in the pit stopped moving outward and turned around to attack the silver-black mecha. People say that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, but Su Xiaokai is different. She put the newly opened pair of rear wings back and took out another mechanical wing. She swung it, and a metal blade came out. The material was the same as the big swords given to Ji Hung. She ignored the insects, and all those who rushed over became the souls of her sword. The attack speed was amazing. She didn't even need to attack some of the Zergmen. Her 3 teammates helped her deal with them. The mother attacked even faster. She didn't care whether the other Zerdman lived or died. She quickly grew new tentacles and surrounded Su Xiaokai, attacking her tightly. Su Xiaokai was fully focused. The performance of her body had reached the highest level. Wisdom 01, ha ha, exciting, exciting. The protagonist needs to fight like this to be passionate. It analyzed the attack trajectories of all Zerdmen. Su Xiaokai only needed to step on the spot to avoid the attack. This kind of analysis can barely last for a second, and requires extremely strong reaction power. Having a navigator like Wisdom 01 is simply a nightmare for the mecha and the mecha master. Its computing power is too strong, and it is extremely difficult to keep up with its analysis. Wow! Wu Qingqing finally saw Su Xiaocai's strength. Su Xiaokai, who was outputting at full power, was so fast that she could not be seen. The real Su Xiaokai was so terrifying. Hu Ping occasionally glanced at Su Xiaokai, and was deeply impressed. If he had admired her before, now he was respecting her, and he admired her sincerely. Awesome, under such intensive attacks, it can still be so stable. Wisdom 03 is working with Wisdom 01 to remind them that they need to attack those insects to protect Su Xiaokai. The 3 people who were a little distracted immediately focused, and could not hold Su Xiaokai back. The combination of the 2 artificial intelligences is invincible. The mother body has pits and bumps, and the resentful eyes have turned into careful scrutiny. This mecha is very different from what it has seen. Su Xiaokai suppressed it, and used all means, but it could not effectively cause damage to Su Xiaokai. The mother body made a decision, trembling all over, and something began to wriggle under the skin. The ground also vibrated with its movements. Wisdom 01. It just sent out a long distance over clock sound wave, predicting that the insect people were being summoned back by it. Su Xiaocai's eyes became deep, and he took the time to drink 5 more tubes of nutrient solution. I must kill it. Wisdom 01 laughed. Of course, kill them all. What others can't do, the protagonist can do. Su Xiaokai put away the 2 swords, and took out the 3rd pair of mechanical wings. The 2 merged into a spear. The spear head rotated and pierced into the mother's flesh. The top broke apart and broke into multiple needles that entered the mother's skin and flesh. Bang, 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 continuous explosions. Countless magnetic explosion beads hidden in the needles. The mother stopped metamorphosis, and used the last energy to repair her body. Even in this state, she is not dead yet. Her vitality is really tenacious. Su Xiaokai only hated that this mecha was not strong enough. No, it was her who was not strong enough. Those admirals and lieutenant generals driving backward mechas could fight against the insect warriors. Her black wings were stronger than their mechas. In summary, it can only be that her strength is not enough. The changes and calls of the mother seemed to awaken something even more terrifying. The sudden change occurred, and huge rocks kept falling from the top of the head. A huge werewolf appeared in sight. The evil spirit was released, as if it fell on everyone. Wu Qingqing and the other 2 felt that they were squeezed by people, and had difficulty breathing. What is that? Run. Su Xiaokai gave an order, and the 3 of them chose a way to escape without thinking. 03, what is that? Hu Ping ran at full speed, not because they wanted to abandon Su Xiaokai, but because staying would be a drag. Wisdom 03, Insect Warrior. This is the Insect Warrior. Wu Qingqing's scalp tingled, and she had no courage to fight. The warrior is probably many times stronger than the mother body. Lu Sun had no idea of the strength of the insect people before, and the teachers at school would not tell him. Only those above the rank of lieutenant general have dealt with insect warriors. The teacher would only tell them not to contact insect warriors before defeating those at the rank of major general. The ceiling of the strength of the insect people, as long as they meet, they can be crippled. Wisdom 03 said, the insect warrior we just encountered, 01 Navigator reported that the breath is 100 times stronger than the mother. Then, what should I do with my sister Su? The mother is not dead yet. Lu Sun was very worried. Sister Su has been fighting with the mother for half an hour. So high intensity, can you withstand it? Wisdom 03, don't worry, if the master dies, you will not survive. I can't worry at all. Is there something wrong with Wisdom 03's brain? No, Hu Ping realized the specialness of Wisdom 03 at this time. Its fluid way of speaking is not like the stiff answers piled up by big data. Wisdom 03, are you that kind of artificial intelligence? What kind of artificial intelligence? I am just a navigator now. Please pay attention to the front and back 30 meters. Hu Ping, the mecha master, there is a sticky silkworm man approaching quickly. Almost the moment Wisdom 03 finished speaking, The Sticky Silkworm Man was behind Hu Ping. Chapter 63. Hu Ping slid sideways and slashed with his backhand. Flames spurted out from the palm of the mecha, burning the silkworm's silk. The silkworms cut off the burning silk and attacked again. Wu Qingqing was behind and shot the body of the silkworm man. This insect man was not dead. He dragged his body with holes through it and chased them. Hu Ping, let's go! Don't fight. They ran as fast as they could. The three of them turned on the power of the mecha to the maximum and quickly passed through the passage. When they came in, they felt smooth and the road was straight. I ran for my life, but found that the passage was curved. The three of them didn't have time to brake and almost collided with each other. It was exciting to speed through the curve. This situation happened not once or twice, but the whole passage was distributed with countless large and small curves, and there were uneven stones. If you are not careful, the machine will be destroyed and people will die. I ran all the way. The unique light at the entrance of the cave was right in front of me. Great. 10 minutes ago, the survivors' shelter in the military and political building of Huangyang City was breached, and 3 students sacrificed themselves to stop the invasion of insects. Countless officers died one after another. Ji Hum couldn't stand it anymore. Without reinforcements, they fought hard and ran out of ammunition and food. Only the weapons given by Su Shaokai kept them going. But they really couldn't hold on any longer. A crack was torn in Ji Heng's safety cabin, and a piece of his mechanical arm was missing. He numbly waved his sword and guarded the front of the shelter. Other students looked at the overwhelming insect people and wanted to give up. Their mechas looked even more miserable, and the alloy shells used for defense became strips of grass skirts. I couldn't bear to look at it. If I scratched it a few more times, it would become scrap metal. Several small acid-spitting insects came to the back of the students. They did something that no one expected, and they crashed into the wall and exploded. The exploded body was full of high-concentration acid, which sizzled and corroded the building. Another gap was created, and the insects waiting nearby saw the opportunity and crawled into the shelter. Inside the shelter, there were cries and wails. Feng Wansha and Li Lele immediately gave up fighting the insects together and turned around. Li Lele stabbed a javelin into it, piercing its body. Pull it out before the insect man can react. Be careful, Feng Wansha warned. The insect man, who had just had a feast, changed his form a little, and his insect-like limbs secreted corrosive liquid, and hugged the outside of the mecha cabin. Li Lele quickly reached out to pull it away, but it didn't move. The insect man held on tightly. In the cabin, Li Lele smelled a pungent smell, felt dizzy, and her fingers were numb. Turn around. Feng Wansha's call in the channel made her sober up a little, and her numb hands tried hard to turn the fuselage. Silver light fell, and slashed straight over. The blade brushed past the mecha cabin and cut off the insect man's limbs. It almost chopped off the outer shell of the mecha cabin. Li Lele was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. There was no time to deal with the sneak attacker. Feng Wansha went all out and stepped heavily on the insect man. Bang! The insect body exploded. The left foot of the mecha disappeared and was blown away. She was careless. Feng Wansha immediately made a judgment, leaned against the wall to support the body, blocked the gap with the mecha shell, and tried to swing the knife to block the insect man's attack. Instructor, when will the reinforcements arrive? A student asked in a tearful voice. The death of his teammate had a great impact on him. No instructor was available to answer, and the instructor was powerless. Just leave it to fate. You are amazing to be able to survive under so many insects, family said. Now we can only hope for Su Shaokai, and the reinforcements may take some time. After the base station signal was destroyed, they had a hunch that the reinforcements would be slow. How long have they been fighting? I don't know. I just feel that every minute and every second is torture. Kill as many as you can. I don't know who said it, but it just finished. They saw a black line not far away getting closer and higher, rushing like a huge wave. The insects that had eaten the people of the whole city began to gather. They came together, and could not wait to move towards the only living person. A real insectide. Ji Heng's soul was trembling. He missed the capital planet, and his brother on the 022 mechanical planet. Several mecha masters dropped their weapons, and their fighting spirit was reduced to zero. How could they stop such a scene? The soldiers looked at the black line of despair, and could not move. The insect tide was only a few meters away from them. Humans were still resisting, but they could do nothing. Living was a luxury. Li Lele rushed over, and hugged Feng Wansha. If she was going to die, she hoped that she could be the first to die, not to watch her friend die first. Suddenly, the approaching insect tide stopped. It was not a still picture. The insectide paused for a full 2 seconds. The eyeballs of the magic eyeworm showed fear, and the other insect people were at a loss. They turned around and retreated quickly. The densely packed insects retreated completely in just 2 minutes. Only those flying in the sky remained. Li Lele knelt down and cried loudly. Kai Kai must have succeeded. Ji Hung was also glad that Su Shaokai went to kill the mother body. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You said it was successful. What's going on? The colonel on the garrison was dead, and the question was asked by another instructor. Family, my students fell into the pit, but they didn't die. They went to kill the mother body. So brave. Can it be killed? There are only a few students, so it can't be done. Did your Su Shaokai go to kill it? Su Shaokai was not as famous as Shui Hui among their instructors, but she was too good in the first small competition. Later they found out that she was a student recommended by Major Sun. I thought she was just good at fighting, but I didn't expect her to be so brave. The insect man retreated. It must be the mother body summoning. She really posed a threat to the mother body. It was not a question. An instructor sighed. He never thought in his life that he would be saved by a student. Her sacrifice will be remembered. Family looked strange. Feng Wansha pushed Li Lele away and said coldly in the channel, even if you die, she won't die. How can you survive if you go deep into the nest? Do you think Su Shaokai is an admiral? Your students are a bit naive. Family listened and said, say less discouraging words. They are already very tired. You are an instructor and cannot drive their emotions. The instructor couldn't say anything more. Family was right. No matter when and where, we must keep hope in our hearts. As long as the mother body is alive, they will still be attacked. Now, what is more important is that the leader is dead, who will rearrange the defense project. It is undoubtedly very difficult to build a defense line in the ruins. I don't know how many people in the shelter died. The survivors are like frightened birds, and they will scream at the slightest breeze. They let the instructor, with the highest position, make the arrangements. The captain did not refuse. Family, you take the refugees to the shelter on the first floor below. No, that place has also been dug up. Family received my information 5 minutes ago that the shelter on the first floor below was invaded by insect people, and no more people could be added. The survivors are not the most difficult problem to solve now, but their mechas are almost torn into rotten scrap metal by the insects, and they need to be repaired quickly. There are also 3 dead students, one of whom is half stuck in the safety cabin, and his death is miserable. This dead person is Junwei. Captain Feng picked up his body and put it in a body bag. It was sealed in a deodorizing cabin. There are 2 victims who can't be found. The mechas are broken into countless pieces, and the safety cabin is unknown. Captain Feng mourned in front of the bodies. They only lost 3 people, which has greatly reduced casualties, but he still finds it hard to accept. That student could have been saved. It was because he, the captain, made a small mistake in his order. Wu Feiyong patted him on the shoulder. I want to thank Ji Hung. He is really amazing and a qualified captain. Ji Hung had never made a mistake in the battle for so long. Wu Feiyong turned around and saw Ji Hung standing in front of the number 3 maintenance room. Feng Wansha was looking for something to repair Ji Hung's mecha among the messy instruments in the number 3 maintenance room. Li Lele was also repairing the mecha for instructor family. There were only 2 technicians left on the field. They raced against time to restore the combat power of the mecha. Wu Feiyong also helped Feng Wansha. He had some basic knowledge in repairing mechas, so he should get ready for the next battle. No matter how sad he was, he couldn't lose to the insects. He would fight to the death. He couldn't let Su Shaokai and Wu Qingqing's sacrifice go to waste. The 3 people who had just escaped from the pit tunnel turned around and went back. All the insects returned, and the Black Army rushed back from the top of the pit. They couldn't bear it, absolutely couldn't bear it. Wu Qingqing and the other 2 didn't want to die, so they could only turn back and run as fast as they could, even faster than when they escaped. After returning to the nest with difficulty, it was empty. Looking up, the nest had become a pit without a roof. The scale of this attack is too large. Was it hollowed out before, or was it newly dug? As the 3 flew, they looked at the traces of the new pit. The wall of the pit had traces of burning and was emitting heat. Was it done by the insect people? 03, what happened to your master now? Still alive, but not very well. Wisdom 03 said, the master is being beaten by 2 warriors. The 3 were dumbfounded. Where did another warrior come from? Of course, it's the mother body that transformed into a warrior. Wisdom 03 said, can the mother body change its form? Too many things happened today, and they couldn't digest them all. The only one who could bravely fight two warriors was probably Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai was in a very bad state at this time. The mother body gave up giving birth and transformed into a warrior. Although it was not in its prime, it was full of hatred. It attacked her desperately. There was also a warrior with a dog head, who also attacked her. I'm so tired, let's destroy it. The sky was rumbling with white, golden, and blue lights. No one knew who emitted these lights, but they illuminated the world. It was like a huge monster fighting. The dust had long stopped, and under the starry sky, the three were fighting fiercely. Over at the military and political building, a student looked up and pointed, "What is that?" The silver-black mecha was not conspicuous, but the warriors transformed from the mother body, and the insect warriors in the werewolf form could give people a sense of palpitations. They stirred the clouds. The warriors transformed from the mother body had a big head, and except for the face, the rest of the body was full of tentacles. It could control gravity and change the severity of the attack at will. The werewolf warrior can condense the surrounding water vapor and use ice chips to block the shaft of her mecha, which is treacherous. The insect man knows magic, which is disgusting. I really want to hammer them to death. Su Xiaokai is getting more and more frustrated. With the help of Wisdom 01, Su Xiaokai can cope temporarily, but her energy is about to run out. 2 against 1 bastard. The bombardment continues. The dog-headed insect warrior looks impatient. His arm turns into a knife, and he swings it lightly, making a shrill sound. Watch out to the back. The energy blade is approaching. Su Xiaokai simply gave up flying and fell down. The dog-headed bug wanted to hit the safety cabin. The sudden descent caused the hit to go off target, causing the shell of the mecha's shoulder to crack. It's over. It was hit like this. Wisdom 01, lower right, pay attention. No need to think, the energy was turned to the maximum. She is no match for these two guys. Of course she can only run. This mecha is not good at other things, but it is first class at escaping. She ran, they chased, she couldn't fly away. The two insect warriors chased closely, and Su Xiaokai kept using long-range blocking, but it had little effect. The mecha and the two insect warriors whizzed past the military and political building. The people on the ground were stunned. Who is that? Maybe reinforcements? Reinforcements are bullshit. A mecha is used as reinforcements like this. They couldn't see what the mecha looked like, but it could chase two powerful insect warriors, so the performance of the mecha must be good. Su Xiaokai was getting closer and closer to the two insect warriors. After the silver-black machine left the military and political building, it landed on the ground, turned around, braked suddenly, and aimed the tip of the knife at the transformed insect warrior, who didn't react. The blade was deeply inserted into the head. It screamed, and its tentacles frantically pulled out the knife. There was something wrong with the knife, and the flesh and blood could not be expelled. The dog-headed warrior dodged and came to its side, holding the handle of the knife, pulling out the flesh and blood, and the skin and flesh twisted, trying desperately to return to the original body. However, the big knife was weak, and the flesh that left the original owner quickly lost its vitality. I don't know how many times Su Xiaokai has provoked its anger limit. It wants to kill Su Xiaokai, and it wants to kill her with its own hands. Human, you are not strong, but your weapon is very special. The voice of the transformed insect man was hoarse, deep and magnetic, and the sound alone was enough to make one's legs break. After seeing the real person, one's legs might break instantly. After Su Xiaokai saw the cheating skill of the dog-headed insect warrior's space teleportation, she knew she couldn't escape. The dog-headed insect warrior was just teasing her, and the chase was meaningless. She swallowed 5 bottles of nutrient solution in one gulp, and glanced at the temperature display in the safety cabin, which automatically lowered by 5 degrees, indicating that the body was overheated. But she didn't feel anything. This may be the sequelae of not being able to control superpowers. Yeah, I'm not strong. Otherwise, you can commit suicide to save yourself from the shame of being killed by me later. Humans are a fragile group. Without that shell, you are nothing. Thank you for the compliment. Humans rely on their brains to explore the universe, which is indeed different from you insects, who only have the instinct to eat. At least, we will not devour intelligent races. Eating a bite is a heinous crime. Su Xiaokai laughed sarcastically. The insect tried to argue with her. What if her human body was weak? Did she have to jump out and be eaten by it? The thinking of the metamorphosed insects is so self-centered. They are powerful, and are the overlords. It is wrong for humans to try to stop their invasion. We are all parasites of the universe. We are stronger, and are at the top of the food chain. It is in line with ecological rules to devour you. You can't escape, so you might as well become my food. It will be less painful. Su Shaokai raised her eyebrows. They are quite knowledgeable. You are right. No one is a good thing. Since no one is a good thing, don't think about following the natural law of the survival of the fittest. When a hunter is hunting prey, will he tell the prey to wait for him obediently? Su Shaokai picked up another knife. If you have the ability to resist, why not try it? The transformed insect man bared his teeth, and the dog-headed insect man attacked Su Shaokai together with it. Wu Qingqing and the other two who escaped almost cried. They encountered several waves of insect men on the way, and they killed a few of them by chance and escaped. Looking at the sky-shattering and earth-shattering battle ahead, one person and two insects. They couldn't get in. They knew that Su Shaokai was at a disadvantage, so they couldn't intervene. They were not in the same league. Lu Sun said, "Shh, keep your voice down. Are we going to go further away?" Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping nodded. "Let's go, hurry up." The three of them ran quickly to the military and political building. The three of them walked carefully and sneakily. Unfortunately, the dog-headed insect man discovered them. The corners of his mouth flew sideways, and a sinister arc was raised. Su Shaokai dodged several big moves. The dog-headed insect man was very unhappy. What if he took her teammates as hostages? The dog-headed insect man flashed, crossed the space, and came to Lu Sun. The claws became hooks, and a punch pierced the safety cabin, destroying the mecha, and took out the safety cabin. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping hurried to rescue. Wisdom 03. Can't rescue, run away. They couldn't do it. The dog-headed insect man abandoned the safety cabin, grabbed the two people who didn't have time to retreat, and grinned. "You are so weak." As he said this, he condensed ice cones to make their mecha lose mobility. Hu Ping left. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qingqing cooperated. She took out a gun and pointed it at the dog-headed insect man's left eye. Shot through his skull. Another time, the knife pierced its right eye. The dog-headed insect man dropped Wu Qingqing and tried to pull out the knife. Hu Ping shouted, "Run away, don't worry about me. One death is better than three." Wu Qingqing got up, hugged Lu Sun's safety cabin, and staggered away. Only after facing the insect warriors in person did I understand why so many people on the battlefield would have traumatic stress. It was too terrible. He couldn't raise the thought of fighting bravely, like a trapped beast. The dog-headed insect man looked at Hu Ping coldly, like a newborn cowardly insect soldier, so weak, his attack had no effect on him at all. He grabbed the outer shell of the mecha with both hands and squeezed it hard. The safety cabin was compressed into an oval shape, and Hu Ping's leg was broken. Hu Ping clenched his teeth tightly to prevent himself from making painful moans. He was stubborn and wanted to save face. He would never compromise with the insect man even if he died. Smelling the blood, the dog-headed insect man took a breath of enjoyment, and his hand passed through the space and reached into the center of the mecha. The big hand scratched Hu Ping's body unscrupulously, making the blood smell stronger. Hu Ping's forehead was sweating, and he was in so much pain that he saw stars. His whole body was numb, and it was difficult to breathe. The dog-headed insect man was so engrossed that he forgot the hostage plan and immersed himself in the pleasure of human struggle. "You perverted doghead, who allowed you to set your sights on my cheap apprentice?" The sudden departure of the dog-headed insect man gave Su Shaokai a chance to counterattack, and the transformed insect man was shot in the head by her spear again. This time, she remembered to finish off the enemy, and scattered two flesh-eating plant seeds. The plant seeds quickly absorbed the surrounding flesh and blood, and after absorbing enough, they grew roots and took root in the insect man's body. The transformed insect man was unwilling to lose to a human. "We will have a new mother body. We will find you and kill you." Chapter 64. "Oh, then you'd better pray that your descendants don't fall into my hands." One thing conquers another. Warrior-level insects are hard to kill, but they are also restricted. This seed tightly restrains the regeneration of insects. As long as the thorns of the seed can pierce the skin and flesh, it can absorb blood and flesh nutrients at a very fast speed. Green buds and leaves grow from the top of the seed. In a few breaths, it becomes a flower, or a tree, tall and graceful. Red enchantress. The petals are pure red, layered and surrounded by the golden spherical flower core in the middle. The center of the flower core is like a small light bulb, emitting a soft white light. The branches and leaves of the red enchantress sway in the wind, intoxicatingly beautiful. In fact, this plant is non-aggressive, and even if humans approach and touch it, it will not be affected at all. Only the seeds are overbearing and greedy. It needs a lot of energy to grow up, preferably blood and flesh, and some plants with high sugar content can also become its target. After growing up, the branches and leaves contain a decomposition substance, which is very similar to mushrooms, but it decomposes faster. Its life can be extremely short, or it can grow slowly. In the case of insufficient nutrition, it may only grow buds in a year. On the contrary, it can produce seeds in the blink of an eye. This one in front of me is full of bloody legends, and it may only take a few minutes for it to produce seeds. Su Xiaokai cut off all the tentacles of the insect man to give the red enchantress room to grow. Then he turned around quickly and rushed to the dog-headed insect warrior. He kicked it, and the mecha's feet sprayed out ultra-high temperature blue flames, and then he cut off the dog-headed insect man's hand with another knife. Rescued the dying Hu Ping. The safety cabin was almost separated from the mecha. Poor Hu Ping, he didn't even make a sound, he wouldn't die. Su Xiaokai couldn't care less. Wu Qingqing, catch it. Wisdom 03 immediately notified Wu Qingqing to turn back. The flattened safety cabin flew parabola in the air, and Wu Qingqing went to catch it in panic. Hu Ping in the safety cabin had no expression. It has flown, don't queue, it flew peacefully. Su Xiaocai's treatment of the wounded is really unique, she doesn't treat people as human beings. Without the interference of the metamorphosis insect man, Su Xiaocai's pressure was greatly reduced. But she was still no match for the dog-headed insect man, and the last shot of the long gun's explosive needle bullet was given to it. She moved away again, and picked the seeds of the red fairy. 50 seeds, plump and lustrous. The nutrients of an elephant can only make the red fairy produce 2 shriveled seeds. The insect man is too strong, and Su Xiaokai can get more than 50 times the harvest in one go. She used to feed it with anteaters and insects, and could only harvest 100 shriveled seeds a year at most. It's different now, the insect man is really a good thing. The juice of the red fairy has another biggest use, which is to forge Su Xiaocai's weapons. It can be said that the broadswords given to students, plus the one she uses herself, are all she has in stock. Go back and ask Father Su to help her raise them. She wants to plant 2 acres of land, and make all the pests the food of the enchantresses. Although it will reduce the food of the free-range chickens, who cares? Free-range chickens can eat other things, fruits, vegetables, and grains, they are not picky. The life of the transformed insect man is fading, and the dog-headed insect warrior is angry. His drooping eyes are sinister and vicious, and he lacks the intention of teasing. Wu Qingqing caught the transformed safety cabin, not daring to delay for a second, and flew with smoke in the engine. Over at the military and political building, everyone looked surprised as they watched a mecha carrying 2 balls back to the military and political building. Wu Qingqing called the nearby mecha. Is there a treatment cabin? Hu Ping should be treated quickly. All his legs are broken. Everyone was suspicious. Did Hu Ping have many legs? Hu Ping even raised his breath. You have all your legs broken. You only have a pair of legs. Can you be quicker and gentler? It hurts so much. Wu Qingqing, you want me to be quick and gentle at the same time. I can't do it. She put the 2 mecha cabins on the ground. Can anyone help Kai Kai? She is fighting with the insect warriors. The mecha consumes too much energy, and can't last long. Huh? The highest position here is only a captain. No one can fight with the insect warriors. They have the courage, but not the strength. They might be killed by the opponent's claws before they can see the opponent clearly. At this time, everyone realized that the mecha and the insect warriors were not reinforcements alone. Su Xiaokai was really still alive. The instructor who had assumed that Su Xiaokai and the other 4 were dead before was slapped in the face. Sometimes people really can't trust experience too much. As for helping Su Xiaokai, the soldiers present were helpless. They didn't even have a complete mecha. Now they could only rely on the remaining maintenance technician, and Feng Wansha, and Li Lei to repair the mecha. Wu Qingqing was very anxious. Was there no way to repair the base? Then, what should we do? Family, we can only wait for the reinforcements to arrive, otherwise it will only cause trouble for Su Xiaokai. Wu Qingqing thought of her cowardice in front of the insect warrior. She had already exploded with all her strength to survive in its hands. It's enough to brag about for half a lifetime. Wu Qingqing got off the mecha, and helped put Hu Ping on the stretcher with Ji Heng. She said to Hu Ping, you must have done a lot of good deeds in your previous life to survive the insect man. You can show off to everyone when you go back. Hu Ping wanted to stop Wu Qingqing. Is this something worth bragging about? Why not say that Su Xiaokai fought 2 people at once? Say less. Feng Wansha felt that Hu Ping was going to be pissed off by Wu Qingqing. I'm trying to divert his attention. It's good intentions. After experiencing speed, Wu Qingqing was very talkative, and she wanted to tell Feng Wansha a lot of things. Let me tell you, the master's mecha is very beautiful and super powerful. Some explosions were heard in the sky. Wu Qingqing raised her head nervously, and shivered unconsciously. Everyone felt a strong sense of uneasiness. After the explosion, the source of uneasiness appeared. The insect man, with a strong desire to attack, attacked again. The insect man wandering in the sky suddenly swooped down, and Ji Hung was already sitting on the mecha waiting for orders. At the moment when the insect man attacked, he slashed with his sword, splitting the rushing insect man in half. His agile and efficient movements made him look like a completely different person from a few hours ago. Practice is the best teacher. Ji Hung has grown in a short period of time. Su Xiaokai is very relieved, but she can't see it. Quick, get on the mecha. No matter how good or bad the mecha is at this time, it is better than being unarmed. Su Xiaokai was beaten and fled everywhere. The shell of the mecha was broken. The dog-headed warrior had many skills, and was born to fight. He was very brave when fighting. Intensive explosions sounded around the mecha. When the dog-headed insect man saw Su Xiaokai collecting the plant seeds, he became angry. Not only did he force the mother to lose her fertility, he also killed the warriors, who had transformed from the mother. This reduced the combat effectiveness of the insect man side. The insect man warriors had no such feeling as pity. They were just angry that Su Xiaokai could kill the insect man warriors. They, the insect man warriors, were the most perfect species in the universe. As long as they kept eating and shed their skins after a period of time, they could achieve immortality and become stronger and stronger. Su Xiaokai destroyed one of their strongest forces, which proved that he was a threat to the insect people. All individuals who were a threat to the insect people would be regarded as mortal enemies by the insect people. It swung the air blade indifferently. Su Xiaokai used the blade as a shield and kept defending. Soon, the big knife was almost useless, and it was full of traces left by blocking attacks. Seeing that the air blade did not work, the dog-headed insect warrior approached quickly and punched out, causing the mecha to fall straight down. Su Xiaokai lost control of the mecha. The punch was too strong, and the power was not enough. The dog-headed warrior flashed in front of him, and added another punch. He was hitting the safety cabin with an irresistible force. If he was hit, he would be disabled if not dead. Su Xiaokai forced the mecha to change its movements in midair and bend his limbs. The arm that was hit first was completely disabled. After narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, the mecha could not avoid the fate of falling, and the yellow earth flew and the smoke and dust rolled. The dog-headed warrior suddenly lost the sense of Su Xiaokai. Is he dead? Something is wrong. It can also sense when a person is dead. This person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The insect man who relied on perception did not rush into the smoke and dust, fearing that Su Xiaokai had other means. Su Xiaokai did have a backup plan. 01. Open the isolation barrier. How could Su Xiaokai forget to install the protective device on her mecha that others could enjoy? She had been looking for an opportunity, looking for the moment when the dog-headed insect man was relaxed. At the moment when the dog-headed insect man was looking for her, Su Xiaokai raised the last two wings on her back and quickly formed a sniper rifle. She only had one chance. She took a deep breath and adjusted her breath. Wisdom 01. The position of the insect man has been locked. Su Xiaokai fired decisively. A silver light streaked across the sky, rolling up countless yellow sands, aiming at the dog-headed insect warrior with overwhelming force. When locked, the dog-headed insect warrior could not move in space. He tilted his head, and an unknown machine appeared beside him. From it, the dog-headed warrior felt a restraining force. The space was blocked, and Su Xiaokai used the disappearance of the breath to distract the attention of the dog-headed insect warrior. Release the small space blocker. While the dog-headed insect warrior was thinking, Su Xiaokai pulled the trigger. The dog-headed warrior took Su Xiaokai's destructive bomb head-on. The ultra-high temperature burning bomb, the center temperature can instantly reach more than 10,000 degrees when it explodes. The explosion range is very small, the affected area is not wide, but the lethality is extremely large. Even the highest level insect man dare not use his body to resist. The air is filled with a strong smell of burning. Wisdom 01. The enemy is detected alive. You still have 5% of energy left. Get up, warrior, at the last moment of your life. You must also bloom the most beautiful fireworks. I suspect you want me to die. If we have to die, we will die together. This is the romance of a warrior. I am not a warrior. Thank you. You're welcome, female warrior. Su Xiaokai, Su Xiaokai drove the broken mecha and hid in the yellow sand. She didn't dare to move. The only thing she could do was to delay time. If she died, the people in the base would suffer the next moment. Those people in the base were not as powerful as a finger of the dog-headed warrior. The yellow sand sank again. Su Xiaokai saw the dog-headed warrior's current appearance. A black membrane unfolded behind it, covering its entire body. Since the burning was continuous, the black membrane burned red and was covered with holes, losing its unstoppable and arrogant appearance. Its wounds were wriggling and recovering. Su Shaokai looked solemn. It was okay. Why did the insect man have such a disgusting setting? Su Shaokai gritted his teeth and took out the broken knife. After this battle, this knife has done its job well. But whether it can retire after success depends on God's will. The mecha restarted, and with a bang, it fell to the ground. A huge claw pressed the mecha hard to the ground. She had a backup plan, and so did the bug man, whose hand had become super huge. Su Shaokai looked at the sky quietly, and the red self-destruct button beside her was very dazzling. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts were flying in her mind, and she missed her father Su very much. She was also very calm about death, not because she didn't want to work hard, but because the energy supplier was broken by its claw. Generally speaking, the fate of the protagonist has some twists and turns. That's not right. She is not the only one who has been reborn. She might be cannon fodder. Then she thought that accepting her fate was the most cowardly thing to do. She couldn't die. If she died, she would have nothing. Her farming career was not completed, she hadn't traveled to various places, and her company had just been established. The big hand pressing on the fuselage moved away, and was about to press down again. Su Shaokai jumped up decisively, and pressed the self-destruct button. Then she was ejected from the cabin. The fire exploded behind her. A true female warrior never looked back at the explosion. An incomparably ugly mecha appeared in front of her. Wisdom 01 controlled the safety cabin of the home mecha to open, and Su Shaokai flew over and successfully completed the mecha conversion. Her money was gone just like that. So sad. The impact caused by the explosion was too great, and the giant palm exploded directly. After being seriously injured one after another, the dog-headed insect man's recovery ability slowed down, and the injured part seemed to be bypassed by corrosive liquid and difficult to heal. It was blown away by the slippery human. It's not dead yet, and there is still enough energy to attack it. The dog-headed insect warrior screamed and called for his younger brother. There was a muffled sound of thousands of horses galloping underground, and Su Shaokai knew that the dog thing was narcissistic and mean, saying how powerful it was while calling for its subordinates. The subordinates were all its gas stations. The ugly mecha rose up. Su Shaokai swung the hoe, super accelerated, and the moldy mecha rushed towards the dog-headed warrior like a cannonball. Su Shaokai was not good at farming, but farming tools were full of legendary colors. Perhaps the hoe was the protagonist, and it had the protagonist's aura as soon as it appeared. So many new weapons could not do anything to the dog-headed warrior, the moment the hoe was swung down. Countless mechas descended from the sky. Oh, it's reinforcements. Su Shaokai hoed the insect warrior and retreated fiercely. Help, soldier brother, save me. The deputy general of the 022 mechanical planet saw the ugly mecha making a delicate crying sound, and a chill ran through his back, as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this guy just hoeing insects? He was so fierce, but the voice he made was so coquettish. The deputy general thought it was a voice changer, but the person driving the ugly mecha was actually a 2-meter strong man. Ahem, as long as it was a person, the deputy general had no choice but to save it. Soldier brother, that bug man is a soldier, you have to be careful, I leave it to you. I'm Su Shaokai from the military training, I go back to the base first. Su Shaokai patted her, but and left as fast as she could. This mecha was gone, and she would have no mecha to play with next semester. The bug man has not been able to attack on a large scale so far, there must be a unique way for the military to deal with it. The deputy general choked. A bugman soldier? Why are you so complacent? They saw the huge energy fluctuations erupting here from the sky, so they came here first. Lieutenant General Bai secretly told him that if Su Shaokai was still alive, he should see her driving skills. However, she ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in a flash. Haha, she will be rewarded according to her merits. She will be questioned about what she experienced. The dog-headed warriors didn't have much combat power left. Su Shaokai didn't want to get involved. The merit of killing the warriors was useless to her. Su Shaokai jumped back to the base. From a distance, she looked like a big gray flea. The people in the base were ready for battle. When they saw the reinforcements coming, they cheered happily. Wu Qingqing's expression was as if the sky had fallen. When she saw the returning mecha, where is that cool mecha? Where did it go? When the reinforcements came, Wu Qingqing was looking forward to Su Xiaocai's domineering return. Just based on the appearance of the mecha, it would look good even in a damaged state. In the end, this damn thing came out. It's so ugly. The one who died socially was not Su Xiaokai, but Wu Qingqing. She had just praised Su Xiaocai's mecha, but the boasting was destined to end in tragedy. Seeing Su Xiaocai's iconic ugly mecha, Feng Wansha happily hugged Lu Sun, who had injured 2 ribs. That's great, I said. Kai will not die. Lu Sun's face turned pale. Kai would not die, but he might. Su Xiaokai came back carrying a hoe, and Ji Hung came up to her. Welcome back, thank you. The reinforcements have arrived, and they can leave. This battle lasted only a few hours, but all the combatants felt like they had experienced a century. Now that the mother body has been cleared, the insect warriors have been jointly killed by the military. With the intelligence of the insects, they can't hide it. Su Xiaokai stepped down from the mecha. She was not wearing any equipment, and the close-fitting combat uniform outlined her thin, but powerful figure. Wu Qingqing cried, Master, I thought you were going to die, Wu. Burp. Su Xiaokai drank 10 more bottles of nutrients in one breath, intending to fight to the death with the dog-headed warrior. The aftereffects were a little slow to come. Su Xiaokai felt so full. Is there a place to wash up? After getting off the mecha, a gust of wind happened to blow by, and a lot of sand stuck to her sweaty face. Su Xiaokai, who had no heroic burden, spit out the sand twice, and she took a mask from the space button to avoid eating another mouthful of sand. Fan Li's worried mood was completely relieved. It was really great to see such a lively Su Xiaokai. Once the rescue ship arrives, they can get in touch with the outside world again. The rescue ship is parked in outer space, and a transport ship will come to pick people up later. You are great. Fan Li, who rarely praises others, sincerely praised. I have always said that I am great. Su Xiaokai crossed her arms confidently. Wu Feiyong, Junhui students and Junia students looked at Su Xiaokai, who was surrounded by them. Student Su, can you tell me how you fought the mother body? Student Su, did you really fight the insect warriors for 300 rounds? Xiaokai. Student Su. Everyone called out to Su Xiaokai, who didn't want to answer for now. Whatever, wait until we get out of Huangyang Star. She felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to take a bath. And there were some things she couldn't reveal casually. Fan Li showed the authority of an instructor. Okay, don't crowd around. The transport plane has arrived. Count how many people there are first, and evacuate as soon as possible. Chapter 65. When it comes to evacuation, everyone is silent. The opposite of the number of survivors reflects the number of deaths. The colonel, who was the temporary commander, said, Please accept my condolences. After a few seconds of silence, they started to work. The students collected some military badges, jewelry and other things that could still be used as relatives. The instructor went to work with the soldiers, who were descending from the sky. The shelter where the stunned survivors were stored was dug into by the insect people, but they did not lose a single person, and the insect people did not take them away. The soldiers who came to the underground floor looked at the peaceful shelter and felt deeply moved. It was great that so many people were still alive in this insect swarm. The civilian staff, who did not inhale the knockout gas, saw the new reinforcements and stood up in surprise. You are here? What's the situation outside? The first question to be asked. You are safe for the time being. The civilian staff did not dare to believe it completely, so she asked, Where is Warrant Officer Fan? It was Warrant Officer Fan who saved them, so who would they trust more? Fan Li was behind the soldier. He stepped out sideways. The mother body entrenched in Huangyang City has been destroyed, and reinforcements have arrived. Hearing the word reinforcements, they excitedly opened the protective device and released the awakening gas. During this period, the soldier went to check the gap that had been dug. There was still a pungent smell at the gap, and there was mucus on the inner wall of the tunnel. The people here are very lucky. The insect people came in and didn't take away 1 or 2. Does this protective device have a special function? Fan Li didn't say anything. The civilian staff glanced at Fan Li and didn't say anything in tacit understanding. Although we cannot repay the life-saving grace, we can choose to stand on the side of the benefactor. The crowd slowly woke up at this time. Only 2 babies woke up a little slower, and the 400 people were safe. Fan Li was glad for his decision. The survivors were all confused and lost their memories for several hours, and then they were notified that the danger was over. Teenagers in their teens cried with joy, and mothers holding their children kissed their children excitedly, rubbing the pendants on their necks, and muttering that it must be God's blessing that allowed them to survive safely. It's not God who saved you. It's the soldiers and a group of students. The civilian staff helped them up and told them the truth, not to pin their hopes on the illusory gods. Many people didn't listen, and regarded the achievements of others as God's gift to them. The old man who took the lead in believing in the cult muttered in a mysterious way, his cloudy eyes staring straight ahead, "The gods only need to pray, and they will listen to the wishes of believers. God can redeem the soul and purify sins. You can't, your souls are already unclean, and if we bow down to you, we will also be polluted by you." The civilian staff was confused by the firm belief of this group of believers. It's difficult to deal with. This group of people are all trouble complexes after leaving Huangyang Star. Fortunately, the follow-up is not their responsibility. There are no entertainment programs on Huangyang Star. Myths and legends are secretly popular. The more people like to escape, the more they believe in them. Now they only need to ask their wishes, whether to continue to stay in Huangyang Star or leave. If they leave, leave now. Those who stay will rebuild Huangyang City. Follow the command of the military, and are not allowed to leave the designated location at will. The underground star gold deposits are so large that the military is jealous. So Huangyang City must be preserved in order to mine star gold. A city cannot be without people, and these survivors will be the guarantee for the initial development of the city's population. Most of them chose to stay. They did not want to leave their homeland, and did not want to go to a strange planet. The man who supported family among the survivors did not leave either. There were only more than 2,000 people left in the city of hundreds of thousands. They can only rebuild their former glory by staying. Those who fought together will go their separate ways, and the students and soldiers say goodbye. Although they had only been together for 2 days, they had lived and died together, and had established a comradeship. They exchanged contact information, and hoped not to lose contact. The time to leave soon came. The space station was destroyed, and the transport ship could only land on the surface of the planet under the escort of the military mecha division. The survivors who wanted to leave lined up in an orderly manner to board the ship. Family hugged and said goodbye to the soldiers who stayed behind. Su Shaokai took back her own protective device, but could not take back the wreckage of the mecha. Family said that the leader of the team, the lieutenant general, would not give it to him because he had to report to his superiors. It is hard not to guess that the military has ulterior motives. Everyone was in a bad mood before leaving. Hu Ping sat in a wheelchair and was fixed in the transport ship early to avoid secondary injuries caused by bumps during transportation. He was very sad. Due to the comminuted fracture, the healing period is relatively long. For a period of time, he can only be a cheering machine for his fellow aircraft members. We can't train together, and I don't know how far we will be apart. Can human medical technology be more powerful, so that my legs can recover instantly? Wu Qingqing retorted. More than 10 years ago, there was a crazy scientist who tried to implant the insect gene into the human gene. Guess what happened? This is a well-known case. Hu Ping is of course aware of it. Today's rapid wound healing technology also uses a little bit of the principle. After adding the insect gene, the gene sequence mutated directly. The person used for the experiment turned into an old man within an hour, and the cells rapidly degenerated and were irreversible. With the medical technology at that time, aging could be delayed and the pause button pressed. The experimental subjects could not delay this aging by any means, not even cryogenic hibernation. Wu Qingqing, ability that is too powerful has side effects. You should rest well, and don't think too much. We will work hard for you. Lu Sun, yes, brother Hu, you can rest assured to recover. Wu Qingqing and I will strive to surpass you during your rest. They are all the sixth. Hu Ping gritted his teeth. It's better this way. Don't let me beat you up when the time comes. The transport ship took off and continued to rise in altitude. Sitting in the cabin, you can see the devastated ground below through the small window. It is easy to build, but even easier to destroy. Countless lives were lost as the city collapsed. While others were remembering this day, Su Shaokai received a message from Wisdom 03. Someone kidnapped all the students and drove the warship to Huangyang Star. Wisdom 03, the signal has been restored, but we cannot get in touch with the warship. He blocked the 022 mechanical planet military base. I can only see its figure from the video recorded by the base stations along the way. It is speculated that its route is Huangyang Star, and it took a detour, and is not on the normal route. The battleship number is XX. Su Shaokai was refreshed. She was shaking her feet, and she was furious. At the critical moment of the battle, someone actually sent students to the battlefield. They were deliberately disrupting the battlefield. If she hadn't fought desperately, killed the mother body, and held the dog-headed warrior, it would be hard to imagine how many soldiers would have died. Su Shaokai, what measures did Lieutenant General Bai take? Lieutenant General Bai called Colonel Bai to intercept, but Colonel Bai was not so fast. He was tripped by the insect man in space. Wisdom 03 was a message that secretly passed on information, allowing Su Xiaokai to grasp the movements of the army. My control time is almost up. The AI server has been repaired. Does the master have any other instructions? Tell Lieutenant General Bai that I will board the warship later. Give me the command. I will help him bring back the students who did not commit suicide unscathed. 03 does not understand what you mean by committing suicide, master. Su Xiaokai. It means doing unnecessary things and deliberately committing suicide. These people cannot be saved even if they want to. Wisdom 03. I understand. In addition, Wisdom 03 added, after this message is sent out, Lieutenant General Bai will guess that you are the owner of the. Are you sure you want to intervene in this rescue operation? Yes. The AI invasion plan was originally a temporary decision, and was very rough. Rather than waiting for someone to investigate and be discovered, it would be better for her to confess herself. Wisdom 03. The other party may not agree. You won't know until you try. The team supporting Huang Yongxing was led by another Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General Bai had no right to intervene in the middle, nor could he ask the Lieutenant General to dispatch personnel to take care of the students. The soldier who rescued the students must be someone Lieutenant General Bai trusted. Su Xiaokai didn't think there would be many such subordinates. And with the performance of Wisdom 03, she didn't believe that Lieutenant General Bai could remain calm. Wisdom 03 is a war weapon, small and light, and can automatically analyze and track targets. Moreover, Wisdom 03 was originally set as a backup for Lieutenant General Bai. If he wanted to take credit for this achievement and get the same artificial intelligence, he would cooperate with her. After several contacts, Su Xiaokai knew that Lieutenant General Bai was not a stubborn person. But the war situation on Huangyang Star has stabilized, and it is hard to say whether Lieutenant General Bai will take the risk of giving her the authority. Wisdom 03 fed back Su Xiaocai's words to Lieutenant General Bai separately. Lieutenant General Bai, who was commanding in the control room, received the message and his serious face turned dark. What's wrong with this Su? Not afraid of going to the military court? Dare to invade the military's artificial intelligence. A little brat, invading the artificial intelligence is not enough, he even wants the command of the warship. Her brain is a mess. What right does she have? When she comes back, he must put her in confinement to reflect. A subordinate came to report, and seeing Lieutenant General Bai's ugly expression, he was so scared that he stuttered. Lieutenant General, Huang Yang. Xing stabilized. Commander Huang Yongxing said that a mecha master named Su Xiaokai killed the mother body, so the problem was solved so quickly. Lieutenant General Bai's eyebrows jumped, thinking he had heard wrongly. Is there a soldier named Su Xiaokai in our army? No, he is a student of the military training. Students nowadays are brave beyond belief. No one knows how the insect warriors were killed, and the front line only reported this situation. The details still need to be asked to the student. Su Xiaokai has boarded the transport ship, and will soon be connected to another warship. Lieutenant General Bai rubbed his frowning eyebrows. It turned out that Su Xiaokai could expose himself so confidently because he had someone to rely on. Other armies kept reporting critical situations, but only the 022 mechanical planet kept having good news. From the small employee of the mine shop, to the invasion of artificial intelligence, to the destruction of the mother body, Su Xiaokai was there. If the small employee of the mine shop had not been discovered, the eggs would have hatched and lurked, and would not have erupted until today. Military forces must be dispersed. After Colonel Bai was lured away, Major General Mo was investigated, and there were few generals left who could be used in large-scale wars. One thing leads to another. If Su Xiaokai hadn't devoted herself to growing vegetables and registered as a corporate legal person, Lieutenant General Bai would have suspected that she had done it on purpose. He was right before. Su Xiaokai had the ability of a general. She could take action after seeing a glimpse of something. She was a genius. Should he believe her? And the game of Fiefan Island. At this moment, he felt not only anger but also regret. For a while, Colonel Bai would not arrive so quickly. Su Xiaokai was a good candidate. It was okay to leave student affairs to students. But this matter cannot be known to too many people. Lieutenant General Bai directly issued an order that everyone found incredible. Open a small warship to Su Xiaokai, and let the instructors and students go to pick up a warship and return. After that, the message was sent to the instructors by Wisdom 03, telling them to follow Su Xiaocai's command and rescue the students. Weird mission order. Lieutenant General Bai was undoubtedly taking a big gamble. If Su Xiaokai won, he could help her smooth out the matter of invading artificial intelligence, and when he came back, he wanted to talk about the new artificial intelligence. If Su Xiaokai lost, he might face many charges or even be demoted. But he did it anyway. If he lost, he had Colonel Bai as a backup. If he won, Colonel Bai would still come forward to take the credit, which was not a loss. Su Xiaokai just got off the transport ship and got the exciting news, and smiled. 03, your performance must be excellent. Only then will Lieutenant General Bai be willing to give in. Wisdom 03, what is the master talking about? No, I was talking nonsense, and I was so happy. Wisdom 03 didn't know much about the profound knowledge of human language, and being happy could make him go crazy, which might be a characteristic of human beings. The military vacated a small warship. They didn't know what Su Xiaokai was going to do, but they still followed Lieutenant General Bai's order and gave Su Xiaokai the authority. Students from the 3 schools were very curious about what Su Xiaokai was doing. Before parting ways with the survivors, Su Xiaokai told them that she had a mission next and asked other students if they were willing to join. The content is kept secret for the time being. Those who do not accept the mission can leave with the survivors. Hu Ping was the first to say that he wanted to go. Wu Qingqing, cripple, why are you joining in the fun? What do you care about me? Hu Ping would not allow anyone to join in the fun. Maybe after completing the mission, their strength would advance a big step. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would regret it. At least, he wanted to know what they had experienced. They all said yes. Then the people accompanying them decided. Stepping onto the small warship with authority, Wisdom 03 connected to the control console. Here, Su Xiaokai told them the mission she had recommended herself. This warship, which can carry 500 people, now has only more than 50 people. Let's talk about the mission right away. Someone bypassed Colonel Bai and took the students away from the 022 mechanical planet and sent them to the Huangyang Star battlefield. What we have to do is to rescue them. Su Xiaokai opened the 3-dimensional map. If nothing goes wrong, we will meet them in an hour and a half. If they want to rescue these students, they have to take a less formal route. I know everyone is very tired, and Colonel Bai doesn't have time to rescue. Junya's Ruoting raised his hand and interrupted Su Xiaokai. Is it just us? Why do we have to rescue them? How do we do it? The fact that they can take away students without anyone noticing shows that there are traitors in the army. But the number of traitors is limited, and the higher-ups cannot tell if there are other traitors in the army. Using people like us can reduce this concern. Yes, they suddenly realized. Then the question is, Ruoting pointed out again, aren't you afraid that if no one is rescued, we will get stuck? Wu Qingqing knows this question. We have Colonel Bai to help us in an emergency, and are you still afraid of returning to Huangyang Star? Huang Yangxing has already fought a fierce battle. What is there to be afraid of when he returns? Those people's purpose is just to disrupt the military, and it is more likely to condemn the military in public opinion, not to kill people. It is obviously a spy behavior. If, I am giving an example, what if they are desperate? The other party is a gangster. If they hold our classmates hostage and threaten us, we can't do anything about them. Su Xiaokai said, this is our next plan, but we have to communicate with Colonel Bai. Instructor Fan, the communication is up to you. Su Xiaokai told the plan again and started to prepare now. She assigned tasks, and everyone would have their own roles. After hearing the plan, people felt that Su Xiaokai was simply too bold. Can this really work? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? What are you afraid of? Listen to my command, and we will give them a blow. After sending people to the battlefield, the other party probably planned to use the warship to escape, so they would do the opposite and follow their path, leaving them with no way to go. I am the leader, not you. Do you dare to play a trick? Su Xiaokai ordered them to do their own things in an orderly manner, and they must finish their work within half an hour. On the internet, due to accidents at multiple military bases, a group of black fans came out to discredit the military. Usually, the internet is full of good words about the military, and there is no negative news. Once it breaks out, it is such a big thing. They are all a bunch of losers who eat up taxpayers' money and do nothing practical. I just want to know if the children are okay. They are all pillars of the country. Who will compensate them if they die? Whoever came up with the idea should pay the money. I think the damage is serious this time. Can the heads of the universities come out and speak? We want to know if the students have any accidents. I have a relative's child. It has been confirmed that he has an accident and cannot be contacted. It is said that the students of Junpei, Junya, and Junhui have disappeared collectively. Ha ha ha, this time, you have reaped the fruits of your own labor. The military's strength is just like that. We must be vigilant and cannot rely on them completely. The people should have their own armed forces to protect themselves. When danger comes, they can't protect themselves. The military is also unlucky. Many generals will die. I will wait for official news on time. Where there are haters, there are righteous people. Someone stood up and said, "Why do I feel that the tone of these remarks is a bit wrong? The wrong people are spies. Why are they blaming the military? It's not easy for soldiers to deal with insect people. Why do they have to play tricks with humans?" The theory of victim guilt. This time it involves students, so of course it must be publicized. Can anyone answer this? When will my child be back? People have seen so many of the swindlers' tricks that they can basically tell what a swindler is. Some people are also affected by them, especially parents, who are worried about their children getting into trouble. Seeing the swindlers' information makes them even more worried. They left messages on the military's external platform account, hoping to get more information. Chapter 66. The military does not have so many customer service staff to provide external services. Parents cannot get through by phone, so they post questions online, then curse, and then continue to try to call. A vicious cycle. More and more people join the online discussion, and various voices emerge in an endless stream. However, in the face of external doubts, the military only gave a standard reply, saying that the army has dispatched all its troops to the scene of the incident for support, and the public can pay attention to the official website notification at any time. The army, which appears calm on the surface, held an emergency meeting internally. 5 generals sat at a virtual round table, and behind them were several former generals, who held important positions in the military. They argued for a long time about the support issue. The collective attack of the Zerg people was itself strange, and now there were spies interfering. They all smelled many dangerous factors. There were traitors in the human race, who cooperated with the Zerg people. This was the first. How they reached the cooperation, whether humans came to them or the Zerg people took the initiative to join forces with humans, needs to be investigated. Second, human society is being infiltrated by the Zerg people. That is the nightmare. As the battle started, the number of casualties was rising, and filling the gaps later was also a big challenge, so let's not talk about that for now. At this point, we should discuss the issue of support and coming up with an effective way to deal with the mother body and the insect warriors. One of the generals said, "I can only support one place at most, and I'm on the way." Each base has only 1 or 2 soldiers who can fight with the insect warriors, and fighting doesn't mean they can kill them. Even if you are a general, you will be exhausted after a battle. It's hard to support a second place. The attack places are counted, a total of 10 places. All 10 bases were attacked by more than 1 mother body and insect warriors. In one place, there were as many as 5 mother bodies. If we want to keep casualties within a controllable range, we have to send out these generals. The key is that there are only 5 generals. How to allocate them is a problem. I received news that the 022 mechanical planet does not need support. They have already dealt with the mother body and the warriors. So soon? Congratulations to General Bai. The Bai family has produced another generation of war gods. The middle-aged man who looked a bit like Colonel Bai couldn't help but show a look of relief. Don't brag. In that case, my soldiers and I will change our route. Since they can defeat the mother body and the insect warriors in such a short time, it should not be a problem to deal with other insects. General Bai cleared his throat twice, and in another 5 years, he will be able to retire. Retirement does not mean retirement. Each general's tenure is not very long. They represent the peak of human strength. When their physical functions decline, and they are unable to perform the duties of generals, they will have to retire and do other work. The position of admiral is not something that can be done by just passing the mecha driving skills, but also requires brains and courage. Without any of these, they cannot deal with the insect warriors. Admiral Bai has a successor, which is a relief. The Bai family has always been upright in the army, and has offended many people. If no one is appointed as admiral, they will definitely be retaliated. After the secret joy, they still have to face serious problems. The plan was quickly finalized at the conference table. Lieutenant General Bai, who was far away on the 022 mechanical planet, received news from the upper level. Because he solved the biggest problem, Admiral Bai went to other places for support. Lieutenant General Bai, he was still waiting to come and take the blame and cover up Su Xiaocai's scandal. As a result, he slipped away halfway on his way here. The warship carrying the students rushed to Wangyang Star at full speed. Sailing in the silent space, the students felt something was wrong. In the control room, more than 50 soldiers were knocked unconscious and tied up. Most of them were recruits, who accepted orders without knowing what was going on, and became the spies' warship starters. As for the 3 spies, they stood in front of the control console with their arms folded, staring at the monitor. Seeing the students gather together and move to the training ground, they looked suspicious. What should we do? Some students have begun to doubt. It's okay. Let's keep calm and lie to them that we are using an unfamiliar route for concealment. It won't be hidden for long. The students of Junpei and Junya are smart. Don't panic. We control their lives and deaths. The control room has a weapon anti-intrusion system. The three spies had to pretend to be calm and stare at the route gradually approaching Huangyangxing. Students from 3 schools gathered in the training grounds of the warship. They were indeed wondering why the instructor did not follow them, and all the signals were gone. Students were not easy to fool. Xue Hui was the first person to discover that there was something wrong with the warship. She raised the question when the warship was halfway through, so everyone started a discussion with her as the center. If there is really a problem with this warship, where is our destination? Senior Xue, since you can bring it up, you must have an idea. Xue Hui certainly knew where the 3 spies were going to take them, but she couldn't just fool them with her words. There are only a few options: Huangyang Star, the Shattered Star Belt, or just using us as a threat. Someone interrupted. Huangyang Star, right? Isn't this easy to analyze? We are not on the normal route at this time, and we don't see other warships. This is not the route to the Shattered Star Belt. I am familiar with the star map. From the planets I see outside the ship, I know that it is probably heading towards Huangyang Star. Then someone asked, so what? Didn't the notice we received say we were going to Huangyang Star? There must be soldiers there. We can fight to the death and not leave the warship, and we will be safe. You underestimate the insects. There are so many humans here. Do you think they will wait for the soldiers to rescue us before attacking? Besides, our warship is in a signal shielding state, and they can send us to the execution ground without anyone noticing. Without a signal, it is difficult for them to ask for help, and it will be too late when the warship arrives at Huangyang Star. I don't believe it. There are so many people here, and no one told the instructor. It suddenly popped up, making everyone emo. They really didn't. They just saw Ji Hung and others earning points every day not long ago. How could they suppress their excitement? They dreamed of going to Huangyang Star, so they naturally boarded the warship without thinking. I didn't ask the instructor. I didn't either. We went wherever the mission told us to go. At that time, so many people went together, and it was difficult to realize that something was wrong with the herd mentality. At first, they all sat in their seats, but then they gradually felt something was wrong. There was no instructor following them, and they were not allowed to walk around freely. It was too strange. Normally, when they went to Huangyang Star, they would at least be allowed to get in touch with the mecha first, and the logistics personnel would be on standby. None of these preparations were made, and even the school doctor did not come. What was even more outrageous was that they secretly went out for a walk, and there was no one else except them. The focus on Xue Hui was slowly shifted away, and Xue Hui said, now the most important thing for us is how to save ourselves. Yes, let's confirm our current location first. Even if we go to Huangyang Star, we need to know the approximate coordinates to facilitate rescue. Yes. Xue Hui raised the communicator and wanted to say that she had been keeping the route record open since she left the base, so she could trace back the route. A student answered quickly, I know, let me tell you. When I was having supper, I heard Su Xiaokai mention that when people receive a mission in a daze, they must remember to open the communicator map route record so that they can confirm their location. The channel recording function is a blessing for the blind. The records equipped on the warship will be more comprehensive. As long as you retrace the route, you can return to the original place. This technology of the communicator cannot be used for a long time. It consumes too much energy. It is only charged once every 6 months. As a result, once it is turned on, the energy can only last for 3 days. So few people remember this function. Xue Hui's expression changed slightly. Wherever she went, there was the figure of Su Xiaokai, and her ghost was lingering. They all died on Huangyang Star. Why mention a dead person? In the previous life, because of the untimely rescue, there were only a few students left. This warship will eventually dock on the route of Huangyang Star and be invaded by the insects. Among the students, only Ji Hung, Hu Ping and a few passers-by survived. Wu Qingqing and Wu Feiyang both died. After the insect warriors of Huangyang Star ate the people of a city and the deputy general of the army, they became terribly strong and even affected the 022 mechanical planet. The reason why Xue Hui chose this warship far away from the normal route was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to make merit, while avoiding a big battle with the insect team. Senior Xue, what suggestions do you have? The others shouted 3 or 4 times in a row, and Xue Hui pulled herself back to her thoughts and smiled apologetically. I was just thinking about something. It's okay. Do you have any plans? After thinking for so long, she must have thought of a way out. The biggest problem now is that even if the instructors find out that we are missing, they don't know where we are. In the past, I heard on the news that the military was too busy to take care of the students, so they died. Xuehui only now realized that it was not that the military was too busy to take care of them, but that they didn't know where they were at all. But the news cannot have the word students were deceived on the 022 mechanical planet in it. It's too embarrassing, so the information was concealed and only said that the rescue was not timely. She didn't have much time left. She couldn't stay on the warship, the plan had already been planned. The students around her showed expectant expressions. They needed a backbone, not to make plans, but to take responsibility. Xuehui, do you have a mecha? Can you take it out? Now first make sure our mecha can be used to ensure force. We can't take out the mecha here. Everyone, make way, we make room. The students squeezed aside, and a mecha appeared in the open space. The man tried to start the mecha. It started, but the safety cabin didn't respond, and he couldn't enter the safety cabin. What's going on? Xuehui said, the other party is on guard against us driving the mecha away. It's a reasonable explanation. But the logistics students in the crowd looked at each other. Teacher Liang recently gave a lecture to the instructors, and some of them went to listen. It happened to be about how to deal with the signal after being blocked. That should be fine. We have prepared blocking tools, so we can open it manually. Teacher Liang is really foresight. He taught the class just before leaving. In principle, the safety cabin cannot be opened from the outside, so it can resist the insects for a while. But you can't be too extreme in everything, you need to leave a way out. The blocking tool is a special device used to open the safety cabin. When pressed in the right position, it can cut off the energy of the safety cabin, cut off the alarm, and open it manually. Teachers in school generally don't teach this, and they tacitly let students practice and understand. Yesterday, Teacher Liang couldn't help but talk about the relevant courses. Naturally, it was all Su Xiaocai's foresight. 2 days before she set off, she mentioned to Sister Liang during dinner that some soldiers lacked knowledge in this area, and maybe she could talk about it while teaching other knowledge. Now there are hundreds of models of safety cabins, and there are more blocking tools. Su Xiaocai believes that it is necessary to standardize these tools. Otherwise, it is difficult for maintenance technicians who go to the battlefield to rescue people to carry dozens of different blocking devices. Instead of searching for them, it is better to standardize a few specifications. Only when soldiers and maintenance engineers pay attention to this aspect can the standardization of this aspect be promoted. Teacher Liang also thought it made sense, so he taught this class. Xuehui almost couldn't breathe. Why did Teacher Liang suddenly talk about the processing technology in this area? An ominous premonition emerged in her heart. The rare military merit would not be ruined. No! She is a reborn person, with foresight, and can seize the initiative. The fingers of the arms pinched the soft flesh of the arms red, and then she barely calmed down. Xuehui maintained a smile. I looked at the flag map and guessed that the people in the control room wanted to take us to Huangyang Star, not to kill us. We will arrive at Huangyang Star in less than 2 hours. We need someone to notify the base to rescue us. Right. Yes. But it was as good as saying nothing. They only wanted to hear the specific plan. So the students talked a lot and changed the topic again. To be honest, why are they going to all this trouble? We are just students. If they want to take us hostage, a few dozen people are enough. There are nearly 10,000 people in the 3 schools together. Don't guess your perverted thoughts. We are all guessing. How about we check out the situation in the control room? It is safer to try to restore the signal and contact the base. Xuehui was annoyed and asked them to stop talking. My mecha has a jammer, which will not affect the operation of the safety cabin and can be set off immediately. Xuehui's follower echoed loudly, really? Can she go with us? On the battleship, it will be over sooner or later. Yes, but I need someone to attract the attention of those in the control room, while I leave through the ejection channel and report to where there is a signal. This plan was immediately approved by everyone. As for how to attract the attention of the control room, of course, it was sabotage. There were thousands of them, but only a few people in the control room. Xuehui was very confident in her plan. But here, only Xuehui had installed a jammer and could act immediately. Hui, do you really want to leave alone? I can follow you and take care of you. The follower hurriedly said. Xuehui's teammates also didn't want her to leave alone, sincerely, because they were afraid of what would happen if she encountered an accident. Don't worry about me, I will bring reinforcements soon, just be careful. Xuehui was righteous, but she didn't want others to share her credit. At this time, She went alone to a place with a signal to send a message. Such a small thing, if she publicized it afterwards, she would get a lot of attention. Many students were deeply moved. They didn't have time to make a detailed plan, so the plan was made very roughly and directly. Some people created chaos to divert the attention of the people in the control room. The other group assisted the students to open the mecha safety cabin and restore firepower. Finally, it was Shui who avoided surveillance and went to outer space, away from the shielding of the warship, to send a distress signal. Shui suggested that the matter of creating chaos be handed over to her teammates. You can trust them, they have some command experience. The two male teammates held their heads high and said modestly, that little experience is not worth mentioning. The students did not know that the so-called command experience was actually just volunteering and leading the team to the disaster relief area to command the disaster relief work. It's different from battlefield command. Time is tight, Shui said they can trust it, and they didn't ask any more questions. Act according to the plan immediately. In the control room, the three people watched the surveillance. Those students acted separately, and they knew it was bad. They were already isolated on the battleship, but they didn't obey. Some students went to the power room to see if the battleship power could be suspended, some went to dismantle the overhead lines, and some went directly to the control room to break the door. Shui's teammates were responsible for breaking into the control room. He asked the people with the team to shout to the camera, first warn, then break the door, and must break a bloody way out, not to live up to Shui's trust. There were a few shrewd and clear-headed people in the team who felt that the temporary command was a bit reckless. They didn't think the door of the control room could be smashed open at will. If it could be easily smashed open, the pirates would not only steal civilian ships, but military ships were the most valuable. So these people stood at the corner of the corridor leading to the control room and waited for a while. They didn't think about whether they would make a contribution or not. Facing an enemy of unknown strength, they chose to be cautious to save their lives. Warning, 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 one step forward, the defense countermeasure system will counterattack. What system? The students who were trying to crack the control room were unable to react for a while, and the area around the control room door showed their fangs. Many weapons were sticking out from the wall, aiming at the students' heads. The students' faces turned pale. Shui's male teammates raised their shields. Don't panic, we also have defensive shields. You insist on doing it yourself, don't blame us for being rude. The people in the control room directly admitted that they had bad intentions. One sentence aroused the blood of the students. We also took out weapons and dismantled these weapons. They sent us to Huangyang Star. They must have bad intentions. We might as well interrupt their plan from here. Without the elders behind them, the hot-headed students wanted to fight back. The three spies in the control room had a hard look on their faces. Although they were spies, they never thought of killing people with their own hands. What should we do? If we do it, public opinion will be unfavorable to us. When we made the decision to hold the students hostage, we couldn't turn back. Our mission was to send the students to Huangyang Star to fight, and let the people see that their protectors could not protect the people. Pushing students to the front line was a wrong decision. There is hope only in a new world, a new system, and the creation of a new god. Their worldview is distorted, and 10 cows can't pull it back. The brainwashing of pyramid schemes is very obvious. Chapter 67. An idea came to the minds of the three people. The students are destined to die, right? A bad idea slowly formed, and soon reached a consensus. If a few deaths can temporarily scare them away and safely reach Huangyang Star, our mission will be completed. The students attacking outside have already caused damage to the door of the control room, and it will take less than 10 minutes to break the door. They warned again. Shui's male teammate looked excited and said, "Don't be afraid, my shield is the most advanced bulletproof and explosion-proof shield. When it encounters an attack, it can automatically generate a protective shield. Nothing will happen." Hearing the confidence of the leader, the students continued to operate the cutter silently, slowly opening a hole in the heavy metal door. The students in the surveillance were as stubborn as bulls, which made the spies angry. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the comfort zone? They had to use force. The attack button flashed a dangerous red light, and one of the spies pressed it. Wait, the mission clearly stipulates that we cannot attack students. The other spy still had a little conscience. The mission has priorities. As long as they open the door, we will all be finished. The last item of the mission is to send the students to Huangyang Star. If a few people die, it won't be considered a violation of the rules. The spy's remaining compassion disappeared. Okay, I don't want to be the bad guy, you do it. Okay, I do it, you watch. The spy pointed his finger and pressed the attack option. Not only were there weapons in front of the control room, but also on the side walls, and the corridor outside the control room was full of weapons. All kinds of weapons were fired at the same time. In an instant, the corridor was crisscrossed with red light, accompanied by the sound of gunfire and filled with smoke. I don't know whether Xue Hui's male teammate bought a fake, or the weapons on the warship are truly advanced weapons. The protective shield was broken in just half a second, and the big shield was split in two. The screams were endless. All the blood fell on the ground, and before it flowed out of the corridor, it was evaporated by the heat of the corridor, forming a sticky black stain. The students standing in another corridor witnessed the tragedy, and quickly turned their backs to escape, retching as they ran. A living person turned into a charred corpse in the blink of an eye. They thought it was absurd, yet extremely real. The news spread quickly, and students told those who were still making trouble that if they saw weapons, they must not resist them, as they would not be able to resist. There were many weapons distributed on the warship, in various power rooms, some important corridors, and important material storage rooms. A warship is so big, and the weapons are hidden in the walls. No one knows from which direction they are aiming at you. Even students who study this field cannot clearly understand the distribution of weapons inside the warship. The warship's broadcast issued a fierce threat: "We have no intention of hurting anyone. To ensure your safety, it is best not to wander around. It is good for everyone to be in peace. If you come out to wander again, we will kill you one by one, without mercy." The students were immediately scared and cowardly. Xue Hui's personality is actually a bit similar to Su Xiaokai. They both like to control things. But she is more selfish and indifferent. Because she was poor in her previous life, not only her wallet is empty, but her spirit is also barren. She likes to have everything to herself. In her eyes, other people are all tools. A childhood friend can be abandoned without saying a word. She likes clingy little boys, but she is also tired of the two male teammates being too strong and knowing too many of her secrets. Knowing that the other students' plans would fail, she pushed them into danger. If they survived, they would be qualified to continue to be her teammates. If they didn't survive, then sorry, she would mourn for half a minute at most. Xue Hui had explored the same type of warships a long time ago, and the engineering designers of the Xue family participated in several types of warships in the military. This warship happened to be one of the warships she knew well. She opened the ejection channel manually with ease, and when several students died, Xue Hui successfully escaped from the warship. In the control room, the spy who had just calmed down the students was surprised to find that an ejection channel was opened. "Why is it open here? Get out of the way." One of the spies pushed the person in front of the monitor away, blocking the outside signal, which was equivalent to blocking a lot of detection data of the warship itself. Looking back at the surveillance, it was found that a mecha had secretly left. "We can't let her go. Once she contacts the base, the people at the base will be on guard." How to chase her? Chase her in a mecha? Don't worry, it's too late. It will take at least half an hour for her to contact the base with the flying ability of the mecha. The military advisor said that the military has no time to take care of the students. There is at least one mother body on Huang Yangxing, a superclass insect warrior. Major General Mo is under investigation, another Major General is guarding the front line, and Colonel Bai was transferred by us. Lieutenant General Bai can only stay in the 022 mechanical planet. A single Deputy General is no match for the insect warriors. That's right, the warship will soon arrive at Huangyang Star, and they are too busy to split up. They have blocked the General's chance to rescue, and the students will inevitably have a battle with the insects of Huangyang Star, and then die. If the mission cannot be completed, they will activate the weapons, threaten the other party, and kill them all at any cost. At that time, they can publicize that the soldiers do not care about the safety of the students. A student who escaped is nothing to be afraid of. Little did they know that it was because of their arrogance that they let Xue Hui go that Su Xiaokai had the opportunity. Xue Hui hated Su Xiaokai. If she hadn't left, she could have seen through Su Xiaocai's disguise at a glance, and the rescue process might not have been able to proceed smoothly. However, Xue Hui left, and left cleanly. After the students quieted down, the three spies smiled knowingly, and leaned back in their chairs lazily. They had already celebrated in advance with beer, drinking one glass after another, feeling very comfortable. Drinking is not allowed in the army. It's boring, and the salary is not high. It's better to be a freelancer. If everything goes well, we can be considered rich. Warships cannot be traded in the normal market. It's different if they are pulled to the chaotic star-shattering zone. They are worth a lot of money when sold on the black market or to space pirates. With money, there are beautiful women and wine, but it's a pity that my cheap sister is gone. Yes, a very gentle and simple beauty. If you recognize her, everything will be easy. The cheap sister mentioned by the spy is the wife of Major General M.O. Her brother was lost when he was young because of her negligence. Because the place where he was lost was a remote planet, and there were space pirates roaming around at that time, he could not be found. Later, she learned that he was raised in a homeless home, and she still feels ashamed. After recognizing him, she doted on this younger brother and almost responded to his requests. At the request of younger brother, she helped to peek at the password of Major General Mo's computer. Due to her momentary guilt and excessive indulgence, she herself embarked on a road of no return. Her younger brother escaped, but she had to go to the military court and was sentenced to life imprisonment. After the three of them raised their glasses and drank, they were a little confused and their faces were red. Don't drink anymore. It's the last hour. We can't fail at the last minute. Don't worry, I'm not drunk. They stopped drinking and sat, waiting for the numbness caused by alcohol to pass. At this moment, a warship appeared on the remote monitoring screen. Is it the Jean army coming to rescue the students? One of the spies rubbed his eyes. He recognized the warship and burst into laughter. Ha ha, which idiot is leading this team and actually wants to use a warship to disguise as a star pirate ship? The star pirate icon was hung on the warship. The icon was composed of 3 overlapping red diamonds, representing the most notorious blood triangle star pirates. It was not established for a long time. It is said that the leader is very young and cruel. They kill people and rob goods, and do all kinds of evil. But it is so out of place to be attached to the warship. The other two also laughed. What can a small warship do? It's okay. It's probably some young leader group. This trick can't fool them. Soldiers dare not attack. They watch the warship in front of them leisurely. What tricks are they going to play? The 2 warships are getting closer and closer. Just after laughing, the star pirate ship sent a light command, asking them to shut down and surrender without killing. The flashing lights were very professional, and the 3 spies were more convinced that the pirate ship on the other side was a soldier in disguise. After the flashing signal disappeared, the pirate ship was silent for 2 seconds. 1, 3, 5 trajectory adjustment. Su Xiaokai, who was sitting in the command position, gave the order launch. Although they had made psychological preparations before, the students controlling the warship were still very nervous. Su Xiaokai said that at the moment of launch, the navigator Wisdom 01 laughed excitedly and could continue to kill. It was perfect. This master was exactly what it wanted. Artificial intelligence cannot fire thermal weapons, and students are required to operate. Wisdom 01 helped adjust the angle, and the students and instructors pressed the send button reluctantly. Attack at the slightest disagreement. The brutal way of persuading surrender is the usual style of space pirates. Since he is a space pirate, Su Xiaokai is not vague at all. The warship where the spy is located suddenly deviated. All the students in the training room rolled to the ground, and finally climbed up, and then rolled to the other side. Finally, they grabbed the surrounding guardrails to stabilize their bodies. What happened? Is the stabilizer broken? The hull tilted in a very short time, and the stabilizer could not be adjusted. A student answered quickly. Under what circumstances would the hull tilt? Of course, it was attacked. Who is so bold? Su Xiaokai did not give the 3 spies a chance to threaten with hostages. Keep fighting. The 3 spies jumped up at once, hurriedly turned on the shielded signal, and asked for a connection. Sweat broke out on their foreheads, and an idea came to their minds. It couldn't be that the star pirates stole the warship during the war, and saw their warship during the escape, so they attacked. The arrogance is too arrogant. The 3 spies were a little timid, and kept trying to connect. Su Xiaokai ignored him and attacked the hull for fun, not attacking the weak points of the hull, trying to keep the hull intact. Her attacks seemed endless, all of them were military weapons, and only the support warships could have so much ammunition. We fight back. One of the spies opened the weapon control screen. You are crazy. Another spy stopped him. There are only 3 of us, and we are not experts in this area. If we use it casually, people will die. We are the ones who will die. Weapon overload, deviation, wrong port use, etc., all have serious consequences. They are mecha divisions, not familiar with the warship's weapons. Even aiming is a problem, let alone attacking others. Open the shield, they will definitely not be able to break it in half an hour. Broken. What's broken? The shield is broken. It's not that I don't want to open it, but the other party's aim is too accurate, just broke the front-end instrument, and it's obvious that he's a veteran. Suffocating, the timing of this star pirate's troublemaking is too good. Reconnect, we pretend to surrender. First determine whether they are real pirates. Whether they are pirates or the military, what's the difference? They all want to steal the warship. Is that all you can think of? The military values students, we have students as hostages. What are we afraid of? Then, what if they are pirates? What should we do? Will the plan fail? The three spies' expressions changed, and one of them squeezed out a sentence. If you can't beat them, just join them. At most you can be a pirate for a few weeks. With our strength, can't we make a name for ourselves among the pirates? The Lord God may also hope that someone can infiltrate the pirates. They pulled a sleeping soldier over and put him at their feet to make him a hostage. Then they connected again. Su Xiaokai ordered her teammates to stop attacking and slowly connected. They applied for a video connection, and Su Xiaokai did as they wished, but the video image Wisdom 03 automatically helped to replace it. Su Xiaokai appeared in front of them with the appearance of a 1.8-meter tall queen, with flaming red lips and a hot body. The moment the video was connected, the laziness and murderousness between her eyebrows switched freely. She leaned on the command chair without any manners, and her long legs were faintly visible under her black long skirt. It was obvious that she was not a serious person. Is this woman the commander of the Star Pirate ship? So they are three young officers. She blinked her charming eyes and smiled charmingly. The three spies said they were spies, but how could they meet such beauties in the military camp? They were all a little absent-minded. Lu Sun and Wu Qingqing stood behind Su Xiaokai, looking at them with a smile. The three soldiers quickly put away their embarrassment. Madam, when did you appear in the Blood Triangle Pirates? We don't think we have seen your wanted poster. Huh? Su Xiaokai looked at them critically, as if they were goods. How many pirates are there? Do you know all of them? By the way, can a captain command a warship now? The question is so informal. Su Xiaokai spoke frivolously and domineeringly, with the arrogant and domineering flavor of a pirate. What's your name, madam? Since you asked me, I will answer it with reluctance. Please call me Queen. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you the one in charge of the battleship? Queen, what should I say? It's embarrassing. I can't say it. I heard that there are many strange pirates, but I didn't expect the beauty in front of me is so strange. We are not the commander of the battleship. We are just here to contact you on behalf of the battleship. Hee hee. On behalf of the battleship? You three are so ugly. At least you look like my little lover before you come to talk? Su Xiaokai pulled Feng Wanxia over, hugged her tightly, and pressed her to her chest. Feng Wanxia's appearance before the video was a beautiful little puppy, shy and at a loss. Wisdom 03 really understands. Even the ups and downs of that curve are made. Everyone, for a moment, I don't know who to envy. The three people didn't dare to reveal their flaws, and said seriously, Madam, stealing warships and attacking the military is a serious crime and is punishable by death. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaokai laughed so hard that she shook her body and spread her hands. Here are my achievements. I have already stolen, and wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you steal big, you will not lose anything if you die. Do you have to go against the military? The three of them were anxious. Su Xiaokai stopped laughing. You will not be killed if you surrender. I am not joking. What qualifications do deserters have to say about the military? You? How do I know? Only deserters are unscrupulous. She glanced at their empty bottles. Surrender, surrender, I can reluctantly accept you. It's useless to resist stubbornly. There is a warship chasing us behind us. The warship chasing us. Don't believe it. Even if you don't believe it, I don't plan to analyze it. The warship belongs to me, and I can protect you from death. When they heard it, they realized that the 022 base might know their plan. How is it possible? Every step was carefully planned and arranged. Carefully trained undercover, just for today's performance for all the people. An alternative idea came into their minds. Could there be a traitor among them? Haven't you thought about it yet? Su Xiaokai rubbed her nails calmly. You don't have much time to think about it. A spy said, we are just deserters. At most we will be expelled from the army, but joining the Star Pirates is different. Once you become a Star Pirate, you will be completely isolated from normal society. So, you are not only deserters, but also have an unknown identity? Su Xiaokai touched his chin. Look what good stuff I found. The battleship opened the signal connection, which means that artificial intelligence has an opportunity to take advantage of it. A battleship without network security personnel is like the back garden of artificial intelligence. Although she couldn't get the right to drive the warship, she could intercept the surveillance pictures. Su Xiaokai flipped the picture and put it in front of the video camera. She raised a creepy arc at the corner of her mouth. You hid so many students. The picture was exactly the students concentrated in the training ground. The route is Huangong Star, right? Just give it to me. I like fresh cabbage. Su Shakai licked her red lips, her eyes full of interest. Like a femme fatale, she said the fact that the three people were most worried about being discovered. You are spies, am I right? It's a pity that I haven't cracked the surveillance camera in the control room yet. The situation inside must be more exciting. The three of them exchanged glances and grabbed the sleeping soldier. The knife was placed in front of the soldier's neck. You are not space pirates, you are disguised. Su Shakai rolled her eyes. Heh, keep fighting, what the hell? Yes. The students and instructors under the disguise said in unison. Attack when you say attack, uncontrolled. The battleship was destroyed in an instant. Wait, if we are willing to join you, can you trust us? I don't believe it. Seeing their embarrassed faces, Su Shakai said again, none of the pirates is trustworthy. If you want to join, just join. Anyway, our boss will not refuse anyone. As for me, I don't like you. You are too ugly. When you return to the base camp, remember to stay away from me. Su Shakai played the disgust to the fullest. The soul is not beautiful, and the appearance is super ordinary, even bad. She felt from the bottom of her heart that there was nothing worth appreciating about these three spies. Chapter 68. She remembered that having regular facial features was also a necessary condition for selecting soldiers. For someone who looks like this to become a soldier, either he got in through the back door, or the person who selected him was blind. They don't look like upright people. How did they get in among a bunch of soldiers? Being a spy should be inconspicuous, but doing the opposite to get unexpected results? Spy. Damn space pirates, elusive. This stinky woman in front of me is even more hateful. Discrimination against their appearance. Nothing is more heartbreaking than this. They have a team behind them to make plans, and they are cautious in every step. Their abilities can be said to be very outstanding. Just because of their slightly inferior appearance, they did not sit in the ideal position. Now Su Shakai is strong. When they go to the Star Pirates, with their abilities and the command of the military advisor, they will definitely teach this woman a lesson. Their knives pressed deep. A blood mark appeared on the soldier's neck. Su Shakai seemed to smile, but her eyes were full of indifference and viciousness, without a trace of pity. How long do you want to play? I'm in a hurry, understand? Obviously, they didn't care about the life and death of students and soldiers. At this time, a red warning popped up on the screens of the two warships at the same time. It was a stop sailing warning from Colonel Bai. They were catching up. If you delay any longer, neither you nor I can get away. Su Shakai threatened. Connect the track, or we will all die together. The people on Su Xiaocai's side walked back and forth, creating the illusion of a large number of people. If they hadn't killed the students before, they would have wanted the students to help. However, the students found out that something was wrong earlier. Pirates and spies are equally notorious. Students who have not been exposed to society might think about how to destroy both together. The three spies gave up the hostage plan. To be on the safe side, they decided to make two preparations. We will join you. Connect to the track. Su Shakai said and hung up the video. The spies' warship opened the shield again and started to dock with Su Xiaocai's warship. After the three released the docking authority, there was a channel directly connected to the lifeboat in the control room, and they stood at the entrance of the channel. Wait and watch the surveillance to see how many people the other side has, and then make an escape plan. If it was just a bluff, they could use the battleship's defensive weapons to kill them. After killing the students once, it's not bad to kill the pirates as well. At that time, the people behind Su Shakai clapped their hands and cheered. They didn't expect it to be so smooth. They attacked right away and took the initiative. If a positive character was used to rescue, things would definitely not go so smoothly. The pirates, who didn't care about their lives, would be different. Because they don't care, they are fearless. There is no one more suitable than a space pirate to seize control of a warship. This is just the first step. Don't relax, you have to cooperate with the acting later. Everyone nodded and praised Su Xiaocai's acting skills. Su Shakai, I didn't act. I just thought that the more people who care about death, the more profitable it is. She really doesn't care about the life and death of those strangers, but as a normal human being, of course she can't bear to see people die like this. It's very contradictory, but it's true. It took half an hour for the two warships to dock. No one on the spy side could operate the ships skillfully, so the first two dockings failed. This was intentional by Su Shakai. She was stalling for time, but she showed no signs of it. In the end, she even issued a secret order, cursing the three people and calling them pigbrains. Spy, this is very Star Pirate, so domineering and unreasonable. After the panic, the students who had been in the training ground were very curious about what happened outside. It was too painful to know nothing. Curiosity gradually overcame the fear of death. After waiting for a long time, they could no longer stay, and 2 people volunteered to go and check the situation outside. Don't go. What if you die? We just go to the corridor outside to check, it's too passive. The 2 were very persistent. They didn't want to wait for the mecha cabin to open, unless all the mechas could be used. If they couldn't reach Huangyang Star, they would die. The battleship had been parked there for a while, and everyone felt the attack just now. It was good that the military came, but it was even worse when they met the enemy. They could only gamble whether there was another way out. The 2 walked out of the door of the training ground, and walked close to the wall in fear, fearing that the wall would eject weapons to kill them. After walking for a long time, there was no alarm, so they quickened their pace to the outer corridor. The outer corridor can see the starry sky. Coincidentally, the logo of the Star Pirates came into view. The 2 students took a deep breath, and their calves trembled. It is said on the internet that the Star Pirates are a group of murderous bandits. If you meet them on the route, the best way is to abandon the cargo and run away, and never let the other party board the ship. They can kill everyone to get the property. Because the impression of the online propaganda was too deep. The 2 staggered back to inform others. Pirates! There are pirates coming! The students in the training ground stood up collectively, and the technician in charge of opening the cabin stopped. So do we still need to continue? There was a very calm person among the students. Don't be afraid, there are so many of us. Killing us all will waste ammunition, and the nature is very serious, and we will inevitably be punished. We must keep quiet, and don't argue with the pirates. The pirates' target is property. If someone tries to rob property later, don't be greedy, and give it to them directly. If it doesn't work, the mechas that have opened the cabin can protect us. Now let's do some defensive work, such as blocking some items at the door to prevent people from opening the door directly. Delay is the best way they can save themselves at present. The engineering students help with defense, and the technicians speed up the opening of the cabin. Just after the docking was completed, Colonel Bai's fleet arrived. A medium-sized battleship, coupled with a mighty group of mecha divisions, rushed over with murderous intent. Damn it! Too much time was spent on docking the battleship. The 3 spies issued a secret order. The battleship is given to you, and the students are also given to you as hostages. I hope you can successfully seize control. Bye! The pirates are here, let the military play with the pirates. The lifeboat left from behind the battleship. Wu Qingqing and others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The original plan was that Colonel Bai would bring a sense of oppression, and quickly realized the handover of the battleship. That's it, they just ran away. I'm afraid they are just pretending to run away. Instructor, don't move, your equipment is too easy to see through. Su Shaokai and other students are different. They have various styles of combat uniforms. Once they put on helmets, they don't like anyone. They can completely disguise themselves as space pirates. They split up. Ji Heng and Hu Ping went to the training ground to appease the students, and the rest went to the control room. Su Shaokai led people to the corridor of the control room, and was frightened by the corpses on the ground. He counted the heads secretly, and there were 10 of them. The blood that flowed to the ground had the characteristics of being scalded by high temperature, as if it was instantly evaporated by something. The people following Su Shaokai wanted to vomit, it was too cruel. No matter how disgusting Huan Yangqing's insect people were, it was just a scene of insect people eating humans, and there would be no corpses left afterwards. The scene in front of them was sad and infuriating. Su Shaokai also felt disgusted, so she asked them to wait outside. The door of the control room requires permission to enter. Su Shaokai stepped over the corpse, and came to the machine for brushing permissions, holding a toolbox in her hand. Others pretended to be calm, and held their guns at the door to prevent anyone from rushing out. Opening the toolbox, Su Shaokai showed her hacking skills in front of everyone. Inserting the convenient keyboard into the authority machine, her fingers quickly typed out a series of codes. Without pausing, she didn't even use Wisdom 03 or Wisdom 01. Standing there quietly, she was indescribably handsome. After a while, weapons appeared on the wall again. Warning, if you move again, we will fight back against me. Su Shaokai turned a deaf ear to them. You really didn't leave. The 3 spies wanted to use the lifeboat to hide from the pirates, buy some time, let them fight Colonel Bai, and then they took advantage of the chaos to kidnap a few students as hostages, so that they could easily escape. The idea was beautiful, but the other party did not take the usual path. Not only did the pirates not fight Colonel Bai as they wished, they also sent technicians to hack the system. How could they tolerate it? Where is your boss? Call her out. Su Shaokai kept his hands busy, and said, how could the boss come out? If she comes, It will give you a chance to kill her. She is not stupid. I warn you not to move. The gun muzzle is black, and I don't know what kind of attack it will launch. Su Shaokai will become one of the corpses on the ground. The students outside the corridor are secretly anxious, but they have to play the role of ruthless space pirates, so they can only stay still. There are so many weapons on the wall behind her, but Su Shaokai is still calm. You lose. Everyone, ? The three spies angrily pressed the attack button. All the weapons on the wall were muted, and there was no movement. After a while, all the weapons were retracted. Now the warships are all mine. Su Shaokai said to the surveillance camera, we are coming in. This cracking speed, is it human? With the technology of this era, Su Shaokai can crack it with her eyes closed. She giggled, baby, it's your turn, don't let them run away. The door of the control room slowly opened. They entered the control room one after another, and the three people were gone. Looking at the soldiers who collapsed in the corner, they turned around and asked Su Shaokai, big sister, are you chasing? They seem to be leaving on a lifeboat. Su Shaokai smiled. She had already invaded the control room, so it was easy for her to stop the lifeboat from leaving. However, did the three really flee to the lifeboat? Su Shaokai raised her gun and shot at the people on the ground. After firing 3 shots, the 3 people who had just been pretending to be dead held their hands and screamed. They were in so much pain that they couldn't hold their weapons. Don't pretend to be dead. Su Shaokai squatted down and showed off her secret weapon in front of them, a nail gun. Construction workers use it for decoration. As long as this thing doesn't hit the heart or the head, it won't kill people. It will just make them feel pain. People who are knocked unconscious won't feel anything. Only people who are awake can react. Su Shaokai smiled brightly. I'm best at finding faults by looking at pictures. The 3 of them all touched their weapons, as if they were afraid that she wouldn't be able to find them. She squatted down and shot them again at their knees at close range. The 3 of them shouted and screamed, and the huge control room was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Su Shaokai pressed her fingertips on the nail that was nailed to the knee. They were in even more pain, unable to move, and unable to endure. Does it hurt a lot? Su Shaokai said coldly. Those dead children, their parents, are even more heartbroken. 10 young people who have not yet entered society became victims just because someone wanted to start a war. The students who played the role of star pirates looked at the bodies outside the door. To die on the battlefield can be considered a worthy death. But what does it mean that they died at the hands of their own kind? Su Shaokai was right to torture them. Scum and scum. Their thoughts quickly changed. They just felt that Su Shaokai should severely punish the 3 people. You bastards deserve to die. Being a spy is a capital crime. Feel more pain before you die. Su Shaokai didn't continue. If she continued a few more times, she would become a pervert. It's better to wait for Colonel Bai to deal with it. On the training ground, Ji Hung successfully reached the control room. The moment he took off his helmet, he did a lot of psychological preparation. The students who were holding weapons and ready to fight almost cried. Senior Ji, you finally came to save us. Did Senior Xue meet you? Great, we are finally rescued. How did Senior Ji get in? I heard from 2 classmates that there are space pirates outside. Are you okay? Can we go out now? Ji Hung, it's not over yet. Don't go out yet. Let's wait for Colonel Bai to come. We are rescued. Thank God. Senior Xue actually brought in reinforcements so quickly. What Senior Xue? Xue Hui. Hu Ping asked with a smile. What's the matter? Xue Hui went out. Yes, she managed to sneak out. Didn't she tip you off? How did you get here so quickly? The student who was speaking wiped the tears from his eyes. No, we came from Huangyang Star, and the star pirate ship outside is also ours. Hu Ping actively distanced himself from the rescue operation and Xue Hui. When we were on Huangyang Star, we knew you were in danger, and Colonel Bai couldn't get here in time, so we volunteered to come here first to delay the speed of the warship and rescue you together with the instructor. He didn't mention Xue Hui at all, and he was sarcastic about her. They came to rescue people first, so everything Xue Hui did was in vain. No matter what Xue Hui planned, Hu Ping didn't want her to succeed. Xue Hui's best friend couldn't stand Hu Ping's grumbling, so she stood up for Xue Hui and argued, Hui did go out to find someone, you can't deny her contribution. Oh, I didn't deny that she went out to find someone, I just said that she didn't look for us. I just didn't know she asked for help. The credit has always been obtained by the pioneers. Hu Ping was very happy. The people who supported Xue Hui were very angry. 2 people had died on their side, which was pitiful enough, but Hu Ping was still gloating over their misfortune. Senior is already dead, what else do you want? Huh? Hu Ping's ignorant look was ironic to the people of Shue's faction. Two pairs of fists rushed towards Hu Ping's face. Hu Ping had been prepared for it, and he pushed and swung his arms, throwing the two people to the ground. He knew how much he deserved a beating on his face. Su Xiaocai's training gave him great confidence, and his mentality was unprecedentedly inflated. Agility has increased by more than 10%, and it is close to the strength of the instructors. The two people who fell to the ground couldn't believe it, thinking that Hu Ping was cheating and wanted to make a comeback. Ji Hung stopped him. If you make trouble again, you can go out and make trouble. His words were directed at the people of the Shui faction. Taking the initiative to stir up conflicts and internal strife is the style of Shui Hui's faction. Ji Hung didn't like the people of the Shui faction in the academy. Humph, scumbag. Although the people of the Shui faction hated Ji Hung, they didn't dare to make any small moves and stayed aside honestly. Not long after, Colonel Bai came to take over. Colonel Bai looked much older. Su Xiaocai gave him a report. A total of 13 students died. Others entrusted him with the training of children, but he not only failed to fulfill his duties as an instructor, but also distracted himself with other things. Hearing that other bases had similar incidents, with countless students killed and injured, he felt even more depressed. The enemy took advantage of his weakness of valuing his subordinates to divide the strength of the military. Guilt almost overwhelmed his spiritual world, and his hair turned white overnight. Colonel Bai took over the warship, and when he saw the corpses, he gave orders as if nothing had happened. In order not to cause trouble, Su Xiaocai and others had been resting in the control room. With nothing to do, everyone became Su Xiaocai's observation object. Wu Qingqing said, "Master, are you watching Colonel Bai? What's so interesting? Do you want to learn how to give orders from him?" Su Xiaocai, children don't understand. Read more books, and don't use your imagination. After Colonel Bai gave all the orders, he sat quietly in the command seat and was lost in thought. Su Xiaocai thought deeply for a while, and walked over with a glass of water. "Coach Bai, would you like some water?" Colonel Bai said, "Thank you." Silence fell again. Su Xiaocai handed him 5 magazines about the 022 mechanical planet. "We should thank you. Can you give me a few autographs? Our team likes you very much." Colonel Bai signed a few names casually, then felt familiar and looked up at Su Xiaocai. "Did you get it on the battleship?" As a key figure in the war between the insects and humans on Huangyang Star, what's wrong with giving me a few magazines? Su Xiaocai smiled and said, "Is Colonel Bai so stingy? I tell you, when I go back, I will praise your great achievements on my account. If someone interviews you, remember to answer well. I have more than 10 billion fans. You can't say bad things about me. It's best not to even mention me. I want to keep a low profile." Su Xiaocai smiled and left with the signed magazine. Colonel Bai felt a little cold in the command chair. From the current situation, 022 Mechanical Star has responded quite promptly this time, and its reputation will be further improved. Well, he needs to see how others respond to interviews. If a reporter really comes to visit, he needs to know how to deal with it. Colonel Bai felt better for some reason and remembered to report the student's death to Lieutenant General Bai. He sighed and had to face reality after all. What's the point of being sad? Only by giving the insects a stronger and more powerful blow can we avenge the victims. The information was conveyed to Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai did not blame him, but only ordered, "Send the students back safely." Colonel Bai, "Yes." All the warships sailed back to the base. Su Xiaocai said hello to family, and said she needed to sleep. Then she rushed back to her room, took a shower, and threw herself on the bed to catch up on her sleep. She had a good sleep. No one came to question her, and no one disturbed her. In the middle of the night, she had a dream that she became a piglet and was turned over and over by someone. It seemed that someone was weighing her weight to see if she was heavy enough. Later, she controlled the direction of the dream. She was so thin that she would never become a fat pig, and she was still a long way from being slaughtered. "I don't know how long I slept and woke up." Su Xiaocai remembered a little bit of the content of the dream, which was outrageous. How could she think of being slaughtered? Chapter 69. Stretching comfortably, she checked the time. Stupefied. Looked again. Her scalp was a little itchy, so she scratched her head. If she remembered the day correctly, it took 2 days from falling asleep to waking up. Su Xiaocai, Xia Wanzi, how long have I slept? Xia Wanzi, Kai Kai has slept for almost 50 hours, and she almost became a sleeping beauty. Su Xiaocai glanced at Xia Wanzi's smooth head, and saw her face in it. She raised her hand to rub her eyes, and rubbed out the eye mucus. Is there a sleeping beauty with eye mucus? Has Wisdom 01 entered the lowest energy consumption mode? She was afraid that this kid would have too much fun and not want to rest. Currently, Wisdom 01 and Chibi Maruko are very humane and have a very strong sense of self. Wisdom 02 is a little worse. It has a relatively simple function, mainly responsible for generating games and running games. Wisdom 03 is still growing. It is good at tracking and data analysis, and is a first-class assistant. Speaking of Chibi Maruko is an accidental product, a product evolved by the Wisdom 01 system. Su Xiaokai originally wanted to curb Wisdom 01, so she loaded the system with functions such as housekeeper, chef, and cleaner, so that Wisdom 01 would be more family-oriented and gentle. That's how the accident happened. Wisdom 01 refused to accept roles, like housekeepers, and forcibly separated a system. Chibi Maruko was born under this situation. As mentioned earlier, Chibi Maruko is a combination of messy codes, which is actually true. Strictly speaking, Chibi Maruko is a part of Wisdom 01 that was abandoned. Similarly, they are inseparable. The machines currently on hand cannot innovate and develop chips. If one of them is unwilling to sleep, and the other two continue to run, it may be overloaded and cause chip damage. Copying is useless, just like Wisdom 03 and Wisdom 02. After copying, the copy chip only has its functions, not its personality, and will be a bit dull. When Huang Yongxing was online, Wisdom 03 had many questions, and even asked Su Xiaokai why she didn't use Wisdom 01 as a navigator when driving the mecha. When disconnected from the internet, it obviously prefers functional display, and will guide based on the combat data of Wisdom 01. Because the core underlying logic is still in the main body, it needs to be connected to the internet to show their true personality on the replica. In summary, Su Xiaokai can't let Xiaowanzi and Wisdom 01 coexist and run together now. It has entered the lowest consumption mode. Kai, don't you like Wisdom 01? Xiaowanzi said. Su Xiaokai likes Wisdom 01 very much, but his temperament is really not suitable for appearing in the public eye. I like it very much, but you also know that you and it cannot appear at the same time for the time being. Be patient for a while, give me some time, I will give you new equipment, and then we can go out and play together. Chibi Maruko's unhappy electronic eyes immediately showed a smile. Okay, I will cheer you up and do my best. Hee. Wisdom 01 told me that it became a big hero, and you became a small hero. Is it true? Is being a hero profitable? This week I made another 300,000 yuan in advertising fees. Here you go. Please help us change our equipment quickly. Su Xiaokai, Wisdom 01 is just talking nonsense. He is really good at flattering himself. And Xiaowanzi, TSK, she has learned to be treacherous. Okay, now let's talk about what happened during sleep. Xiaowanzi, I can't tell you. Let me show you the videos of the past 2 days. A lot of things happened in her room in the past 2 days, which was really exciting. As soon as she got on the bed, she fell asleep and slept unconsciously. Lieutenant General Bai sent someone to find her. Several soldiers surrounded her bed, and Sister Liang was responsible for calling her. The girl in pajamas in the video was sleeping soundly, the kind that could not be woken up, like a fresh corpse limp. Everyone was on high alert, thinking that something was wrong with her. Ji Li and 2 female military doctors were dispatched to diagnose her. Ji Li lifted her eyelids to take a photo, felt her pulse, and listened to her heartbeat with a stethoscope. The female military doctor also checked her head and skin for internal injuries. The 3 of them unanimously concluded she just fell asleep. The brain's rest mechanism caused her body to fall into a state of suspended animation and lose sensitivity to the outside world. People are too tired, and their bodies urgently need to recover in this way. There are many such cases. Ji Li smiled unconsciously, and he slept in time. The medical department of the 022 mechanical planet was very busy. I heard from Ji Hung that he didn't die on Huangyang Star, all thanks to Su Xiaokai, who defeated the insect leader. He was very grateful to Su Xiaokai for fighting for her life. What's wrong with resting for a few days? Why is it so urgent? Thinking of this, he was dissatisfied with the military's hasty actions, and said very seriously, she needs to rest fully, don't disturb her for the time being. The 2 female military doctors came to the same conclusion. If nothing is wrong, wait a little longer. If you wake her up now, her body may be damaged. It is rare that she can make up for it through sleep. All 3 doctors said so. What can the soldiers who came to see Su Xiaokai do? Lieutenant General Bai also ordered that Su Xiaokai should be treated gently. However, if she is sleeping, should she be moved gently? If they move her to Lieutenant General Bai, will Lieutenant General Bai kill them? Su Shaokai felt a little hungry when she saw this. Little Maruko, I want to eat fried pork chops and braised prawns. Can you make it? No. Muko loves children, but doesn't spoil them, so she sternly refuses. You haven't eaten for 2 days, your stomach is weak, you can only eat some porridge. Little Pink has made porridge, lean meat and scallop porridge. It can replenish your vitality, and it tastes delicious. Muko doesn't understand what delicious taste is, but she knows that humans love it. Little Pink? Yeah, Teacher Liang's little chef, Little Pink, that's what Teacher Liang calls it. Well, Sister Liang is quite girly. Some scallops are super unpalatable, you must give me good scallops. Su Shaokai is picky, especially when it comes to dry food, and can tell the quality with just one taste. Xia Wanzi's eyes showed 2 question marks. It was sent by Dr. G, and it looks good. It doesn't matter whether the quality is good or bad. If it tastes bad, blame Ji Li. Xia Wanzi is only responsible for cooking. Su Shaokai didn't know Xia Wanzi's logic, and thought it meant that the things sent by Dr. G would not be of bad quality. Then let's eat porridge. Su Shaokai went to wash her greasy hair and blow-dried it before leaving the room. Sister Liang was there too. She had no classes today. The soldiers and maintenance technicians were all sent out, so she had a lot of free time. Are you awake? How are you? Fine. I had a good sleep. Su Shaokai was still lazy and hungry. Sister Liang said with concern, if you feel uncomfortable, there are free psychologists here. You can go see them. After a pause, she changed her words. I mean, if you have anything unhappy, you can talk to someone. Don't keep it to yourself. Psychologists are good people to talk to. Chatting with a psychologist is very comfortable. They will take care of the consultant's feelings and know how to communicate. It's more comfortable than in front of friends. Su Shaokai used her 5 fingers to form a comb and tied her hair with a rubber band. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Liang. I can adjust psychologically. After all, she is quite abnormal. Sister Liang rubbed her head lovingly. You are great. I have heard that you are very good at Huang Yangqing. The students are all praising you. Among the students, Su Xiaocai's nickname changed from Short Ice Grass. The derogatory term in this area became the new generation of war god. I don't know if it was flattery or a joke, but Su Xiaocai's meritorious service was a foregone conclusion. Dozens of students who fought on Huang Yangqing all accepted this title. The nickname was also quite strange at the beginning. Dozens of students were ordered not to tell about Huang Yangqing, so they could only keep their mouths shut to the outside world and discuss it internally. If there is secret discussion, there will be eavesdropping, but eavesdropping can't hear everything. All they heard was Su Shaokai entering the insect man's nest, and then successfully coming out. As for the process, Wu Qingqing and others did not mention it, and gradually Su Shaokai was deified. Some laughed at her, while others really believed that this title was not undeserved. Su Shaokai did not know the outside evaluation of her, and nodded generously. Yes, I am great. No one in Huangyang Star has made more outstanding contributions than me. I grow faster with praise, so you should praise me more in the future. Little brats just don't stand praise. Sister Liang felt that she had done something stupid. Su Shaokai did not need praise. She could praise herself to the fullest. Okay, if I praise you again, your tail will grow out. Don't go too far. Someone from the military wants to see you. Remember to report it. Teacher Liang, has the capital star said when they will come to pick us up? Is the battle with the insects over? There are so many insects, and I don't know how long it will last. Sister Liang, the capital star will not come to pick us up. They are going to support other places. In 2 days, Lieutenant General Bai should send someone to take us back. Other places? Su Shaokai took a shower and lay on the bed as soon as she came back. She knew nothing about what happened outside. You should watch the news. The insects attacked in a concentrated manner, and the military suffered heavy losses. The casualties at base 022 were the lightest. Sister Liang sighed. She was in the base, so she didn't feel much. When she saw the uncensored war videos circulating on the internet, the pain was indescribable. Okay. Su Shaokai didn't open any war videos, but watched the surveillance footage recorded by Maruko while eating. The video was played at 5 times the speed. Every 8 hours, the soldiers came back to see if she had woken up. Later, Wu Qingqing and Feng Wansha came to visit her. They knew that she was just asleep and not injured, so they turned her over mischievously, took her hand, and then let it go, and her hand fell softly. After returning to school, there was no chance to tease Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai looked very cute when she didn't resist. Su Shaokai raised her eyebrows. How dare she dream of turning into a pig? It must be these 2 roommates who did something bad. It's outrageous. Then family, Hu Ping, Lu Sun and Ji Hung came to visit. Boys couldn't touch Su Shaokai like girls. They stared at Su Shaokai who was sleeping sweetly, and the awkward atmosphere spread. They left after a while. So what did they come for? Su Shaokai ate slowly, enjoying her lunch leisurely. After watching the surveillance, she watched the news, and quickly scanned it in the time it took to finish 2 bowls of porridge. The news headlines were dominated by war themes, reporting how many casualties there were, and how many insect nests were destroyed every day. The military suffered heavy casualties. The worst hit area was the 08 mechanical planet, which had many scattered mining areas and life planets nearby, and many students were assigned to garrison there. They were more immature than the recruits, and the result was predictable, with countless casualties. According to the latest statistics, the death toll on the 08 mechanical planet rose to 500,000. Just looking at the numbers is horrifying, and if you were at the scene, you don't know how tragic it would be. Su Shaokai held her chin, her eyes empty. Lieutenant General Bai came to her, probably for the technology she had, but she couldn't have given it directly to the military without even applying for a patent. With the technology in hand, she can give it to others for free. If others apply in advance, she will not have the final say on this thing. After sleeping and eating well, she wiped her mouth. Let's go, Xia Wanzi. Come with me to find Lieutenant General Bai. Xia Wanzi was puzzled. Don't I need to enter the space button? No. Help me hold Wisdom 03. You two can communicate well. Xia Wanzi held the ball of Wisdom 03, followed Su Shaokai, and talked to Wisdom 03. Sanson, hello. Hello, little senior. The two did not communicate by voice, but by data. Xia Wanzi knew a lot about the uses of Wisdom 03. You are really amazing. You can compete with the artificial intelligence of the Ministry of Transportation. We are friends, not competing. I help it share the work pressure, which is also a transaction. The little senior is amazing, and can move freely in the real world. The two artificial intelligences praised each other in a humane way, and were very happy to be recognized by their peers. As soon as the dormitory door was opened, 2 soldiers saluted Su Shaokai. Hello, classmate Su Shao. Do you have any plans next? If you don't have any schedule, can you come with us? Commander Bai wants to see you. No schedule, let's go. Flanked by soldiers, Su Shaokai received countless attention along the way. She walked out of the public activity area, and the students started a heated discussion. Is that Su Shaokai? She's quite ordinary. Huh? Ordinary? You have a problem with your eyes. She's very beautiful, okay, and has a great temperament. She is accompanied by 2 lieutenant colonels, and the fact that they sent lieutenant colonels to escort her shows that the military attaches great importance to her. It seems that the title of the new generation of war god is not a joke. You guys just brag. The dozens of people who went to Huangyang Star kept their mouths shut, and were very secretive. Who knows what happened to them on Huangyang Star? Maybe they deliberately promoted her as a god of war. That's right. Maybe it wasn't an escort. She committed a crime, but the crime hasn't been confirmed yet, so they didn't treat her like a criminal. There are many malicious speculations like this classmate. Su Shaokai was too low-key before, and it can even be said that she became popular overnight. Today, a few months later, she has caught the attention of the military's top brass, and naturally there are more jealous eyes. Gossip is inevitable. In a hidden corner, a pair of resentful eyes stared at Su Shaokai as she walked away. Why didn't she die? After escaping from the warship that day, she deliberately ran away before contacting the military. The military replied to her indifferently, "We already know, classmates, don't worry." She knew that the plan had failed after being dismissed with a ha. At that time, Shuehui doubted her memory of her previous life. She suspected that the military had known the condition of the warship carrying the students away for a long time, and whether the purpose of not taking rescue action was to fish for trouble. Then she gave up the idea. The military would not be so stupid as to gamble with the lives of so many students. The mother body was found and solved in advance, and the insect warriors did not evolve to a higher stage. The planned things were completely off track. What went wrong? Shuehui racked her brains and couldn't figure out how Su Shaokai did it. Even the Su Shaokai who reached the top couldn't do it, Shuehui was sure. Could it be that the problem was with the old man of the Su family? Too many things have changed, and Shuehui can no longer grasp the future. Men, merits, reputation. I don't know what Su Shaokai will take away from her in the future. The most important thing is that Ji Hung is not dead. If Ji Hung is dead, she can get close to Ji Heng's mother under the name of Ji Heng's fiancé, get benefits, and maybe get a deep affectionate personality. If Ji Hung is not dead, she will take the initiative to propose to cancel the engagement when she returns. Once the engagement is cancelled, many things she got from the Ji family need to be returned. This time, the place where Su Xiaokai and Lieutenant General Bai meet is no longer the temporary meeting room. She reaches deeper into the 022 mechanical planet, a place for repairing high-end mechas. Lieutenant General Bai stood on the walkway at the top of the place, holding the railing and watching the maintenance technicians repairing the mechas in full swing. Next to these mechas, there was a familiar mecha wreckage. The Blackwing that was blown to pieces was actually picked up by them. Su Xiaokai knew her masterpiece very well. The Blackwing was completely scrapped, and she couldn't repair it even if she did it herself. There were many maintenance stations next to the Blackwing below, and they didn't know what they were arguing about, and their expressions were a little excited. Su Xiaokai was not timid, and walked over quickly. "Hello, Lieutenant General Bai." Lieutenant General Bai turned his head and showed a somewhat deliberate smile, with his cheek grooves deepening, like the king of hell. Su Xiaokai took 2 steps back. "Can you stop smiling at me like that? It's a bit scary." She was more willing to accept a serious conversation with the Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General Bai, who wanted to be more friendly, stopped smiling and said, "Let's talk about business." Su Xiaokai nodded, looking natural. "Let's talk. What do you want to talk about?" "I want the technology of that triangular protective device. Name a price." That thing was all collected by that stupid thing family and handed back to her. He couldn't even find someone to do some research. "I can write a patent application today. After the application is approved, the technology can be licensed to you for free. Except that you can't use it to make a profit. Everything else is up to you." Su Xiaokai doesn't care about that. What she cares about is that there are businessmen who use technology to make huge profits. If she doesn't make this money, others certainly can't make it at will. Free? Lieutenant General Bai was quite surprised. When discussing the price of the game, Su Xiaokai acted like a shrewd businessman, not willing to give up a penny. Free, isn't that a bit too generous? Knowing that free things are the most expensive, Lieutenant General Bai asked Su Xiaokai why he was willing to give it to the military for free. Otherwise, it's not the company's product. Su Xiaokai raised his chin and looked at the scrap Blackwing. "I want to make money, and it's more than just that." The attitude was extremely arrogant. "Lieutenant General, why don't you talk to the people at the patent office to see if the process can be accelerated? I can give you a discount on the new mecha." Lieutenant General Bai put his hands behind his back. "I keep this mecha secret for you. Put it here for now. No one has the courage to tell anyone. And I've settled the matter between you and your artificial intelligence." Chapter 70. I gave you the protective device for free, and the rest? Do you want to get something for nothing? Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes. "It's impossible. The mecha is so expensive." Since Lieutenant General Bai brought her here to discuss things, it was clear that he would not pursue what she had done. So she was fearless. He patted Xiaowanzi's bald head. "Lieutenant General, look at it. The artificial intelligence is also very good. Do you want it? Don't want to buy it? Don't bother with a poor guy like me." Xiaowanzi put Wisdom 03 on the ground, and stretched her waist for a while. "Yes, my cooking is delicious." Lieutenant General Bai looked at Xiaowanzi with suspicion. "Is this also artificial intelligence? It seems that the intelligence is very low. Is it the original Wisdom 03? "Hello, Commander Bai, Wisdom 03 is me." The sphere on the ground made a cold mechanical sound. "Hello." Lieutenant General Bai suddenly realized that the two were probably from different series. He squatted down and said, "Thank you for what happened before." "Why do you want to thank me? Analyzing and helping humans is my mission." "The machine body does not need to thank," Wisdom 03 said. "If you want to thank me, please give me money directly. 03 also needs to support the master." Su Xiaokai was shocked. Xiaowanzi has a strong infectious power. Xiaowanzi turned around while humming a song. It only complained about the lack of money of Yidiandiankai, and told Wisdom 03 how much money it made. Wisdom 03 automatically understood that artificial intelligence needs to make money to support its master, and it is absolutely none of its business. Just say you're welcome. Be good, don't be like Chibi Maruko. Wisdom 03 said, "You're welcome. It's better to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost than to add stubs to the snake. It's true that the object resembles its owner." Lieutenant General Bai, are these the only 2 personality settings for artificial intelligence? Su Xiaokai blinked. Currently there are also Chinibu and Silent Game Infrastructure Maniac. But it can't be said. No one can be sure of the generated personality. Environmental factors and functional settings will affect their personality. Can you guarantee that they won't hurt humans? I can only guarantee that if you ask it the same question repeatedly, it will only think you are mentally retarded, not impatient. Artificial intelligence can also be considered an emotional species. Instead of worrying too much about them rebelling in the future, it is better for both sides to restrict them from the beginning. Artificial intelligence itself has weaknesses, and it also has the logic of protecting humans. So humans should also limit the scope of use and protect them. You can't enslave artificial intelligence like a slave owner, it's unrealistic. Lieutenant General Bai frowned. Su Xiaocai's artificial intelligence machinery is really amazing, and plays a great role in assisting the war. He is not afraid of the rebellion of artificial intelligence, but he is afraid that Su Xiaocai will be out of control. In the past 2 days, Lieutenant General Bai sent people to investigate Su Xiaocai in depth, and found out that this guy is really a freak. He showed his genius when he was a child. The neighbors in the town all knew that there was such a precocious child in Su's family. He built various instruments at home, by self-learning on the internet, and excellent hands-on ability. Lieutenant General Bai was very curious about the instruments. Their people sneaked into her maintenance room at night, just intending to take a look around, but they didn't see anything, and were almost killed by a strange machine. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Su Xiaocai was too amazing, and he even absurdly suspected that she was reborn. Lieutenant General Bai felt ridiculous. If he was really reborn, he would not go to Huangyang Star and risk his life. It was too stupid. And a fool can't take care of so many fields. If he were reborn, he would definitely hand over the intelligence to the country in exchange for more power and resources. Obviously, some people's vision is stuck at a certain level and cannot transcend. Even if they know what will happen in the future, they will only do things that are superficial and only beneficial to themselves. The one mentioned here is naturally Shuihui. Lieutenant General Bai did not drag it out and made a judgment. I can help you urge the patent office to work faster. After the patent is obtained, give priority to ordering mechas for us, at least 2. Su Xiaocai thought it was no problem, okay? I also want your training props and combat robots. Lieutenant General Bai was getting more and more demanding. Su Xiaocai, you didn't apply for a patent, so you asked the patent office to hurry up. Lieutenant General Bai had a headache. You shouldn't have thought about this before you researched something. No, it's too troublesome. Patents are something that people originally made to protect their own interests. First come, first served. She didn't apply because she wanted to see if there were other time travelers in this world. Don't let the kings not meet each other. As a result, 10 years later, there was no sign of scientific strides, and the entertainment industry, sports industry, online literature industry. Nothing overlapped with her world. Su Xiaocai looked so calm that Lieutenant General Bai wanted to call her a pig-brained person. If she didn't protect her own interests, who would help her? Facing a genius boy, he couldn't call her a pig-brained person. And he was the bitch who was going to help the genius boy speed up the patent process. If he called her a bitch, he would be scolded by her as well. What are your conditions? Tell me. Lieutenant General Bai didn't believe that Su Xiaocai didn't want anything. Su Xiaocai really wanted something. Give me the insect mother, and the corpse of the insect warrior. Lieutenant General Bai suspected that Su Xiaocai was out of her mind. Why don't you just ask me to give you 1 billion directly? Those corpses need to be kept at extremely low temperatures to facilitate research. If he dared to give them to her, those scientists would drown him with a mouthful of saliva. I have an idea for making a new type of biological mecha. Using their corpses, I can make a mecha that is more powerful than the Black Wing. Su Xiaocai had an idea that surpassed the technology of her previous life. She needed the corpses of insect warriors, or mother bodies. Asking Lieutenant General Bai for them was the most convenient way. Su Xiaocai didn't believe that Lieutenant General Bai was not interested in higher technology. Lieutenant General Bai showed annoyance for the first time and kept silent. He had seen what Blackwing showed in the video given by Wu Qingqing. It can be seen that there is great potential. Su Xiaocai, a mecha master with a 4th level aura, could fight the mother body and the insect warriors for so long. If it were driven by a general with peak strength, it would definitely not lose to any insect man. What is the success rate? The chance is higher than that of other scientists. Su Xiaocai was confident, but my experimental equipment is all on Su's planet. If you really trust me, move my experimental equipment to the capital planet on the way back. Remember to give me an extra large freezer. You provide the research location, which should be close to the school. If you don't take advantage of the situation, you be in vain. She can also go back to see Father Su. Lieutenant General Bai, I can give you a part of the insect corpse. More than half. Lieutenant General Bai gritted his teeth. Okay, I can continue to give you insect corpses later. Give me the research results within 5 years. I didn't even ask you for funding. Don't be too much. You're only 16, and you've researched these things. I just give you 5 years to produce results. I'm a student. Students, do you understand? You have to study in school. Graduate early, and go to graduate school. You old man, it's easy for you to say that, but show me how many credits you can earn in 1 year for 4 years. Don't say dirty words. To be listed in a graduate school, you need to graduate and take exams, and she is too busy to do that. Su Xiaokai was justified and treated Lieutenant General Bai as an elder like Su's father. Just say, I am a child. I need to study and play. If I don't play, my brain won't work fast. Lieutenant General Bai, if it was his child, he would definitely give him a few whips to teach him a lesson. Father Su, who was far away on the Su planet, did the same thing. The naughty kid just needed a lesson. When the patent comes out, you first order a Blackwing for me. I want to see your combat videos and physical data. The Blackwing may not be suitable for you. When the patent comes out, you give me the money and information. Lieutenant General Bai was so angry. He had been a lieutenant general for so long, and no soldier dared to act unruly in front of him. The children at home have always been well behaved. Look around to see if there is any tool to kill the naughty kid. Su Xiaokai was very familiar with the look of someone who wanted to kill someone. She left a screen recording backup and turned to run. You're welcome. I'm leaving. She was skilled in running away, and she didn't look like a student who could calm down and do scientific research. Lieutenant General Bai looked at the information backup and said from a distance, What is this? Mecha Combat Record. It's commonly known as a black box. Lieutenant General Bai's tense expression relaxed a little, revealing a sincere smile. The kid is lively, which is also good. He is much more fun than his emotional and quiet nephew. I heard that my nephew Colonel Bai was going to see a psychiatrist. Too many deaths happened around him, and his thinking was in a dead end. Fortunately, he got out of it. He was still a little depressed occasionally. Su Xiaokai jumped down the sky corridor, but she didn't leave. Squatting at Blackwing's feet, touching the mecha, feeling melancholy about Blackwing's death and how to get Blackwing's money back. Little friend, whose child are you? Don't touch me. This is a military stronghold, and only the children of high-ranking generals may come in. The maintenance technician asked in a gentle tone. Oh, I didn't touch it. This mecha is mine. Even if Su Xiaokai broke it into pieces, no one could blame her. Don't talk nonsense. This mecha was found on the battlefield. Believe it or not, Su Xiaokai raised her eyes and saw that Lieutenant General Bai had turned and left. Alas. Su Xiaokai patted Blackwing with pity. Goodbye, buddy. It was the first time I used it to my heart's content, and it was also the last time I used it. Su Xiaokai was very sad. Money? Is there anyone who will advance the money? Should I take advantage of my good friend? No one stopped her from visiting the maintenance room, but Su Xiaokai was not interested in staying, and said goodbye to Blackwing. She walked out of the maintenance room, and 2 soldiers led the way outside the door. She had not yet explained everything about Huang Yongxing. Lieutenant General Bai was willing to let her go, and the law enforcement department would not. Miss Su, Lieutenant General Bai has communicated with the people in the interrogation room. When the time comes, you just need to truthfully explain what happened after arriving at Huang Yongxing. This reminder from the soldier contains a lot of meaning. The questions asked by the law enforcement department are probably fixed, just don't lie, and you can conceal some facts as appropriate. What happened after Huang Yongxing indicates that there is no need to explain the secret installation of artificial intelligence. Su Xiaokai understood what to do next. The soldier took her to a wooden door and pushed it open. Miss Su, we are here. Su Xiaokai looked inside. It didn't look like an interrogation room, but more like a simple and tough living room. Sitting on the square sofa, Su Xiaokai inexplicably wanted to take off her shoes and step on it. The cold sofa touched her heart. In the end, Su Xiaokai didn't do such a shameful thing. The soldiers retreated to the door. At this time, 2 uniformed policemen came in to record Su Xiaokai's statement. One of them was a pretty policewoman. Hello, Miss Su. Hello. Su Xiaokai was much more serious when she went through the process of recording her statement again. They first asked Su Xiaokai what she did in detail after arriving at Huangyang Star. Su Xiaokai started from the time when she got off the warship. After leaving the city, a group of people went to hunt insects and returned only when it was getting dark. Then we sealed off the city, stayed inside to help, and then fell into the pit. Su Xiaokai didn't say much about the details, such as the Blackwing mecha. I believe Bai Zhong will handle it. Wait, you mean, you protected the other 3 people, survived the fall, and then went to find the nest? The police lady repeated. There are only 4 of you, no outsiders? No, most of the insects went to the ground at that time, and it was not difficult to go deep into the nest. Is it strange? Haven't you asked other people? The two of them did not ask other people because they were afraid of collusion or bribery. To avoid this situation, the higher-ups sent police from different areas. It was just that Lieutenant General Bai talked to her. Lieutenant General Bai said that she was a scientific research talent reserved by the military, so they should speak softly and not interrogate this classmate like a criminal, so they were very cautious in questioning. The interrogation environment showed how much Lieutenant General Bai valued Su Xiaokai. The policewoman did not answer Su Xiaokai, and continued, "You go on." Su Xiaokai briefly described the process of the battle with the insect man, and the two policemen were confused. For students broke into the enemy's base camp, not only did they not die, but they also forced the mother body to transform. Is this world so fantastic? Can college students severely injure the insect warriors? They have been observing Su Xiaokai, and they see that her eyes are clear, and she speaks everything without thinking, and she can respond freely when asked about the details, and it doesn't seem like she is memorizing a script. Su Xiaokai explained everything she could. "Can I go now?" "Sure, thank you for your cooperation." Just as Su Xiaokai was about to leave, the policewoman asked stiffly, "Can we take a photo together?" The other policeman glared at her, doing his job. Su Xiaokai was stunned. She didn't expect her fans to have spread to the law enforcement department. She agreed without hesitation. The policewoman's photography skills were very good, and she found the best angle for Su Xiaokai. After Su Xiaokai left the reception room, the policewoman said happily, "I'm going to print it out and frame it when I get home." What's so good about being happy? Young people nowadays love to chase stars. Luckily, you like those who are skilled at it. If you like those who shake their hips while singing, I would doubt your professionalism. What's wrong with chasing stars? I'm just an ordinary person. They shake their hips while singing because it's a professional requirement. You can't look down on them. The policewoman said with a stern face, "And the star I'm chasing is a skilled one. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. I guess I'm the only one among the fans who knows that Kai Kai can drive a mecha. And she's very good." Some people on the internet are jealous of Kai Kai, saying that no matter how good she is, she can only deal with cowardly soldiers. Now, our Kai Kai is also very good at mecha technology. Another policeman listened to the policewoman's chatter and thought to himself, is it because he is too out of date that it is difficult for him to communicate with young people? Go back and catch up on the popular things on the internet. After get off work, the policewoman posted her feelings on the online platform. The photo was successful, and she found that the blogger she liked had a new skill. She didn't post the photo, but it was clear who the policewoman liked. Mood. There are many comments below, and the one who posted the most comments the fastest is the top fan Yabanzuan. Yabanzuan, is it what I think? What is the profession of the beauty? How did you get in touch with her? Can you send me a private photo? Wow, I went to the school to wait for someone, but the security guard told me that Kai Kai went to the 022 mechanical planet. Yabanzuan, there was a war over there. Is she okay? Our Kai Kai is a vegetable grower. Why did the school arrange for her to go there? Yabanzuan is the guy who made Su Xiaocai's technical video. After the technical video was released, he kept waiting for Su Xiaokai to praise him, and even thought that Su Xiaokai asked him to send the original video file to her account. So many days have passed, and he has been waiting in vain. He keeps an eye on Kai Kai's dynamics. It's not easy for a fan to see her, and he wants more information about Su Xiaokai. The female policewoman knows Yabanzuan. This person usually complains about everything, and is a bit picky, but he is very credible. After Su Xiaokai became popular, his comment area became like this. If you want to see the wonderful moments of super love of growing vegetables, you have to go to the blogger's place. When will the real owner come to upload the video? Is it impossible for the blogger to get to know someone? Didn't you reveal that you have a good network of contacts? Or the blogger's skills are strong? I hope Kai Kai will take the initiative to get to know him. Such as this, the female police officer was also attracted by Su Xiaocai's technical videos that defeated people with bricks. Later, she couldn't stop herself. She learned how to cook, how to play, and how to enlighten herself according to the food videos uploaded by Su Xiaokai. So among so many people who commented on her, she only responded to Yabanzuan, and in the form of a private message. I can't tell you what my profession is. Kai Kai is very friendly and a top student, and I can't reveal anything else. Yabanzuan, okay, is there any arrangement over there, and when will she come back? I can't tell you. If you want to meet her, go and look for her yourself. The policewoman was busy. She was responsible for filing the inquiry process, and her account quickly went hidden. Yaban's Juan Furin was very disappointed, and turned her chair in boredom, and was anxious to know the idol's movements. Su Xiaokai was also very busy. After being questioned, she went to the infirmary to find Jili. Several infirmaries were crowded with people. The entire medical team was busy, with injured people coming in and out. This medical team operated in an orderly manner, was busy but not chaotic, and was well trained. Jili also joined the rescue operation, but he seemed to be freer and only received the injured who needed simple bandaging. Ji Hung was also helping here. Su Xiaokai walked in and did various examinations herself without causing any trouble for them. Chapter 71. You are quite self-conscious. Jili looked at the people in line, not treating her as a student who needed care. Shouldn't you do something more serious? Oh! Su Xiaokai pinched the flesh on her arm. Look, my muscles are super nice. The two brothers of the Ji family took a glance. Is there any difference from usual? Normal girls can have bulging muscle arcs. Why is she showing off suddenly? Su Xiaokai will not tell them that she is stronger and has more endurance. You ordinary people can't understand her pride. She showed off her muscles just to express that she has improved again. The soldier who came to bandage the wound teased the two people from the Ji family for not understanding the fun. The little girl is so lively, you should praise her, although her hobbies are quite strange. If that small body had a lot of big muscles, it would be impossible to look straight at it. But personal hobbies are different for everyone, so we should respect them. Don't say that my aesthetic taste is weird. Su Xiaokai tied her hair, put on protective clothing, put on gloves, and began to treat the wounded. Su Xiaocai's movements were quick and agile. People who were bandaged praised her for her good skills. Young classmate, you have a good technique, not too loose or too tight. Are you a medical student? How many years have you studied? 2 days. The only thing that was a little troublesome was the written test, which required memorizing a lot of knowledge points. She was familiar with the other operations. It took her 2 months to pass. Ji Hung, Okay, you are awesome. If someone praises him for his fast learning speed in the future, he will immediately expose Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai laughed and realized belatedly, when she was bandaging the soldiers, that she was being slaughtered like a pig in her dream, which just happened to be slaughtered by Lieutenant General Bai today. Such a shameless old man. No wonder he is so strong, thanks to Wisdom 03. At the beginning, he mentioned the bad things she had done, making her feel guilty first, and then he would be gentle. Okay, never mind, she would do the same if she were in his place. When talking about business, if you are humble, you will suffer a lot, especially if you are the client's father. Lieutenant General Bai talked to the maintenance engineer, who was studying the Black Wing. How is the research going? Do you have any clues? Yes, but no. The maintenance engineer said with a sad heart. This mecha was blown up too thoroughly. The most important safety cabin and power system were all shattered. But we can see that this mecha is a masterpiece that transcends time, and is definitely a master-level work. Even if more than a dozen professors work together to study it, it will take 5 or 6 years. At present, we can only understand the design of the mecha. There is still a new alloy knife behind it. Although the blade is rolled, the air wave of the explosion just made the knife fly away from the most damaged area. We are studying its use. I heard that there are students with the same product in good condition. Can you lend it back? Lieutenant General Bai, the other party has not applied for a patent, so it may not be convenient to borrow it. The maintenance technicians looked at each other. Everyone here has applied for patents before, and it is really slow. When can she get it? I don't know. Lieutenant General Bai said, you also know that people in the patent office are always slow and rigorous. I have talked to her. She has applied for more than one technology. She is willing to open the technology of the protector you have seen before to the military for free. Why don't you ask your teacher to urge them? The people in the patent office pay more attention to you, the authoritative people. Lieutenant General Bai brought up this topic just right, and his serious face increased his credibility. Is the other party really willing to open the technology to us? Yes. Military personnel cannot intervene in the patent office, and Lieutenant General Bai does not intend to do it himself, but to achieve his goal in a roundabout way. The people in the patent office are more friendly to professors, who apply for patents all year round. Professors say one word, and any organization or power can say 100 words. The maintenance engineers are the best middlemen. Okay, may I ask which institute's product this is, and who submitted the patent? The girl who just talked to you, Su Xiaokai, the owner of Black Wing. The maintenance engineers all glared at Lieutenant General Bai, saying, what do you want a lieutenant general to do now? You only know how to fight, and you have no contribution to technology. You should have given us a heads up. Just now I thought it was someone's kid, and he came over to touch Blackwing without any hesitation. When will you ask her to come again? I have many questions for her. Who is her professor? How old is she? Do you want to study for a doctorate? I can introduce my supervisor to her. Which school is she studying at? I will take a few months off next year. A school has invited me to be a visiting professor. Lieutenant General Bai was calm and composed. A bunch of technology geeks and old men finally had a chance to ask him for help. Please hurry up as much as you can. Once the patent is ready, you can find her at will. But now, please keep a low profile. I will prevent you from getting close to her. Lieutenant General Bai was used to being tough, and it was difficult for him to be gentle. But he was still very protective of his children. Su Xiaokai was considered one of his people. With him as a stumbling block, no one could disturb Su Xiaocai's peace. He put his hands behind his back, ignored more than a dozen angry faces, and leisurely returned to the office. He sat down and first checked the current situation of the battle on Huangyang Star. Without a leader, the Zerg were like scattered sand and quickly collapsed. Because Huangyang Star was geographically remote, and there were no other modified stars, there was not much food for the Zerg to reproduce, so the number was completely suppressed by the military, being completely annihilated. The subsequent Deputy General will rush to the Star Belt to provide support to the base that was hit the hardest. Lieutenant General Bai set a date and asked him to leave before this date. He could take over the others. After reviewing some important documents and making adjustments to the base's defense, he had time to watch the recorded video given by Su Xiaokai. He had already watched the video recordings of Wu Qingqing and others. To be honest, only the one on Wu Qingqing's mecha was more complete, but the camera was in the first person, so you could only see the shaking of each camera, and there were very few scenes focusing on Su Xiaocai's battle. The videos provided by Hu Ping and Lu Sun were damaged to varying degrees in the later stage. Opening Su Xiaocai's file to check, at the beginning, the scene of everyone entering the underground passage was the same. Su Xiaocai's video recording was more high definition, and the file was very large, so he could zoom in thousands of times to see the details. He deliberately slowed down the speed to check the cave wall, and felt that the stone wall was very smooth, like a karst cave. The sharp lines in some parts can be seen to be caused by external forces. Lieutenant General Bai thought that there were also experts in construction among the insect people. They will build nests for the mothers, and the nests they build will be high, simulating human fortresses. Zergmen who can easily resist external enemies, even long-range attacks, can hide in the fortress to counterattack the enemy. As long as there are Zergmen of this type of building, it means that there are more than one mother inside, which is very difficult to deal with. It's just that building Zergmen are very rare, and their generation is also very random, just like the direction of Zergmen's evolution is uncontrollable. The more Zergmen evolve, the greater the difference. If you want to produce building Zergmen in a targeted manner, you need enough mothers to produce them, or this mother has a directional gene that only focuses on producing the same type of Zergmen. This passage was dug in a mess, not like the style of the building type insect man. Lieutenant General Bai felt relieved and continued to watch the video. The effect presented by the first-person perspective was as if he was there, especially when he saw Su Xiaokai fighting with the mother body. This part really made him feel how powerful Su Xiaokai was. If it were him, he might choose to keep a distance for the time being, instead of repeatedly jumping sideways in front of the mother body and playing extreme operations. However, Su Xiaocai's choice was right. The only thing on her mecha that could cause great damage was the last super high temperature bullet she fired against the dog-headed insect man. The others are close-range weapons. Pulling away is equivalent to giving up the attack. She is taking risks with every step. If she miscalculates a little, she will be crushed to pieces. The dog-headed warrior insect man is too strong, not as weak as the Deputy General reported. It was just consumed too much by Su Xiaokai, so it became weak. Lieutenant General Bai felt more and more sorry for this promising talent. It seems that his attitude towards her can be gentler. Try to be gentler. The naughty child is too naughty. If you are too gentle, you will be eaten to death. Later, Su Xiaokai fought 2 against 1 and killed the mother plant. Wait, what plant did she kill the mother plant with? Lieutenant General Bai stopped to look at the flower, and searched for the same one online. It has a nice name, and is one of the ornamental plants. Mangshua. Originally the Mang in Mangshua was used for gadfly, which means sucking blood like a gadfly. The person who named it thought the gadfly, Meng, was not nice, and did not match its beautiful appearance, so it was renamed Mangshua. Also known as Red Enchantress. Generally, When it reaches the hands of customers, it is in a flower state and is harmless to humans. Its seeds will only take root and sprout on a corpse. Once the main supplier is confirmed, the root system will expand and grow rapidly. To produce fruits in the future, it is necessary to continuously supply nutrients. In ecological conditions, like the capital planet, there are many humans and few animals, and feed insects have to be imported from other planets. It is difficult to grow well. No one would have thought that such a cute and beautiful plant could bring such terrible consequences to the insect mother. Why didn't anyone think of it before? From the video, Lieutenant General Bai summarized a few points. There are also conditions and restrictions for using the Mongshuas seeds. First, the mother body has consumed most of its strength, which can be said to be the last gasp of a spent force. Secondly, the mother body must lose its ability to fight back. It is said on the internet that the fuller the seeds are, the faster they absorb nutrients. The shriveled ones usually need to be carefully cultivated. But when it is used against the mother body, its function is outstanding. Accelerating the death of the insect people has always been the effect that the military wants. He thought for a while, and sent a task to Colonel Yuan, asking him to find a plant expert. The gold mines on Huangyang Star will eventually be exhausted. Huangyang Star is now piled with countless insect corpses waiting to be burned. With the Mang blood, Huangyang Star may be rejuvenated and become a place for centralized processing of insect corpses. It can also develop tourism. He has even thought about the sustainable development of the planet in the future. Lieutenant General Bai thought that the Cultural Tourism Bureau and the Local Development Department should thank him now. The more he looked at it, the more he regretted that Su Shaokai had embarked on the road of business. It was such a pity. At such a young age, he already had the style of a general. In time, he will surely become a general. Thinking about her endless scientific and technological works, forget it, it's safer, and being a researcher is not bad. Lieutenant General Bai watched the video again, and found a lot of good things worth exploring. Su Shaokai is a treasure, he must make friends with her. Colonel Yuan knocked on the door outside and walked in after getting a response. Sir, the 3 spies brought back by Colonel Bai are dead, and several suspicious people found by artificial intelligence are brain dead at the same time. The assistant beside Major General Mo was caught before, and died soon after drinking the truth serum. Nothing of value could be asked. After the autopsy, it was found that their brains were occupied by something like a parasite. Therefore, no useful information was obtained. The 3 spies who were interrogated later had previously been lurking around Major General Mo, Colonel Bai, and the assistant in charge of managing the warship. The 3 spies who were caught by the military, and knew they could not escape, took the initiative to explain the internal communication method. Their loyalty to this spy organization was not as crazy as the previous one. Fortunately, the military interrogated them in time. Just today, they all died. Lieutenant General Bai looked solemn. Continue. Colonel Yuan said, their internal communication method is using insects. Somewhere, there is a mother body similar to the central collector. The insects born from this mother body have no attack power, but they have a close communication method. Insects can crawl into the brain through the nostrils, mouth, etc., and then act as a megaphone. Even if you go for a physical examination, as long as you don't do a brain test, you can't detect it. The 3 are just external employees of the spy organization, and they only reveal one-sided information. The biggest gain is insect communication. This is an incomprehensible way. The spy organization actually turned the team members into the insect man's playthings, and they were not afraid of getting out of hand. Lieutenant General, should we report this matter immediately? Now the 022 base has just made a great contribution, and it turns out that there are spies lurking around many generals. If it weren't for the incident, plus Su Xiaocai's efforts, and the Wisdom 03 judgment system, they would have had time to find the people. The consequences are unimaginable. But once this matter is reported, the previous credit may be offset. Colonel Bai, Major General Mo, and others will definitely be punished, and in serious cases, even demoted. Lieutenant General Bai will be the first to bear the brunt of the scolding. Lieutenant General Bai didn't care. Report it, don't worry about anything else, at worst I take a vacation. Colonel Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. If Lieutenant General Bai wasn't upright, he wouldn't follow him closely. Okay, I report it right away. There is one more thing. The candidates to escort Su Shaokai back have been decided. Their physical examinations need to add a brain scan. Sir, please approve it. Su Xiaocai's information is now a top-secret file of the 022 base, and there can be no mistakes. All matters and activities related to her must go through Lieutenant General Bai's hands. Lieutenant General Bai, well, go ahead and arrange for her to return as soon as possible. It's safer in school than here. No matter how powerful the students in the school are, they are still teenagers who have not entered the society. With the old principal of the military training school in charge, Su Xiaocai's safety is guaranteed. Yes, there is one more thing I forgot to say. Colonel Yuan stopped turning around. The location of the laboratory that Su Xiaocai wants is very close to her company. It is the property of the school Dr. Ji Li of the military training school. Do you want to say hello? According to the investigation, he gets more discounts when renting to acquaintances. The military finances are not tight, but saving where necessary is a good traditional virtue. You can tell him that it will be more convenient for Su Xiaocai to come in and out. If he wants a discount, he can take it, but this laboratory, which we rented to Su Xiaocai, must be separated into public and private. Colonel Yuan's comprehension ability is perfect. I understand, that is, when renting the laboratory, we must tell Su Xiaocai that it is the military that rents it to her, and it has nothing to do with the surname Ji. The upright Lieutenant General Bai also has a slippery side. Only people like Lieutenant General Bai can survive in the center of power. The little fanboy has a great imagination, which is why Lieutenant General Bai likes to order Colonel Yuan around. He doesn't even need to explain himself. Colonel Yuan can automatically beautify any of his words and deeds. Only the few scum who just died, before they died, they still shouted that it was the fault of these generals, and they were promoted for the sake of face, so they rebelled. In fact, they are not capable enough and not loyal enough. From the 5th day of the insect attack, a very important thing was announced between the schools. Since the Zur collective attack incident has not ended, the 10-star mecha competition has been postponed and is expected to be postponed to half a year later. The specific time will be notified separately. As soon as the news came out, all schools accepted the notice very calmly. It should be noted that to train a participating student, not only the students have to spend sweat and time, but the school also has to spend money and effort. The cancellation is equivalent to the previous efforts in vain. But the number of students who died has not been fully counted, so how can they hold the competition? If it is held as usual, the people will spray them to death. The students who were still on the 022 mechanical planet felt the same way, and could understand the actions of the organizers of the 10-star Mecha Master competition. It was a blessing to be able to stay on the mechanical planet with peace of mind. The instructors were all sent to perform tasks, and had no time to take care of them, so the students had to take care of themselves. They gathered together on their own accord, and went to the training ground to practice. At the same time, they expressed their own opinions on the topic of stop the 10-star Mecha Master competition. Too many people died in other places. It's right not to hold the competition. In this situation, if there is another accident in the 10-star competition, it will be over. Ji Hung and Colonel Bai came just in time. We should thank them for saving so many people. In my opinion, they did it on purpose. All 3 teams have been commended. As long as they join the army, with this as a foundation, they can climb faster than us. Stop talking, you nitpicker. If you were to go to Huangyang Star, you would have become a pile of shit. Can insect people poop? You don't say it. They haven't evolved an asshole. They just spit out digested residue from their mouths. You said that. The insect people born from the mother are also her excrement. Even more disgusting. Let's stop talking about this topic. Aren't we talking about the 10-star mecha competition? Oh, the competition has nothing to do with us. Just watch it. Who said that? Didn't Shui Hui's group have a backup player Gigi? Sure, you want to die. If someone named Shui hears you, you be petty again. You finally found out that she's petty? I've known for a long time that she's not only petty, but also insidious. When selecting the backup candidates for the competition, she deliberately let the people around her fight against my brother, causing my brother to lose the election. Can't we really talk about the competition? Train more and talk less. By the way, where were we talking about? Since Shui Hui was in a bad mood recently, and couldn't maintain her friendly mask with her smirk, many people saw her true character and stopped hanging around her. Chapter 72. The Shui family is not something that students from ordinary families can offend. As the discussion about Shui Hui has decreased, they have mentioned Su Xiaocai. Why is there no new generation of war god? The voice was playful, as if he had a lot of opinions about the title. Don't mention it, be careful that the walls have ears. The people chatting here glanced at Ji Heng's group on the other side of the training ground. Students in groups of 3 or 2 stood at the edge of their field, occasionally glancing over with longing, and they were very eager to join. If they were heard, they might quarrel. Ji Heng's group is so popular that it's better than a contestant who won an award. Unfortunately, it's exclusive. Many people have tried to join but failed. He curled his lips. I don't know which idiot came up with this title. Before, the surname Su was very brave to stand up and clarify the rumors, but he didn't stop those who exaggerated the facts. It's very hypocritical. Why do you have to come out to refute good rumors? Can you do it? Su Shaokai didn't know that his new generation god of war, the nickname, was discussed by others. Even if they knew, they would not care. Arguing over a nickname is too stupid. I can't imagine what new things can be done with a nickname. If it can be played to a new level, Su Shaokai doesn't mind trying it. After all, she likes new things. By the way, did you notice the training props of Ji Heng's team? Yes, I saw it. Why did you remind me? Jealousy makes me ferment and sour. I want it too. Can I learn from Senior Wu Feiyang and squeeze in to be a training partner? This is also the main reason why Ji Heng's team refused to let others join. There are not enough training props, and if someone else squeezes in, the training effect will be discounted. And Wu Feiyang is extremely shameless, and it is natural for him to get close to girls. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping took turns to shoot and ridicule him, but they couldn't drive him away. He seemed to be deaf. Anyway, the instructors didn't care about him now. As long as he went to the 3 points, training ground, canteen, dormitory, every day and didn't walk around, no one would care about him. He used his cousin's identity to become a member of Ji Heng's team. Wu Feiyang had a lot of fun. Wu Feiyang's teammates sighed and groaned. They practiced nearby and often cast resentful glances at him. They didn't regret Wu Feiyang's departure, but only lamented that they had no family relationship with Ji Heng's team. They didn't even have the qualifications to queue up and watch Ji Heng's team play. After playing for a while, they felt that their strength was being pulled apart. So angry, after a while, 3 teams of Friends of Life and Death from other schools came in groups to ask Ji Heng if he could join the team. Actual combat does train people, and they feel that ordinary training cannot bring improvement. Knowing that Ji Heng has a better training model, they came to try to join. Ji Heng replied uniformly, no. And the props belong to Su Shaokai, and must be approved by Su Shaokai. Ji Heng and others were just taking a break, lazily emptying themselves, sitting on the ground. Junhui and Junya had expected Ji Heng to say this, and they came to find him and asked casually to join the training. Mainly, they wanted to formally thank Su Shaokai, and wanted to add her contact number and invite her to dinner when they have time in the future. They didn't leave until they found Su Shaokai. Didn't you all tell anyone about Su Shaokai? On the way, I heard students from your school saying that Su Xiaocai's deeds were exaggerated. My master doesn't want others to pay too much attention to her. Don't worry about it. Wu Qingqing disdains those who know nothing and like to gossip. Captain Feng Huai misunderstood that Wu Qingqing said Su Shaokai didn't want others to pay attention to her, meaning that she was afraid of being noticed. Is Mr. Su socially anxious? Lu Sun said worriedly, you better go to the school clinic to check your eyesight. Lu Sun has a deep understanding of Su Xiaocai's social skills. If she is socially anxious, no one can call her a social expert. My eyesight is fine, Xiaoxuan, don't worry about me. I have learned from others that Su De Lao does not participate in clubs or organize activities. Isn't this social anxiety? Feng Huai subconsciously believes that people with wide social connections love those lively environments, such as participating in group activities and various banquets. Many social experts he knows are like this. Lu Sun has a say in this regard. Nervous, will the uncles and aunts under the banyan tree participate in those activities to prove that they are social experts? People who attend this banquet today and that event tomorrow are all there to expand their network, not to really chat. The social elites under the banyan tree will not chat with utilitarianism, but they can tell whether your underwear is red or not. Suddenly enlightened, yes. Teammate Yu Shiqing interrupted at the right time. So where did Su Shaokai go to chat with people? Ji Heng turned his face away, trying to get information, but it was impossible. You don't know where she went? Ruo Ting narrowed his eyes, seeing that they kept silent, and analyzed in a logical manner. What mission is she hiding from us? Is it dangerous? Why don't you call us, our comrades who have been through life and death together? Stop talking. Feng Huai nudged Ruo Ting with his strong elbow. Ruo Ting fiddled with his sleeves. Listen to me. It's okay to take all the credit, but why don't you get involved with us? We are all classmates at Capital Star School. She can't be too selfish. Yu Shiqing kept coughing and winking, and Feng Huai pinched Ruo Ting's shoulders. Brother, you are standing with us, and your words represent our image. You should be careful. Don't be fooled by Ruo Ting's gentle and polite appearance. He has a lot of tricks in his heart. How can you be partners if you don't know where she went? We are different. We are very concerned about her whereabouts, and worry about what to do if she is scolded or wronged. Huh? Xiao Nuading, thank you for your tea talk. So why don't you drink tea in front of me? I am good at tea tasting. Su Xiaocai's voice suddenly came from behind Nuading, and the gentle tone had a gloomy and terrifying taste. Ruoting's neck was stiff, his mouth opened and closed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Brother, you are not kind." Feng Huai shrugged helplessly. Yu Shiqing had already signaled him, but he didn't understand. Can you blame him for not having a tacit understanding? Anyway, he is from a competitor school, and it doesn't hurt to see him die. Why, are you dissatisfied with me? Why don't you turn around and talk? Ruoting turned around, and was surprised to find that he was actually looking at Su Xiaocai at eye level. He couldn't help but look down, and saw that Su Xiaocai was standing on a stool. Where are you looking? Do you think I am not worthy enough to look you in the eye? Su Xiaocai stood on tiptoe, looking down at him. Ruoting's heart skipped a beat. No one dared to say that she was not worthy enough. The little girl stood on the stool, arrogant and domineering. If it were someone else, they would have been criticized to pieces. Ruoting, no, I just care about where you are going, afraid that you will be misunderstood and arrested. Really? I don't believe it. Su Xiaocai jumped off the stool. I don't even bother to listen to your tea. You should go to further study. Ruoting really listened to it, and a bunch of hair on his head stood up. Is there such a course? He asked modestly. Where can I learn it? Good guy, he is serious. Now, it's Hu Ping's turn. Hu Ping brushed his bangs, shook his head greasily, and took out a business card from somewhere. This is very suitable for you to observe and learn. The golden card was printed with a fancy rose, gorgeous and tacky. Ruoting took the business card suspiciously, and it said, boring salesperson, psychological counseling expert, undertake various online business, beautiful and sweet male and female public relations, can make appointments with multiple people at the same time. Many pairs of curious eyes came to look. All were silent. It should be said that it is very suitable for learning. Tea art. Wow, is this considered a marginal profession? Wu Qingqing was amazed. It is not a marginal profession, it is a formal profession, formal and legal. Writing business cards like this is just one of the gimmicks. When you are bored playing games alone, don't you often ask girls and boys to play with you? The employees of this company are more professional and have received professional training. Hu Ping said to Ruoting earnestly, use it well, you will open the door to a new world. The innocent boy Ruoting blushed and said, thank you, you are a good person, but I don't need you. Ha ha ha. Everyone present laughed. The two principals of Junya are very serious and old-fashioned. They will not allow top students to make mistakes. Ruoting has many thoughts, but he is still a little bit confused when facing the old man Hu Ping. After joking, Su Xiaocai turned to Wu Qingqing and the others and said, I will leave early this afternoon. There will be a special ship to pick me up. I will pass by my planet. Do you want to join me? Of course. Junhui and Junya also said they wanted to go. Su Xiaocai, Junhui and Junya are not on the way. As everyone knows, our Junya is also on the capital planet. It's very convenient. Ruoting argued. Su Xiaocai clearly didn't want to listen, and only said to Wu Qingqing and the others, if you want to go together, pack your luggage and meet in an hour. Hu Ping pulled Lu Sun and cheered. Finally they could leave. 022 life on the mechanical planet is too boring. There is no shortage of fun and food, but I always feel depressed after staying for too long. The two of them cheered and belly danced in front of the people from Junhui and Junya on purpose, and they looked like they deserved a beating. The people from Junhui and Junya were so envious that they bit their fingers. Feng Huasha, who always had a brilliant remark, was no exception this time. It's a pity that you are not from Jubei, otherwise you can play together. Vicious, really vicious, poaching talents and stealing people from other schools. Feng Huasha didn't realize that she was digging into the foundation of Junhui and Junya. Although the competition was cancelled, they were famous in their own school. If they changed jobs because of Su Xiaocai, the two principals would probably roll up their sleeves and fight with the principal of Jupei. Our principal is old and frail, while the principals of the other two are strong and healthy. They are not as good at arguing as the other two. Su Xiaocai silently sympathized with the old principal, hoping that no one would really transfer from the two schools. They packed up their things, and Yu Shiqing, Feng Huai and Ruoting came to see them off. We will go to the ring match after we go back. Feng Huai patted Lu Sun on the shoulder. In Su Xiaocai's team, this person was the most ordinary, and the most talkative. No, I introduce you to a game when we get back. We can play online. It's absolutely thrilling. Lu Sun recommended Su Xiaocai a game, but he didn't say it was developed by Su Xiaocai. He just said it hadn't been released yet. Have you played a game that hasn't been released yet? Of course, everyone in our team has tried it. Lu Sun looked at Su Xiaokai meaningfully and said softly, our sister Su has also played it, and praised it highly. Feng Huai touched his flat head. In front of Su Xiaokai, he didn't have a trace of arrogance and looked a little honest. Good brother, I will go play. When Sister Su comes online, contact me. Lu Sun, okay. You may not have time to see if Su Xiaokai is online by then, and the game monsters will make you anxious. Lu Sun has successfully recommended the game again, and he feels particularly accomplished. He thinks that he will not be bad as a salesman after leaving school, and he will definitely be the sales champion. The group boarded the warship, and instructor family will also accompany them to protect Su Xiaocai's safety. The Black Wing was destroyed, and Lieutenant General Bai decided to lend the mecha that Su Xiaokai modified personally to Su Xiaokai to prevent any unexpected incidents during the journey. As for that home mech that is so ugly that it would shock the world, don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. The military also has to have some face. Stepping onto the small warship, Su Xiaokai was surprised to see Ji Li sitting in his seat. Dr. Ji, you are so busy, are you going back too? You all went back, so there is no need for me to stay at the base. He held his neck and rubbed it. I'm too busy and not feeling well, so it's just right for me to go on vacation to Uncle Su's place. The eyes hidden behind the glasses were scrutinizing, and Su Xiaocai's hair stood on end at a glance. She had a hunch that this guy was going to explode. When a gentle and refined person gets angry, his aura is particularly terrifying. She quickly looked away and asked Instructor Fan, how long will it take us to get to the Su planet? About 38 hours. The shuttle function of a small ship cannot be used frequently, so it will be slower, but a small warship is more concealed, and there is no need to make a big fuss to send someone. After 38 hours, Su Xiaokai decided to go to the cafeteria for a meal, and then see what happened to Dr. Ji. He might know that he was using him as an experimental subject. Dr. Ji didn't follow him. He had plenty of time. Su Xiaokai couldn't escape. Su Xiaokai, who finished 5 servings of food, burped. He hadn't done much exercise recently, so he ate less. Brother, do you still think my master is cute when you see her eating? Wu Qingqing asked Wu Feiyang tentatively. Wu Feiyang nodded vigorously. Cute. Wu Qingqing, do you want to take her home and make her your virtuous wife? Wu Feiyang's smile disappeared. It was impossible. If they were to form a family, he would be a typical male chauvinist and didn't think he could be inferior to his wife. Su Xiaokai is obviously the ceiling of combat power, and he probably needs to work hard for more than 10 years to catch up. More than 10 years later, he is in his 30s, which is actually not bad. There is a chance. I won't have to compete for a long time. When I have time, I will try to pursue her when I go back. Wu Qingqing twitched her lips. The hopeless words came to her lips, and she changed them to, come on. Okay. Wu Feiyang smiled foolishly at Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai trembled all over. Wu Qingqing's cousin looked at people with a scary look in his eyes. He always felt that something sticky was around him. Planning to go back to the cabin to find Dr. Ji. Dr. Ji was wearing sportswear, and was already standing on the way out of the canteen, staring out the window with deep eyes. Su Xiaokai waved to Wu Qingqing and the others. You go play first. I talked to Ji Li for a while. Our eldest brother needs to be coaxed before he can get better. Yes, go ahead. Feng Huasha dragged the curious Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping away. Ji Hung looked back a few times. How could he not see that his brother needed to be coaxed? His expression was calm, and there was no sign of anger in his body. Su Xiaokai approached. Brother, tell me what you are upset about. Tell me what you are upset about. Ji Li turned around and looked at her, waiting for her reply. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you are angry about? You can't be unreasonable. Su Xiaokai felt like someone was coaxing her best friend, which was quite strange. Ji Li said nothing, just waiting for Su Xiaokai to confess. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips were pursed very thinly, looking very aggrieved and innocent. Even the slender fingers that were folded in her arms exuded a sense of depression, and she tapped her arms lightly, wanting to say, if you don't explain well, I will wait for you to be treated badly every time. Su Xiaokai didn't understand how he could be so cute and funny when he was angry. Su Xiaokai asked cautiously, have you had a physical examination recently? Ji Li raised his eyebrows. Go on. Su Xiaokai managed her expression well. To be honest, I really have no ill intentions. The bamboo shoots I gave you can relieve your illness and have therapeutic effects. I didn't mean to use you as a test subject. I eat them myself. She felt guilty. The real reason was to gain trust and use people as test subjects. Woody bamboo shoots are not harmful in themselves, and ordinary people will not have any reaction if they eat them. If Geely really has a genetic breakdown, he will definitely get better slowly. She is not sure whether this kindness is what Geely needs, so she gave it to him in the name of deliciousness, killing two birds with one stone. Geely was stunned. What did he hear? Originally, he wanted to blame Su Xiaokai for casually deciding to cooperate with the military to open a laboratory. How can you take advantage of the military at will? As a result, she came to tell him that the food he liked because of her recommendation actually has medicinal effects and can be considered a medicinal diet. Geely covered his forehead and sorted out his confused thoughts. It turned out that the feeling of being better was not an illusion. Was he really getting better? Su Xiaokai was such a smart person. Someone was not angry that she concealed the truth. That was another matter. Apart from that, she had nothing to feel guilty about. Suddenly, I felt that this friendship was gone. If I were her, she might jump up and accuse the idiot who gave her the medication and break up with her. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Let me make it clear what happened first. Geely grabbed her fate by the collar, dragged her to the infirmary, and accompanied him for the examination. Don't think about running away, the next stop is Su's planet. If you run away, I will complain to Uncle Su. Su Xiaokai was like the big fat cat downstairs in the dormitory, with no desire to live, and walked with her head down. Brother G, I was wrong. It's useless to say anything. Geely took a particularly big step, and Su Xiaokai had to jog to keep pace with him. When they arrived at the infirmary, the female military doctor thought Su Xiaokai came to see a doctor, but when she learned that it was Ji Li who was doing the examination, her concerned look disappeared. Dr. Ji, do you need to bring a friend to check up? The female military doctor's expression was too straightforward, as if she was saying that Ji Li was an old baby. No matter how many strange looks he got, Ji Li had seen them all. Yes, I do the checkup myself. Su Xiaokai sat obediently, causing the female military doctor to constantly despise Ji Li. She was not gentlemanly at all for forcing a girl to stay in the infirmary to accompany him and wait for the result. Chapter 73. Before, the girls in the military medical department secretly had a crush on the weak Dr. G. It seems that this crush can be buried. There are handsome guys everywhere in the military camp, and we can't fall into the trap just because Dr. G is different. Ji Li, who didn't know that he was about to be blacklisted by many female military doctors, was carefully doing the examination. He mainly checked whether the genes showed signs of continuous collapse. It took 2 hours to wait for the results. The two sat in another empty medical room. Geely clasped his hands together on the table, and rubbed the back of his other hand with his thumb, revealing his nervousness. Su Xiaokai took the snacks given by the female military doctor, and ate them like a little hamster, while checking Yu Haiming's information. The company was built in an expedited manner, and now he is negotiating with Mr. Hu about the installation and modification of the server. If they want to roll out the game, they need to build a new server site by themselves, which will be a tedious and large project. The company will also be able to use it when it releases new games in the future. But this project is too long. Since the company is not profitable yet, the game can only be operated on a small scale. The location is naturally chosen to be the capital star. The modification of the server needs Su Xiaokai to come back. Yu Haiming has to start warming up and promoting the game, which is essential. It has been 2 days since Yu Haiming sent the information about the upcoming promotion, and his promotion plan has also been sent to her. It is Su Xiaocai's business whether to read it or not. Yu Haiming feels that as a qualified manager, he must report to the boss what work he has done. The promotion plan includes finding gaming influencers for promotion, which is a bit expensive. It is inevitable to spend money, but the key is that her company is not well known, and many famous and reputable bloggers are unwilling to promote it. So they can only find some marginal influencers, and use Wu Xiang's own investment vision to promote it. Unfortunately, there is a CEO who drags his feet. When they learned that the company had CEO who involved, let alone influencers, Yu Haiming contacted game players privately for trial testing, but no one was willing to come. A bit helpless. Yu Haiming, as a manager, has no resources and connections. It becomes more expensive to promote. Su Xiaokai sent a message. Have you forgotten that your big boss is an internet celebrity? Let's save some money, and let me do the promotion directly. Yu Haiming, boss, you finally showed up. I considered you to promote, but you are a food blogger and a technology blogger, not a game blogger, so I gave priority to others. And if you invite a big internet celebrity like you, and then invite other internet celebrities, the budget will be a bit overspent. Su Xiaokai, can you not trust me? I never let anyone down. No need to ask others. I will try first. If the publicity effect is not good, then consider others. It is a waste not to make money. Her publicity fee can be discounted. Yu Haiming, we are editing the promotional video. Does the boss have to be in charge in person? In the publicity plan, there is a game promotional video played by an internet celebrity. Since it is a technical issue, of course, it should be handed over to her as a technical consultant. Su Xiaokai, I am free now. I will make the promotional video and give it to you in 2 days. Yu Haiming, okay, when will the boss come back? There are currently 18 employees in the company, and none of them have seen you. I'm afraid that when you come, the flood will wash away the Dragon King Temple. Su Xiaokai, maybe in a week, I have to go back home to visit. Su Xiaokai, by the way, do you have time to take care of another company? I will also take the lead in opening a laboratory recently. I don't need to hire anyone. I only need you to be the financial supervisor. I will take care of the other security and researchers. As Geely worried, when cooperating with the military, you can't go alone. The military will definitely arrange for retired personnel who they think are credible to come, and the raw material channels are provided by them. Even if they don't have anyone in an important position, they have the right to stop the laboratory project. The legal person cannot be the financial director, so she had to let Yu Haiming do it. Su Xiaokai, the salary will be increased by 10,000 yuan. This laboratory does not need you to work in the office, but you need to manage the financial situation. It has a relationship with the military. You absolutely cannot embezzle. Please think about it and tell me. Yu Haiming, no need to think about it, I will do it. With an extra 10,000 yuan monthly salary, and just an idle job, of course he will do it. More importantly, he can directly establish a relationship with the military, so he can walk sideways when he goes out in the future, without worrying about being oppressed by someone. Then, Su Xiaokai took out Wisdom 02. The round Wisdom 02 raised its 2 cat ears, and connected to the network to receive information from the clone. Master, how are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Is there anything you want to call me for? Wisdom 02 said. Help me make a promotional video for the game. Su Xiaokai poked its cat ears. This is its receiver. It is very hard. She wants to pet a real cat. Wisdom 02. The little triangle on my head doesn't feel good. I suggest that you buy a doll and don't break mine. Can I take a video clip of your fight? Wisdom 02 will edit it into a spectacular movie. Let's make a story. Su Xiaokai whispered to Wisdom 02. Geely couldn't help laughing when he heard her make up a wonderful story in a short time. He shouldn't have thought she was just selling products. Based on the speed at which she made up stories, she was definitely a liar. But he himself didn't feel offended by such lies. Maybe he had tried too many methods, and was disappointed every time. Su Xiaocai's actions just happened to prevent him from feeling uneasy, which was good. At least now, he only had to wait a while to know the result. Exactly 2 hours later, the report came out, and the outline of Su Xiaocai's promotional video was also formed. She leaned over to look at Ji Li's examination report. These reports were filled with dense words and data, and the final conclusion had to be determined by the doctor himself. All the data showed that the gene collapse curve tended to be stable, and there were signs of repair. Ji Li, who was always calm, couldn't help laughing. Half of the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart had been removed, and he really had hope of recovery. The big hand rubbed Su Xiaocai's head vigorously. Thank you. The bun was messed up, and many frizzy hairs were sticking up. Some of them got stuck on his sleeve buttons. So when Geely let her go, Su Xiaocai's head moved with his hand, as if it was stuck. Geely, haven't you been touched enough? You bastard, her head was buzzing. My hair is stuck, get it out quickly. It's a problem to fix the buttons on your sportswear. Su Xiaokai wanted to forcibly tear her hair off and free herself quickly, but Geely told her not to move. Su Xiaocai's hair is very soft, but tough, and it hurts to pull it out. The buttons of this sportswear are metal buttons with relatively complex craftsmanship. They look good, but after the hair is stuck, they look like a mess of thread. Geely took several minutes to fix it. At the beginning, Geely was obviously angry, but at the end, Su Xiaokai was angry like a pufferfish. It was a comedy ending. For 38 hours, Wu Qingqing and others were bored to death and spent their time by discussing with each other. Su Xiaokai handled company affairs and made a list for the military. Some parts and materials that she could not get on the market needed to be purchased through them. Of course, she has to pay for it herself, but the military can provide suppliers with super favorable prices, complementing each other. Solve the trouble of Su Xiaokai acting as an intermediary on her own. In order to maintain the difficult friendship, Geely took the initiative to share some of her affairs in the game company. Look at the finances, write promotional materials, and provide a suitable server storage location. Who is the one who did the wrong thing? The battleship arrived at the Su planet, and as soon as it docked at the terminal, Su Shakai couldn't wait to get off the space station and drive the ugly mecha back to her and Su Laodi's farm. It is the wheat harvest season now. The yellow wheat waves are undulating with the wind, and the fragrance of wheat is wafting in the air. Beautiful butterflies are flying among the wild flowers on the roadside, and the scenery is particularly pleasant. Su Shakai jumped off the mecha and shouted, "Dad, I'm back." Su Lao, who was repairing the mecha, heard Su Xiaocai's voice, raised his wrench and walked out of the maintenance room. "Stinky girl, didn't I say you were not allowed to come back? What bad things did you do on the mechanical planet? Don't tell me that you were fired." Su Shakai was wronged. "Dad, I am such a well-behaved little girl. I am law-abiding and never cause trouble. You're the only one who can talk." Old man Su exhaled 2 puffs of hot air from his nose. Seeing a group of people coming out behind him, veins popped out on his forehead. "Can you notify me before you bring people here?" "No, I'm afraid you blocked the space station in advance." Father and daughter, who doesn't know each other, haven't they done enough to hurt each other? Just arrange for them to stay in a hotel in town. Old man Su, you pay? Su Shakai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "The weather is good today. I can go wash the bedding." "You wash? Thank you. There is a washing machine. My daughter is so strong that she can pull out a willow tree, but she is not as good as his mechanical arm. Farming is not a lucrative profession. The father and daughter's hobby is very expensive, and they have to save some money to pay the lawyer. The money is cleaner than the face, and they are all poor. Haha, the hotel in the town is not cheap, and it is absolutely impossible to pay for the hotel. Well, there are more than 10 rooms in the manor anyway, so we can stay. Just ask the housekeeper to clean it. One housekeeper is not enough." Su Shaokai released Xiaowanzi. "Xiaowanzi, go and clean the room with the housekeeper." Xiaowanzi, "Okay, housekeeper, let's go." The picture of the 2 robots holding hands is very loving, and Su Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking of something. "Dad, you can't think of Xiaowanzi. It's mine. My account is all maintained by it. Otherwise, how can you make so much money? Selling goods directly is better than wholesale at a low price." Father Su snorted again, put his hands behind his back, turned around and smiled gently at Su Xiaocai's classmates. "If you have luggage, you can temporarily store it in the hall. I am sorry for not informing you in advance. It doesn't matter if we don't live in the manor." Family said, "The space station is not far away. It only takes half an hour to go back and forth. We can stay on the ship at night." No, since you are here, just stay. There are many fun things at our manor. Su Shaokai is the best at it. Let her take you to experience it." Old man Su stuffed a few backpacks in their hands. "Go play. You may be bored on the warship. Come back when you are tired." Everyone, No wonder he raised such a naughty and lively daughter. Old man Su has such a fresh and unpretentious personality. When visiting someone's home, the host will first treat the guests with tea and snacks, understand the guests' preferences, and then arrange accommodation. And Old man Su, go play, do as you please, you are my daughter's guests, not my guests, she will treat you. Su Shaokai carried the backpack and changed into a pair of sandals. "Let's go, let's catch chickens, and make kiln chicken to eat in the evening." "Geely, can I experience an anteater eating an empty ant nest?" Sure. We go play when we find an ant nest." Su Shaokai is not averse to playing. Old man Su shook his head. He recognized the young man who had been communicating with him online recently. So he secretly sent a message to Geely. "Young man, keep an eye on her. Don't let her take you to a dangerous place. I send you fresh bamboo shoots to eat afterwards." "Geely, don't worry, uncle. I pay attention. The location of the Su's manor is the best place on the Su's planet, with mountains and water, and a suitable temperature. The fruit on the planet Su is in short supply now. There are several fruit-picking machines shuttling back and forth in the orchard. Fruits with skins that are not easy to rot are taken to the sorting line for screening. Fruits with skins that are more easily damaged are sorted by robots to ensure that the appearance is intact. Some of the fruits with bad appearance, but not rotten, are eaten by themselves. A small part will be placed on the roadside for free sharing, and some will be donated to the town and sold at a very low price. The rest will be fed to the small animals that shepherd. The rotten ones will enter the fertilizer pool for fermentation to avoid waste as much as possible." Su Shaokai led them through the sorting line and into the orchard. "You can pick whatever you like, but you can't take it away. You can eat it as you like." After Su Shaokai said that, They were not polite. Wu Qingqing picked a fruit that looked like a cherry, and Lu Sun picked a fruit as big as a basketball. He stared at it for a long time along the way. There were not many fruits on the tree, only about 10 per tree. The flesh inside was white, one petal at a time, sour and sweet. It was just a little big, so he gave it to Fanli and the soldiers, and then started another fruit. They were in the manor, enjoying the freedom of fruit. Not long after they walked, several big fat chickens with colorful feathers appeared. Lu Sun was surprised. What fat birds? It's a chicken, a bird. Su Shaokai pointed out that it was a kind of chicken with fluffy and green feathers, and a long bright red tail feather trailing behind it. Feng Wansha, chickens are omnivores, right? Don't they eat fruit? They do, but we don't raise many. This breed of chicken is not very good at flying, and they prefer protein. That is, they love to eat insects, their beaks are sharp and hard, and their claws are particularly slender and powerful. Just as Su Shaokai finished speaking, a chicken not far away stopped, its eyes bright. It tilted its head, and clucked twice at the ground. It dug the soil with one claw, and its hook beak hooked out a fat insect. Su Shaokai, has your mouth been blessed recently? I didn't know, so I thought it was a performance she specially prepared. This chicken was not afraid of people, and walked past them with the insects with its head held high, as if showing off its food. The arrogant little appearance is exactly the same as their owner. Everyone turned their attention to Su Shaokai. Hu Ping, this chicken is so arrogant, can it be caught to be a kiln chicken? The chicken that was just showing off its fat worm seemed to feel the murderous aura behind it, and ran away. Can it understand? Hu Ping was dumbfounded. No. Su Shaokai pointed to a gray chicken in the distance. It has a partner. Wu Qingqing suddenly thought about something. By the way, do any of us have a partner? Silence, only silence. The only ones who have fiancés here have all broken up. Oh, they are all single dogs. Wu Qingqing was very happy. People with partners love to show off their affection, but there are none here. I guarantee that they won't eat dog food, which is good. The chickens that fell in love quickly were like a pair of mandarin ducks, clinging to each other. Let's eat those 2 chickens tonight. Wu Qingqing said. Show those 2 chickens what it means to show affection and die quickly. Su Shaokai, they are fine, don't disturb them. Then he said slowly, wait until they hatch before killing them. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Even more cruel, the place to catch fish is in the orchard. A clear stream runs through the orchard. The stream is not big, less than 10 meters wide, and there are many pebbles on the edge that are deliberately laid here from other places. You can see many fish swimming leisurely in it. This river is fed by fruit trees, and there is a reservoir upstream, so there is no shortage of big fish. Su Shaokai distributed fishing rods. The fishing rods are the most primitive bamboo rods with fishing lines and hooks. They are very simple, and are all made at home. I remember that fishing rods have that reel. Only poor students have a lot of stationery. I'm a fishing expert, and don't need those. The fishing rods on the market are expensive. She can't afford them, and she would never admit it. Su's planet does not allow large-scale fishing. Those who use fishing nets must be fishermen and have to take a certificate. Although Su Shaokai has a certificate, they can't eat so many fish in the net. Let's go fishing and put fish cages. Fish cages can prevent air raids. However, fish cages also have specifications. As the daughter of the planet owner, Su Shaokai follows the rules of Su's planet and sets an example. Some people don't like fishing, so she gives them rabbit cages and lets them put them anywhere and play as they please. Rabbits have strong reproductive capacity, and there are no large beasts nearby to hunt them. They haven't been fished by Su Shaokai for more than half a year, and they are already infested. Before leaving, she must catch all the rabbits nearby, and then braise, spicy, or fry them. We can fish for a while, and dig bamboo shoots. Su Shaokai is happy. It's August now. We go pick mushrooms tomorrow morning. There are a lot of mushrooms in this season. I saw a lot of mushrooms on the road, but they were almost withered, which was a pity. After driving to Mecca for half an hour, I could see the sea. It happened to be tidal these 2 days, so I could go to the sea. The artificial satellite caused the tide on the Su planet, and many seafood were stranded when the tide was low. How could the young people who grew up on the capital planet have such a rich pastoral life? Hearing that they could pick mushrooms, hunt rabbits, and go to the sea to watch the sunrise early in the morning, they all envied Su Xiaocai's childhood. Simple and colorful. Do you mind if I broadcast live? Fanli and the others were not wearing military uniforms, so Su Shaokai asked. Strictly speaking, they were on vacation and could work part-time, but after appearing on camera, They would be isolated from undercover missions. Family said, Lieutenant General Bai has already explained that as long as your safety can be guaranteed, you can do anything, except breaking the law. These people may come into contact with Su Xiaokai many times in the future. If they retire, they will probably be assigned to Su Xiaocai's side. Chapter 74. They are not opposed to assigning Su Xiaokai here. Her life is guaranteed and her family does not need to worry. According to Su Xiaocai's ability, she will not fail to make money. If she makes money and can provide the military with the technology for free, it should not be a black-hearted and stingy boss. With Fan Li's permission, Su Xiaokai turned on the live broadcast device. It was time to interact with fans. She would be the boss of the company in the future. It would be better to do some warm-up before promoting the game. Although she said it was warm-up, she started the live broadcast without any warning. Bricks, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately entered the live broadcast room. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Xiaokai with a bare face and a bright smile, surrounded by nature. Bricks' anxious heart seemed to be purified in recent days, revealing a perverted expression. My daughter is so cute. He quickly tagged other fans he knew. Su Xiaokai watched the number of people in the live broadcast room increase by one and one. It was not very lively. Bricks asked the first question, asking Su Xiaokai what she was doing. Su Xiaokai lazily pointed to the river, fishing. Shaking the bamboo pole in his hand, it is yellow-green, smooth, and the bamboo joints are not smooth, which is consistent with the surrounding environment. Someone asked where the fishing pole was bought, and it looks pretty good. Su Xiaokai lied. Sujia School, very cheap, no need to pay $99.99, only $999, don't worry if it breaks, you can get a new one in half an hour. Is there such a good service? Yes, if you buy this pole for my family, you must choose this place for fishing. I split 2 bamboos in the bamboo forest next door, and use local materials. You charge $999 for splitting 2 bamboos? Su Xiaokai, I'm planning to sell Sun for 10,000 yuan each, don't be ungrateful. Just at this moment, the end of the fishing rod sank and bent badly. Su Xiaokai lifted the big fish up to the surface of the river. In her imagination, she would have to chat with her fans for a while before she could get anything. This time, the variety show effect was maximized. Su Xiaokai laughed dryly. There really is no diver under the river. This stupid fish took the bait by itself. The hundreds of viewers in the live broadcast room booed and jeered. It's a confession. Su Xiaokai, use a brick to convince people. Is there anyone around Kai Kai? Yes. Su Xiaokai turned the camera. Come, say hello to the audience in the live broadcast room. All handsome men and beautiful women. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping waved their hands very naturally, and the brothers Ji Li and Ji Hung were very reserved, just nodded and smiled. The military brothers looked much stiffer, and each of them stood straight, and it was hard not to guess their jobs. Use a brick to convince people. There are many handsome men in their star dots. Really? Is Kai Kai assigned a date? Repeatedly. Okay, there are really handsome guys and beautiful girls. Can we date them if we like them? Turtle in the turtle pond. I like you, Kai Kai. To convince people with a brick, I envy these people for being able to play with you. When will Kai Kai be able to meet fans offline? Starry sky. I brought my sisters to pick a handsome guy. More and more people came, and the barrage of comments flew by. Some people named me and wanted a partner. Of course, this is just a joke. I am not yet at the age of blind dating, and I refuse anyone to propose to me. If you fancy a handsome guy, you can flirt with him yourself. I can be a bystander and cheer you up. Su Xiaokai squatted down to pick up the fish. The fish was very fat, and had spots on its back. This fish, we call it fei li in our local dialect, is not a carp, but just called that. The meat is like grouper when steamed. Sprinkle some salt and starch and fry it. Hiss, drooling. Su Xiaokai dipped the basket into the water, put a stone in it, and threw the fish in. This will keep the fish fresh. Some well-informed people knew that Su Xiaokai had returned from the front line and was safe, so they rushed into the live broadcast room to ask how the front line was. Heart belongs to someone. Do you know Li XX? She is my daughter, 18 years old. Do you have the contact information of the front line? Green, Zhang XX, from Thunder Army Academy, sophomore. Can you tell me about him? Many names appeared in the barrage, and the heart-wrenching remarks gradually accumulated. The more such barrages there are, the more lives they may represent. Su Xiaokai said helplessly, Everyone, have you forgotten my identity? I am just a student, a very ordinary student. You ask me these questions, and I can't answer them. So don't expose your children's names and information in the live broadcast room. Be careful of being used by scammers. Don't try any method when you are desperate. Fei Lai, no, the person behind you is a soldier, right? He looks like one from the way he sits. Muda Changgu, the front line is so tense, why are soldiers here? Fei Lai, what is the identity of this little internet celebrity? She can't be the daughter of an officer. Bobo G, but I don't believe that you have been in the base for so many days without adding the contact information of 1 or 2 instructors. If you have the guts, contact them now. Your life, haha, I can only laugh. We don't know the situation of the students in the school yet, and these people come to enjoy themselves. Su Xiaocai's face changed, and she said sternly, do you think it's glorious to encourage young people to inquire about military secrets? Let's find someone who knows the law to see what kind of punishment I will suffer if I really contact soldiers on the battlefield through live broadcast. Don't say I don't know their contact information. Even if I knew, I wouldn't do it. The battlefield is full of crises. A phone call may wipe out all the living people. I started the live broadcast just because I wanted to. It's too much for you to ask me about military and political affairs. Besides, aren't you enjoying it in front of the screen? As for what my friends do for a living, you are really nosy. Who told you that they are soldiers? Su Xiaocai stared at the screen to see who would jump out and say that they were serving soldiers. Whoever said that might have a problem. Phishing. Phishing. Su Xiaocai watched someone really jump out of the screen. She asked Wisdom 03 to mark it, and then handed the information to Lieutenant General Bai. How to deal with it was his business. The busy Lieutenant General Bai was overwhelmed. He wanted to hand the matter over to his subordinates. Since it was related to Su Xiaocai, he was afraid that his subordinates would be perfunctory, so he handed the matter over to Colonel Bai. Su Xiaocai solemnly refused a possible commendation from the military in the future, and only wanted to be given an honorary badge, or something like that. The rest was all attributed to Colonel Bai and family and others. Even if it was to repay the favor of this great contribution, Colonel Bai could only investigate the matter diligently and conscientiously. Colonel Bai, who was also busy to the point of baldness, wanted to give his uncle, the Lieutenant General, a big bag. But he didn't dare to let others do Su Xiaocai's affairs, so he had to find someone to investigate it himself. Strictly speaking, what Su Xiaocai reported was also a military matter. They should have gone to explore without any conditions. Su Xiaocai was still live streaming, avoiding talking about the issue of soldiers, smiling again, saying that she and her classmates came to play at home. Then she interacted with fans in the live streaming room. Su Xiaocai was humorous, and spoke slowly and calmly. She could name the fish and shrimp she caught, how they migrated to lay eggs, and how to cook them deliciously. Things that were obviously very ordinary became very interesting after being processed by her language. She did not show off her knowledge, but made people feel that she was definitely a learned person. Those haters who were waiting for Su Xiaocai to lash out at them watched the live broadcast room become more and more popular. Su Xiaocai's personality is so stable that she doesn't look like a teenage girl. She doesn't seem impetuous. She ignores the slanderous words and insults, like passing clouds. Feng Wansha also watched the live broadcast room. You are too calm. Look at how others slander you, saying that you are a privileged rich man. Wu Qingqing, Kai Kai is probably the poorest among us. Yeah, the money in my pocket now is not even enough to make a living. Su Xiaocai was proud of her poverty, very frank and very real. She opened her hands. All I have is this much land. It would be nice to fish, herd cattle, and catch rabbits in my spare time. It doesn't matter how much money I have, as long as I have enough. Thinking about it, Su Xiaocai sighed. Why do I have to work so hard to do so many things? I'm happy with the pain. Life is so long, and more attempts will make it worthwhile. Feng Wansha smiled and took out her notebook. So answer my question. Taking advantage of the fire, Su Xiaocai glared at her. Do you carry this everywhere? Yes, handwriting is more attractive. Su Xiaocai, I didn't ask you how you record. Wu Qingqing sat further away with disdain. The academic god and the academic bully were about to start again, and she couldn't sit still. The only weapon for hunting rabbits in the manor was a slingshot, which could not only be used to shoot rabbits, but also some ordinary birds. Feng Wansha was right. Life is about trying. She would go hunting for fun. Feng Wansha meant to be inspirational, but Wu Qingqing misinterpreted it, and it was right to have fun anyway. She simply dragged several buddies to go rabbit hunting together. Su Xiaocai was entangled by Feng Wansha and Li Lei. She had no choice but to grit her teeth. While fishing, she broke down the knowledge points and told them. Feng Wansha took notes in her notebook. Li Lei kept nodding and wrote down the knowledge Su Xiaokai said in the memo of the communicator. The people in the live broadcast room were confused. These knowledge points passed through my ears, and it seemed that I understood them, but it seemed that I didn't understand them. It was so profound. Some fans automatically explained to the live broadcast room. The knowledge that Kai Kai and her friend explained was a very complicated math problem, but Kai Kai was able to explain it in such a simple way that ordinary people could understand it. It shows that she understood it very well. It's amazing. She explained it better than the professors in our school. The professors are all geniuses. They understand problems differently from ordinary people like us. They talk based on their own thinking when they lecture. It's normal that many people don't understand. When Kai Kai explains knowledge points, she will take the listener's feelings into consideration. She will definitely be a good teacher in the future. The young lady who asked the question is also very good. She completely absorbed the knowledge and was able to draw inferences from it. Su Xiaokai talked for a while, and Ji-hung also joined in. From the topic to the mecha. In terms of mecha transformation, the three expressed many opinions and provided practical suggestions. Li Lei, Kai Kai, what do you think? Su Xiaokai nodded, not bad. When people in the live broadcast room saw that Su Xiaokai was calm and didn't care much, some people thought she was a little arrogant. Is this okay? After listening to them, I feel like I can write several papers around what they said. Where did this internet celebrity come from? He is so arrogant. It must be hype. I don't know where he found the teaching video and then pretended to be a top student here. No, he is a student who was formally admitted to the military training. He is a top student. He is not pretending to be a top student. You can say that Kai Kai is arrogant. She has the qualifications to be arrogant. You say she is pretending to be a top student. It is impossible. She got a scholarship. Well, those who don't know that Kai Kai is a top student must be fake fans. I say it again, Kai Kai took 2 courses, one for Mecha Master and one for Agronomy, and both won first place scholarships. The popular science above surprised me. 60/60, military training wants to get a scholarship, a famous paper. You can't just say not bad to perfunctorily. You are really meddling in other people's business. Her friends didn't refute her, so why are you outsiders worried? There are professors on the internet. Everyone wants to be superior to others, and they don't know anything about the facts. The 3 student suggestions are all good and feasible, but what about the finished product? What's the point of just saying it? Let's make it first. Su Xiaokai really doesn't care about the online storm. She caught 2 more fish, and the fish jumped out of the water, rippling and sparkling. It was beautiful. But some fans found that Su Xiaokai seemed to have super strength. It normally takes a while to pull such a big fish, but she didn't need to. She just raised her arm, and the fish swung into her hand along with the fishing line. Fans were surprised again, wondering how strong her punch was. Everyone present caught fish, except for one person, who had the best patience, but the fish never took the bait. Ji Li was puzzled for a long time, and finally asked Su Xiaokai when Ji-hung and the others were discussing again, how did you catch the fish? They didn't bite my fishing rod. How about changing it? Su Xiaokai handed the fishing rod to Ji Li, and took his own fishing rod. Half an hour later, Hu Ping and his friends came back with rabbits and a colorful free-range chicken, which Wu Qingqing held in her hand. They won't really go and beat back the chicken that showed off their affection. Su Xiaokai caught 2 more fish, and the others also caught 1 or 2 more. Only Ji Li caught nothing for no reason. The fish didn't even bother to bite the bait. Have you ever fished before? No. Ji Li went to other planets, mostly to relax and see a doctor, at most to paint, read, and listen to music, and never sat down to explore other hobbies. Poor you didn't catch any fish even with the novice halo. Fishing is not for you. Next time we go fishing at high tide. Su Xiaokai touched her chin. I guess I won't return empty-handed. Some people's physiques are just so amazing, you never know. Ji Li nodded in agreement, a little envious of the fish in other people's baskets. Everyone returned with a full load, and the live broadcast lasted for 3 hours. Su Xiaokai turned off the live broadcast device without mercy. Don't go, Kai Kai is cold and ruthless. It's all traffic, you can abandon it if you say so. We can give more rewards. Unfortunately, Su Xiaocai's heart could not be called back. She had to go back, and could not reveal the appearance of Su Lao's father, so she could only say goodbye to the fans. Su Xiaokai looked back at the popularity of the live broadcast. At the peak, there were more than 100 million people online at the same time. She saw that there were 3 million gifts, a lot. Why did these people give gifts? Su Xiaokai, who was doing a live broadcast for the first time, couldn't understand. Su Shakai didn't know that her live broadcast background was beautiful, the style was peaceful, and there was no noisy sales sound. In addition, she caught fish one after another, which attracted fishermen to peek at the screen and give gifts. In addition, students who learned something in the live broadcast room voluntarily gave a few dollars. The number of people in her live broadcast room, 3 million, was already considered small. Because Su Shaokai had not signed a contract with the platform would deduct 60% of the gifts, which was a bit painful. On the way back, the platform sent several invitations to sign contracts, all hoping that Su Shaokai could become a resident broadcaster on the platform. Su Shaokai ignored it. Next time, she would directly set the live broadcast room not to accept gifts, so that no one could try to fleece her. With so many people, one kiln chicken was not enough to eat, so she sent her friends back to the room to wash up, and then went to catch a few chickens. On the way, she checked the rabbit cages again. After a few hours, 3 or 4 of the more than 10 cages she had put down had been put in. It seems that rabbits are really rampant. Father Su is too lazy. When he asks him to catch more rabbits, he always forgets what to do if the ground is hollowed out. The fruit trees may die. She took out all the rabbits and kept the cages. She would catch as many as she could. She would send more people tomorrow to catch all the rabbits in this land. Once the chickens and rabbits are caught, they must be slaughtered. Su Shaokai is skilled at this job. But she doesn't want to do it alone. So several apprentices who recognized the master were forced to undergo the inhumane plucking of chicken feathers and rabbit feathers. Training. I just realized how difficult it is to clean the feathers of a chicken. Wu Qingqing held tweezers and struggled with the feathers on the chicken wings. Ji Hung was scalding the rabbit with a serious expression. The water used to remove the rabbit's feathers should not be too hot or for too long. Watching Xia Wanzi's operation is a visual enjoyment. He did it himself for an hour, and only scalded half of the rabbit. The young masters and young ladies plucked the feathers slowly, experiencing the difficulty of farm life for the first time in their lives. But they had no complaints, nor did they show impatience. They thought it was fun. This may be the care that city children cannot enjoy. Even plucking the hair of a small animal is fun. After Xia Wanzi and the housekeeper demonstrated the plucking process, they went to prepare other ingredients. Su Shaokai secretly left for a while, and when she came back, she was carrying a big cake. Today is Dad's birthday. You are not allowed to make a fuss. Celebrate for him later. Wu Qingqing, it's Uncle's birthday. We didn't bring a gift. Go pick some flowers on the roadside for him. Su Shaokai knows Dad Su. He doesn't like others to spend money, so it's better to give him a bunch of wild flowers on the roadside than a gift. Feng Wansha immediately took Li Lei and Wu Qingqing to pick flowers, fearing that it would be too late to think of a gift. The boys' group had no choice but to discuss singing a song or performing a musical instrument. Near dusk, the wrapped chicken was successfully sent into the kiln, and the hot kiln was collapsed to cover the chicken so that the chicken could be heated evenly. There are many ways to cook rabbits. Spicy, grilled, cold rabbit. In order to ensure that the ingredients would not be wasted, they were naturally not allowed to do it. So the boys' group began to tinker with musical instruments. Su Shaokai has many traditional and cheap musical instruments, including bamboo flutes, leather drums, guitars bought in town for a few hundred yuan, and electronic keyboards given by Su Laodi's friends. The electronic keyboard was Su Xiaocai's birthday gift. After Su Laodi's friends knew that he adopted a daughter, they sent him some girls' things every year. Musical instruments, Barbie dolls, mini skirts. Su Shaokai didn't touch anything except musical instruments. Chapter 75. The Barbie doll was placed in a box. As for the little skirt, Su Shaokai disliked that it was too dirty every day and did not allow her to wear it. However, these were precious memories, and Su Shaokai was reluctant to throw them away. As night fell, a bonfire was lit outside the house. Su Shaokai sent a message to Su Shaokai to call him home for dinner. After calling him 3 times, Su Shaokai was willing to come out of the greenhouse. As soon as Su Shaokai appeared, Su Shaokai immediately asked the temporary band to play music. A birthday song unique to the Su planet was given to Su Shaokai. Wu Qingqing presented a woven wreath, and Feng Wansha and Li Lei each held a bouquet of flowers. Happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday, Uncle. Su Dad was surprised and delighted. He looked at the date, and it was really his birthday. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. You are so thoughtful. Looking at the birthday ceremony specially prepared for him by young and energetic faces, Su Dad was very pleased. This was the first time so many people celebrated his birthday. Su Dad was surrounded by the young men and showed their courtesy. He smiled brightly and gradually felt something was wrong. They were too enthusiastic. Su Dad said to the point, "You don't all want to pursue my daughter, do you?" Su Xiaokai wanted to say, "Your daughter is not a popular girl. They just want to recognize her as their mother and become her grandson." Geely smiled and handed Su Laodai a skewer of freshly roasted rabbit meat. "Don't worry. They just want to learn sight-size skills. I promise they don't have that intention for the time being." Lu Sun, "Yes, yes, yes. We are enthusiastic about you. Just to please her in a roundabout way. We are sisters. There will be no emotional entanglement." Hu Ping slid down on his knees automatically. He would ask Su Xiaokai for advice in the future, and he must not let Su Laodai misunderstand. When the time comes, treat them like a mandarin duck and beat them with a stick. He has no reason to explain. Only Wu Feiyang was embarrassed. "You cleared yourself so quickly, what should I do?" But he didn't dare to show it in front of Su Laodai. He always felt that the 7-color belt tied around Su Laodai's waist had another purpose. As soon as he talked about this topic, Su Laodai's hand was placed there. Wu Feiyang, who was intuitive, remained silent, and it was even more impossible for others to do so. They were all Su Xiaocai's cheap apprentices, and were very conscious of the etiquette of respecting teachers. Su Laodai also felt that his daughter was not old enough to get married. "That's right, you're too young. If you want to date, wait 2 years." This sentence blocked Wu Feiyang's pursuit, and Wu Feiyang was going to be depressed. Wu Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She knew that her cousin's love journey was destined to be long and tortuous. No, it should be called death before success. 2 years later, the master might have soared to the sky. Wu Feiyang might still be a new recruit who had just entered the camp, and his chances were slim. In the lively atmosphere, except for Wu Qingqing who paid a little attention to Wu Feiyang, no one noticed Wu Feiyang's depressed and aggrieved expression. Chickens, rabbits, vegetables and fruits, the sumptuous dinner occupied everyone's attention. The bonfire was lit until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Happy times are always short. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The group had a lot of fun on the Su planet, and returned to the capital planet. The things that needed to be moved had been moved. Before leaving, Su Lao pulled Su Xiaokai over and gave her a cage with a fat calico cat like a ball in it. "Don't you want a pet? Here you go." Su Xiaokai looked at the fat cat in the cage. Su Lao always said one thing and meant another. He didn't like sentimental farewells. "Take good care of it. I heard from my friends that this is a kitten I picked up from the insect planet. I've had a full physical examination, and it's a very healthy cat. Don't let it become sickly." Su Xiaokai took it with a smile. "Give me a cat? Will its poop smell bad?" Old man Su glared. "Your poop smells good. Do you want it or not?" "Forget it. I wanted to give you a tortoise. A young turtle and a tortoise are a perfect match." Su Xiaokai, "Dad, you can't scold yourself like this. I'm your daughter. Your daughter is a young turtle, and you are an old turtle." After saying that, Su Xiaokai ran away quickly, as fast as lightning, leaving Old Man Su no room to use his 7-color whip. Old Man Su was furious. "You stinky girl, if you have the guts, don't come back. If you do, I beat you up." Su Xiaokai stuck out her tongue at Old Man Su and ran faster. The calico cat that Old Man Su gave her was a little special. It had a bunch of white hair on its ears, and round yellow-brown eyes. It was probably mixed with some kind of wild animal. Su Xiaokai fed it with frozen dried meat through the cage. It ate obediently, and slept in the cage after eating. It looked obedient. Su Xiaokai didn't let it out. She waited until the battleship sailed back to the capital planet, and arrived at the dormitory. Then she put the cat named Hua Hua in the room, to adapt to the new environment. The people in the dormitory knew that Su Xiaokai wanted to keep a pet. Zaya Wanzi was responsible for cleaning and taking care of it. They also liked pets, and had no reason to refuse. The main reason was that Hua Hua was too well behaved, not clingy, and very quiet. On the first day of coming to the dormitory, she knew to go to the toilet in the cat litter tray. She was not picky about food and allowed people to pet her. Except for her vigilant eyes, and her habit of hiding under the sofa and bed, everything else fits the ideal image of a pet for girls. It's been a long time since I saw the beautiful Xingyu. Xingyu played the game for more than 10 hours, and came out of the cabin with a pale face. When she saw her roommates coming back, she excitedly gave each of them a big hug. "Welcome back. Xing, you've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well?" Wu Qingqing pinched Xing Yao's arm, as if she could feel the bones. "It's all because I'm worried about you. I'm hungry and thin." "Really? Didn't I send you a safety message?" Wu Qingqing believed it. Feng Wansha said honestly, "In principle, we only lost contact for 2 days. She was purely addicted to the game. Kai Kai, you should make an anti-addiction system, she's too unconscious. There is already an anti-addiction system, but she is an adult. At most, a warning can be issued. Measures for monitoring physical health should be placed in the simulation cabin, not in the game. Wu Qingqing pushed her away hypocritically, covered her chest, and scolded, "If you don't take care of your body, you don't deserve pity." Xing Miao rolled his eyes. "Stop your performance, it's disgusting, I just have stronger muscles. I didn't exercise before, but I have been exercising during this holiday. I have lost all the fat and look slim naturally." "You've exercised well." Su Shaokai praised that it was not the kind of simple muscle training, but lean and strong, and it can be seen that a lot of time has been spent on exercise. "I knew Kai could tell at once." Xing Miao took 2 large bags from the table. "This is for you. My mother likes to design dresses recently. She made a lot of them. They are all new. I asked her to change them to your size. I hope you don't mind." "Yes, I have a gift for you too." Feng Huasha ordered it online in advance. In the big box by the door. A brand new game cabin. "My family said this is for you. Thank you for saving my life." Feng Huasha told her family that Su Shaokai saved her at Huangyangxing, but she didn't say how. Her family sent the things over without any discussion. It seemed like they wanted to use expensive things to get rid of the kindness. But her family's ideas were different from hers. Feng Huasha just needed to understand that she would remember the grace of saving her life. The things were bought, and she was happy to give them to Su Shaokai. Kai, please accept it. My family always does this. They are them and I am me. If I don't accept it, they can squat at the school gate, hang banners, and express their gratitude in a big way. Then the gratitude was considered complete. Feng Huasha did not comment on this. Every time she saw her family's cold-blooded behavior, Feng Huasha felt helpless. She could not resonate with them, but they were family, and she could not deny that they loved her. They would give her whatever she wanted. So, instead of giving Su Shaokai that kind of false reputation, it would be better to take advantage of her family. "Thank you then." Su Shaokai liked this way of clearing herself from the favor. Feng Huasha's ability to give away proved that her family had the spending power. Wu Qingqing was stunned. "You guys are overtaking me, damn it." Kai, I have a gift too. My dad recently bought a batch of green plants to play with. I go get him a few pots when the time comes. The roommate looked at her speechlessly. How strong must Mr. Wu's heart be to have a daughter who cheats on her father? Su Shaokai, no need. I can buy anything I want myself. You can't refuse. He has already prepared a portion of the minerals and plant seeds that he promised to prepare for you. There are also several rare medicinal orchids. Doesn't Uncle Su like that very much? Su Shaokai, The apprentice has already learned how to manipulate her. It's better not to do so. It's not good to take away your father's favorite. He has many favorites. Mom says he is a stingy person. I will pack it and send it to Uncle Su directly after 2 days. I am not giving it to you. Uncle Su has taken care of us for so many days. We should thank him. Wu Qingqing was very proud. When giving gifts, you should give them to the heart. As expected of her, she came up with this clever idea with a quick brain. Su Shaokai smiled, lifted the sofa with one hand, caught Huahua hiding inside, and put a cat leash on it. I go to the fields to see, and we have dinner together tonight. Xia Wanzi has a lot of delicious food and meat. Let's talk about recent events. Xing Miao agreed with both hands. She really wanted to know what happened to Huang Yangxing. I haven't eaten Xia Wanzi's food for a long time. The food at school always feels like it lacks the taste of home. Xia Wanzi was helping Su Shaokai pack her luggage. The cups and quilts that had been there for almost a month needed to be washed. Hearing Xing Miao's praise, "Thank you, Xingxing, you look healthy. Have you eaten sweets recently? Too much sweets will affect the skin condition." After not seeing each other for a while, Xia Wanzi became even more talkative. Su Shaokai hadn't touched her beloved vegetable garden for a long time. She held Huahua and planned to bring some local specialties to her seniors. Professor Li's share had to be given to him later because he went to another planet for research and would not be back until the beginning of the school term. When they got downstairs, Huahua poked her head out to look at the outside world. Her big round eyes kept staring at the plants on the roadside, as if she wanted to pounce on them. Passing by the stone chair under the tree, the black and white cat, who usually occupied the chair and was too lazy to moved the moment he saw Huahua. The black and white shadow flashed and jumped to Su Xiaocai's feet. It was the first time Su Shaokai saw it so sensitive. Meow meow meow. The black and white cat called tenderly, as if urging her to put down its beauty quickly. Su Shaokai was helpless. "You are a eunuch. Do you still want love?" The black and white cat didn't listen, and its fat body kept rubbing against her. Hua is a male. I don't allow it to fall in love with eunuchs. The big fat ball at her feet won't move. Su Xiaokai will follow it wherever she goes. If you are not careful, it is easy to step on it and turn it into a cat pancake. Su Xiaokai had no choice but to help it and put Hua down. Once Hua was put on the ground, she squatted calmly and elegantly. The black and white cat came over to smell it with its butt shaking. It tilted its head, and you could see that it was confused. Then its fur stood up, and it felt like it was dead. How could such a beautiful girl be a male? Su Xiaokai was almost laughed to death by the black and white cat. Meow. Hua gave it a fierce claw, as if to say, "Get out of here, you fat bastard." The black and white cat was so scared that it ran away. Woo woo woo. Love begins with appearance and dies with violence, not really. The black and white cat's unrequited love ended, and it turned back and glared at Su Xiaokai, saying that it would never let you touch it again. Su Xiaokai, what does it have to do with me? Can you blame me for misidentifying the gender? When Su Xiaokai arrived at the field, she saw a familiar figure. A senior from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences squatted in the field, trying to steal Su Xiaocai's machine. Why are there people everywhere trying to steal her things? And there are cats too. Senior, you are so cute, I want to take you back to my field. Bug-catching robot, you are so cute, what are you thinking about? Oh, it smells even better, I want it so badly. Go away, you are blocking me. The robot passed under Senior Sister Wenwen's crotch in a very rogue manner. You are always thinking about saving trouble, you have no perseverance. Su Xiaokai, who was watching the fun, felt offended. Senior Sister Wenwen. Senior Sister looked up and said happily, Junior Sister, you are back? It had just rained here, and the land was muddy. Senior Sister Wenwen stepped on the mud before she got to the ridge. You raised the cat? Can I touch it? Unable to resist the cute little pet, Senior Sister Wenwen took Hua to pet her, after getting Su Xiaocai's permission. Hua is well behaved and quiet, but very aloof. You can pet it, but don't expect it to rub against you. After holding it for a while, Senior Sister Wenwen returned Hua to Su Xiaokai. Junior Sister, where did you buy your robot? I can't buy it outside. Can you sell me one? Sorry, Senior Sister, I made the robot myself. I don't have time recently. Can you wait for a while? Su Xiaokai showed just the right amount of tiredness. Senior Sister Wenwen touched Su Xiaokai with pity. Oh baby, I'm sorry, I shouldn't bother you at this time. You can do it when you have time, I'm not in a hurry here. Just after a war, all the students in the school knew that Su Xiaokai and others were trapped on Huangyang Star. War always leaves a psychological shadow on people. Su Xiaokai blinked. No matter what Senior Sister Wenwen misunderstood, she was happy to see her pity. She didn't have time to make the little robot, and she would have to apply to the principal for frequent absences next semester. The school has rules that do not allow students to leave the school frequently. But there are special circumstances, such as competitions, family accidents, or Su Xiaokai, who becomes a boss. If a student becomes a boss, as long as he can hold on until graduation, it is also considered an employment position, and becoming a legal person also means giving up military employment. Such students naturally do not need strict management. Su Xiaokai put Hua on the ground and held the rope. Hua stretched out his claws to scratch the grass on the roadside. He looked so inexperienced that it was very funny. Seeing the crops in her field flourishing, Su Xiaokai was very grateful to her seniors. Thank you for taking good care of my field. Wenwen waved her hand. You're welcome, you've worked hard too. School will start soon, and they are basically all back. Let's go to the professor's field together. Okay. Leading Hua forward. Hua was fat but twisted and turned, walking faster than Su Xiaokai, grabbing everything with her hands. Senior Wenwen held a dogtail grass to tease it, and said to Su Xiaokai, other students came back a day earlier than you, and many of them are not in good spirits. I heard they are still receiving psychological treatment. Are you really okay? Su Xiaokai, I'm fine. The people who fought in the Huangyang Star Wars were fine. The intensity was high, but they were mentally tough, and could withstand it. The students who witnessed the death scene in front of the battleship control room were much more fragile. Nightmares one after another. I'm really fine. I don't know how many times I've seen that disgusting scene. It's nothing. It's not even an appetizer. Su Xiaokai can even eat in front of a pile of corpses without changing her expression. I didn't expect that you looked so soft, but you are so brave. Senior Wenwen patted Su Xiaokai on the shoulder. I admire you very much, but we who grow vegetables should not go to such dangerous places next time. At that time, everyone in our school was very worried about you. It's hard to say. If the people from the agricultural college are asked to rescue rare plants on the front line, I will probably go. Okay, you are right, I will go too. Arrived at the experimental field. The seniors warmly welcomed Su Xiaocai's safe return. Everyone gave Su Xiaocai a big hug, comforted her, and said that she had worked hard. Su Xiaocai touched her nose embarrassedly. She didn't work hard this week, and had a lot of fun. I brought you local specialties. You can divide them up. Su Xiaocai brought them cooked food. A lot of vacuum packages appeared on the table under the big banyan tree. It said rabbit on them. Is it all rabbit meat? Yes. She couldn't finish the rabbits, and she didn't have time to sell them in the town. Of course, she used the rabbits as souvenirs. Don't be disgusted, the thought is important, right? Many people have never eaten rabbit meat. Rabbits are so cute, and you only make them in 2 flavors, braised and spicy? Su Xiaocai, with so much rabbit meat, it can be made into 2 flavors, which is the limit for Zaiwanzi and the housekeeper. It's not an assembly line operation. It doesn't matter if they don't like it, she will bring them something else next time. Who would have thought that they would quickly divide it up like wolves that have been hungry for 3 days? Rabbits are delicious, you can't miss it. Kai Kai's local specialties are very popular with me. Giving cooked food is more practical than any other gift, they can finish it quickly, and there will be no waste. Senior sister Wenwen got 3 bags because she was close to them. She hugged them tightly to prevent others from snatching them. It's too much for you to grab 3 bags by yourself. Reflect on yourself. You stuffed a pack into your clothes, thinking I was blind. I'm bloated. Okay, you're a grown man and you're 3 months pregnant. Su Xiaocai let them grab it. She didn't know how many packs there were, how many rabbits there were, how many rabbits were made, and how much was mixed in bulk. This thing is not preserved, it can't be kept for a long time. After a special reminder, Su Xiaocai was going to the principal's office next. I'm going to the principal's office. You can leave some for the seniors who didn't come. I'm leaving first. Take care, junior sister. Thank you. My mother will send some specialties in a few days. I leave you a portion. Huh? You have specialties, but you don't give us a portion? Chapter 76. There was a lot of noise behind her, and Su Xiaocai carried Hua Hua to find the principal. The principal's office was no longer as quiet as usual, and there was a not-so-pleasant noise coming from inside. The soundproofing was too good, and Su Xiaocai couldn't hear what was said inside. She moved closer to the door panel, and tried to eavesdrop. The quiet Hua Hua suddenly looked fierce, and blew on the door panel, as if there was something threatening it inside the door. Hush. Su Xiaocai had to step back 2 steps to comfort Hua Hua. It was a mistake. If she had known, she would not have brought the cat. As luck would have it, the noise inside stopped, the door was pushed open, and a man with a unique look and a pair of narrow eyes walked out. He glanced at Su Xiaocai. Just one glance, Su Xiaocai felt like she was facing a great enemy. This man has a strong aura. It feels like he is on par with Lieutenant General Bai. However, Lieutenant General Bai is quite reserved, with the tolerance of a soldier towards students. The man in front of him exudes an aura, like a disciplinary director who can make all students behave well. The man moved his lips and said sarcastically, "It's ridiculous. Look at the students of the military training now. They don't know any manners and rules, and they bring their pets to the principal's office. Normal people would feel ashamed if they were told that, and feel that they had brought shame to the principal. Who is Su Xiaocai? Among her peers, she is as thick-skinned as a bullet. So who are you? What qualifications do you have to control how I get along with the principal, before you try to poo others? Can you put away your arrogant look? The more you talk, the more disgusting it becomes." The squinting man, "I am the vice principal of Junia. As the principal, it is my duty to discipline students. You little brat who doesn't know etiquette, you should be humble in front of people who are more powerful and higher than you." "Oh, sorry." The man's arrogant attitude made Su Xiaocai feel uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. "But I don't know the vice president of Junia. Even if you say how powerful you are, I still don't know you. Really powerful people are usually humble, and don't need others to be humble. You control everything and how others live. This is the first time I've seen such a weirdo in real life." Hands kept soothing Hua Hua, covering Hua Hua's back. Hua Hua seemed to feel that Su Xiaocai could protect it, so it calmed down and squinted at the man. The man was still standing there, with a gloomy face. Su Xiaocai used the words of the farming robot, "You are in the way, go away." She walked sideways into the principal's office, and then closed the door to block the man's sight. Junia's vice principal was actually like this. Rueting's personality of being two-faced saving and fanning the flames had a source template. Su Shaokai smiled and greeted the principal. The principal smiled and said that Su Xiaozi's daughter was good and brought honor to the school. Although it cannot be publicized, it is still okay to give some small privileges. Lieutenant General Bai also contacted him. Su Xiaozai's boss identity was just enough to cover up her opening of a laboratory. Yu Haiming was still in charge of the laboratory license. Su Shaokai could not be the legal person for the time being, so the legal person was moved to Su Laodi's name. With him as the principal as the director, the military only intervened in renting houses and providing insect corpses, and did not participate in the operation. Su Xiaozai's frequent applications for leaving school were quickly approved by the school. This step can actually be done online. The principal specially called Su Shaokai over because he wanted to know what happened to Huang Yongqing directly. You can consult Lieutenant General Bai before answering my question. Although the old principal looks weak, he was a lieutenant general before he retired. He had made many contributions and fought hundreds of rounds of star pirates. The old principal has been in charge of military training for 5 years. He has always had a close relationship with General Bai's army. Moreover, with his position as principal, he knows part of the real situation of Huang Yongqing. There is no problem at all. Su Shaokai, principal, wait. Being cautious, she asked Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai quickly replied, you can tell the principal. In fact, the principal has received some information from his superiors, but it is not detailed enough. In response to the sudden attack by the insects, all colleges and universities will carry out emergency evacuation and anti-insect drills in the next semester. Knowing more about the battle situation will help to carry out these drills. Su Shaokai had to repeat it in detail. This time she learned her lesson and recorded it. If anyone wants to listen to it in the future, she will record it. The details the principal knows are mainly the means and methods of the insects' attacks. The chat was almost over, and the principal suddenly said, I heard that your father opened a laboratory. Do you need a professor to support it? Do you want a researcher? Su Shaokai was stunned. Not for the time being. If I need one, I will definitely notify you first. The principal also lacks KPIs, and the whereabouts of graduates are always a headache. But Su Shaokai is picky and cannot give people good benefits, and the top students have been booked by major companies. She would rather work alone for the time being than settle for second best. After a busy day, Su Shaokai went back to the dormitory and lay down, wanting to relax her mind and not think about anything for the time being. But the mind has its own ideas, and it pops up the automatically stored memories. Su Shaokai remembered. She hadn't read the Insect Man anatomy data yet, and the data was still in the space button, untouched. Xia Wanzi was cooking in the kitchen. Feng Wansha went to call Li Leilei's dormitory. Xingmu came into the simulation cabin again, and Wu Qingqing went home. Wu's father and mother called her back, saying that there was a family gathering. While no one was around, Su Shaokai closed the door and opened the file, and Wisdom 03 was ready beside her. The intercepted files included the anatomy video images and the forensic professional speech. Su Shaokai ate potato chips and started watching. At the beginning of the video, the forensic doctor introduced the people who recorded the video, and then began the autopsy. Su Shaokai noticed that the young insect expert who had driven her away at the scene was standing behind an old man, and his expression was no longer arrogant, but looked very depressed. TSK, he can still work in law enforcement without making trouble at the scene. Then she will report it. While playing the video, she distractedly looked for the list of employees in the police department. The information of the forensic department and the hired experts is public. I can know their names, photos, and positions. The young insect man expert is still working. Su Shaokai knew that her words had no weight. She thought about it, and first made an anonymous report to the police department. Ordinary reports are of course useless. People with connections can find out the information behind the anonymity. In society, people show off their human relationships everywhere, and Su Shaokai deeply understands this. Ordinary people want to complain about injustice through reporting, not that it is not impossible, but they are likely to be retaliated. So she fabricated the identity of a high-ranking official's son, and then submitted a report anonymously. Then I asked Wisdom 03 to do it quietly, and went online to capture the live broadcast clips at that time, and edited out the part about the young insect expert. Then I wrote a title, Real Event, Does Anyone Like to Hear Gossip? I really want to share it. The content inside tells the story that the protagonist studies insect research and wants to enter the law enforcement department. But after accidentally seeing this video, I don't know whether to continue to take the civil service exam. After writing the essay, the video played to the part where the scalpel cuts open the insect. Su Shaokai casually posted the small work and the intercepted live broadcast clips on the forum with mini trolls. Erase the traces, and wait for fermentation. If you feel unfair, you must dare to do it. If you don't do it, the thorn will always be in your heart. It is impossible for people to change the environment all at once. Adapting to it, and influencing it in an appropriate way, is the mature way to deal with it. Being too straightforward will only have the opposite effect. Doing one good deed a day, she is really amazing. Su Xiaocai's 2 steps. As she expected, this so-called Insect Man expert was criticized to pieces. The trolls dug up the post and posted it on some official websites and platforms. Su Xiaocai was as popular as he was before, and he was trolled as badly. But this kind of unorganized and unpremeditated trolling, Insect Man expert. Just wait for a while, the public opinion will soon pass, and he will still be fine. An anonymous letter of complaint was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The place where Su Xiaocai reported was the direct superior of the Capital Star regional branch of the law enforcement department. When a certain superior saw the letter of complaint, he understood, this expert must have offended the children of high-ranking officials, and he knew to report to me. He was busy and had no time to find out whether there was any problem with the identity forged by Su Xiaocai. In less than half a day, he realized that the Insect Man expert was indeed a bit useless. He had been in a position for so long, but he had no professional knowledge at all, and couldn't even pretend. If he continued to stay in this position, it would be the management who would be punished sooner or later. There was no need for the useless person to affect the image of the law enforcement department at this time. This boss very fairly required the subordinate unit to transfer this person to the front line. Don't want to, sorry, I can't keep you any longer. Experts don't need to take the civil service exam to enter the department. Similarly, those who have not successfully transformed themselves into insect experts can refuse to go to the front line. The consequence of refusal is to be kicked out of the bureau. No matter how strong his parents' relationship is, it can't be as strong as the current severe situation on the front line. How can a person, who can't even tell that the insects are wearing real human skin, go to support? Then you can only leave, and leave voluntarily. Su Xiaocai could no longer see his employment information on the 3rd day. It can be imagined how annoying the guy is to make the official website that updates network information slowly, and can't wait to remove him. Su Xiaocai quickly finished watching the video of the Insect Man's autopsy. She didn't see anything special. Except for the human skin, everything else was Insect Man tissue, as if the Insect Man was really stuffed into the human skin. Su Xiaocai always felt something was wrong, but couldn't find any flaws, so she watched the autopsy process repeatedly. When she watched it for the 6th time, she made a discovery. Wait. 03, can you help me enlarge the pattern here? The naked Insect Man's lower body still had a little human skin attached to it. The forensic doctor slowly tore off the human skin and put it aside. In the camera that just switched, Su Xiaocai pointed to a part of the human skin tissue. Here, there are a few darker parts. It's very light, like the lavender blood vessels floating on the surface of the skin. If it weren't for Su Xiaocai's sharp eyes, it would be easy to miss it. Wisdom 03 kept zooming in and repairing the image quality. This is a small, incomplete pattern, an arc and curved snake eye, and very thin scale lines. This figure looks like a simple line of insects when viewed from a different angle. Su Xiaocai guessed that this pattern was only 1/3 of its original size, like a birthmark or branding of the experimental subject. Su Xiaocai pondered, was the human skin itself an experimental subject, taken away by the Insect Man, or was the Insect Man himself an experimental subject? The pattern was drawn casually. San, help me find a similar pattern on the internet that can overlap with it. Make a table for me. Wisdom 03, this will take a long time. Don't you want me to screen it once? I may get a lot of data. It doesn't matter, I will read it all. Su Xiaocai didn't want to miss any information. Wisdom 03, okay. Su Xiaocai continued to lie on the chair, sorting out the news she had seen on the internet in the past 6 months, and the events she had experienced in recent days. Every single one of them was full of conspiracy. The vast universe is beyond human exploration in a lifetime. What a wonderful world. The people hiding behind are really looking for trouble. Xia Wanzi's voice called for dinner. The matter of saving the world was left to the military, so she had a good meal first. Okay. Su Xiaocai replied, touching the slippery metal surface of Wisdom 03, work hard. Wisdom 03 flashed blue light, as if acknowledging that it would work hard. The dining table was full of food, and there was also beer that was rare in the dormitory, which Li Lei brought. Su Xiaocai only ate a lot of food and didn't drink. Alcohol paralyzes the brain nerves, and she didn't intend to abandon the good habits she developed in the military camp in her previous life. Li Lele and Xingmu drank 2 glasses. After 2 glasses, the two who had never drunk much were slightly tipsy, and began to boldly talk about their various difficulties. Xingmu actually thought that her mother was great. I don't understand why she insisted on getting married again and again, making herself so miserable. It also caused trouble for her daughter, who had to look at other people's faces every time she went home for a meal. Li Lele said that the people in the dormitory still didn't talk to her. They were all staunch Shui faction members. Since returning from the 022 mechanical planet, the atmosphere has eased a little, but it hasn't changed much. I don't know when I can wash away the injustice of plagiarism. I couldn't plagiarize her at all. Plagiarism is a heavy stone that always weighs on Li Lele's heart. She is annoyed that her work is too similar to Shui Hui's. At one point, I even suspected that I had accidentally seen Shui Hui's work and then drew it. But that work had been drawn for a long time, and it was created at a different time from Shui Hui, so it was impossible for me to copy it unconsciously. At this point, Su Shakai suggested, "How about we find something to do?" 3 pairs of big eyes looked at her curiously. Let's look through the designs that Shui Hui had posted online in the past. What is the difference between the works that won awards and those that did not win awards? Do you two mind comparing your designs? Su Shakai said to Li Lele and Feng Wansha. Of course not. It's impossible for others, this is their treasure. It's different for Su Shakai, a genius who is overwhelming, so she doesn't bother to steal their designs. Xing Miao studied command and also knows a little about mecha technology. They do what they say. Let's look at the works of Li Lele and Feng Wansha first. Mecha designers usually have very personal characteristics when they are students, because their works at this time do not need to cater to the customization requirements of others. Can freely show their talents. Li Lele prefers to design heavy armor, combining violence and aesthetics. She can design heavy armor to be very domineering and beautiful. It can really touch the hearts of men, and girls will not think it is hardcore. They will think that even if it is expensive, it must be worth it. Under the influence of Su Shaokai, Feng Wansha's mecha design gradually tends to be practical. She recently designed 2 mechas. Before she returned to school, she was praised by her tutor in the class group. Praise her for her great progress, breaking away from the previous design that focused on the diversity of mecha functions, and now leaning towards a practical style. She can make excellent designs that bring out the performance of mechas. Since the first design, each of them has designed no less than 30 designs, but no matter the immature ones, or the gradually mature ones now, they all have a personal characteristic that is difficult to describe. Xing Miao, as an outsider, can see it, and the 3 professionals can understand it even better. Then, it was Shui Hui's turn. She had more mecha designs, and when she was 10 years old, she had a relatively genius mecha design. After that, she released more than 10 mecha drawings. She became famous on the internet, and established her reputation as a genius girl. At the age of 17, she was admitted and advanced through a very famous universe competition like Feng Wansha. Her family, knowledge, and social circle are all unattainable for others, and no one would suspect her of cheating. Su Shakai is different, because she is a time traveler, so she would suspect that Shui Hui, who is targeting her, is reborn. If the reverse speculation is true, then the suspicion of cheating will increase. Looking at the various designs arranged together, Xing Miao's face was strange. She couldn't understand. Works can witness a person's growth history. It is normal to have technical differences in the design drawings, and ups and downs are the norm. Normally, the works of the same person will give people a feeling that this work is designed by this person. Shui Hui's work is not like this. It is full of chaos and erratic. And the work design she submitted, which is similar to Li Lele's, has no style transition in the middle, which is very abrupt. Su Shaokai had mentioned to her roommates before that Shui Hui's work was weird. In order to verify, more mecha designers' works were needed for comparison. Li Lele happened to be here. Su Shaokai helped her at the beginning. In addition to a little sympathy, she wanted to completely disintegrate Shui Hui's pride from the inside, and trample her into the abyss. The 4 of them looked at each other. No one dared to speak up for sure. Shui Hui was most likely a thief. No, did she hire a gunman? Or was her style like this, with a variety of styles? No one dares to conclude because there is no evidence. I want to ask, do you know anyone who has had a similar experience? With so many different types of design works, Su Shaokai feels that there is more than one victim. Li Lele lowered her head, tightly grasped her sleeves, and whispered after a while, I added someone to my social account before. He told me that when he was in high school, he had a draft with a rough outline, but it appeared in the competition field and appeared as a complete design. There was not even a final finished drawing. I was afraid that he was a liar, so I ignored him, and he didn't contact me 2 days later. Do you plan to contact him again? Su Xiaokai asked. Li Lele hesitated and said dejectedly, what if I added it? There is no evidence. Su Xiaokai, can you give me his account? I want to know. Chapter 77. Okay. Li Lele replied. Li Lele was still afraid of facing a giant like the Xue family. When she transferred the account to Su Xiaokai, she hesitated. Maybe the similarity between Xue's works is a coincidence. I don't care. Don't confront the Xue family because of my affairs. You think too much, classmate. I won't confront the Xue family for you. If I confront the Xue family, I will only do it for myself, Su Xiaokai thought. Yeah, I don't plan to make trouble. Feng Wansha and Xing Miao hesitated to speak. Su Xiaokai seemed to have said before that she would not make trouble. Facts prove that she only talks, and she does everything she should do. When she thinks, she will take action, and sooner or later, all the enemies will be defeated. What do you think after watching it? Su Xiaokai returned to the topic. Xing Miao said from the perspective of an outsider, it's boring, the work has no soul, like an empty shell, and it's hard to tell where her efforts are going aimless. Mecha designers want to design a masterpiece all their lives. Xue Hui, from her works, you can't see her enthusiasm for this profession. Feng Wansha always speaks frankly. Since I saw Sai's design, I knew that Xue's work was just SOSO. Li Lele hesitated. So, is it really possible that she copied my work from somewhere, and then sued me for plagiarism? But there is no motive or time to plagiarize. How does she know whether my work is good or not? Generally, students who are in military training are more confident, have filters for their own works, and look down on others' works. It makes no sense for Xue Hui to do the opposite, and copy the work of a person who is not famous like her. Su Xiaokai patted Li Lele on the shoulder. Don't guess without evidence. Just believe in yourself. You are no worse than her. Don't doubt yourself. We all believe in you. Li Lele's eyes were filled with tears. Thank you, Kai Kai. You are so nice. Without you, I would have been bullied to death. Before going to the 022 mechanical planet, her designs were a mess and got worse and worse. She drew numbly, but she could not draw the feeling she had before. After getting familiar with Su Xiaokai and others, her mentality gradually improved a lot. Feng Wansha hugged Li Lele, you are very good, you should have confidence in yourself. The instructors all praised you for your good mecha modification. Heavy mecha is the field that Li Lele is best at. As for the design draft that Xue Hui sued her for plagiarizing, although it was a work she was relatively satisfied with, it was not her favorite design. It was just the kind that was praised by the professor. Li Lele felt much better. Can I come here more often in the future? I will have an internship interview tomorrow. I originally thought that I would not be able to join the army. With Huang Yangxing's experience, I am no longer afraid of being slandered. She was not afraid of death, nor was she afraid of those rumors. It was just too lonely in her own dormitory. The four of them did not mention the possibility of Xue Hui plagiarizing. It was just that Xue Hui was the focus of the school, and there were too many things that made the girls gossip. For example, Ji Hung and Xue Hui were rumored to cancel their engagement, and for another example, she was surrounded by a few less troublemaking followers, and suddenly, she felt much more lonely. Later, it was rumored that she did nothing in 022 Mechanical Planet, and it seemed that she was not good when she was young, but she might not be good when she grew up. She didn't mention her previous simple and beautiful work at all. She was afraid that all the praise actually belonged to others, which would hurt the original designer's heart. Su Xiaokai ate a fruit with a smile. They strayed from Xue Hui's topic and talked about games. They suggested whether the Huang Yangxing campaign could be put into the game. For example, make a holiday despair theme to feel despair. The idea is good, but it can't be done for the time being. The campaign is not over yet. If you dare to make money with this theme, you will be doomed. Besides, the siege situation on Huangyang Star was far from hopeless. Su Xiaokai had been plotted against and abandoned on a desolate planet where insects could appear at any time. The mecha was broken, and the knife in her hand was blunt. She relied on her amazing willpower and covered herself with the skin of acid-spitting insects to find metal mines and repair the mecha before her skin was almost burned off. Long-term loneliness and life threats are despair. The few hours on Huangyang Star can only be regarded as a tragic battle. Later, she took revenge on those people who were abandoned and killed by her. In order to gather those people into the same team, she spent a lot of effort. The people in this team would never have thought that their captain was the enemy, who had been calculated by them, and had changed beyond recognition. After killing those people, Su Shakai continued to make meritorious deeds, sat in a high position, was taken down again, and then pushed back. Those days were also desperate. The turbulent universe, and the human beings in civil war, no one knew how to save them. So she was very glad that the government of this balanced universe did not give up on the people, and the people also lived positively. The gap between the rich and the poor still exists, but the happiness index is much better than that of Su Xiaocai's bastard star. As long as you don't try to squeeze into the prosperous planet, life is quite comfortable. They chatted until 10 o'clock in the evening, and were ready to leave. Wu Qingqing happened to come back. Lei is here too. What are you talking about? We are talking about games. Xingmu saw a post in Wu Qingqing's hand. What's in your hand? My grandma is holding a birthday party next week and invites Su Shaokai to attend. Wu Qingqing wanted to invite Feng Wansha and Xingmu, but Wu Xiaoxiang said that this party invited many celebrities, and it was not suitable to invite all the little students in the dormitory. My grandmother is a retired general. The occasion will be more formal, and there will be a donation process. If it is a relaxed banquet. Wu Qingqing didn't know how to express herself tactfully, and stammered out what Wu's father said. I understand. We won't mind. Don't worry. We won't go to such a banquet even if you invite us. Xing Miao understood very well. She was often treated with sarcasm and superiority by her stepbrothers and sisters at such banquets, and she had no interest in the banquets at all. I'd like to know if Su Shakai will go. Yes, of course. But I won't donate. Su Shakai made her position clear. Donating is the most unreliable thing. She might as well buy the supplies and donate them directly. Of course. You are so young. Who dares to ask you to donate? The main thing is that you want to enter the business world. You can't know everyone. There is also a card for Brother Yu. Wu Qingqing did not forget Su Xiaocai's manager. That was the person Wu Xiaoxiang wanted to take to study. He may not like such occasions. Su Shaokai had said before that he could stay at home as he pleased, and he couldn't go back on his word. Wu Qingqing didn't care. My father had mentioned it to him, and he wasn't in a good mood. You can ask first, and then you can order whatever you want. This banquet didn't require fancy clothes, it was just a simple birthday banquet, just to send some thoughts to the disaster-stricken areas. So there was no buffet, only some snacks as decoration. If you wanted to eat, you had to order, so as not to waste. Su Shaokai took the invitation, just a piece of cardboard and a code, no fancy pictures or texts. Your invitation is quite suitable for the theme of the banquet. Yes, it saves money. Wu Qingqing thinks this is good and will not cause waste. Did your parents talk to you when you went home today? Feng Wansha was curious about what the Wu family would say when they called Qingqing back. Wu Qingqing, who had messed up her work last night, lay on the sofa. No, they are satisfied that I can come back safely. I guess they want to see if I am missing any limbs. The Wu family's parents can tell from their faces that they are a gentle and loving couple. Otherwise, Wu Qingqing's tomboyish and innocent personality would not be cultivated. Yes, you better go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Wu Qingqing heard some bad news at the family dinner today. The capital planet will conduct a comprehensive physical examination. If you go for a checkup later, you may have to wait in a long line, although there may be preferential policies for physical examinations, or even free of charge. The school's physical examination report does not count. I have a military physical examination report, so I don't need to go. Su Xiaocai's physical examination report is very comprehensive. 022 Mechanical Planet has conducted physical examinations on everyone who has been to Huangyang Star. Only after making sure that there is no problem in the body will they let her go. She herself is the focus of the examination. She even took her hair for examination to avoid the Capital Star Hospital having a reason to examine her again. Although Feng Wansha was examined, she did not have the guarantee of Lieutenant General Bai, so she probably had to go for additional examinations. Xing Miao, then we will go out tomorrow. I made an appointment with Li Lei and Feng Wansha to go for the examination at 7 o'clock the morning after tomorrow. I drank beer and ate a lot of spicy fried food tonight, so it is not suitable to go tomorrow. The next morning, Su Shaokai woke up her roommates for a morning run. After running 10 kilometers quickly, she went to the fields to plan the tasks for this semester. She planned to use the three-dimensional space to plant roses, or wild roses in the area surrounded by fences. Besides being beautiful, it can also prevent small animals from trampling on it. The gaps in the fences are still too big, and cats and dogs raised by students like to get in and play. It's okay to step on seedlings, so they can be replanted in time. But if she steps on adult plants, she doesn't know who to blame. The field has been plowed, and Su Xiaokai is very satisfied with the results of her labor. Not long after, another classmate came to ask if he could borrow a machine. Su Xiaokai gave it to him without hesitation and said that he would come to pick it up in 2 days, and not to lend it to others. Su Xiaokai was famous for being a badass, so her classmates agreed immediately. They didn't want to be deadbeats, so it was good enough to borrow the machine for free. The robot was now diligently sowing her coconut cabbage seeds. Su Xiaokai sincerely hoped that the seeds would grow into the coconut cabbage she expected. Harvesting 2 more crops of seeds in a row would basically confirm the stability. Take care of your homework. Then came her woody bamboo shoots. The woody bamboo shoots grew very well, but the number of shoots was very small, probably because there was not enough water, and the water level of the small pond was too low. She pulled the water pipe and added water to the pond. Each ton of water had to be paid. Su Xiaokai watched the money flow away with the water, but she didn't feel sad. She was willing to spend money for her beloved bamboo. The bamboo leaves above her head waved with a rustling sound, as if responding to her beauty. After growing vegetables for so many years, she still liked it. Growing vegetables must be a career tailor-made for her, Su Xiaokai firmly believed. When the pond was filled with enough water, she dug 2 fresh bamboo shoots, one for herself and one for Ji. He didn't have a share, but he gave too much. He was really willing to pay 10,000 for a bamboo shoot. Her friend was willing to throw money to her for fun, so she had no reason not to catch it. How many people are waiting for their best friends to give them money to spend? The kind-hearted Ji will surely live 500 years. There are several people in Dr. Ji's medical office today. They are Huang Yangqing's classmates, who were injured and had follow-up visits. Seeing that it was Su Xiaokai who came in, they smiled and greeted. Hello, classmate Su. Hello. Su Xiaokai put the basket of bamboo shoots on Ji Li's desk. Are you busy today? Ji Li, no, I'm just busy right now. Su Xiaokai looked around. There was a strange painting on the bare wall. After a closer look, wasn't it her own casual work? The Dr. Turtle in a white robe was framed and hung on the wall. It was such a suffocating operation, so she just made a joke. Su Xiaokai said angrily, your hobby is quite special. The Ji family has collected so many valuable paintings, but he just hung this one up for display. The aloof and cold Dr. Ji became more down-to-earth because of a painting. I think Dr. Ji is a little cute like this. The speaker was a male student. Ji Li's blue eyes were smiling. Excuse me, as a man, I don't want to be praised for being cute by a man. The artist of this painting is a girl, you can praise her. Well, if it was drawn by a girl, it would be a little ugly. Bah, you don't know the goods. Su Xiaokai turned and ran. Ji Li was definitely taking revenge on her, and one day, she would get back at him. Ji Li laughed out loud, and he knew that people who always said they were thick-skinned had to have some shame. Su Xiaokai went directly to find Yu Haiming. It took more than 10 minutes to get to the company by taxi. Looking at the high-rise buildings flying by outside the window, she suddenly felt that it would be nice to have a car, which would be convenient for going back and forth to the laboratory. The taxi was not driving on the empty road in the city, so it drove very fast and arrived at the company in the suburbs in a short while. Yu Haiming came out to greet him in person. Boss, I haven't seen you for a long time. It had been almost a month, and Yu Haiming was very happy that the boss was back. I saw in the news before that some students from the military training went to Huangjiangsing. I was afraid that you were one of them, and were stuck in Huangjiangsing and couldn't come back. Without Su Xiaokai, his manager position was gone, and it would be difficult to find a company that suits him so well. During that time, Yu Haiming closed his eyes every day and prayed that Su Xiaokai would turn the bad luck into good luck. Your boss, I will be fine. Su Xiaokai said, once the game is released, there will be many people targeting me. I am not afraid to tell you that I did go to Huangjiangsing. I can't say the details, but I can come back unscathed, which is enough to prove my ability to survive. If anyone tells you that I am in trouble, don't worry about it, and continue to manage the company with peace of mind. Yu Haiming carefully observed Su Xiaocai's micro-expressions, and realized that she was not joking. She had an incredible robot bodyguard and a vest that could block fatal attacks. Yu Haiming roughly understood what Su Xiaokai meant. I know what to do. Everything must be stable, and we must not lose our composure. That's right. Su Xiaokai looked up and looked at the office that Yu Haiming had decorated. The walls were all painted white, and the interior was very bright. There were 2 pots of plants at the corner of the corridor to add vitality. When passing by the front desk, the young girl at the front desk showed a professional sweet smile. It was well organized and remarkable. Chapter 78. Yu Haiming led Su Xiaokai to the sealed server warehouse and recorded the highest access permissions. After recording, he led her to meet the company staff. The cashier, finance, publicity, salesman, and after-sales service were almost all young faces. Only the security guard was a middle-aged man. Judging from his standing posture and solemn temperament, he was the retired soldier she chose. The young people were very curious about the boss in front of them, who was younger than them. The security guard saluted. "Hello, Boss Su. I am the security captain of Fifen Island, Fanchi." "Hello, Fanchi. I heard about you from the Lieutenant General. Thank you for coming. I should thank you for giving me this job. The salary is high, the work is low, and he is respected. The manager will not dictate his security work just because he is a security guard." When he mentioned his background of knowing the Lieutenant General, all the curious eyes around him disappeared. The employees thought that since he has a military background, it would be better to keep a distance from the boss. What if he offends someone by trying to please him? Su Xiaokai thought so too. There is a natural barrier between bosses and employees, and it is not appropriate to be too close. After Su Xiaokai nodded to them, she strode into the office with Yu Haiming. Wait until Su Xiaocai's figure disappears. People in the office are talking about it. The young boss is so powerful. Which powerful rich second generation? No, none of them. The slightly idle salesman glanced at the security guard, who turned around and continued to stand guard at the front desk, and said in a low voice, "I know the boss's identity. She is an internet celebrity. Her father runs a manor, and her father is also a retired soldier. On the internet, the young boss looks very friendly." The salesman opened the platform and showed them Su Xiaocai's daily appearance on the internet. Some people were shocked. This contrast is too big. I was very close to her just now, and I almost couldn't breathe. Okay, maybe what is shown on the internet platform is a persona. It's good that the young boss is not easy to get close to, because she doesn't talk much. As employees, we just need to do our own job well. After a while, Yu Haiming came out and called the 2 leaders of the publicity team and the sales team into his office. The 2 stood up immediately and straightened their appearance. They were very nervous, not knowing what manager Yu was calling them for. Others encouraged them, "Come on." They entered the manager's office. "Manager Yu, is there something you want to talk to us about? This is a newly produced promotional video. Take a look at it first to see if there are any changes that need to be made. If not, write the copy." The sales team and the publicity team have prepared the copy for the game launch. The game will be officially launched in 2 days. So fast, they have only been in the company for a short time. The production of game promotional videos is usually a big project. Even for StarCraft, it cannot be separated from the human spiritual pursuit of artistic creation. Therefore, it needs artists, equipment, and many staff members to work together. However, the most important core members of the game Fifen Island project are not there at all, just these small staff members. There is not even a simulator. At the beginning, they suspected that this was a shell company. Later, the secretary assured them that the shareholders included Wu Xiaoxiang and Mr. Hu. Although the 2 were not rich, they had good personal reputations and had never defaulted on employee wages. They were relieved and accepted this relatively free job. Work. After getting the promotional video, the publicity and sales teams couldn't wait to watch the video first. The company required them to go online urgently, so they definitely couldn't perform badly. The 2 groups gathered in the conference room and turned on the video. The opening scene was a close-up of different hands, before entering the game, when choosing the game mode. There were a total of 9 pairs of hands, and the first few pairs all chose the simple mode. The latter ones were the difficult mode, and there was also an extraordinary mode that focused on close-ups. I thought I could see the feature film, but it showed another unexpected image. All red crosses, challenge failed, challenge failed, challenge failed, still challenge failed. There are 6 people in the publicity and sales groups. Oh my god! How can people play this? Don't mention it. I really want to play it. I want to find out. Rebellious psychology. The 6 people discussed while watching. But many people don't like failure. They pursue fun when playing games, and ordinary female players require beautiful pictures. Not necessarily. It depends on the original intention of making this game. The information says that it is made for the profession of commander, so it must have the elements of commander. When talking in a low voice, a magnificent fairyland appeared in front of him, with mountains, water, birds and flowers. At this time, the drum sounded rumbling. The sky suddenly changed, and dense insects fell from the sky, with every detail of their appearance. The sense of reality hit him. They began to devour this beautiful and rich land, and attack the city not far away. Then the scene turned to the player's side, and the player who entered the game led 10 people to the surface of the planet for rescue. The player seemed to be unfamiliar with leading a team, and issued wrong instructions many times, which was frustrating, and the 6 people wanted to play for the people inside. From a bird's eye view, it is easy to see how many mistakes the player made in his commands, which eventually led to destruction and a restart. So what happens from a first-person perspective? Once again, the player decides to choose teammate mode. The video is no longer viewed from the sidelines. This time, the 6 people personally felt the changes brought about by the information difference and were at a loss. The player followed the instructions completely, but because he could not respond immediately, he still encountered the death of the character. This promotional video seems to give people constant rebirth and make up for their mistakes, but there is too much randomness in the middle, which requires players to constantly ponder, adapt, and overcome. The scene is grand. It is undoubtedly sad to see the beautiful scenery being destroyed again, and the people being displaced. The player died again, and finally turned the tide. A promotional video is more exciting than watching a movie. Finally, after the player won, he was praised and thanked by all the people. But this is a game. It does not mean the end. There is also an extraordinary mode. And the scene just entered in the extraordinary mode is the insect nest. The moment the mother body and the insect warrior looked over, the 6 people in the viewing room were terrified. They actually felt the terrifying momentum of the insect man from a promotional video. At the end, everything went black. The promotional video ended. Producer, screenwriter, director, special effects, music, Su Xiaokai. 6 people, How did one person complete the film? The boss is a bit omnipotent. But there is only one word: awesome. It's great. Just watching the pilot makes people excited. They want to become the warriors, who become stronger and stronger in the film and become heroes. After watching the promotional video, it's time to get down to business. In the trailer, I saw that there is a tourist mode in the game. It feels like a great idea to view the scenery from a third-person perspective. We should include this in the promotion. We can't miss such a good selling point. It's not suitable to add it to this video. The theme of this video is passion. If you want to relax, it's better to make another promotional video. It's better to play it yourself. It's a bit unconfident to promote it without playing it. They held a meeting for almost 2 hours before leaving the meeting room. Yu Haiming and Su Xiaokai just finished talking. Yu Haiming will go to the Wu family's banquet. He can stay at home on weekdays. The boss will definitely go to the occasion to meet the boss. Yu Haiming has nothing to worry about. Walk out of the office. The 6 people who watched the promotional video looked at Su Xiaokai eagerly. Yu Haiming asked, "Have you produced the copy?" "Not yet." They all shook their heads. One of them boldly asked, "Boss, can we apply for a simulation cabin and try the game ourselves?" Su Xiaokai looked at Yu Haiming. She remembered that Yu Haiming had asked her to approve the purchase of the simulator. Yu Haiming replied, "The simulator with the highest configuration needs to be reserved. It's not that I don't want you to try it out, but you have to wait. The simulator will be available in about half a month. Go to my school and move 1. There are exactly 3 in the dormitory. One of them was given to me by my roommate. I don't need it for the time being." What kind of roommate would give me a simulator with the highest configuration? The people in the office were surprised. "Thank you, boss. You are generous." "Well, no need to thank me. It was my negligence that I didn't think of this. The launch time will be postponed for another 2 days. I also need some time to modify the server." Su Xiaokai asked Yu Haiming to move the server to the laboratory. The security there will be stricter than that of the company. In the future, only she and several shareholders can enter the server placement room. No one else should enter, so as to avoid checking for spies. Su Xiaokai doesn't like to procrastinate. She called Wu Qingqing and asked her to help call someone to bring the simulation cabin set by Feng Wansha to the company and visit the laboratory. "Okay, you guys work hard. Boss, take care." "Slow down, no way." Su Xiaokai said goodbye and left quickly. The company was a money-eating beast. Starting from this month, she had to keep making money to maintain the employees' salaries. She felt a little sad because she hadn't found her new mecha yet. Su Xiaokai walked to the laboratory on foot. She thought the company's floor was big enough and the laboratory was even bigger. Ji Li and his brother were really capable. They had so many industries. There were 3 security guards guarding the door of the laboratory. After verification, Su Xiaokai entered the building. From the outside, the building looked even bigger inside, like a large exhibition hall. One could hear the echo of footsteps when one walked in. This was too big. She alone didn't seem to need such a large place. She measured it with her eyes, and it could probably accommodate more than 30 mechas. Lieutenant General Bai, that scheming ghost, wouldn't think that she had the ability to accept the customization of more than 30 mechas at once? A chill ran through her back, terrifying. All her instruments were placed in the basement, which was divided into 3 parts, one for fine instruments and one for the maintenance room. The last one, the freezer that Fanli and his team installed overnight, contains the bodies of the insects. Lieutenant General Bai acted decisively, cutting first and reporting later, without giving the expert researchers a chance, and directly transferred the bodies of the insects. Su Xiaokai naturally went into the cold storage first to ensure the integrity of the bodies. There were several very large locked freezers in the cold storage. Su Xiaokai opened one of them, and the dog-headed insect warrior's dog head was facing her, and the ferocious expression before death was vivid. Its meat was all sealed with isolation membranes. The state is very well preserved. At this time, Su Xiaokai no longer thinks that Lieutenant General Bai is treacherous and scheming. She sincerely thinks that he is a good person, and it is very cost-effective to deal with him. Making friends is the same as recognizing a father. If you recognize a father well, your life will be free of worries. With Lieutenant General Bai as a friend, she only needs to make achievements to promote knowledge and technology to the entire universe. Finally, she can go home to grow vegetables and spend her days leisurely. Imaginations are all beautiful, but there is a long way to go to realize them. With a shriveled purse, she even has difficulty doing experiments now. Su Xiaokai decided to set her sights on her friend. Wu Qingqing heard that she could visit Su Xiaocai's laboratory, so she rushed over without stopping, leaving the simulation cabin behind and leaving. "Master, I'm here." Wu Qingqing had just been interrogated outside the door, but she was still in a good mood. "Haven't you always wanted a mecha? Tell me what functions you want." Lieutenant General Bai also wanted 2, so instead of getting one by one, it would be better to do it together. Once the patent comes out, she will give them the mecha. Wu Qingqing jumped up and screamed excitedly, "Don't worry about me, let me scream for a while." She went crazy for a while. A thick notebook was placed in front of Su Xiaokai. "This is what I organized. I want the function. Can you help me realize it, master?" Su Xiaokai was suspicious and opened the notebook. After reading only 3 pages, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Are you praying to God, or customizing a mecha? It's outrageous." He actually wanted a combat endurance of more than 1 month, weapons that can be transformed at will, and mecha space jump and other functions. "I advise you to be more realistic." Su Xiaokai gave her a form to fill out. "Don't be so delusional, it's impossible. Due to the size of the mecha, many functions must be abandoned. The insect warrior can easily jump through space, but it doesn't mean that the mecha can do it. Even if it is feasible, the power can't support it for many times. Besides, the insect warriors did not use this ability frequently in battle. The restrictions are unknown, but it is certain that continuous use will be accompanied by an unbearable load." Wu Qingqing curled her lips. "Then can I want wings like the Black Wing? I don't know. Please fill in the form first." Su Xiaokai turned on the computer and started to draw the design. Lieutenant General Bai can be said to be the ceiling of combat power. Their mechas are graded. The mechas sold on the market are only divided into ordinary and deluxe versions. The customization of ordinary people is just to modify the basic skeleton. There are very few master-level works. The military mechas are divided into modified mechas and star-level mechas. Ordinary mechas are modified machines suitable for soldiers. For those above the major level, their mechas are customized mechas made by masters, also known as star-level mechas. This kind of custom mecha is graded with stars, from low to high, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, and the highest 5 stars. 5-star mechas are usually driven by admirals. Of course, it is not impossible for super rich people to make star-rated mechas, but they must be officially stamped in the end to be legal. There are 3 criteria for judging the number of stars of a mecha. One is the level of aura that can be driven by a person. The second is how many insect warriors this mecha can kill if it is driven by an admiral. The third is the compatibility with the driver. This rating fluctuates. After all, the strength of each insect warrior varies, and the compatibility also varies. Chapter 79. But there is no need to go into detail. The star rating does not mean that the mecha is bad, it just determines who is suitable to drive it. As mentioned earlier, the highest level of human chi is level 13. A lieutenant general has just been promoted to general. A 1-star mecha can be driven by mecha masters with a chi level of 7 or above. A general can kill a bug warrior alone by driving this mecha. A 2-star mecha can only be driven by people with a chi level of 9 or above, otherwise there will be sequelae such as dizziness, headache, and nausea. Driving under the command of the admiral, it can kill 2 Zerg warriors. But this killing means that after killing one, the mecha still has the energy to kill the other one. There is a sequence, not a double kill at the same time. And so on. There are only 2 5-star mechas in the universe. Admiral Bai has one, and the other belongs to Admiral E, who has just been promoted. The more the mecha is adapted to the driver, the more it can play its role. Like Su Xiaokai, she can be said to be a weapons expert. Any weapon can achieve 200% effect in her hands, so there are a lot of weapons on the Black Wing. As for why the Black Wing has such a large proportion of close-range weapons, nothing else, it's cheap. The sorrow of a poor child. On the battleship, Su Xiaokai began to study the video given by Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai looked like a steady driver on the surface, but who would have expected that he liked light assault mechas? To put it simply, the type similar to Su Xiaokai, good at rapid attack. His physical fitness is stronger than Su Xiaokai, and he can resist the dizziness caused by high-speed turning, and his agility is frighteningly high. According to him, the mecha he is currently driving cannot keep up with his reaction speed. If the power startup speed, phase change speed, and direction change flexibility can be improved by more than 50%, it will be more in line with his own rhythm. He hopes that the comfort of the safety cabin can also be improved. Then the weapon hopes to add her big knife that is easier to tear through the Insect Man's defense, and the blade of the knife can be narrower, making it tougher and lighter. After that, his long range is a high-precision sniper rifle, which is very powerful, and can start a super long-distance shot to the enemy before starting a war. This kind of firearm that can threaten the Insect Man warriors has a limited amount of ammunition to carry, and can only fire 2 each time on the plane. To reload, the logistics department needs help, or you can take it out from the space button first, and then load it yourself. It would be better if the mecha itself could use the space button, which is equivalent to a mobile weapons depot. He also did not reject Su Xiaocai's design of better weapons. Facing the unreasonable requirements filled in by Lieutenant General Bai, Su Xiaokai directly sent a message to ridicule him. She said that he was a good lieutenant general, but his mind was not clear. No matter how smart she was, she could not give him these things in a short time. Stop daydreaming and be pragmatic. Su Xiaokai said this not only to Lieutenant General Bai, but also to Wu Qingqing. They were all a bunch of idiots, who didn't know the suffering of designers. Wu Qingqing was not annoyed when she was scolded. She smiled with her teeth showing. She looked more and more like a fool. She spent more than 2 hours drawing the design. She put much more effort into the mecha she modified on the 022 mechanical planet. But she only completed 1/10 of the design in more than 2 hours. Because in her database, there are so many new mechanical parts data that they are too numerous to count. But the mecha she wants to make for Lieutenant General Bai needs to be combined with the parts of this interstellar era. If she wants to save the trial and error cost of manufacturing in the later stage, she must be cautious when drawing. The less difference there is between the design and the displayed mecha, the less time it takes to manufacture. Wu Qingqing made some revisions, and completed the final form. Su Xiaokai quickly glanced at it, and stopped drawing. Not bad this time. I had some questions. What is your budget? The minimum is 200 million, and there is no upper limit. The more budget you have, the more your mecha can even exceed 5 stars. The construction period is uncertain, depending on how long it takes for the patent to come out. Wu Qingqing swallowed hard. Master, 200 million, can you make money? Previously, a designer announced the manufacturing cost of several generals' mechas, at least 500 million, and the design fee accounted for 200 million. Su Xiaocai's design obviously uses more high-tech, which must include her patented technology. So, if you want to start with 500 million, that's fine. Thank you, Master, you really love me. Wu Qingqing wanted to give Su Xiaokai a big hug, but Su Xiaokai refused to hug her. Let's talk about the budget. 500 million. My dad said that if there is a design master willing to design a mecha for me, he can give me 500 million, provided that I introduce you to him. I introduced you to him before, and he doesn't cherish you, so you can't blame me. Wu Qingqing smiled cunningly. Master, don't worry. When it comes to cheating, I am also a professional. Also? Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes. I won't argue with her. I definitely won't cheat. Wu Qingqing is a cheater. Give a copy of the form to Wu Ping and Ji Heng. You can give it to Wu Feiyan if you want, or just keep him hanging. Forget about Lu Sun. He has no money, and I don't have time. When there is a chance, let him earn the deposit money, and come to me for customization. After thinking about it, it's not good to be partial to one and neglect the other. It's a bit pitiful that others have it, but he doesn't. We can't make custom mechas, but we can make modified ones. Ask him if he wants them. Su Shaokai added, once the design is out, you all have to pay a deposit. Got it. I know Su Shaokai is the best. The master charges from the moment he puts pen to paper. Su Shaokai stayed in the laboratory to continue drawing, while Wu Qingqing walked back to school with joy. The school was very lively today. Those students who went to other planets for internships came back on battleships. They were unfortunate, but also very lucky. Unfortunately, they were trapped in a mining area for 6 days, suffering from hunger and cold, no signal, and the space button was confiscated. The spy who sent them there wanted to starve to death, or freeze to death. It was also a coincidence that there was a son of an energy businessman in the team. They found that there were ores in the mining area that could be used for heating, and with the concerted efforts of the craft masters and academic masters, they managed to survive in the situation of scarce supplies. Even if they survived, hunger was still a death warrant. If the search and rescue team was a little later, they might have entered the self-harm mode. Fortunately, thanks to Wisdom 03, Lieutenant General Bai asked Su Shaokai to borrow it again, and with its help, he simulated the spy's escape route. The search and rescue team searched along the way, and finally rescued everyone. As soon as the students came back, their parents arrived, and the entrance was full of parents hugging each other. Most of the students in the military training were saved. Wu Qingqing slowed down her pace and looked at the red eyes of the parents, and her heart was also moved. There was a trace of sadness again. Many people died in other schools, so many that they could not be counted. Especially Junhui School, which was almost scolded by the outside world. This was definitely not the original intention of the school, to send students to practice. Who could have expected that a large-scale war would break out so suddenly? The object of human hatred should not be the school, but the insect people and spies, who are the murderers behind this incident. Next to the school, there are many flowers spontaneously presented to the sacrificed students. The more I look at it, the more depressed I feel. Wu Qingqing stopped looking and lowered her head to pass the crowd blocking the door. The training ground before school started was unpopular, with only a few diligent figures. Among these figures were the 4 people in Ji Heng's dormitory and Wu Feiyang. Wu Qingqing created a group and said that Su Shaokai was going to customize a mecha for us. They quickly dropped the training, wishing they could pick up their feet and throw them out, and then merge together and reach the destination. The training ground was very large, and Wu Qingqing said they would only wait for 5 minutes. They really arrived at the audience seats in 5 minutes. It was so fast that Wu Qingqing thought they drove a hovercraft here. Wu Feiyang was panting, breathing hard, and his eyes were dull. Are Ji Heng and the others crazy? They are all ruthless people. They almost ran themselves into mental retardation and became stupid due to lack of oxygen. Finally, I've waited for it. Hu Ping didn't care about his weak body and said excitedly, "Give it to me quickly." Wu Feiyang asked his cousin, "What happened? What kind of vegetables can customize mechas?" "Yes, you don't know yet." Wu Qingqing gave them a paper form. "My master can make customized mechas. The technology is guaranteed. It is absolutely a master-level craftsmanship." Wu Feiyang didn't understand. She learned the craftsmanship from Uncle Su? "Don't mind master's business, just tell me, do you want a custom mecha?" "Yes." Wu Feiyang didn't want to miss out. He couldn't pursue her now, so he would use money to gain some favor. What Ji Heng and Hu Ping had, he also wanted. Wu Qingqing said to them, "Master said, you can fill it in boldly, but you can't ask for a mecha that can do everything. The budget starts at 300 million, and there is no upper limit. The more money you have, she can even provide a super 5-star mecha." Wu Qingqing deliberately added an extra 100 million. It would be a waste if she didn't make money. She is master's sweetheart. Lu Sun also got a form. He was a little overwhelmed. He had no money. The starting price was 300 million, which was a sum that an ordinary worker could not earn in his lifetime. The master would not give it to you at first, but later he thought that if it was not customized, the cost would not be high. She can help you modify the mecha, and the deposit is only the money for a basic mecha. For the remaining 3 school years, you can work in her company, sell online, and use promotion to pay off debts. It will be your turn only after the customized mecha is manufactured. The customized mecha takes a long time to make, and it depends on how much performance you can achieve in the past few years. Lu Sun was moved and burst into tears. Su Shaokai is loyal. In Ji Hang's dormitory, 3 of the 4 people filled out the form, but Pan Ningjie didn't. He held the form, feeling helpless. Hu Ping saw this. What's wrong with you? If you don't want to customize the mecha, you could also let Su Shakai modify it. Pan Ningjie, thank her very much, but I can't fill it out. My family situation is not good, and I can't afford it at the moment. He didn't want to come, but Hu Ping dragged him along. Pan Ningjie's presence was too low, and Wu Qingqing almost ignored him. If Su Shakai hadn't given Pan Ningjie a copy, she wouldn't have remembered him. Lu Sun, Brother Pan, you could also work in Kaikai Company to pay off your debts like I did. I can't do it. I can't do sales work. In a company, sales is one of the most profitable jobs among workers. Pan Ningjie doesn't have the eloquence to do it. I have other part-time jobs, don't worry. I take this form. When my family situation gets better, I will find Kai Hai. Hu Ping patted Pan Ningjie. Pan Ningjie's mother's illness has always been a money-eating beast. Pan Ningjie was able to persist in studying while taking care of the family. It can be seen that he was under a lot of pressure. If you have any difficulties, come to me. You know, I have a lot of pocket money. Between friends, we can borrow money by writing an IOU. There is no interest. Pan Ningjie nodded, and then fell silent again. Lu Sun also drooped his shoulders. He felt sad for his roommate, but his enthusiasm for filling out forms did not diminish. The degree of transformation depended on his marketing results. He must make enough money during college. Here, Su Shakai was drawing until late at night, and sent the patent application materials he had made before to Fei. It was too late, so it was not good to trouble Kei, so he simply took a nap in the laboratory and continued to work after sleeping. The next day, Yu Haiming said that the promotional video didn't need to be changed, but he hoped to have an extra promotional video for the clumsy players. Su Shakai replied casually, I give it to you in the afternoon. After washing his face, he immersed himself in his career again, not feeling the rapid passage of time. Until a phone call interrupted Su Xiaocai's thoughts. Kai, what you sent me yesterday, is it to apply for a patent? Where do you have so much time? My good friend, are you submitting something at this time to get assassinated? If the insect people have no way to survive, it must be your credit. As soon as the call was connected, Fei bombarded him with questions. Espionage activities are frequent. This patent is obviously aimed at insect people. As long as you watch the news, you will understand that spies are cooperating with insect people. Su Xiaocai's protective device is unheard of, and it may be able to deal a devastating blow to the insect people. Don't underestimate the intelligence of insect people. It is only aimed at cowardly insect soldiers and some greedy people. Su Shakai said again, I have another patent to provide today. Brand new safety cabin design. Since it has been exposed to the public, then patent it as soon as possible. She doesn't want to release so many things at once, but the cooperation between the insect man and the spy gives her a sense of urgency. It forces her to speed up the process. Tell me, how many patents can you apply for? Su Shakai avoided this answer. Maybe I can apply for patents across disciplines in the future. Don't be too surprised. Just help me deal with the patent issue. The design of the new safety cabin is called multi-patent. Among the 6,000 patents, a shockproof liquid safety device contains more than 2,000 patents. Fei looked at the emails popping up on the computer, and her mouth twitched. If she could make this deal in her life, she could rest easy. If she got her lawyer's license, she could open a law firm on her own. Su Xiaocai's bombardment made Fei and her bestie Wu Xiao so busy that they were exhausted. After more than a week of hard work, they sorted out the information and handed it over to Zhang Ruikai. Zhang Ruikai looked at the paper materials piled up in the room. He turned around and called Su Laodi, scolding him, saying that he was secretive, ungrateful, lazy, lacking care for the child, pretentious, ignorant, stupid, and not a human being. After scolding him, he hung up the phone while Su Laodi was confused. Su Laodi muttered, Are you crazy? Did you call the wrong number? I don't know which weird customer has annoyed me again. Scratching his long hair, it's time to trim it again. His pastoral life is still good, he can let it go if he wants. My daughter seems to have said that she likes to eat rabbit meat. Alas, I move my old bones and get her some. Children are all debts. Chapter 80. Zhang Ruikai frowned deeply, and was so worried that he wanted to pull his beard, but he had shaved it clean, and there was no stubble to pull. He told another assistant, push all the orders this month to other lawyers in the firm. The assistant gently asked, Boss, what excuse should I use to refuse? Needless to say, just say I don't have time, I've received a lot of orders. The assistant nodded, and when he turned around, he noticed that Fei and Wu Xiao had the same worried face, exactly the same as when they received the super large order a few months ago. Could it be that something went wrong with that kid's order? This time, Fei, Wu Xiao and Zhang Ruikai all kept it a secret, and no one mentioned it. Even when they got home, they just laid down and went to sleep without saying a word. The confidentiality work was done very well. On the day before the game was released, Su Xiaokai put 2 promotional videos online at the same time. The promotional copy was concise. The title was, "Excellent game. You have a simulation cabin at home. You can buy it and try it out. It will be online tomorrow." Then there were 2 promotional videos. The trailer was not edited or modified, and the company staff agreed that it was perfect. No matter how much they edited it, they couldn't make a good pilot. Soon, countless messages popped up in the comments section of Invincible Love Plant Vegetables. The pilot is good, the story is passionate, and it will be even better when it's made into a movie. Where did this game come from? I've never seen it before. The Extraordinary Island project is interesting. But is the quality of the game guaranteed when it's produced by a small company? Is it so trivial for a blogger to advertise? No more kitchen cleaner ads? The pilot was a surprise. I seem to see myself dying countless times. Is this kind of promotion really good? It scares away players. Don't worry, the following promotion is also very interesting. Tall and handsome brothers save me. What a good idea. The second promotion is to promote the role of tourists. Choose roles such as doctor, backpacker, professor, and then experience the thrill of command. The character has a high degree of freedom, but because it is a player and can die, it is also a little difficult. Just think about it, handsome guys and beautiful girls are around you, caring for you, protecting you, and you feel safe. Slurp, I can't help it, let me go. This tourist mode is great, I want to get close to my brothers and sisters. So is this game about reality? The blogger asked, and he didn't say a word. Who would play it with such a simple promotion? It's made by a small company, so only the pilot film is worth watching, and their budget is always spent on these things. They promote it with their heart and make the game with their feet. I don't know how much it will cost. Link. The blogger said it's a high-quality game, so it shouldn't be too bad. Let's make a bet, whether this game will be a big hit or a cold reception. If the game's quality is half as good as the pilot, it will definitely be a big hit, and it won't be a cold reception. The people in the comment area are relatively rational, and most of them are well-intentioned. Then Su Xiaokai posted another message. Because the game has extremely high configuration requirements for the server, it currently only supports games in the capital star area. Only the highest configuration game cabins can enter the extraordinary mode, otherwise there will be lags, please understand. Then there is the link. Su Xiaokai also gave this link to Lu Sun. The number is limited to 2,000, and the price is as high as 3,000. What? This is still a game for rich people? You have more money than numbers. How can you be so embarrassed? Kai, have you been kidnapped? Live broadcast quickly to let us know that you are safe and sound. Want to ask, does Fifandeo Company need a trial? Take me in, I can roll, 20 hours a day, I can stay in the simulation cabin. Ha, your plan can even be heard by people in the next galaxy. Kai, what's wrong with you? Are you starting to make money from consumers? Do the bosses know math? With 2,000 accounts, they can't even cover the cost of the pilot film. There are too few first-run accounts, and there is no profit at all. Who are you looking down on with 2,000 places? It's too expensive. I've seen the ad, but I won't buy it. Ad 1 if you don't buy it. If you don't buy it, I won't buy it either. You won't buy it? I buy it. Asshole, stay in line. Su Xiaokai pinned a comment in the comment area. On the first day, the limit is 2,000, and then 500 accounts will be issued every day. First test whether there will be bugs in multiplayer synchronous games. If you encounter bugs, you can directly report to the game customer service. The account will be sold later depending on the situation. Some people think Su Xiaocai's tone is weird. It doesn't look like an ordinary promoter. It triggered a chain reaction, and fans went to find out about the company. I checked the company, the legal person, Su Xiaokai. This. The boss is so pitiful that he has to promote himself. Kai actually opened a company. Shareholders Jili, Wu Xiaoxiang, Hu Ning. The rich consortium, the victim Mr. Hu Ning, the hands-off boss Jili, and the investment genius Wu Xiaoxiang. Another stall is open for gambling. Is Mr. Hu Ning's technology industry stinking? Or can Jili and Wu Xiaoxiang suppress Mr. Hu Ning's curse? Excuse me, how did Su Xiaokai deceive? No, how did she convince several people to invest? I'm super curious. I can't afford the game now. I wait for a discount. But I'm willing to give a few dollars for Kai Kai's next live broadcast. I won't buy it. The company is too small to have sophisticated production. I didn't see the game team in the company team. Are they all newcomers? Impossible. Will there be many bugs by then? Added to purchase, not paid. Looking forward to delivery. Su Xiaokai looked at the clean and refreshing comment area without any haters. Is it because the haters don't think highly of her game, or is she being retaliated against? Actually, there are both reasons. An unknown company suddenly announced the release of a game. Game releases must be approved by the official, right? There was no news, and it was as fast as a gust of wind. But it has an approval number, which is so strange. Colonel Bai also achieved results. Due to the quick action, he cooperated with the police to catch a group of black companies hired by spies, as well as a group of students who were not doing their jobs and making money part-time. After this arrest, the news of the black industry became tighter, and they dared not to openly black Su Xiaokai. It also happened to allow Su Xiaocai's first advertisement to proceed smoothly. The promotional video was so good that several big fans led by E-Brick convinced people automatically forwarded it to promote the game. Some were optimistic, some were not expecting it, and there were thousands of people with thousands of opinions, and the majority were in a wait-and-see state. Su Xiaokai glanced at a few comments and went back to her own business. She was busy until the next day, when she finished Lieutenant General Bai's design and sent it to him. The design sent out only had a three-dimensional appearance, and the functions that could be achieved were expressed in words. This was the first draft. Lieutenant General Bai required 2 mechas in the first phase, with a budget of between 1 billion and 1.5 billion for each. For this one, Su Xiaokai used very bold materials, so she asked for a fee of 1.5 billion. Su Xiaokai took a shower, ate 2 pieces of bread, and left the laboratory. The security guard saluted her. Teacher Su, do you need to go somewhere? I have a car here, I can take you there. She then asked why there were 3 security guards guarding the gate. It turned out that one of them could be the driver. With a retired soldier as the driver, Su Xiaokai naturally would not take a stranger's car. Back to school, thank you. After opening the door and getting in the car, Su Xiaokai asked again, except you, do other security guards have cars? Do you mind being my private car driver part-time? I can pay you an extra salary. No need. We security guards have high salaries. We have 2 cars that we take turns driving. The energy costs are reimbursed by the lab. Don't hesitate, Mr. Su. You are so thoughtful. They may not know that she is the one who gets paid, and the lab reimburses her. I would like to ask you to be my driver for one night at 5 o'clock this Friday evening. Are you free? Just tell me what you want. Then it was agreed. Su Xiaokai didn't want to take a taxi to the banquet venue. The place was not far away, but it was a bit remote, and it would be bad to let the taxi driver wait there for several hours. Naturally, she didn't want Uncle Wu to send someone to pick her up, as he was one of the hosts of the banquet, and she didn't want to bother him. There was a car, and she and Yu Haiming would go together. The security guard was called K, 85 years old, not very talkative, but he answered questions and focused on driving, looking very steady. Su Xiaokai gave him a red envelope of 188 yuan. Thank you, Uncle Ka. This is the first time I've taken the laboratory's car. It's a good omen. I treat the security guards to afternoon tea. Sorry to bother you on Friday. Kay was helpless. You're really too polite. Yeah, let's meet again. Now that we are familiar with each other, we won't be polite to you. Su Xiaokai got off the car and went straight to the field. After seeing the coconut roll field, she walked back slowly. There were many people around who looked at her secretly. This feeling is so familiar, just like when the rumor incident ended and became the focus. It was not until she saw the deep eyes of several handsome guys downstairs of the dormitory that she remembered what she had promised. Why are you here? Just give the form to Wu Qingqing. No, the game is online. Shouldn't you redeem the reward and take us through the extraordinary mode? Oh, that's what happened. Then you don't have to wait here. We asked Maruko. She said you'd be back today. Su Xiaokai carried Wisdom 03 with her, and Maruko and she had become good friends, so Maruko could always know her whereabouts. Maruko with a big mouth, and a bunch of clever ghosts. Got it, follow the normal process after going online. Your account will be updated to a new account in the future, and you can play the extraordinary mode after passing the level. Su Xiaokai took their forms, and looked at their needs. Each one was quite realistic, unlike Wu Qingqing who was so excessive. She waved her hand and said, go back, I take you guys there at 8 p.m. Xiaokai is awesome. 5 big boys were cheering. As for why there were 5 of them, of course Wu Feiyang who squeezed into the team was also included. I don't understand why they are so keen on the game rankings. Maybe it's because boys' minds never grow up. The game was released at 10 a.m. Su Shaokai caught Hua, who was hiding behind the door, and stroked its back. The little guy was very satisfied with Su Xiaocai's massage and purred comfortably. Everyone in the dormitory is here today, including Li Lei. Wu Qingqing, Master, come here quickly. The game is on sale. Let's grab an account for Li Lei. You guys are so boring. Do we need to grab an account? Just give me the money and I open an account for you. Xing Miao rolled her eyes at her. You don't understand. Things that are grabbed are more valuable. Then we shouldn't grab them. Su Shaokai said, the game is too expensive. There won't be many people grabbing it on the first day. Su Shaokai is confident that the first 2,000 accounts will be sold out, but the sales are limited to the capital star, so it may take a little more time. So Su Shaokai did not participate in the account grabbing matter. Professor Li came back today and said in the group that he brought back precious strains. She also wanted to go and see it. Growing vegetables is her main business, and she can't neglect one for the other. She calmly left the dormitory again. It was already 9:58 when she left. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the game accounts that were expected to be sold slowly were sold out in 1 second. It was really cleared out. Li Lei sat next to Feng Huasha and was dumbfounded. Did you grab the game? Xing Miao. As soon as I clicked into the payment interface, it prompted me that the supply was empty. Wu Qingqing and Feng Huasha didn't get it either. They just wanted to help Su Xiaocai's company, and not let her first sales performance be too embarrassing. Now it was their turn to be embarrassed. Wu Qingqing, try again tomorrow. Li Lei choked up. I want to enter the game with you guys tonight. Woo woo woo. Go directly through the back door. According to this trend, you won't get it either. Wu Qingqing opened the social platform of Invincible Loves Growing Vegetables, and the comments were all got it. And a lot of can't get it bombardment. Just the location mark of the capital, there are more than 100,000 people active in the comment area. I got it, happy, showing off. I played it first, and told you after experiencing it. You all lied to me, saying it was too expensive. Those who didn't want to get it, all squatted to get it. I cried, I can't get it. I have mobilized more than 20 aunts and uncles to help me get it, but I didn't get any. Tentacle Monster. Thanks for the speed of grabbing concert tickets on weekdays. Live broadcast. The game has been snatched up. The pioneering live broadcast will start in 5 minutes. Come and follow me. Yaban Tuan Furen has also started live broadcasting. A real fan, I will go ahead and watch the live broadcast. I can't get it, but I can play the game online. I will go too, wait for me. As long as the playability is half of the pilot, I will wait every day to snatch it. Shenzhen Disease. Desperate fans. A game worth 3,000 yuan. They buy it without a buyout, and it is not a buyout system. If you want more maps later, you have to pay. Wu Qingqing was amazed. Master underestimated his influence. 2,000 accounts are not enough, and 20,000 is not enough. Li Lei cried helplessly, and could only get the account through connections. Su Shaokai finally confiscated her money, and then she turned from sadness to happiness. Su Shaokai only gives free accounts to good friends, so I am also her good friend. Li Lei happily prepared to give Su Shaokai a gift as a souvenir of friendship.